Chapter 1. The Winds of Tangin Rise. Under the sweltering summer sun outside the imperial capital of Great Qian, Tangin, the air shimmered with heat distortion. A carriage, weary from travel, approached slowly. In stark contrast to its modest exterior, the interior of the carriage was luxuriously appointed. A frost-enchanted array rendered the interior as cool as autumn, devoid of any oppressive warmth. Xiao reclined on the plush cushions, exuding an air of languid nonchalance. At the tender age of 24, his features were chiseled with precision, sharp and defined. His sword-like brows and starry eyes were complemented by a subtle smile that imbued him with a somewhat cynical demeanor. "Young master, open your mouth," a charming young girl offered a peeled lychee. As the lychee entered his mouth, her delicate hand remained poised, awaiting him to spit the pit into her smooth, fair palm. She promptly discarded the pit and began peeling another. Xiao gazed through the carriage curtains, finding the scene both familiar and alien. A decade had passed, and the emotions of returning home were tinged with trepidation. Even as a prince of Great Qian, the long absence from the imperial capital evoked a wave of nostalgia. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, and the driver's voice broke through. "Young master, it seems there is an incident ahead, blocking the city gate." Indeed, before the gates of Tangin, a throng had gathered, drawn to the spectacle. At the center of the crowd, a young man in resplendent attire rained blows upon a middle-aged man, shouting furiously, "Damn it, you blind fool! How dare you kill my hound? Today, you shall pay with your life." The assaulted man, clad in coarse clothing, cowered on the ground, offering no resistance, merely pleading for forgiveness. As Xiao pushed his way into the crowd, he beheld a black hunting dog, bloodied and lifeless, sprawled on the ground. With two ghastly wounds visible deep to the bone, it was clear that its breath was fading. Beside it, a young boy, drenched in blood, wailed inconsolably. Xiao furrowed his brow and turned to a scrawny man nearby, inquiring with a smile, "What transpired here, my good sir?" The loquacious man promptly elucidated that young gentleman's dog attacked the son of that man. In a fit of paternal instinct, the father struck down the hound with an axe, inciting the young master's wrath, and he descended to deliver a beating. Upon hearing the explanation, Xiao's brows knitted in confusion. The dog met a just fate, yet in broad daylight, at the city gate. How can such violence occur with so many city guards present, and none dare intervene? The man replied in a hushed tone, "You must be from out of town. That individual is none other than Yuan, the heir of Prince Jing. Do you not know? He is the emperor's own younger brother, and thus, the emperor's nephew. Who would dare intervene? A mere beating is all that can be tolerated as long as it does not result in death. We must endure. We common folk cannot afford to offend such figures." Understanding dawned upon Xiao. It was this little brat. At that moment, the fury within Yuan escalated. Suddenly spotting the axe discarded beside the man, he seized it and shouted, "I have raised this dog for 7 or 8 years. You have slain it today. I shall not be cruel for every blow you dealt. I shall take 2 of your fingers." He was not foolish if a life were lost. The repercussions would be far more troublesome. Grasping the axe, Yuan seized the man's right hand, aiming precisely at the thumb, poised to strike. The boy, witnessing his father's peril, disregarded his own pain and lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Yuan's thigh, crying out desperately, "Please don't chop off my father's finger. It was your dog that bit me, prompting my father to strike it. Get lost." Yuan kicked the boy away with a swift motion, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he summoned all his strength to bring the axe down upon the man's thumb. Just as the axe was about to descend, a figure suddenly flew in, delivering a powerful punch to Yuan's face. Bang! The force sent Yuan reeling, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. The axe was deftly caught by the newcomer. It was Xiao. At that moment, he toyed with the chopping axe, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Instantly, upon seeing Yuan struck, 4 guards rushed forward, 2 of them helping him up while the other 2 positioned themselves protectively in front of him. Regaining his footing, Yuan glared at Xiao and bellowed, "Assassin! You dare to attack a royal! Slay him!" Upon receiving the command, the guards rushed forward, drawing their blades to strike. However, in the next second, everyone stood frozen in astonishment. Yi Xiao, wielding the chopping axe with one hand casually resting behind him, dispatched several guards with ease. In no time, all four lay defeated at his feet. Realizing the tide had turned, Yi Xingyuan attempted to flee, but he was no match for Yi Xiao's speed. After just a few steps, he was caught by Yi Xiao, who seized him by the collar. Yet, Yi Xingyuan showed no sign of fear, turning back with a cold demeanor, scoffing, "You best release me. I am the heir of the Prince of Jing. Should you dare to harm a single hair on my head, I assure you, you will not leave Tang'an City." Regardless of the circumstances, in this grand dynasty, he was confident that no one would dare to harm him. Slap! Yi Xiao delivered a resounding slap. In an instant, Yi Xingyan was left dazed, his world spinning as he stumbled, his right cheek visibly swelling. "You!" He managed to utter a word, only to be met with another swift slap from Yi Xiao. Slap! 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 Yi Xiao continued to rain down slaps, dozens of them landing mercilessly. Yi Xingyuan found his mouth filled with blood, all his teeth on either side shattered. Meanwhile, the guards at the city gate finally reacted, rushing forth. The leader barked, "Stop this at once. He is the heir of the Prince of Jing." Yi Xiao held the bewildered Yi Xingyuan firmly in his grasp, casting a disdainful glance at the leader of the city guards, sneering, "And if I refuse? Dare to intervene, and I shall end your life." At those words, the leader of the city guards felt a constriction in his breath, sensing that the man before him was of no ordinary status. As he spoke, Yi Xiao leaned down to gaze at Yi Xingyan, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Little Yuanzi, during my absence from Tang'an City, you've grown rather arrogant, haven't you? Do you recall what I told you? If I catch you bullying others again, I shall knock out all your teeth and break both your legs. Have you forgotten all this in just 10 years? Yi Xingyuan, held tightly by Yi Xiao, widened his eyes in shock. The handsome visage before him overlapped with the youthful face etched in his distant memories. Ancient memories are unearthed once more. He gazed in disbelief at the man before him. Third, brother? Yi Xiao, the third prince of the Qian. In his youth, he was astute and held in high favor by the current emperor, Yi Sun. At one point, he was even regarded by both court and commoners as the undisputed heir apparent. Yet, a decade ago, at the tender age of 14, he left a letter and stealthily departed from Tang'an City. 10 years had elapsed without his return. In the childhood memories of Yi Xingyuan, this individual was exceedingly fearsome. As he observed Yi Xiao narrowing his eyes, Yi Xingyuan's body trembled involuntarily. Familiar recollections surged in his mind. This man was truly serious. Third brother, I was wrong. I shall not dare again. Please spare me this once. He pleaded urgently. The city gate guard stood in shock. The person Yi Xingyuan referred to as third brother was none other than a royal family member. This was quite the revelation, and they felt relieved to be uninvolved. However, the subsequent actions of Yi Xiao left everyone utterly astonished. He seized Yi Xingyan, forcefully pinning him to the ground, and bellowed at the surrounding citizens. Yi Xingyan, as a member of the royal family, you have oppressed the common people and tarnished the dignity of the throne, inciting the wrath of both gods and men. Today, I, Yi Xiao, the third prince of the Qian, shall sever your legs. This shall serve as a warning to others. Chapter 1. The Winds of Tang'an Rise. Under the scorching summer sun, the air outside the imperial city of Tang'an in the Great Qian Dynasty shimmered with distortion. A dusty carriage approached slowly. In stark contrast to its exterior simplicity, the interior of the carriage was adorned with unparalleled luxury. The frosty cold array maintained a refreshing autumn-like coolness within, devoid of any oppressive heat. Yi Xiao reclined upon the plush cushions, exuding an air of languor. At 24 years of age, his visage was chiseled and striking, with sharp features that resembled those sculpted by a master craftsman. His sword-like brows framed starry eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips, imbuing him with an aura of charming nonchalance. "Master, please open your mouth," a captivating young girl offered him a peeled lychee. As the fruit entered his mouth, the girl's hand lingered, awaiting the return of the pit into her smooth, fair palm. Without hesitation, she discarded the pit and began peeling another fruit. Yi Xiao gazed out through the carriage curtain. Everything felt both familiar and foreign. A decade had passed, and the return to one's hometown stirred a sense of trepidation. Even as a prince of the Great Qian, The feelings evoked by the sights of the imperial city were profound after such a long absence. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, and the driver's voice rang out. "Master, it seems there has been an incident ahead. The city gate is blocked." Indeed, before the gates of Tangin, a throng had gathered, their attention captivated by the scene unfolding. At the center of the crowd, a young man clad in resplendent attire was mercilessly assaulting a middle-aged man, delivering blows with fists and feet, all the while cursing furiously. "Damn it, you blind fool! How dare you kill my hound? Today, you shall pay with your life." The man being beaten, dressed in coarse cloth, curled up on the ground, offering no resistance, but instead pleading for forgiveness. Xiao pushed his way into the crowd and soon spotted, beside the assailant, a black hunting dog lying in a pool of blood, its body marred by 2 deep wounds that exposed Bonnet's life ebbing away. Nearby, a young boy, bloodied from head to toe, wailed in despair. Furrowing his brow, Xiao turned to a gaunt man nearby who was observing the spectacle and inquired, "Good sir, what is the matter here?" The man, eager to share, began to explain. Earlier, that young master's dog bit the son of the man being attacked. In a fit of paternal fury, the man struck down the dog with an axe, which incited the young master's wrath, leading to this brutal assault. Upon hearing the explanation, Xiao frowned in puzzlement. While the dog's demise may not be unjust, in broad daylight at the city gates, how can he act so violently with so many city guards present? Does no one dare to intervene? The man replied quietly, "It's clear you're an outsider. That young man is Yi Xingyuan, the heir of the Jing prince. Do you not know? He is the emperor's own brother, the emperor's nephew. Who would dare to intervene? A beating is one thing as long as no one dies. It will pass. We common folk cannot afford to offend such figures." Yi Xiao understood, realizing the identity of this little scoundrel. At that moment, Yi Xingyuan, growing increasingly enraged, suddenly spotted the axe discarded nearby. Grasping in anger, he shouted, "I have raised this dog for 7 or 8 years. You have slain it today, and I will not bully you. However, for each blow you dealt, I shall take a finger from you." He was not foolish. If a life were lost, the consequences would be far more troublesome. Seizing the axe, Yi Xingyuan grasped the man's right hand, aiming directly at the thumb, prepared to deliver a decisive blow. The boy, witnessing his father's peril, disregarded his own pain and lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Yi Xingyuan's thigh, crying out, "Please, don't chop off my father's finger. It was your dog that bit me, and that's why my father was going to strike it. Get lost." Yi Xingyuan kicked the boy away with force, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes as he swung the axe down towards the man's thumb with all his might. Just as the axe was about to descend, a figure suddenly soared in, landing a powerful punch onto Yi Xingyuan's face. Bang! The immense force caused Yi Xingyuan to lose his balance and crash heavily to the ground. The axe was seized by the newcomer. It was none other than Yi Xiao. At that moment, he toyed with the axe, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. As Yi Xingyuan was struck, 4 guards rushed forth, 2 of them assisting him to his feet while the other 2 positioned themselves protectively in front of him. Yi Xingyuan, rising from the ground, glared at Yi Xiao and bellowed, "A fiend attacks a royal. Eliminate him at once." Upon receiving their orders, the guards charged forward, drawing their swords to strike. However, in the next moment, everyone was left aghast. Yi Xiao, wielding the axe with one hand behind his back, dispatched several guards with ease in just a few exchanges. Ultimately, he laid all 4 guards flat on the ground. Realizing the tide had turned, Yi Xingyuan attempted to flee, but he was no match for Yi Xiao's speed. After merely 2 steps, Yi Xiao caught up and seized him by the collar. Yet, Yi Xingyuan displayed no trace of fear, turning back coldly and disdainfully declaring, "You best let go of me. I am the son of the Prince of Jing. Dare to harm a hair on my head, and I assure you, you shall not leave this Tangin city." Regardless of the circumstances, he was confident that no one in this Qian Empire would dare to harm him. Smack! Yi Xiao delivered a resounding slap. In an instant, Yi Xingyuan found himself reeling, his vision spinning, his right cheek visibly swelling. "You!" He barely managed to utter before another slap landed. Smack! 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 Yi Xiao continued to strike, landing dozens of slaps upon him. Yi Xingyuan was left spitting blood, his teeth shattered on both sides. At that moment, the guards at the city gate finally reacted, rushing over. The leader shouted sternly, Cease this at once. He is the son of the Prince of Jing. Yi Xiao held the dazed Yi Xingyuan firmly. With a cold smile, he glanced at the leader of the city gate guards and remarked, "And then what? Dare to intervene, and I shall kill you." At these words, the leader of the guards felt a tightening in his breath. He sensed that the person before him was undoubtedly of exceptional standing. As he spoke, Yi Xiao looked down at Yi Xingyin, sneering, "Little Yuanzi, in my absence from Tang'an City these years, you've become quite arrogant. Do you still recall what I told you? Should I find you bullying others again, I shall knock out all your teeth and break both your legs. It has only been 10 years, and you've forgotten everything?" Yi Xingyuan, held aloft by Yi Xiao, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. The handsome visage before him overlapped with the youthful countenance etched in his distant memory. Ancient memories have been unearthed once more. He gazed incredulously at the man before him. Third, brother? Yi Xiao, the third prince of Qian. In his youth, he was astute and garnered the deep favor of the current Emperor Yi Sun of Qian. At one point, he was regarded by both court and commoners as the undisputed choice for heir apparent. Yet, a decade ago, at the tender age of 14, he left a letter and stealthily departed from Tang'an City. 10 years have elapsed without a return. In the memories of Yi Xingyuan's childhood, this individual was exceedingly fearsome. As he observed Yi Zhao's eyes narrowing, Yi Xingyuan's body trembled involuntarily. Familiar recollections surged forth in his mind. This man was serious. Third brother, I was wrong. I shall not dare again. Please spare me this once. He pleaded in haste. The guards at the city gate stood in stunned silence. The individual whom Yi Xingyuan had addressed as third brother was indeed a member of the imperial family. What a relief, they thought. Now they need not intervene. However, Yi Zhao's subsequent actions left everyone utterly astounded. He seized Yi Xingyin, forcefully pinning him to the ground, and bellowed at the surrounding populace. Yi Xingyin, as a prince of the royal family, you have oppressed the common people and tarnished the honor of the imperial lineage, inciting the wrath of both deities and mortals. Today, I, Yi Xiao, the third prince of Qian, shall break your legs to serve as a warning to others. Chapter 2. Is Xiong back? Yi Xingyuan was taken aback upon hearing those words. Time seemed to rewind to a decade ago, during that early spring. Because he had bullied Yi Xiong's sister, Yi Yuner, he was thrown into the frigid waters of a lake by Yi Xiong, nearly drowning in the icy depths. The chill of that water and the despair of nearly suffocating lingered in his heart. For a long time, he was engulfed in fear. He was acutely aware that Yi Xiong was capable of anything. Third brother, I was wrong. Please spare me this once. I shall never transgress again. Yi Xingyuan pleaded urgently. He understood that threats held no weight against Yi Xiong. In response to his entreaty, Yi Xiong leaned down and ominously whispered in his ear, "Had you merely struck him, or even just severed a couple of his little fingers, I might have considered sparing you a leg, out of respect for the royal lineage. However, your intent to inflict the gravest harm upon him, targeting his thumb, reveals your true malice. Such wickedness shall not go unpunished. My refraining from killing you is already a gesture of leniency." Yi Xingyuan was horrified. He had not anticipated that his violent intentions had been perceived by Yi Xiong. It is well known that humans possess 5 fingers, with the thumb being of paramount importance. Should the thumb be severed, it would render the hand nearly useless. His prior aim at that peasant's thumb had indeed harbored such malicious intent. A peasant, rendered incapable of using both hands, would experience a fate worse than death. To inflict such cruelty over a mere hunting dog speaks volumes of one's malevolence. Before he could conjure a defense, Yi Xiong swiftly raised his leg and delivered a kick towards Yi Xingyuan's left knee. Crack! The sound echoed as Yi Xingyuan let out a piercing shriek. His knee shattered. Immediately following, Yi Xiong targeted his right leg, delivering another kick to the knee joint with bone-crushing force, resulting in similar devastation. The excruciating pain caused Yi Xingyuan's eyes to roll back as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing like a lifeless dog. Yi Xiong surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the soldiers guarding the city. The soldiers instinctively lowered their heads. Observing their reaction, Yi Xiong said nothing further and simply signaled towards a nearby carriage. The coachman drove the carriage closer. A beautiful maid opened the carriage door, cheerfully exclaiming, "Young master, come quickly. I have peeled many lychees for you." Yi Xiong smiled faintly and stepped into the carriage, departing with elegance, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Moments later, someone in the crowd shouted in approval, prompting a chorus of cheers to erupt. The fickleness of public sentiment has been a constant throughout history. Deep within the imperial palace, a middle-aged eunuch hurriedly made his way, appearing exceedingly anxious. At last, he arrived at the chambers of Emperor Yisun of Deqian. Upon entering the grand hall, he discreetly observed Yisun reading a book. The eunuch fell to his knees with a thud, his face etched with urgency. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! A calamity has occurred." Yisun tossed the book aside, furrowing his brow. "What has transpired? Why this frantic demeanor? I have advised you to remain composed in times of crisis. The Town Suppression Bureau just sent word that the third prince has returned to Tangin City," the eunuch reported. As soon as the words left his lips, the previously displeased expression on Yisun's face transformed into one of elation. He leapt from his seat, entirely disregarding his earlier admonition for composure. Xiao has returned? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something and his expression hardened. That ungrateful wretch. He knows to return. Swiftly retrieve the dragon robe crafted by Master Feng for me. I intend to demonstrate my authority to that ungrateful son. Master Feng is renowned across the lands as a master tailor, having traveled through various nations. 5 years ago, he came to the Great Qian Dynasty and was summoned to the palace, where he personally tailored a dragon robe for Yisun. The materials, design, and sewing techniques were all to Yisun's liking. Over the years, he would seldom wear that dragon robe except on significant occasions. After speaking, he began to pace back and forth. "Go, instruct the imperial kitchen to prepare the azure-eyed, tearing wind hound that was sent by the barbarian tribe the other day. Though that ungrateful son is disobedient, after punishing him, I cannot allow him to go hungry. Also, notify the officials and royal kin that my son will return to Tangin City, and tomorrow I shall host a grand banquet." As his words fell, he noticed the eunuchs remained utterly still. Yisun, displeased, remarked, "Why do you not move?" Zhou Tong forced a smile and replied, "Your Majesty, I have not finished speaking. It is true that the third prince has returned to Tangin City, but according to reports from the pacification office, he has already shattered Yuxing Yuan's teeth at the city gate and crushed both his kneecaps. The Jing Wang is likely already on his way to the palace." No sooner had he finished speaking than another eunuch rushed in. "Your Majesty, Jing Wang requests an audience outside the hall." Yisun rubbed his temples, contemplating briefly before saying, "Let him in." He then turned to Zhou Tong and commanded, "Go, find the dragon robe for me, and also prepare the azure-eyed, tearing wind hound." Murmuring to himself, he added, "Even if trouble brews, one must not neglect their meal." Zhou Tong, as Yisun's close attendant, understood him well. This clearly indicated that he had no intention of imposing a severe punishment. Although he knew the emperor of the Great Qian cherished Xiao the most, he was astonished that even after Xiao had been away from Tangin City for a decade, he was still treated with such affection. Even the knowledge of Xiao injuring the Jing Wang's son did not prompt any inquiry into the matter. One could hardly imagine the consequences had it been another prince. At this moment, in the residence of the first prince sat high above, listening to a cloaked figure report news from below. "You mean to say the third prince has returned and shattered Yuxing Yuan's kneecaps at the city gate?" "Indeed, the news has spread throughout the city, and the Jing Wang should have already entered the palace." "Ha ha." The first prince stood, laughing heartily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Excellent, excellent. That rascal. Just back and already causing such chaos. With the Jing Wang in the palace, even if father favors him, I believe he will face severe punishment. What could be better than this?" The attendant looked puzzled. "Why are you so pleased, Your Highness? The third prince has been absent from the capital for many years. Logically, he should hold no grudge against you." The first prince's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "You know nothing. Do you understand why father has refused to name an heir all these years? It is precisely because of the third prince. In his heart, the third prince is the one most suited to inherit the throne. No matter how hard I strive or how well I perform, it will never matter to him." Just then, an elderly man with white hair and beard entered the room. "Your Highness, in my view, while the third prince is indeed clever, he lost the trust of the court when he left to travel, and whether His Majesty names an heir may not necessarily be related to him. For many years, the ones vying against His Highness have been the second prince and the fourth prince. Resolving matters with these two is of utmost urgency for His Highness. As for the third prince, even upon returning to Tangin City, he lacks the means to contend with His Highness. His actions are utterly absurd, and the court officials would never allow him to ascend to the position of heir apparent. Since Your Majesty dotes on him, His Highness should not harbor animosity, but rather strive to win him over, lest momentary favoritism lead him to side with the second or fourth prince. Upon hearing the wise counsel of the silver-haired strategist, the eldest prince took a deep breath and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Master Mei, for your guidance. I had been mistaken. Once my father has punished him, I shall personally visit to demonstrate my brotherly affection." Observing this, Master Mei nodded with satisfaction, stroking his white beard and stating, "Since time immemorial, the legitimate eldest son has been established as the heir, which is the rightful tradition. Your Highness, being the son of the current empress and the legitimate eldest, as long as you exhibit benevolence and magnanimity, the position of heir should be almost assured. Even if the emperor wishes to appoint another, the entire court will surely advocate for you." Chapter 3. The royal rebellious son within the palace. Prince Jing wept profusely, tears streaming down his face. "Your Majesty, even if the child is at fault, there are reasons behind his actions. Considering our kinship, it is inappropriate to take such harsh measures in broad daylight. Furthermore, according to the laws, royal offspring who commit offenses should be dealt with by the ancestral hall. How can this be so outrageous? I beseech your Majesty to uphold justice for my brother." Prince Jing was astute. He did not assert that Yi Xingyuan was entirely blameless, but rather focused on the blood ties and the breach of decorum as the basis for his accusations against Yi Xiao, ensuring that no opportunity for exoneration was granted. In any case, these 2 points were inescapable. Yi Sun observed the weeping Prince Jing below, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. "Ah, my seventh brother, Yi Xiao? This rebellious son has always been uncontrollable, having roamed the world for years and inevitably picking up some rough edges. Rest assured, when he returns to the palace, I shall mete out severe punishment to provide you and Xingyuan with an explanation." Prince Jing looked up, somewhat astonished, and inquired, "Has Yi Xiao returned to Tang'an and not yet come to pay his respects to your Majesty?" He was intentionally sowing discord between Yi Sun and Yi Xiao. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Yi Sun was greatly incensed, exclaiming, "How outrageous! He returns to the capital but does not immediately come to pay his respects to me. I shall certainly punish this rebellious son severely." As soon as he finished speaking, a languid voice interjected, "Here he comes, seeking a place to settle, no doubt. At my age, I cannot reside within the palace. I cannot very well go out to the streets after paying my respects." With that, Yi Xiao, clad in a long blue robe, sauntered in from outside the hall. Prince Jing rose in anger, pointing at Yi Xiao and rebuking him. "How can you enter the emperor's chamber without prior announcement? Such rudeness is utterly intolerable." Yi Sun's expression similarly hardened. "Indeed, you rebellious son. Do you have no sense of propriety?" In the face of their reprimands, Yi Xiao produced a jade token from his pocket, smiling, "Has father forgotten? You granted me the privilege to move freely within the palace, a right you have yet to revoke. You once stated that I could enter the Ministry of Rights, the sleeping quarters, or the military affairs office without prior notice." Upon seeing the token in Yi Xiao's hand, Yi Sun's expression turned cold. "Humph. I only granted you such privileges due to your youth. How could I have forgotten?" The crown prince's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Yi Xiao possess such privileges? Something he was entirely unaware of? At that moment, Yi Xiao turned to the crown prince and jested, "Uncle Seven, what brings you here? At your age, surely you haven't come merely to lament? That would be quite unbecoming." The crown prince's face flushed with indignation. "Yi Xiao, how cruel you are. Regardless of the circumstances, Xingyuan is your own kin. How could you sever his legs, striking at the very knees? You have condemned him for life. His ruin is far preferable to the disgrace of the Qian royal family," Yi Xiao retorted with a cold smirk. "If every royal descendant were to behave like him, oppressing the common folk, how could the Qian Dynasty maintain its honor? Would we not be scorned by all?" With that, Yi Xiao abruptly turned, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, I must report that the crown prince has failed in his duty as a father, allowing his offspring to oppress and harm the populace, thus tarnishing the royal reputation. I implore you to enact severe punishment." The crown prince was taken aback. It was he who had broken his son's legs, yet now he was being implicated? A heavy accusation weighed upon him. He hastily turned to Yi Sun, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. "Your Majesty, Yi Xiao's claims are unfounded. Xingyuan is not a malicious individual. Today was merely an unfortunate incident when his beloved dog lost control and attacked a farmer, prompting an impulsive reaction. I beseech you to discern the truth." Yi Xiao chuckled. "What a coincidence. I too have committed no wrongs. If my actions stem from circumstance, then I too must be exonerated. If absence of wrongdoing and circumstance absolve one of guilt, then I am indeed innocent." The crown prince gaped. At a loss for a counterargument, finally uttering, "You are engaging in sophistry." Yi Xiao replied, "What are you saying, Uncle Seven? How can this be deemed sophistry? The words are your own. Now, two paths lie before us. The first, we, along with Yi Xingyuan, are all guilty, and thus we leave it to the discretion of the emperor. The second, we are all innocent and return to our homes to rest. Which do you prefer?" The crown prince found himself in a quandary. He wished to avoid both options. He glanced at Yi Zun, only to find him wearing a calm expression, offering no inclination to intervene. "Your Majesty, I implore your wise judgment." The crown prince finally spoke. "Yi Xiao is being duplicitous, and as I lack eloquence, I request that my elder brother decide for me." Yi Zun responded languidly, "Brother Seven, I find that while this unruly son speaks in a most outrageous manner, he nonetheless possesses a degree of reason. You are my brother, and he is my son. Both are dear to me. Should punishment be necessary, it must be dispensed fairly. How can we punish only one?" The crown prince never anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. To refrain from punishing Yi Xiao meant he must swallow his indignation, knowing his son lay in bed, moaning in pain. Yet to punish him would amount to a loss of 2 for 1, and he felt decidedly cheated. Most importantly, he had sensed an oddity in Yi Zun's demeanor. Sometimes, what appeared to be impartiality might not be so. It is worth noting that in the past, whenever a prince caused trouble, as long as the matter was reported to Yi Sun, he would unhesitatingly deliver a stern reprimand. However, today, in the presence of Yi Xiao, Yi Sun, though appearing harsh, spoke without reproach. With his heart racing, King Jing closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and softly said, "In that case, I humbly request your Majesty to dispatch the imperial physician to treat Xingyuan, ensuring the preservation of his legs." "Granted. You may leave now." King Jing turned and cast a deep glance at Yi Xiao, unmasked fury evident in his eyes. Yi Xiao, with a broad smile, remarked, "Seventh uncle seems rather displeased. Shall we engage in a duel? Given your age, I shall not take advantage of you. You may use one hand, for I have always respected the elderly and cherished the young." "Humph." King Jing snorted coldly and hastened away. Once he was far enough, Yi Sun waved his sleeve, and the palace eunuchs and maidens discreetly withdrew. As the servants departed, Yi Sun's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in fury as he scolded, "You ungrateful wretch. Do you even know how to return?" The emperor's wrath was as thunderous as a storm, instilling fear in all. Yet, Yi Xiao simply smiled faintly. "There is no helping it. I'm getting older, and I cannot remain a wanderer forever. I wish to return and enjoy the comforts of being an emperor." At these words, Yi Sun, enraged, retorted with a bitter laugh, "You possess great audacity to speak such words." Yi Xiao, undeterred, boldly asserted, "What is there to fear? I, your son, Yi Xiao, desire to be emperor. I have more than just you as a son." Yi Sun lifted his head proudly, declaring, "Your brothers are all remarkable individuals." His expression clearly conveyed, "Come and plead with me." So formidable. Yi Xiao stroked his chin and chuckled, "Very well, I shall leave in a few days. If I cannot become emperor, then Tang'an City holds little allure. You dare." Yi Sun's countenance turned ashen, his anger igniting as he bellowed, "Yi Xiao, if you dare to leave without notice again, do not blame me for turning against you." Chapter 4. I grant you an opportunity within the palace. Father and son locked gazes. After a long silence, Yi Sun sighed deeply. "If you wish to be emperor, that is permissible. However, the imperial throne was earned through the blood and battles of our ancestors. The nation and its people are at stake. Such a position cannot be taken lightly. If you desire to ascend, you must demonstrate your capabilities to me and the court, and seize the throne through your own merit. I can grant you an opportunity to contend for the position of heir, but you must agree to one condition." Yi Xiao arched an eyebrow. "A condition? What condition?" Yi Sun smiled slightly. "Marriage. I wish to bestow upon you a matrimonial alliance. If you consent, I will permit you to establish your own residence, recruit guests, and allow you to maintain an army of 3,000, with a monthly allocation of 100,000 taels and the right to deliberate in court." It must be said that Yi Xiao was intrigued. Although he proclaimed his desire to become emperor, he was acutely aware of his weak foundation after so many years away from the capital. Returning to the capital, many matters would be fraught with difficulty. Yi Sun's conditions undoubtedly offered him a swift pathway to the center of power and the opportunity to cultivate his own strength. Meanwhile, deep within Yu Zhao's Dantian, a golden cauldron floated, inscribed with the characters "Human Emperor." This was something Yi Xiao had risked his life to obtain. This artifact, a relic from ancient times, was said to suppress the fate of the realm. Xiao acquired the profound imperial technique known as the Great Transformation of the Sovereign. This art is exceptionally powerful, yet its cultivation is fraught with difficulty and obscurity. Unlike conventional techniques, this one requires secret methods to gather the essence of humanity within the emperor's cauldron of the practitioner, refining it into the true energy of the sovereign that nourishes the cultivator. Through initial experiments, Xiao discovered that the gathering of human essence necessitates the loyalty of others. The greater the number of loyal subjects, the stronger the energy collected in the emperor's cauldron, resulting in a more abundant refinement of sovereign energy. It is precisely for this reason, combined with Yu Zhao's years of wandering and witnessing the suffering of the common people, that he chose to return to the imperial capital of Qian. On one hand, he aspired to re-enter the court, seize the throne, gather human energy, and cultivate the great transformation of the sovereign. On the other hand, he wished for the citizens of Qian to experience a better existence, even if only marginally. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiao ultimately succumbed to this temptation, though he remained uncertain of Yi Sun's true intentions. Nevertheless, he resolved to agree to the proposal, albeit with certain conditions that he needed to clarify. Yi Xiao raised his gaze and earnestly addressed Yi Sun. A marriage is acceptable, but the bride must not be ugly. Yi Sun retorted, "What nonsense is this? You are my son. How could I possibly choose an unattractive bride for you?" Yi Xiao continued, "Nor should she be short." Yi Sun assured him, "Rest assured, she will certainly be tall and slender." Yi Xiao pressed further, "And not plump." Yi Sun chuckled, "I shall undoubtedly find you a beauty of unparalleled grace from Qian." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's expression darkened rather than brightened. What if the woman cannot bear children? Yi Sun erupted in anger. "What absurdity are you speaking? Would I select a wife for you who cannot conceive?" Yi Xiao coldly laughed. "Do you take me for a fool? If there were no issues with her, why would you impose such conditions and speak so evasively?" Yi Sun replied, "I simply desire for you to remain at ease in Tang'an. As for the choice of your bride, I have yet to finalize it. You, my troublesome son, are far too suspicious." Yi Xiao regarded Yi Sun with skepticism, an instinctual awareness indicating that something was amiss, yet he could not discern the underlying issues at that moment. "I agree." Yi Sun waved his hand. "Very well, you may depart now. Go to the Mingyue Palace to reunite with your mother and sister. It has been many years. I have ordered the imperial kitchen to prepare the exquisite blue-eyed storm roar, a delicacy from the southern barbarians, and we shall dine together." Suddenly, he turned to Yu Xiao and inquired with a smile, "After 10 years of travel, what is your cultivation level?" The Qian Dynasty is founded upon martial prowess, and given the multitude of skilled warriors across the continent, martial cultivation holds immense significance. Yu Xiao respectfully responded, "Reporting to your majesty, I have attained the soul refinement realm and currently stand at the 7th tier. The martial realms are categorized into body forging, blood nourishing, chi cultivation, and soul refinement, comprising 4 foundational stages, each with 9 tiers. Achieving the 7th tier of the soul refinement realm at the age of 24 is commendable." However, upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Sun's eyes. Achieving the 7th tier of the soul refinement realm at 24 may mean that one could struggle to reach the heavenly gate by 30, thereby limiting future potential. The heavenly gate represents a crucial threshold to be crossed at the 9th tier of the soul refinement realm. The earlier one opens the heavenly gate and enters the celestial origin realm, the greater their potential. It is well known that many individuals remain at the pinnacle of the soul refinement realm for several years without surprise. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xiao stepped back. Yi Zhuan sat alone within the chamber. After a moment, he sighed and murmured, "This child should not have left back then. It has caused delays." His voice was laden with regret. In his memory, with Yi Zhao's formidable martial prowess, it was inconceivable that he had yet to open the heavenly gate at such an age. From the shadows, a voice emerged. "Your Majesty, although the 3rd prince is merely at the 7th rank of the soul refinement realm, I perceive that his heavenly gate has indeed been opened." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhuan, who had been somewhat despondent, suddenly lifted his head. "Is what you say true? What could have transpired?" From the darkness, a frail old eunuch stepped forward. Smiling as he spoke, the 3rd prince's internal energy is surging and overwhelmingly powerful. It is no longer the cultivation he practiced in the past. If I may venture a guess, after the 3rd prince opened the heavenly gate, he must have acquired a certain powerful technique. In his pursuit to master this new art, his previous cultivation was compromised, leading to a decline in his realm. Yi Zhuan retorted angrily. The great Sun Yuan Yang technique he cultivated was already among the finest in the world. What technique could possibly be superior? This is utterly foolish. The old eunuch replied softly, Your Majesty, sometimes circumstances vary for each individual. Until the very end, no one can ascertain the outcome. I implore you not to be hasty. Yuzhuan fell silent, lost in contemplation. At that moment, the eunuch Zhou Tong entered, bearing a tray adorned with a black and gold dragon robe. He bowed and announced, Your Majesty. The wind tier howl will require another half-hour to complete, but the dragon robe has been procured. Yuzhuan opened his arms as the old eunuch stepped forward to assist him in unfastening his garments. Zhou Tong, draft an edict for the Ministry of Internal Affairs, granting the third Prince Xiao residence and the authority to attract guests, along with the privilege to maintain 3,000 private soldiers and a monthly allowance of 100,000 silver coins. Additionally, draft a decree to the Marquis of Pingbei, Liang Qingyan, proposing his daughter Liang Qing as a concubine for Xiao. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong, who was kneeling while holding the dragon robe, could not help but display a flicker of astonishment on his face. It is worth noting that Liang Qing, though exceptionally beautiful, had accompanied the military since childhood and possessed a cold and straightforward disposition. 2 years prior, during an incursion into enemy territory, she led 7,000 troops in a surprise attack, capturing 4 cities and disrupting the enemy's rear. While this was indeed a grand achievement, before departing each time, she ordered the burning of cities and the slaughter of all able-bodied men. In that battle, she had claimed the lives of countless enemies. The brutality of that conflict need not be elaborated upon. Following that battle, the name Liang Qing, the merciless slayer, spread throughout the land, instilling fear among all. Clearly, Yuzhuan's previous decree had demonstrated immense favor towards Xiao, yet why would the subsequent edict bestow such a woman upon him? It is evident that no man would find comfort in sharing his bed with a woman who had ruthlessly taken the lives of tens of thousands. Chapter 5. A son like no other within the Mingwei Palace, a beautiful woman gazed tearfully at Xiao. Trembling, she reached out to caress his unfamiliar yet familiar visage. Hua Mingwei, Xiao's mother, had been elevated to the status of a noble consort. Child, you have returned at last. After all these years. Do you have any idea how worried your mother and sister have been for you? The tone of consort Hua was filled with deep sorrow. Xiao smiled faintly. Have I not returned? I am now much taller than mother. When he departed, he was merely a half-grown child. Yet now he had transformed into a tall and robust adult. Concubine Hua wiped away her tears and said, Enough of that. Now that you have come back, you must not leave again. It would be splendid for you to remain in Tang'an City as a noble prince. In due time, I shall find you a suitable bride. Compared to the other princes, it was indeed quite rare for Xiao, of such age, to remain unmarried. Xiao shook his head. No need for that. Father has declared that he will arrange a marriage for me. Concubine Hua was momentarily taken aback, her face then lighting up with joy. That is wonderful. It seems that although the emperor has not seen you for many years, you remain in his thoughts. She then grew somber. Alas, had you not left, you might have already become the crown prince. It is not too late, Xiao replied with a faint smile. However, concubine Hua's expression changed, and lowering her voice, she urged, No, Xiao, you have been away from Tang'an for many years and are unaware of the current situation. The eldest, second, and fourth brothers have all gathered their strength and supporters. If you express any desire to seize the throne, you will surely become their target, and the danger will be immense. Listen to your mother. You must act discreetly and avoid confrontation. I seek nothing more than your safety and stability in life. As her words faded, a girl's excited and anxious voice suddenly rang out from outside. Brother, brother. The girl rushed into the room, her skirt fluttering as she stumbled in. Upon seeing Xiao, she threw herself into his embrace, exclaiming, Brother, I have missed you so much. The girl clung tightly to Xiao. She was his younger sister, Yuner, in a family as ruthless as the imperial lineage, where the emperor had countless offspring. Emotional ties were generally rather tenuous. However, the bond between Xiao and Yuner was profoundly different, forged from the same mother. In the depths of the palace, where countless dangers lurked, Xiao's first experience with killing was due to his desire to protect Yuner. In her heart, Xiao was her closest ally. After years apart, there was an abundance of words to share. The three of them engaged in light-hearted conversation. Meanwhile, 2 imperial edicts had already been dispatched from the palace. In the residence of the eldest prince, he listened to his subordinate's report, his face dark with fury. I knew it. I knew it. Father is biased. The third prince crushed Yuan's knees and not only faced no punishment but was also granted a residence, the authority to maintain private soldiers, a monthly stipend of 100,000 silver, and permission to attend court discussions. Why? Why? His face flushed crimson as he shouted in outrage. The way Yi Sun dealt with Yi Xiao was entirely beyond his expectations. Mr. Mei, with his hair turned white, stood beside him, letting out a long sigh. His Majesty dotes on the third prince excessively. Indeed, even Mr. Mei, who had previously thought Yi Xiao had no chance in the power struggle, found himself wavering now. The eldest prince approached him, his eyes red. When I established my residence, Father only granted me a monthly allowance of 10,000 silver and 800 private soldiers. After being away for 10 years, he returns and bestows such power upon him. What is the emperor thinking? Is he truly intent on forcibly supporting the third prince to the throne? His inquiry left Mr. Mei at a loss for words. Was it unjust? Indeed, it was. In contrast to other princes who continuously showcased their abilities to gain greater authority, Yi Xiao, upon his return, had already garnered enough public support to stand shoulder to shoulder with his royal siblings. The emperor's heart is as deep as an abyss. No one could fathom his thoughts. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Mr. Mei's eyes as he whispered, "It seems that the third prince may truly pose a significant threat, Your Highness. It is time to make a decisive move. Why not take advantage of the third prince's unstable position and his conflict with the king of Jing to send assassins to eliminate him?" Upon hearing this suggestion, the first prince was momentarily taken aback, a hint of struggle appearing on his face. He hesitantly replied, "Mr. Mei, did you not previously advise me to win him over? Why now suggest his assassination?" Mr. Mei's gaze remained composed as he coldly retorted, "Even among 10 fingers, there exists disparity in length. If there were no imperial decree, the emperor's favoritism towards him could merely be seen as the benevolence of a father, which is not inappropriate. However, this decree clearly indicates his involvement in court affairs, thus entering the fray for the title of crown prince. Consequently, even though his foundation is currently fragile, as long as the emperor shows him favor and provides both overt and covert support, he will eventually displace you and your brothers." The first prince's countenance darkened further. Yet he struggled internally. If father dotes on him, would it not be akin to walking into a trap if I were to send skilled protectors to assassinate him? Mr. Mei, wearing a look of helplessness, urged, "Opportunities are fleeting. If we let this pass, it shall not return. Though there are risks, we must at least give it a try. Just send out trusted assassins. If the plan fails, it would only cost one life and would not implicate Your Highness. Let me think it over. Let me think it over." The first prince murmured to himself. In the Pingbei Marquisate, Marquis Liang Qingyan wore a troubled expression, seated across from his wife, Lady Wu. At this moment, Lady Wu's eyes widened in fury as she berated Liang Qingyan. "Did you not proclaim that Zhou Tao is your old subordinate, as close as a brother? You only needed to speak, and Qing'er's marriage to his son would surely be secured. How is it that we have been rejected?" Liang Qingyan, in his 40s, with a short beard and a tall, robust physique, now resembled a frostbitten eggplant. He responded helplessly, "They said they are already betrothed. What can I do?" "Betrothed? Nonsense. I have heard that they hastily arranged a marriage right after your visit." Lady Wu retorted, gritting her teeth. "You often speak of lifelong brotherhood, yet when a matter arises, it all seems like mere empty words." Liang Qingyan protested defiantly, "You cannot say that. Zhou Tao risked his life to save me, enduring 14 wounds. That bond is genuine." "Huh. So what? Is it an imposition for his son to marry our daughter?" "After all, he is his biological son," Liang Qingyan mumbled. Upon hearing this, Lady Wu's anger intensified. "What nonsense are you spouting? Is our Qing'er not your flesh and blood?" Liang Qingyan lamented. Who told her to act so ruthlessly? She even took the lead in slaughtering the young men of the state of Chu. Numerous soldiers witnessed her slay 1,000 men in a single night. And various rumors emerged, claiming that Qing'er used the intestines of the Chu people to weave flowers and mix their brains into her wine. I shuddered at the thought. How could those young masters not be terrified? Lady Wu fell silent, grappling with her own thoughts. "Isn't this all your fault? Had it not been for your instruction in martial arts and the suggestion for her to enlist, these rumors would never have surfaced. Now, we find ourselves in this predicament, with our 20-year-old daughter still unmarried. What will become of her?" As she spoke, tears streamed down Wu's face. Liang Qingyan was at a loss, feeling equally helpless. Ever since that incident, the rumors had intensified. He had even personally approached Yi Sun to have Liang Qing's military position revoked and kept her at home. However, Despite the numerous suitors who had previously come knocking, now even when he sought matches himself, no one expressed interest. Just as the couple wallowed in their despair, a sharp voice pierced the air outside. The Duke of Pingbei, Liang Qingyan, is summoned. Chapter 6. To kill or not in the Duke of Pingbei's residence. Liang Qingyan and his wife stood with bowed heads as the official show announced the imperial decree in a loud voice. The decree granted the marriage of Liang Qing, daughter of Duke Liang Qingyan, to the third prince, Xiao, as his concubine. Although Zhou was a eunuch, his tone held no trace of effeminacy. Upon the conclusion of the announcement, Liang Qingyan stepped forward to receive the decree with both hands. Zhou Gonggong, has the third prince returned to Tang'an City? Liang Qingyan inquired. Lifting his gaze, Zhou smiled and replied, indeed, he just entered the city today and is currently in the palace. After a moment of hesitation, Liang Qingyan produced a silver note and handed it to Zhou, quietly asking, I seek your wisdom on a matter. Why is this marriage designated as a concubine? Generally, when the emperor grants a marriage, the status is not specified, implicitly recognizing the primary wife. Yet this decree clearly states that Liang Qing is to marry Yu Xiao as a concubine. The difference in wording is monumental. Zhou did not accept the silver note. Smiling as he responded, I cannot speak to that. I am merely the messenger of the decree. The emperor's intent is something only you can interpret. However, there is one more message from the emperor that I must convey. This concubine status need not be publicly proclaimed. It suffices to announce the marriage. With that, Zhou smiled slightly. I must take my leave. There are matters in the palace awaiting my attention. He turned to depart, only to pause and add with a grin, one more thing. His Majesty holds the third prince in immense favor, granting him the authority to establish his own household, a monthly allowance of 100,000 taels, permission to maintain 3,000 private soldiers, and the right to participate in court discussions. Yi Sun's decree will soon be common knowledge. It is a favor he is inclined to bestow. As Zhou exited the courtyard, Liang Qingyan furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Wu was elated, taking the decree and examining it repeatedly. A hint of pride surfaced on her face as she declared, just wait and see how those naysayers dare to claim that Qingya cannot find a match. My daughter is now, after all, a prince's consort, enjoying unparalleled honor. As she spoke, she noticed that Liang Qingyan appeared less than pleased. Husband, why do you seem so troubled? Liang Qingyan replied with a wry smile, the third prince, I fear, harbors considerable ambition. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. What do you mean? Wu asked, somewhat perplexed. Liang Qingyan let out a long sigh, leading her toward the backyard. As they walked, he remarked, His Majesty's gifts to the third prince clearly indicate his intention for him to partake in the royal contest. However, the third prince's foundation in Tang'an City is rather tenuous. This marriage decree, nonetheless, binds our Liang family to him. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Wu, indifferent, replied, I care not. At least my daughter's marriage is settled. Within the depths of the palace, in Mingyue Palace, Yu Xiao and Yi Yuner had already taken their leave. Emperor Yi Sun de Qian lay drunkenly on the couch, while Hua Mingwei was massaging his shoulders. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, I heard from Xiao that His Majesty wishes to arrange a marriage for him. May I ask which young lady has captured your interest? If no candidates are in mind, I happen to know several gentle and well-educated young women. Worry not. I have already made my choice. It is Liang Qing, daughter of the Marquis of Pingbei. Hua Mingwei gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. The room fell silent. And after a moment, she mustered the courage to say, Your Majesty, might it be possible to consider someone else? The decree has already been issued, Yu Sun replied nonchalantly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of resignation crossed Hua Mingyue's eyes, and she forced a smile. Yu Sun, with his eyes closed, reveled in her massage and continued, This marriage has been thoughtfully considered. Although Liang Qing may act with a certain ruthlessness, she has served the country well. We cannot allow her to feel wronged. Over the past 2 years, she has faced considerable criticism, and this marriage to Xiao would provide her with a sense of belonging. Your Majesty is wise, Hua Mingwei remarked, though in her heart, she was unconvinced. To her, it mattered little to whom Liang Qing married. Why must it be her son? After all, there was more than one prince. However, what Yu Sun said next left her utterly astonished. Furthermore, with Xiao returning to the capital and his foundations being weak, if he wishes to claim the throne, he requires reliable support. This alliance could establish Liang Qingyan as Xiao's backing. Additionally, Liang Qing possesses remarkable military leadership skills. which could bolster Xiao's position. These words stirred a tempest within Hua Mingwei. What did this insinuate? Did he wish for Yi Xiao to ascend to the throne? Regardless of her thoughts, Yi Sun continued. Lastly, Liang Qing's reputation, though somewhat notorious, could serve a purpose. As long as the decree's mention of her as a secondary wife remains undisclosed, it may create a certain ambiguity. After all, the future empress cannot be a remorseless killer. This could mitigate some animosity toward Xiao. Your Majesty is astute. Hua Mingyue's voice now trembled with barely contained excitement. After all, from Yi Sun's words, it was clear that all of this was for Yi Xiao's benefit. There was even an underlying implication of designating Yi Xiao as the heir. Leaning against her lap, Yi Sun whispered, Xiao's most in tune with my heart, and he resembles me greatly. In my youth, I too wished to traverse the world as he does. But alas, I lacked his courage and could not escape from Tang'an City. I hope he can achieve great things and not disappoint me. These words must remain between us. Should Xiao wish to retract the engagement, please counsel him on my behalf. Rest assured, Your Majesty, if he wishes to withdraw, I shall certainly advise him. Yi Sun chose not to elaborate further, appearing ready to sleep, his expression remarkably serene. No one knows that at this moment, he is whispering to himself, Yi Xiao. You must return, you may become emperor, that is acceptable, but if you possess no trump cards, even in death, you cannot blame me. At the palace gates, the night is deep. Yu Zhao's carriage patiently awaits. He emerges from the palace and climbs into the carriage. He Shu, let us depart. The driver, He Quan, appears to be a simple and honest peasant. Upon hearing this, he chuckles and responds, Your Highness, you may simply call me by my name from now on. Outside the Jianghu, such a title may not be fitting. Yu Xiao smiles and replies, It matters not. You are my uncle, whom I have acknowledged. Even if my father were present, I would still address you in this manner. Let us go. It is getting late. Luer will soon grow anxious. Following Yi Zhao's command, He Quan cracks the whip, and the carriage begins to move forward steadily. The hooves clatter upon the stone-paved road of Tang'an City, producing a crisp sound. The pace of the carriage is neither fast nor slow, yet it is remarkably steady. Soon, inside the carriage, Yu Zhao's breathing becomes elongated. As if he has entered a dream. Not far away, a figure races across the rooftops, clad in black and masked, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Soundless in its approach. A long blade is gripped tightly in hand, fixated on Yu Zhao's carriage. As the carriage turns a corner, a flash of cold light erupts. And the fierce, overwhelming blade strikes toward the driver without mercy. On the tranquil street, the horse pulling the carriage lets out a brief whinny before silence resumes. Young master. There is an assassin, comes the command. Eliminate him. Shall we not inquire? Do not. What can be learned from questioning is debatable, even if we do ask. Who can discern the truth from lies? It may only complicate matters further. It is merely those few individuals. The carriage continues its journey. The figure in black collapses to the ground, a conspicuous wound at his throat, blood oozing forth and staining the stones. His eyes widen in disbelief and shock. No one knows what he witnessed, nor what he experienced before his demise. However, one thing is certain. He has passed away, silently, and without a trace. Chapter 7. Do not toy with me in the early morning. Within the inn, Yi Xiao sits upon his bed, circulating his inner energy. A vast amount of natural essence flows through the acupoints of his body, merging with the golden energy within him, the Yin Huang Ji Gong. This ancient imperial cultivation technique produces an unparalleled and formidable royal essence. Yet, the difficulty of advancing in this technique is far greater than that of ordinary practices. Yi Xiao opens his eyes, a hint of helplessness flashing within them. Too slow. This pace of cultivation is far too languid. I must expedite the acquisition of those 3,000 private soldiers. Gifted with exceptional talent from a young age, he has never faced delays in his training. It is precisely because of this that he is deeply dissatisfied with his current progress. To cultivate more swiftly, he must have more subordinates. Only in this manner can he gather greater support through the human emperor cauldron and enhance his cultivation. Within the palace, during the morning court session, Yi Xiao stands in the grand hall, donned in a blue and white dragon robe, practicing the human emperor's technique, even while standing still. He exudes an intangible aura of sovereignty. The ministers have arrived in considerable numbers. These individuals gather in small clusters, with none daring to approach Yi Xiao to offer greetings. So, this is the third prince? He indeed possesses an impressive demeanor and an extraordinary presence. But what of it? His actions are overly reckless and ruthless. Just yesterday, he broke Yi Xingyuan's leg at the city gates. I hear the Board of Punishments intends to report him today. Yet, I have heard that yesterday, The king personally entered the palace and did not allow his majesty to punish him. Will the board's report even matter? It may or may not. Only after the report is made will we know. As the crowd continued their discussions, more arrivals emerged. The first prince, the second prince, and the fourth prince. All three princes donned dragon robes, striding in with heads held high. The first prince halted before Xiao, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Third brother, it has been a decade since we last met. I have missed you greatly." Xiao regarded the feigned smile on his face, shook his head, and replied, "There is no need for nostalgia. I shall be here every day henceforth. Father has granted me the right to participate in court deliberations." Upon hearing this, the first prince's smile faltered. The second prince stepped forward, his skin as pale as jade and his stature tall. With a smile, he remarked, "It has been many years. Third brother remains ever so forthright. I have heard that father provides you with a monthly allowance of 100,000 coins. While that may seem substantial for daily expenses, you must also support 3,000 private soldiers. Furthermore, now that you have returned to Tangin as a solitary individual, this amount may prove insufficient should you wish to marry. If you find yourself in need of funds, feel free to approach me. Dear brother, I shall certainly assist you, regardless of the sum. I would only require an interest of 8%. Though he spoke as if he were being generous, the 8% interest was, in fact, substantially higher than the typical rates offered by moneylenders. His intention was not genuinely to lend money, but rather to mock Yi Zhao's lack of wealth. Among royal siblings, genuine affection is scarce, and mutual sarcasm is commonplace. Yi Zhao, upon hearing these words, did not take offense. Instead, he smiled brightly, grasping the second prince's hand. He cast a glance at the first prince and remarked, "It is still you, dear brother, who is considerate, unlike certain individuals who can only reminisce in vain. However, you were indeed correct. I find myself in a bit of a financial bind at the moment. Might I trouble you for a loan of 10 million taels to tide me over? I shall repay you immediately upon acquiring the means." Those nearby who heard Yi Zhao's request gasped in astonishment. Such an audacious appetite, asking for 10 million taels outright. The second prince was momentarily stunned. He was indeed serious about the request, and to propose such a sum without assurance of repayment? Gritting his teeth, the second prince retorted, "Third brother, you have quite the appetite. Are you not afraid that such a large sum may crush your own feet?" His words were laced with veiled barbs. And Xiao did not hold back, forcefully releasing the second prince's hand as he replied, "Oh, is the sum too great? If you cannot provide it, that is perfectly fine. After all, your empty promises have always been as worthless as hot air, typical of a merchant family." Yi Zhao's tone dripped with sarcasm. The second prince's maternal family was renowned as the greatest merchants in the realm, a status that held little esteem among royal offspring. He had cared deeply about this matter since childhood. Indeed, as soon as Yi Zhao uttered these words, the second prince seethed in a low voice, "Yi Zhao, do not go too far." Yi Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, it was you who offered to lend me money, allowing me to state any amount. Now that you cannot provide it, I am the one being unreasonable? Is there any logic in this world?" At this moment, the fourth prince stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and smiled, saying, "Brothers, let us not quarrel. The return of third brother is a joyous occasion. We should not provoke father's displeasure, lest we all face punishment." Xiao regarded the fourth prince and remarked, "Fourth brother, your name has soared within the literary circles of Qian. Your poetry is celebrated throughout the land. Even as I wander the rivers and lakes, I often hear the literati singing praises of your new works. Truly remarkable." This statement held merit. Among the other two princes, the fourth prince's fame was indeed the most illustrious. His poetic talents were renowned throughout the entirety of Qian. Upon hearing Yi Zhao's commendation, the fourth prince revealed a smile tinged with modesty. "Thank you, third brother, for your kind words. These humble writings are hardly worth mentioning." As they conversed, Yi Zhao's gaze fell upon a tall figure approaching, accompanied by a young woman. The girl possessed a complexion not of pale fairness, but rather a healthy bronze hue. Her features were strikingly beautiful, captivating all who beheld her. There have been no recent battles. Why has Liang Qing come to the court today? Could it be that father intends to reinstate her?" The first prince pondered aloud. Yi Zhao, intrigued, turned his attention to Liang Qing and remarked, "It is she. The woman of Qian who has slain tens of thousands of enemies. It is said that during her campaign against Chu, she would decapitate their soldiers to use their heads for kicking a ball. I wonder how much truth there is to that." The second prince scoffed. "Not just for kicking a ball. She even purportedly extracted their brain matter to drink. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes. Such tales are not to be believed. Whether you choose to believe it or not, I have heard that she personally beheaded no fewer than 10,000 young men of Chu. Rumors often grow more exaggerated with each retelling. At that moment, the group noticed Liang Qing's gaze directed towards them. Locking eyes with Yi Xiao, she offered a slight smile. She has quite a lovely smile, Yi Xiao mused. The fourth prince leaned closer and whispered, if third brother is interested, I could facilitate an introduction. She remains unmarried. After all, Yi Xiao rolled his eyes again. Do not bring such misfortune upon me. To wed such a fierce spirit. Should we argue, I might awaken the next morning wondering if my head is still attached. The fourth prince laughed heartily, readily agreeing. Your words ring true, third brother. Otherwise, she would not remain unwed. I have heard that her father is seeking suitors for her throughout the court, yet none of the young lords dare to approach her. I dare say she may well be here today to request a marriage decree from His Majesty. Upon hearing the mention of a marriage decree, Yi Xiao's expression, previously filled with mirth, suddenly froze as a realization struck him. Cursed fate. Yu Xuan, do not toy with me. His Majesty has arrived. With Zhou Tong's announcement, all present fell silent, quickly taking their places and bowing their heads in anticipation. Yi Xuan made his entrance, casually taking a seat upon the dragon throne. He gestured slightly to Zhou Tong, who then unfurled the prepared imperial edict and proclaimed loudly, the third Prince Yu Xiao, having traveled the world, returns to Tangan. From this day forth, he is permitted to establish his own residence, maintain a private army of 3,000, and partake in court deliberations, as well as be granted in marriage the daughter of the Marquis of Pingbei, Liang Qing. Chapter 8. The Sovereign's Authority Within the Court. Yi Xuan's gaze fixated intently on Yi Xiao's expression. Witnessing a slight distortion upon Yi Xiao's face, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction surged within him. Ha ha, you little rascal. Throwing a tantrum with your old man, attempting to sneak away. This indeed reflects his mischievous side. What he communicated to Huang Mingyue is no lie. He seeks to arrange a suitable marriage for Liang Qing, hoping to provide Yi Xiao with a reliable ally. However, he is well aware that there are alternative means to achieve the same ends if he so desires. His feelings towards his son Yi Xiao are quite intricate. On the one hand, he cherishes him deeply, wishing for his success and accomplishments, yet, on the other hand, he harbors a certain obsession regarding his rebellious son who left home for a decade. A son should heed his father's words. Thus, when he observes Yi Xiao's slight displeasure, yet recognizes that he must comply with his wishes, Yi Xuan feels an immense satisfaction within. Just as Yi Xuan is reveling in this moment, all three of them step forward to express their gratitude. Your humble son Yi Xiao, thanks to the grace of the Father Emperor. Your servant Liang Qing, expresses gratitude to your Majesty for your benevolence. The eldest prince, the second prince, and the fourth prince simultaneously widen their eyes, unable to suppress their grins. The words still linger in the air. To think that Yi Xiao has been betrothed to Liang Qing. It could not be better. Most importantly, this subtly conveys a signal. Yi Xuan seemingly has no intention of making Yi Xiao the crown prince. Regardless, the rightful consort of the crown prince will likely ascend to the position of empress, and Liang Qing's reputation ensures that she is fated to be far from that honor. In the eyes of the three, this appears to be Yi Xuan's way of indicating that he does not intend for Yi Xiao to become the crown prince. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Your Majesty, I have a petition. The imperial censor Zhang Pengfei stepped forward from the crowd. Annoyed by the interruption, Yi Xuan responded, What is it? Zhang Pengfei spoke clearly, Your Majesty. I wish to accuse the third Prince Yu Xiao of committing a violent act in public, injuring the son of Prince Jing while holding no official position. If everyone were to imitate such behavior, what need would there be for the government? This trend must not be allowed to continue. I implore Your Majesty to punish the third prince and issue a royal edict to warn the common people. Observing Zhang Pengfei speak so confidently, Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. This man, he had never encountered before today, yet he dares to accuse him. Loyalty to the throne and love for the nation? Hardly. Whose man is he? Yi Xiao turned his gaze towards the eldest prince, smiling as he asked, Is this one of your subordinates, brother? The eldest prince, taken aback, quickly replied in a hushed tone, Do not jest. All officials in the court are under Father Emperor's command. What does that have to do with me? Yi Xiao then turned to the second prince, inquiring, Have you bribed him? The second prince's face flushed in anger as he retorted, Do not speak nonsense. How could I act in such a manner? Yu Xiao stroked his chin, murmuring, "It cannot be that he has allied himself with Prince Jing. For that would indeed be quite foolish." Upon hearing his words, the other princes exchanged glances. His candor was rather striking. Many matters might be common knowledge, yet such truths cannot be openly discussed in the court. Their whispered conversation caught Yi Zhuan's attention. He furrowed his brows and scolded, "What are you all murmuring about? Yi Xiao, Zhang Pengfei has accused you. Do you have any defense?" With a slight smile, Yi Xiao approached Zhang Pengfei, bowed respectfully to Yi Zhuan, and then turned to Zhang Pengfei, asking with a grin, "My good sir, if we were to follow your assertions, what should I do if I witness Yi Xingyuan committing violence in public?" Zhang Pengfei, without even glancing at Yi Xiao, had a retort ready. "First and foremost, I wish to remind the third prince that although Yi Xingyuan may have acted, it does not necessarily indicate malevolence. There could be underlying reasons. Furthermore, even if the third prince were to intervene, it should not have resulted in grave injury on the street. The appropriate course of action would have been to deliver him to the authorities for proper handling. This is the essence of justice." His words were impeccably crafted. He first dismissed the premise of Yu Zhao's accusation against Yu Xingyuan and simultaneously indicated that even if Yu Xiao intervened, he should not have inflicted serious harm on Yu Xingyuan. Yu Xiao gazed at Zhang Pengfei and smiled. "How much have you taken?" "What?" Zhang Pengfei looked utterly bewildered. "I am inquiring about the sum you have accepted from foreign powers to deliberately obfuscate the truth here." At this statement, Zhang Pengfei was immediately incensed, exclaiming, "How outrageous! How can the third prince slander me? I, Zhang Pengfei, was born and raised in Qian, benefited from imperial grace, and hold this official position. How could I possibly accept money from foreign nations?" Yu Xiao maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Zhang Yushi, if you have not accepted foreign silver, how could you utter such treasonous words?" "What treasonous words have I spoken?" Zhang Pengfei remained perplexed. Prior to the discussion today, he had rehearsed various responses Yi Xiao might present. He had carefully considered his own words, and, reflecting on their dialogue, he truly perceived no errors on his part. Yi Xiao slightly nodded, his gaze sharpening as he questioned Zhang Pengfei. "Zhang Pengfei, Yi Xingyuan is a member of the royal family, my father's nephew. In full view of the public at the city gate, he assaulted impoverished citizens, kicked their children, and aimed to maim them. Such vile behavior, if it became widely known, would cause the citizens of Qian to regard us royal kin as ferocious beasts. The people's hearts would waver, and the realm would be shaken. Does Zhang Yushi not comprehend this simple truth?" Before Zhang Pengfei could respond, Yi Xiao spoke again, his voice stern. "If I had not punished Yi Xingyuan at that moment and brought him to the ancestral court, how would the populace know of the events? Without their knowledge, how could we cleanse the royal family's reputation from the stain of oppression? Once the word spreads among the masses, by the time the ancestral court concludes its proceedings, it would surely be known far and wide. I ask you, Zhang Yushi, how would we clarify matters at that point for the people to trust us?" As Yi Xiao spoke, his fervor intensified, his voice resonating throughout the grand hall. "The people's disrespect and resentment towards the royal family is a matter that threatens the very foundation of our nation. It cannot be treated lightly. You assert that I should not have punished him in front of the people, suggesting I take him to the ancestral court instead. Would that not disgrace the authority of the Qian royal family? You speak incessantly of your loyalty to the nation, yet fail to protect the royal family. Is that not the very definition of treason?" Yi Zhao's words flowed forth like a continuous barrage. As his voice grew louder, a faint golden light emanated from the imperial cauldron within him. An intangible aura of sovereignty radiated from his body, escalating to its zenith. With a fierce glare directed at Zhang Pengfei, he thundered, "Zhang Pengfei, do you not acknowledge your crimes?" In a moment of disorientation, Zhang Pengfei perceived not Yi Xiao, but rather Yi Sun clad in imperial robes. Overwhelmed with terror, sweat drenched his back, and his legs gave way, causing him to collapse to the ground. At this moment, within the grand hall, the gaze of all present shifted towards Yi Xiao, imbued with an inexplicable aura of authority and dominance, setting him apart from the other princes. Among the courtiers, Liang Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was the man who captured her heart. In Chapter 9, I Will Seize the Throne, it becomes evident that Yi Xiao himself was unaware of the formidable presence he exuded when he sternly rebuked Zhang Pengfei. Upon witnessing Zhang Pengfei collapse, he momentarily froze before turning to Yi Zhuan, respectfully declaring, "Your Majesty, I have finished my defense." With that, he stepped aside. Zhang Pengfei, realizing he had embarrassed himself in front of the assembly, quickly rose from the ground, kneeling in the grand hall, repeatedly bowing his head towards Yi Zhuan. I was merely thoughtless and harbor no such treasonous thoughts as the third prince suggested. I implore your majesty to see clearly. His voice trembled with fear. Yi Zhuan gave a slight nod, saying, rise. I understand you mean no harm. Just be more cautious next time. Zhang Pingfei regained his composure and rejoined the ranks of the courtiers. Yi Zhuan then smiled and inquired, do any of you have further matters to discuss? If not, we shall conclude the court session. Silence enveloped the grand hall. At that moment, the second prince stepped forward, bowing to Yi Zhuan, father. My younger brother intends to form a private army. If he recruits soldiers on his own, they will be inexperienced and lack combat effectiveness. I suggest, with your permission, that he be allowed to go to the Divine Martial Academy, where those willing to follow him may enter his service and become the foundation of his military. This way, he can swiftly build his forces to protect himself. In the Qian dynasties and city, there exist several esteemed institutions for nurturing talent. The Yuan Pavilion welcomes all learned individuals, housing erudite scholars who share knowledge daily for the benefit of students. The Xiao specializes in cultivating spiritual masters, while the Divine Martial Academy is dedicated to training military officials and warriors. Those within the academy not only study martial techniques but also the art of battle formations, and many become the backbone of the military. Numerous renowned generals of the Qian Dynasty hail from the Divine Martial Academy. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhuan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he looked at Yi Xiao. Xiao, what are your thoughts? Yi Xiao glanced at the second prince standing in the center of the hall and replied with a hearty laugh, I cannot refuse my elder brother's good intentions. If father permits me to select personnel from the Divine Martial Academy, that would be splendid. Very well. I grant you permission to select 30 individuals from the Divine Martial Academy. Anyone willing to join your household may do so. Court dismissed. With those words, Yi Zhuan calmly rose and departed. In the palace, Yi Zhuan walked ahead, while Zhou Tong followed closely with his head bowed. Zhou Tong, do you think the third prince will manage to recruit sufficient personnel from the Divine Martial Academy? Zhou Tong replied with a smile. This servant cannot say for certain. Yi Zhuan coldly insisted, I command you to speak. Realizing he could not evade the question, Zhou Tong reluctantly responded, it may prove challenging. Who in the Divine Martial Academy does not yearn for achievements and titles? While serving in the prince's household may seem noble, it could stifle their future prospects. With perhaps a decade or more passing without an opportunity for glory, who would willingly accept such a fate? Yi Zhuan stroked his chin and chuckled. The second prince desires to see Yi Xiao embarrass himself. He is quite unreserved, jumping into every pitfall he spots. If it turns out he cannot bring back a single person after such a trip, it would indeed be a laughingstock. What could he possibly be thinking? This servant truly has no idea what the third prince is plotting. Only he himself might know. Let us wait and see. Go. Convey to the Divine Martial Academy that if Yi Xiao goes, he need not be accommodated. I am eager to see if he can, by his own abilities, bring back those proud individuals from the academy. Outside the palace, Yi Xiao stepped through the gates and discovered Liang Qing waiting at his carriage. Upon seeing Qin Xiao emerge, she approached him with initiative. I have met the third prince. I am Liang Qing. She introduced herself with poise, exuding an air of independence devoid of any girlish delicacy. Let us converse inside the carriage. As the gazes of those around converged upon them, Yi Xiao gestured for her to enter, and Liang Qing, unreserved, leaped into his carriage. Yi Xiao smiled gently and followed her inside. The carriage was enveloped in a subtle fragrance emanating from Liang Qing, marking their first intimate encounter. As the coachman cracked the whip, the carriage began to move slowly. With a sigh, Liang Qing broke the silence. Third prince. Today the second prince has intentionally set a trap for you. Anyone with a modicum of ambition in the Divine Martial Academy would not choose to become a personal soldier of the royal household. He suggests you select those willing to follow you, but I fear not a single one will step forward. I am aware. Yi Zhao's expression remained calm. Liang Qing paused, then chuckled lightly. So, the third prince has devised a counter-strategy? Of course. Yi Xiao beamed with confidence. The second prince's deliberate provocation is merely to witness my humiliation. However, had he not raised this matter, I would never have had the opportunity to recruit talent from the Divine Martial Academy. He is not entirely wrong. If all are newly recruited soldiers, without management or training, it would take an eternity for them to become a fighting force. Yi Zhao's gaze was resolute as he declared, for me, this presents an opportunity. Regardless, I must give it a try. Observing Yi Zhao's steadfast demeanor, Liang Qing remarked softly, the third prince seems to possess great ambition. Indeed, upon my return to the capital, my goal is to seize the position of heir. Xiao did not shy away from his intentions. Since the issuance of the marriage decree, he had no plans to defy it. This woman before him, in any case, was a companion on his journey. Within the carriage, a silence enveloped them, leaving Liang Qing astonished. She had not anticipated Yi Zhao's straightforwardness and lack of pretense. She remained silent, seemingly processing this revelation. After a while, she inquired, "May I ask how the third prince intends to contend for the position of heir?" Yi Zhao understood that her question represented not only her own curiosity but also the interests of the Liang family behind her. Although the marriage decree had been issued, they had yet to wed. Should their relationship sour, or if he proved unreliable, the engagement could indeed waver. Yi Zhao replied solemnly, "I have not been in the capital for many years, and I hold no connections with the ministers in court. In the court, those officials who could be swayed have likely already pledged their allegiance to the first, second, and fourth princes. To compete with them, I must not focus on the court itself. I intend to leverage these 3,000 private soldiers as my foundation, aiming for military achievements to amass strength and ultimately attain a high position. Rising from the military, I will inevitably wield significant power. Are you not concerned, third prince, about inciting the emperor's suspicion?" Liang Qing expressed her doubts. Yi Zhao burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Do you wonder why my father, the emperor, arranged a marriage between us?" This question momentarily rendered Liang Qing speechless. Yi Zhao tilted his head to gaze out the window, softly stating, "In the royal family, everyone harbors countless schemes. My father has long anticipated the path I intend to take. Thus, the ally he has provided me with is a general from the military. Moreover, he is encouraging me to pursue my ambitions fearlessly. If I cannot see this clearly and act with trepidation, what hope do I have of claiming the throne?" As he spoke, Yi Zhao suddenly leaned closer to Liang Qing. Their proximity was striking. Yi Zhao locked eyes with her and teasingly inquired, "It is said that Miss Liang is ruthless and has slaughtered tens of thousands. I wish to know, if we were to quarrel, would you sever my head in the dead of night?" Chapter 10. Chancellor Su Mingxian inside the carriage. Upon hearing Yi Zhao's question, Liang Qing felt a tinge of bitterness. Ever since that battle, she had been viewed by everyone as a merciless butcher, unflinching in the face of death. Consequently, the Liang family had endured considerable disdain and ridicule regarding her marriage prospects. With a self-deprecating smile, she replied, "What? Are you afraid, third prince? If you fear me, you may as well seek the emperor to annul the engagement." Their gazes locked. Yi Zhao responded with a wry smile, "To speak honestly, as a man, the thought of my future wife, my partner, holding the lives of tens of thousands weighs heavily on my heart." Indeed, Liang Qing seemed to anticipate Yi Zhao's forthcoming words. Yet, to her surprise, Yi Zhao suddenly clasped his hands in salute and bowed deeply to her, declaring, however, "As a member of the Deqian royal family and a citizen of Deqian, I hold immense admiration for Miss Liang's actions." Liang Qing retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Admiration for what? For my ruthlessness?" Yi Zhao, with utmost sincerity, replied, "I admire you for slaying enemies on behalf of Deqian, for bearing the burden of a notorious reputation, and for enduring grievances for our nation." Witnessing Yi Zhao's earnest expression stirred an indescribable emotion within Liang Qing. For 2 years, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. But what wrong had she committed? Slaying enemies in battle is the duty of a general. If the enemies young and strong are not killed, they will become foes in the future. It is merely that, as a woman, she had made decisions that many men might not dare to take, thus inviting endless controversy. Yi Zhao's words kindled a flicker of warmth in her heart. Their eyes met, and Yi Zhao softly declared, "The men of Tang'an City may not dare to marry you, but I do. From this day forth, I shall seek your guidance." In the chancellor's residence, before Chancellor Su Mingxian lay an array of delicacies, a feast that would tempt any palate. Su Mingxian appeared wholly absorbed in the culinary delights before him, saying little as he savored the dishes. Meanwhile, his 3 sons stood quietly by, not daring to utter a word. At last, Su Mingxian set down his chopsticks. His gaze swept over the few individuals present, ultimately resting upon his second son, Su Yu. He spoke softly, "Su Yu, it appears you have been drawing rather close to the crown prince. Effective tomorrow, I shall transfer you from Tang'an and assign you to a post away for several years." Upon hearing this, Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, then questioned with confusion, "Father, did you not previously state that it was permissible for me to maintain a closer association with the crown prince?" Su Mingxian shook his head and replied, "The crown prince, being of legitimate birth, with his mother as the empress and no power among the maternal relatives, may be somewhat indecisive in nature. However, based on my understanding of His Majesty, it is highly probable that he leans towards establishing him as the crown prince. Thus, I granted you the allowance to draw nearer to him. Xiao, perplexed, inquired, "What has changed now? What has changed?" Su Mingxian's eyes flickered as he recalled the scene in the Grand Hall, where Yi Xiao reprimanded Zhang Pengfei. He shook his head and stated, "The difference is substantial. The third prince has returned." At this point, Xiao remained bewildered, and what of the third prince's return? He has been absent from Tang'an for many years. Even if he returns, he holds no power in the court. Can he possibly contend with the other princes? Su Mingxian sighed deeply. That child is no ordinary individual. Although he has been away from the capital for many years and carries a somewhat rustic demeanor, when enraged, he exudes the authority of an emperor. His rebuke of Zhang Pengfei in the Grand Hall today showcased a force and influence that far surpasses that of the other princes. Most importantly, he returned to the city yesterday and was granted a marriage and rewards today, indicating His Majesty's considerable favor towards him, even if his foundation is shallow, given time. Should he demonstrate true capability, the position of Crown Prince may not be as certain as one might think. As the Prime Minister of Qian, his sensitivity to the political landscape was far from ordinary. He sighed again and looked at Xiao, saying, "I understand that the Crown Prince has treated you quite generously and that you are reluctant to leave the capital. However, in the fierce competition of the court, one must not let emotions guide their decisions. Caution is paramount. If you remain in Tang'an, you may be utilized by the Crown Prince against the third prince. Conversely, if you rashly sever ties with the Crown Prince, you will incur his wrath. Thus, the most prudent course is to transfer you from Tang'an." Xiao felt helpless yet unwilling. He did not wish to depart from Tang'an. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Father, is it truly worth such drastic measures for just one third prince? What if he turns out to be nothing more than a decorative pillow? I have heard that he intends to select individuals for the Divine Martial Academy, and it is highly unlikely that those from the academy will choose to follow him. In that case, he would merely become a laughingstock in Tang'an. It would be better to observe the situation further." At this juncture, Su Mingxuan's eldest son also chimed in. "Father, my younger brother makes a valid point. Given that Yi Xiao has just returned to Tang'an and received such favor from His Majesty, he will undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the other princes. Moreover, having injured the heir to the Jing prince, his position is precarious, and his foundation is weak. By creating enemies, he may not even survive for long. It would be wiser to wait and see." Su Mingxuan's third son hastily supported this viewpoint. "Father, let us indeed wait and see." Observing his three sons' reactions, Su Mingxian remained calm, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, "Then we shall observe further. However, I assure you, my discerning eye has seen countless individuals, and that third prince today in the court exuded remarkable confidence. I wager that he will certainly take some talents from the Divine Martial Academy." Clearly, Yi Xiao's return was akin to a stone cast into water, destined to stir ripples across the surface. In the city of Tang'an, news regarding Yi Xiao has spread like wildfire among the populace. "Have you heard? The third prince has returned, and yesterday, he shattered Yi Xingyuan's legs at the city gate. Can you fathom the reason? Yi Xingyuan had been oppressing the common folk, and the third prince caught him red-handed. Ha! I was present at the scene. It was truly satisfying. The third prince first delivered a resounding slap, leaving him searching for his teeth, then proceeded to smash both of his knees. I crept closer for a glimpse, and they were utterly deformed. He will undoubtedly be rendered useless." The citizens gathered at the tea house were animatedly discussing the event. When had Tang'an ever witnessed such excitement before Yi Xiao? To break the legs of the Crown Prince of Jing Wang in public, such an audacious act would have been unthinkable for any other prince. In a private room of the tea house, two women sat together. One, a stunningly beautiful woman, exuded an aura of feminine charm with every gesture. Opposite her sat a girl, also fair and lovely, yet in comparison, she appeared as a firefly next to the bright moon. The delicate girl remarked, "Miss, the third prince is exceedingly reckless. After all, he is the Crown Prince of Jing Wang, a member of the royal family. To break a leg in such a manner could lead to endless repercussions." The enchanting woman smiled slightly. "Oh, you worry too much. Finish your tea quickly and return home. The household accounts are yet to be settled." As the woman listened to the praises of Yi Xiao from the surrounding citizens, a flicker of delight crossed her eyes. "Your Highness, you have finally returned." Chapter 11. Entering the manor Zhao Ming was the name of the stunning woman. She could not suppress the smile on her face as she absorbed the accolades directed at Yi Xiao from the commoners. To her, Yi Xiao was the most significant person in her life. However, just as she was basking in joy, a scholar-like figure suddenly stood up in the tea house, exclaiming loudly, "Yi Xiao disregards the law and recklessly injures others. How is he any different from Yixing Yuan? They are both cut from the same cloth. Furthermore, as I understand it, Yi Xiao is held in very low regard at court. Upon his return, His Majesty has allowed him to form a private army and select talents from the Divine Martial Academy. I fear that none of the Academy's prodigies will wish to follow such a person." Zhao Mingyan furrowed her brow. Who was this person? Why deliberately disseminate unfavorable information about Yi Xiao? In the power struggles among princes, public opinion and reputation are crucial elements. Those spreading such rumors aim to amplify the notion that Yi Xiao will be rejected by the Divine Martial Academy's elite. When he is rebuffed, it can be wielded as a weapon against him. Simultaneously, there were others throughout the city voicing similar sentiments. Yi Xiao, at this moment, remained blissfully unaware of these machinations. His carriage had entered the prince's manor. This grand residence had been arranged for him by the ancestral hall, sprawling in size with pavilions and towers, intricately adorned, exuding opulence. A throng of eunuchs and maidservants had already gathered to await their new master. As Yi Xiao descended from the carriage, his devoted maid, Luer, followed closely behind. Luer had been by his side longer than anyone else in his life. She began serving him when she was merely 8 years old, while he was 7. At the age of 14, he had taken Luer with him as they departed from Tangan, wandering through the world for a decade. Everything that was destined to occur has long since transpired. It can be said that Luer is the most trusted and closest person to Yi Xiao. As Yi Xiao alighted from his carriage, a middle-aged eunuch, around 40, approached with a sycophantic smile. "Having met the third prince, I am Qinji, the steward of the manor. Please feel free to command me with any matters henceforth." Yi Xiao's gaze lingered on him for a moment before he coldly replied, "You may leave. There is no place for you in this manor." Upon hearing these words, Qinji's complexion changed drastically, and he immediately knelt, bowing his head in supplication. "Old servant has committed no offense. Punish me as you will. I beseech His Highness not to dismiss me. I said you may leave." Yi Xiao's voice was frigid. He was unaware of Qinji's affiliations or connections. He had no desire to speculate, nor did he care. However, the steward of the manor must undoubtedly be someone he trusts completely. This was indisputable. Moreover, as he understood, these eunuchs were funded by the imperial clan. And even if dismissed, they would never lack for a place to go. A flicker of resentment passed through Qinji's eyes. Yet he had no recourse but to rise and depart hastily. Yi Xiao's gaze swept over the people within the manor as he declared coldly, "From this day forth, all matters, large and small, within the manor shall be overseen by Luer. Anyone who dares to defy her shall face her judgment." The eunuchs and palace maids fell silent, clearly intimidated by Yi Xiao's resolute demeanor, which instilled a sense of fear within them. Yi Xiao was indifferent to their thoughts. After clarifying everything, he turned to the coachman, He Quan. "Uncle He, please find a room in the outer courtyard to settle in. I will call for you if needed. Your command shall be obeyed, Your Highness." He Quan bowed respectfully to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao had no intention of concerning himself with the trivial affairs of the manor. He retreated to his chamber. Upon entering, he promptly sat cross-legged upon the bed. He could already feel the peculiar changes occurring within the human sovereign cauldron inside him. Beginning today, as Yi Xiao entered a meditative state, he found himself within his sea of consciousness. In a misty expanse, the human sovereign cauldron hovered in midair, emanating a soft golden light. As soon as Yi Xiao appeared, countless golden specks of light floated out from the cauldron, gradually converging towards his body. Simultaneously, the true energy within him began to circulate rapidly. Under the influence of these golden lights, his cultivation level surged swiftly. Gradually, Yi Xiao's consciousness seemed to be drawn into the human sovereign cauldron. He sensed the respect and admiration that all the common people held for him, crystal clear. It was an extraordinary feeling, one he had never experienced before. After acquiring the human sovereign cauldron, he had struggled for a long time to grasp its secrets. It was only upon subduing his subordinates that he realized the cauldron could gather human energy and transform it into the aura of the human sovereign, thereby aiding his cultivation. Thus, he had always believed that the human sovereign cauldron required a sufficient number of subordinates to unleash its power. However, it now appeared that garnering the people's admiration could also consolidate human energy. Concurrently, a flood of information surged into Yi Xiao's mind. Finally, as all the aura of the human sovereign flowed into Yi Xiao's body, he experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation. advancing directly from the 7th stage of soul refinement to the 8th stage. Xiao opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. Without the assistance of the Emperor's cauldron, he would have required at least 3 months to achieve a breakthrough through his own cultivation. Yet, astonishingly, within the span of a single night, his reputation surged, propelling his cultivation to the 8th rank. Excitement flickered in Xiao's gaze. Furthermore, as the Emperor's qi converged within him, he received an abundance of information. This knowledge encompassed methods for crafting special equipment, techniques for forging weapons, and strategies for altering battle formations, collectively constituting a premier training regimen for elite warriors. Indomitable in battle, as steadfast as a rock. The training methodology of the ancient Emperor's personal guard, the Golden Scale Guard. Candidates for the Golden Scale Guard are endowed with unique techniques for circulating energy. Once cultivated, they will establish a profound connection with the Emperor's cauldron. While providing vitality to the cauldron, they will receive a reciprocal response from it. This feedback, in conjunction with the Golden Scale Guard's specialized skills and training, can inadvertently strengthen their physique, will, and spirit. Coupled with various strategies for battle formations and meticulously crafted equipment, they epitomize the pinnacle of elite guardians. It seems that enhancing one's reputation among the common folk can indeed attract the Emperor's qi. A slight smile curled at the corners of Xiao's mouth. Thus, he had acquired yet another path to strength. Moreover, the pure and direct admiration he sensed from the populace through the Emperor's cauldron brought him immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the second prince's residence, Chunji knelt on the ground, his face a picture of despair. With a quavering voice tinged with tears, he lamented, "Your Highness, this old servant truly did not provoke the third prince, yet upon his arrival, the first thing he did was to expel me. I am utterly powerless." At that moment, the second prince reclined upon a grand bed crafted from white jade, adorned with a magnificent tiger pelt. As he listened to Chunji's report, he absent-mindedly sifted through a large platter of golden pearls. It appears the third prince is rather astute. It adds some intrigue. If he were truly inept, wouldn't that be rather dull? Chunji dared not respond. He understood that should the man before him be displeased, he could vanish utterly and completely. Suddenly, the second prince withdrew his hand from the pearls, turning to fix his gaze upon Chunji, inquiring, "Do you believe Xiao can bring anyone out from the Divine Martial Academy?" Chunji trembled as he replied, "This old servant does not know." A sardonic smile played upon the second prince's lips. Since you do not know, let us wager. If the third prince is unable to bring anyone out from the Divine Martial Academy, I shall grant you a reprieve. If he brings out fewer than 5, I shall take one of your hands. If he brings out 10, I will dismember you into 8 pieces. If he brings out more than 20, a ruthless glint flashed in the second prince's eyes, I shall have you suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 12. Challenge. The Divine Martial Academy is vast, bustling with people. At this moment, news had already spread. Have you heard? The third prince is forming a private army, and His Majesty has granted him permission to recruit from the Divine Martial Academy. Of course, I have heard, but didn't the dean say that it requires our consent? Do you intend to go? Forget it. Once it becomes the third prince's private army, we will be confined to the capital, with no chance to achieve merit or success. I concur. Furthermore, that third prince holds no esteem within the court. If one were to serve as a private soldier to a prince, it would be wiser to align with the first or second prince, as they possess greater prospects. At this moment, Xiao has been away from Tangan City for a decade. Upon his return, in the eyes of these individuals, he appears to be a prince devoid of any foundation. Even if he were to serve as a private soldier, he should choose someone destined for the throne, rather than Qin Xiao. In the Divine Martial Academy, within the Martial God Pavilion, the director, Xiao Qinsu, sat in a position of authority, savoring his tea. Despite being 60 years of age, he bore the appearance of a man in his 40s. Before him lay a chessboard, and his opponent was a young man. Observing Xiao Qinsu's momentary distraction, the young man chuckled, "Isn't that child back? Aren't you planning to lend a hand?" "Not a chance. That little rascal rejected my offer to take him as a disciple years ago, and thinking back on it still infuriates me," Xiao Qinsu replied through gritted teeth. The young man, in truth, was not so young. He was Chen Quansheng, an elder of the Divine Martial Academy, of similar age to Xiao Qinsu. Though his unique martial arts practices made him appear younger, Chen Quansheng regarded the visibly displeased Xiao Qinsu and remarked, "He does have a point. The Divine Martial Academy is directly under the royal house. If he wishes to learn martial techniques, with a mere word from His Majesty, you will be obliged to teach him." Why bother with a master? Moreover, what could you possibly teach him? His innate talent requires no mentor. Humph. Xiao Qiansu retorted coldly. Now His Majesty has issued an edict stating that he need not be coddled. I am keen to observe how he intends to extricate these ambitious young individuals from the Divine Martial Academy. I fear it may prove quite challenging, as no one would jest with their own future. Chen Quanxing sighed. This time, he may indeed suffer some embarrassment. No sooner had he finished speaking than a tremendous crash reverberated through the air. Bang! 2 massive iron doors were sent flying. What is happening? Quickly, go investigate. The entire assembly at the Divine Martial Academy heard the commotion and rushed to the entrance. Upon arriving, they beheld Yi Xiao standing nonchalantly at the doorway. Xiao Qiansu, filled with rage, demanded, Yi Xiao, what do you intend to do? My apologies, Director Xiao. The main entrance has fallen into disrepair. I merely applied a bit of force. And it broke. Yi Xiao replied with an indifferent tone. However, the distinct footprints on the iron doors revealed that they had been deliberately kicked open, despite his feigned apology. Yi Xiao's expression betrayed no hint of contrition, instead radiating an air of utter disdain and arrogance. The students of the Divine Martial Academy glared at Yi Xiao with fury. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qiansu gritted his teeth and declared, Yi Xiao, I will inform His Majesty of this incident. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. Haha, Director Xiao. After all these years, your skill in reporting has only grown. I wonder if the disciples you have nurtured are similarly inclined to resort to such complaints when faced with adversity. At his words, someone in the crowd could no longer contain themselves and shouted, Yi Xiao, you would do well to show some respect. Yi Xiao strode into the Divine Martial Academy, approaching the individual who had spoken out. In my youth, I once regarded the Divine Martial Academy with great reverence. However, having ventured into the world, I now perceive that those nurtured by the Academy are rather ordinary. Take you, for instance. Though you possess a considerable stature and a formidable voice, I wonder if you truly have any real skill. The towering figure who spoke, upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, flushed with rage and bellowed, Yi Xiao, do you dare to fight? Certainly. However, as you all know, I require some assistance to establish my own domain. Should you lose, you shall serve me as a household servant. At this proclamation, the man momentarily regained his composure. From the crowd, someone sarcastically remarked, Oh, I see. You intend to provoke us deliberately, hoping to engage us in a wager that would see us under your command. Such cunning. If you win, you take the person. If you lose, you bear no cost at all. Do you truly think us fools? Yi Xiao erupted into laughter. Well, it appears you possess some intellect. You haven't completely lost your wits, which should serve you well. With a wave of his hand, several individuals behind him carried in 10 large chests of silver. Yi Xiao surveyed the crowd and declared coldly, This is 100,000 taels of silver. I, Yi Xiao, hereby challenge all members of the Divine Martial Academy, with the cultivation level restricted to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. For those not at this level, I shall suppress my cultivation to match yours. You may freely choose the combat techniques in which you excel to duel against me, and I shall respond with the same type of technique. Anyone who defeats me shall receive 100,000 taels of silver, and I shall immediately depart from the Divine Martial Academy. At his words, the hall fell into stunned silence. What audacity! Or rather, what arrogance! Yi Xiao's challenge was not merely a test of cultivation, but an exhibition of mastery over diverse combat techniques. The Divine Martial Academy, as a prestigious institution for training martial officials of the Great Qian, boasted countless students, each proficient in a myriad of martial arts. From punches and kicks to various weaponry, each student had their own specialty. Yet, Yi Xiao sought to pit his singular prowess against these varied techniques, and he would face their chosen specialties. A challenge of unimaginable difficulty. The youth within the academy were initially silent, only to erupt into a flurry of discussions. Had he lost his mind? Did he truly believe he could suppress all of us with any technique he chose? How utterly disrespectful. Could he possibly master the ancestral technique of my family? The twin ring hook? Such a spectacle. And this challenge is one that no one could possibly fulfill. To everyone present, Yi Xiao's proposal appeared to be a reckless path to self-destruction. A person's energy is finite. It is impossible for anyone to be proficient in every weapon. The academy's headmaster, Xiao Qiansu, gazed at Yi Xiao with a complex expression. Only he understood the remarkable talent that stood before him. He had been astounded by Yi Xiao's martial prowess, a level of ability he had never encountered before, and which left him feeling inadequate in comparison. Thus, Despite Yi Xiao's princely status, he had boldly requested to take him as a disciple, only to be met with rejection. Yi Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he addressed the assembly. What is the matter? Is there still no one willing to step forward? 100,000 taels of silver in the honor of the Divine Martial Academy, are these not worth your attention? Why continue to practice martial arts or aspire to achieve greatness? It would be better to find a pond and retreat like a timid turtle. As Yu Zhao's words resonated, the burly man who had first dared to challenge stepped forward with fervor. I am Wang Hu, a master of boxing. Do you dare to compete with me? This declaration elicited a chorus of cheers from the crowd. However, Xiao Qiansu subtly shook his head. Wang Hu's boxing skills were exceptionally remarkable, placing him among the top 5 of the younger generation in the Divine Martial Academy. Unfortunately for him, he was facing Yi Xiao. Xiao Qiansu discerned Yi Xiao's intentions, but refrained from exposing them. After all, Yi Xiao was a prince, and the emperor had already granted him permission to challenge individuals within the academy, regardless of how he sought to win over these disciples. Xiao Qiansu understood that he could not deliberately obstruct him. Moreover, he was eager to witness the extent of Yi Xiao's extraordinary martial talent. Chapter 13. Fierce Tiger Fist. As Wang Hu stepped forward to challenge, the Divine Martial Academy erupted in cheers. Many began to loudly recount Wang Hu's past victories, aiming to impose psychological pressure on Yi Xiao. Brother Wang has slain ferocious tigers with his fists. His strength is far from ordinary. The captain of the Divine Fist camp battled him for 200 rounds without a victor. He has already been requested to join. Haha. I recall when Brother Wang taught me boxing. Within just 3 moves, I was sent flying by his powerful strikes. These individuals intentionally raised their voices, extolling Wang Hu's former glories. As they recounted his illustrious past, the robust Wang Hu couldn't help but smirk. It is essential to recognize that he possessed innate strength. Even without employing true energy, his physical power was remarkably formidable. Because of this, he had a natural advantage in the realm of boxing. If others were of higher cultivation, it might be acceptable, but among warriors of equal rank, he was confident in his ability to defeat anyone within the Divine Martial Academy without the use of weapons. This confidence propelled him to be the first to step forward. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao maintained a calm gaze directed at Xiao Qiansu. With the dean present, let him serve as the judge. I trust we won't be taking lives. They can exert their utmost without fear of excuses should they falter. Xiao Qiansu nodded with a smile. Turning to the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, he spoke with gravitas. Remember, since you have chosen to challenge, you must give your all. As long as your cultivation does not exceed the limits, you may use any techniques to strike any part of your opponent. With me here, there will be no mishaps. Do not hold back. His words undoubtedly dispelled the last vestiges of hesitation among the disciples. After all, Yi Xiao was a prince. Who would dare to truly harm him? Yet, with Xiao Qiansu present, it was assured that no harm would come. As his voice faded, the crowd dispersed, and Yi Xiao stood face to face with Wang Hu. Wang Hu towered at nearly 2 meters tall, his eyes wide with fury as energy flowed within him. Behind him, a faint yellow phantom of a fierce tiger began to materialize. Fierce Tiger Fist. Excitement rippled through the crowd. Brother Wang's tiger phantom is more vivid than before. Surely, he has gained insights from his last hunt. I dare say that Brother Wang's boxing skills should rank among the top 3 of our generation. The Fierce Tiger Fist is an exceedingly unique technique. To master this martial art, one must observe the ferocity of a mighty tiger and grasp its formidable power. Only upon reaching a certain level of proficiency can one manifest the spectral image of a fierce tiger behind them. With each strike unleashed, the force resonates like a tiger's roar, exuding an overwhelming aura. Many practitioners of this technique, in their quest for enlightenment, have even engaged in combat with real tigers to attain breakthroughs. Wang Hu's muscles bulged as the spectral tiger behind him let out a fearsome roar. In that instant, the crowd felt their eardrums thrum. Simultaneously, Wang Hu surged forward, charging towards Yi Xiao. Yet, as he advanced, Wang Hu's eyes widened in shock. Not just him, but every individual present turned pale. For behind Yi Xiao, a spectral tiger also emerged. This fierce beast, adorned in pure white with black stripes, was even larger than the one behind Wang Hu. Its eyes gleamed with a chilling intent to kill. If the spectral tiger behind Wang Hu exuded enough majesty, the appearance of the white tiger behind Yi Xiao made the difference between the two utterly palpable. The white tiger was a battle-hardened beast, merciless and unflinching in the act of taking lives. With another formidable roar, Yi Xiao's fist struck out, and as their energies clashed, despite both being bound by the same level of cultivation, and though Wang Hu appeared more robust, a resounding crash echoed as Wang Hu staggered back, while Yi Xiao remained steadfast, unmoving. In their initial encounter, the disparity was stark. Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You two practiced the fierce tiger fist?" Yi Xiao smirked slightly and replied, "The fierce tiger fist is indeed a commendable technique. I practiced it for a few days when I was 10. However, your spectral tiger lacks the essence of lethality. Your energy is diffuse and not cohesive, merely superficial. If you seek to improve, on the 8th shelf of the 7th floor of the Divine Martial Academy's library, there exists a technique called the Hidden Tiger 5 Forms. Though it merely fortifies one's physique, it could yield remarkable results for you." Wang Hu stood rooted, his fists clenched tightly, yet he did not advance again. Had Yi Xiao employed a different technique, even after suffering a setback, he would have had the courage to continue fighting. But Yi Xiao's use of the exact same fierce tiger fist left him feeling utterly despondent. The disparity was glaringly apparent. Even with his own divine strength, he was still no match for Yi Xiao. Observing Wang Hu's silence, Yi Xiao chuckled. "What is the matter? Are you having second thoughts?" Wang Hu lifted his head and replied solemnly, "Your Highness, the third prince, you jest. I, Wang Hu, may be a fool, but I am still a man of honor, not one to act so lowly. I, Wang Hu, pay my respects to your Highness, and from this day forth, I shall follow your lead." With that, he knelt on one knee and offered a salute to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stepped forward to assist him up and brought him to his side. He then turned to the other disciples of the Divine Martial Academy and said with a smile, "All right, next." A palpable silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone recognized the extraordinary prowess of Yi Xiao's martial arts. From within the throng, another challenger stepped forward. The individual possesses a tall and slender physique, with an exquisite countenance that exudes the air of a distinguished scion of a noble family. Sun Qing of Ning'an Prefecture. "I humbly request guidance on your finger techniques from the third prince." Upon hearing the name and location, Yi Xiao could not help but smile faintly. "The Sun family of Ning'an is renowned for their star moon finger. It seems you are indeed a descendant of the Sun clan." "Precisely." Sun Qing raised his chin slightly, a trace of pride evident on his face. Practitioners of finger techniques are relatively rare, and the Sun family star moon finger is extraordinarily intricate. The Sun family holds a position of supremacy in Ning'an. When mentioned, they are universally known and recognized, enjoying a lofty status in the martial world. "Then let us commence." Yi Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of indifference. Sun Qing ceased further conversation and immediately channeled his true energy, advancing boldly. The two swiftly closed the distance, and Sun Qing made his move. With his fingers poised, he unleashed a powerful shout, a sky full of stars. In an instant, countless finger shadows danced through the air, enveloping Yi Xiao's vital points. If Wang Hu's fierce tiger fist triumphs through sheer strength, then Sun Qing's star moon finger captivates opponents with its exquisite techniques, leading to victory. As he executed this move, Xiao Qiansu, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but nod, murmuring, "Truly, this is a family heirloom martial art." Sun Qing's A Sky Full of Stars demonstrates profound mastery. Exhibiting a seamless flow of movement, clearly, he has devoted considerable effort to it. Qin Quanchen shot him a sidelong glance, sneering, "What use is that?" It won't lead to victory. Only individuals of their age comprehend the terrifying martial talent of the third prince, Yi Xiao. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy erupted into resounding applause. Chapter 14. Terrifying Talent in the Arena. Yi Xiao gazed at the myriad of finger shadows approaching, a smile gracing his lips. He too extended his fingers, and a burst of white light erupted from his fingertips. In that moment, everything around was cast into shadow. Sun Qing's multitude of finger shadows seemed to dissipate beneath the brilliance of Yi Xiao's white light. Simultaneously, Yi Xiao's fingers precisely struck Sun Qing's advancing fingertips. In that instant, their energies collided. Sun Qing's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "The cold moon hangs alone?" The moment his voice fell, he was sent hurtling backward, accompanied by the distinct sound of bones fracturing. Bang! Sun Chang landed on the ground, his right index finger twisted grotesquely. Yet, disregarding the pain, he scrambled to his feet, gazing at Yi Xiao with astonishment. "How could you possibly master the Star Moon Finger? And have you even reached the Bright Moon Realm?" The Star Moon Finger is divided into 3 realms. The first is the Realm of Stars, which is the level Sun Qing currently practices. It primarily involves activating the Star Moon Finger's star technique. Yi Xiao's usage of the cold moon hangs alone, however, belongs to the second realm of the Star Moon Finger, known as the Bright Moon Finger, or the bright moon realm? Yi Xiao shrugged slightly, smiling as he replied, the technique of the Sun family has indeed entered the imperial armory. I practiced it for a few days during my youth. Impossible. I have diligently trained for 10 years without attaining the bright moon realm. How could you have reached such a level after merely a few days of practice? Sun Qing vehemently refused to accept Yu Zhao's words, shouting angrily at him. This technique is the pride of the Sun family and his own pride. He had devoted a decade to mastering the Star Moon finger, persevering through all trials, practicing diligently every single day. In the present moment, however, his efforts were shattered by a mere gesture from Yi Xiao. How could he possibly accept this with equanimity? At this juncture, the one who could empathize with him the most was none other than Wang Hu, who stood behind Yi Xiao, observing Yi Zhao's silhouette. His expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Just moments ago, when he had been defeated by Yi Xiao, he had harbored similar thoughts, witnessing Sun Qing's incredulous expression. Yi Xiao shook his head and remarked, often, the world is unfair. Individuals differ vastly. You may exert considerable effort, yet in the presence of certain individuals, your endeavors may seem utterly futile. Sun Qing stared blankly at his index finger, now grotesquely twisted and fractured. Bowing deeply with cupped fists, he declared, I am Sun Qing, and I pay my respects to your highness, the third prince. As Yi Xiao effortlessly subdued the two challengers, the students of the Divine Martial Academy were ignited with a fervor for competition. I refuse to believe that the third prince is truly omnipotent. A lean figure emerged from the crowd, shouting, Li Si from the Divine Martial Academy seeks to learn leg techniques from the third prince. The duel commenced anew, showcasing the same martial arts, yet with a profounder comprehension. Victory and defeat transpired in the blink of an eye. One by one, challengers emerged from the crowd. Lu Mingtian of the Divine Martial Academy requested to learn spear techniques, while Zhou Shan sought to master sword techniques. One by one, the disciples of the academy stood forth, only to be defeated in turn. An increasing number of individuals rallied behind Yi Xiao, while his prowess continued to astonish all, be it fists, palms, claws, fingers, blades, spears, swords, or halberds. Yi Xiao consistently engaged his challengers with the same type of martial technique, yet his mastery and understanding of these arts utterly eclipsed that of the Divine Martial Academy disciples. Over 20 consecutive challengers fell before him, all vanquished by the same technique. With the defeat of the 25th opponent, an inquiry finally escaped from the crowd, Your Highness, how many martial techniques do you truly possess? Indeed, how many martial arts did Yi Xiao command? This question echoed in the minds of all present. Surveying the crowd, which was rife with curiosity, Yi Xiao softly replied, The Royal Armory contains 1,375 martial techniques. By the age of 12, I had mastered them all. The Divine Martial Academy boasts 582 techniques. I had comprehended them by the age of 14. After departing from Tangan, I journeyed across the realm. As for the number of martial techniques I currently possess, I have never counted, but it is undoubtedly over 3,000. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy collectively gasped. Was he even human? Xiao Qiansu gazed at Yi Xiao, who spoke with such confidence, and felt as though time had regressed 15 years. It was then, at the age of 9, that he first encountered Yi Xiao. As Yi Xiao effortlessly executed a myriad of martial techniques, it left him utterly astounded. Many fail to comprehend how one can discern a genius at a glance. The truth is, a genius is inherently distinct from the ordinary. Witnessing Yi Xiao seamlessly transition between various martial arts, Xiao Qiansu was unequivocally certain that all the geniuses he had encountered in his life, including himself, paled in comparison to this boy. And now, Yi Xiao continues to astonish the disciples of the Divine Martial Institute. Much like in the past, the crowd has fallen into a profound silence, including the elder martial artists who had gathered to witness the spectacle. Could the third prince truly be jesting? Is there anyone capable of such feats? Although it had been whispered that the third prince possessed extraordinary martial talent, such claims had never been substantiated. Finally, a martial artist in his 40s voiced his skepticism, stating that Yi Zhao's assertions were alarmingly sensational. Suddenly, Xiao Qiansu interjected, This is no jest. I once instructed the third prince for a time. He has never taken more than 2 days to grasp any martial technique. However, the affairs of the third prince have been deemed top secret by His Majesty, forbidden from dissemination. Otherwise, such news would have spread far and wide. As Yi Xiao revealed this information, Xiao Qiansu corroborated his claims. Talent, after all, often has the power to persuade, for no one desires to follow a mediocre individual. At this moment, Xiao undeniably showcased an astonishing and exceptional capability. The crowd remained silent, casting complex glances at Xiao. Was there still a need for further challenges? In the presence of such an extraordinary individual, was there any purpose in continuing to contest? Xiao smiled and remarked, "What? Is there no one left to challenge? If indeed no one dares to rise, then let it end here. 25 participants is sufficient." Suddenly, an individual emerged from the crowd. "Your Highness, I am Lu Changfeng, and I wish to follow you. I am Wu Cheng, and I desire to follow you. I am Zhao Dehai, and I wish to follow you." Before long, 7 or 8 individuals stepped forward, expressing their willingness to align with Xiao. No one is a fool. With Xiao's martial prowess, he would undoubtedly be a formidable contender for the throne of Qian. Such individuals, the sooner they pledge their allegiance, the greater their chances of soaring to greatness. Observing this wave of supporters, Xiao smiled slightly and declared, "Those who wish to follow me, come along." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiansu immediately interjected, frowning, "Your Highness, His Majesty has decreed that you may only select 30 individuals." Xiao burst into laughter, saying, "Director Xiao, while my father has permitted me to choose 30, he did not forbid others from coming to my side. If they wish to follow me, I, valuing talent, shall not refuse them. You may report to His Majesty. If he disapproves, you can simply recall these individuals." In Chapter 15, Stirring Hearts, within the Divine Martial Institute, Xiao responded to Xiao Qiansu, then turned to those who had pledged their allegiance. With a slight smile, he proclaimed, "Gentlemen, since you wish to follow me, there are a few things I must clarify." Strangely, as Xiao spoke, everyone's demeanor became serious. The reality is such that some individuals have the ability to instantly capture the attention of their audience, while others merely induce drowsiness with their words. Xiao is undoubtedly the former, a person who could command rapt attention. He surveyed the crowd with a penetrating gaze. Xiao, act with transparency. My return is solely to vie for the position of Crown Prince." Upon uttering these words, every pair of eyes widened in astonishment. It is important to understand that while all princes harbor ambitions for the throne, many lack the courage to openly declare such intentions. Yet Xiao, before the crowd, boldly unveiled his intentions. Simultaneously, those who had aligned themselves with him felt an undercurrent of excitement. Indeed, Xiao continued with fervor, "The establishment of my private army is not for mere protection or ostentation. Once formed, we shall strive for achievements. In the future, conflicts will be plentiful, and on the battlefield, life and death are uncertain. If any of you fear death, you may depart now." Not a single soul moved. Wang Hu proclaimed loudly, "Your Highness, within the Divine Martial Academy, there may be variances in ability, yet there exists not a coward among us." The crowd echoed in unison, "There are no cowards here." A smile grazed Xiao's lips as he declared, "This is the spirit of the Divine Martial Academy disciples. Although one's abilities may differ, none present here are timid." With Xiao's praise, the crowd lifted their chins slightly. However, Xiao Qiansu sensed something amiss. He realized that the emotions of the Divine Martial Academy disciples had begun to be stirred by Xiao. What is this young man up to? Xiao Qiansu wondered. Xiao's oration was far from over. With a flourish of his hand, a long sword soared from behind him, landing deftly in his grasp. Xiao surveyed those who had pledged their allegiance to him, brandishing the sword, an aura of fierce determination spreading invisibly around him. He proclaimed, "A true man, born of this world, must wield his sword against foes, carving out his legacy. We, as martial artists, seek our glory through valor and fortune in battle. From this day forth, I, Xiao, shall lead you, my brothers, to vanquish our enemies and etch our names into history. Are you willing?" Xiao's movements were exceptionally gallant, the murderous intent from the sword further igniting the fervor within the hearts of the Divine Martial Academy disciples. In unison, they resounded, "We are willing." Dozens of voices soared to the heavens. The onlookers from the Divine Martial Academy felt their own spirits inflamed by Xiao's fervor, some even envious of those who had joined him. "Ha ha!" Xiao laughed heartily, then turned to the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, shouting, "Unparalleled glory awaits on the edge of the blade, amidst life and death. Brave warriors of the Great Qian, feel free to accompany me as we journey to Tang'an today to create legends. Should we meet again in the Yellow Springs, let us not forget the glory." As Xiao's words echoed, he leapt onto the top of the carriage. He unfurled the pre-prepared golden dragon flag, holding it aloft with his left hand while brandishing the sword in his right. Xiao stood tall, exuding the essence of a man, imposing and dignified. The carriage began to move slowly, and without exception. All who had pledged themselves to Xiao followed without hesitation. At that moment, the remaining disciples of the Divine Martial Academy were swept away by the fervor. One among them quickly joined the throng. This single action ignited a cascade, and all surged forth in a continuous stream. In no time, the entire procession gathered over 1,000 strong, marching forth from the Divine Martial Academy with great momentum. What a calamity! The emperor instructed him to select 30. Yet he has incited everyone to depart. I shall report you. Xiao, I will inform the emperor of your actions. Just you wait. Witnessing the departing figures, Xiao Qiansu pounded his chest in frustration, his voice echoing far and wide. Beside him, Chun Quanqing scoffed. Heh, still performing is he? If you wish to stop it, speak up sooner. A single word suffices. Why did you remain silent just now? Did you only shout after everyone had left? Xiao Qiansu glared at him furiously. Do you think you are the only one who can speak? Do you dare to believe I want to make things difficult for you? Chun Quanqing lamented. If I were 40 years younger, I would have undoubtedly joined him today. That young man possesses a remarkable ability to stir the hearts of the masses. Xiao Qiansu replied softly. Young people, with their passionate exuberance, are not necessarily a bad thing. With so many participants, he cannot possibly manage them all. The emperor wanted to bestow all these individuals upon him. Chun Quanqing spoke with a hint of regret. It no longer matters, from this day forth. These disciples will belong to him. A trace of helplessness appeared on Xiao Qiansu's face. However, I must now go to the palace to report this. Certain procedures must be followed. Moreover, since the sun has damaged the main gate, our esteemed emperor ought to provide some form of compensation. Within Tang'an City, Xiao led a grand procession. Initially, it consisted of merely 1,000 people, but soon countless citizens joined in. The reason for their participation was rather simple. They sought to witness the spectacle. The accompanying citizens buzzed with chatter. Is that the third prince? He's remarkably handsome. Are these all disciples of the Divine Martial Academy? They are willing to follow the third prince. I heard that none wanted to follow him before. Do you know the rumors? Why would such a figure as the third prince not attract followers? But where are they headed? No one knows. Even the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy marching alongside Xiao were unclear about their destination. They were merely swept up in the fervor ignited by Xiao's charisma, impulsively joining the throng. Yet, during the parade, the gazes of the citizens upon them brought an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. This was a feeling they had never experienced before, being the center of attention, surrounded by the populace. Such a sensation was unprecedented, and the news spread rapidly. At the residence of the second prince, he wore a cold expression. Not far away, the eunuch Shinji had his mouth stuffed. Executioners were methodically stripping away his flesh. 1,000 cuts. Upon hearing that Xiao had led over 1,000 disciples of the Divine Martial Academy in a procession, the second prince was consumed by rage. Why? Why were so many people following him? The second prince could not comprehend. Damn it. I intended to use this opportunity to ruin his reputation. Yet it seems he has turned it into a chance for his own fame. The second prince slammed his fist on the table in fury. Beside him, a young scholar offered a faint smile. Your Highness, do not be anxious. The outcome remains uncertain. The second prince glanced at him, coldly inquiring, is there still hope? Indeed. The young scholar unfurled his folding fan and spoke softly. First, the emperor instructed him to recruit 30 individuals from the Divine Martial Academy. Yet now nearly all the disciples are following him. This contravenes the emperor's will, and he is bound to be displeased. Although the third prince may gain fame through this, it may not bode well in the long run. Hearing this, the second prince's anger began to dissipate as he urged, continue. With the third prince being so ostentatious, both the first prince and the fourth prince will certainly view him as their primary target for elimination. He has just returned to Tang'an. His foundation is unstable, and he has made enemies on all sides. Though he may enjoy fleeting glory now, the future harbors countless perils. Upon reaching this point, the young scholar took a sip of water and continued. Thirdly, the third prince parades 1,000 people through the streets. There must be a purpose behind it. If it ends without substance, merely a routine procession, it may backfire and become a subject of mockery. Therefore, your Highness need not rush. It would be prudent to observe further. The second prince gently caressed the golden orb in his hand, gazing at the disheveled Chun-Ji at the entrance, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 16, Bloodstained Dragon flagged deep within the palace. Yi Sun cast aside the memorial he had been reviewing. rubbing his temples. He stretched languidly and murmured to himself, "It is truly vexing to deal with state affairs daily. Why must there be so many matters to attend to? None of my sons seem competent. Otherwise, would I toil so? I might as well retire as a grandparent, wandering the mountains and enjoying leisure." Hearing the emperor's lamentations, Zhou Tong was rendered speechless. That position was something so many coveted. Yi Sun sighed again. This Great Qian Dynasty ultimately cannot be entrusted to the incapable. At that moment, a young eunuch entered. "Your Majesty, the director of the Divine Martial Academy, Xiao Qiansu, seeks an audience." Yi Sun grinned. "Ah, old Xiao has arrived. It seems my son has already gone. I wonder what the outcome is. Let him in quickly." Moments later, Xiao Qiansu stormed in, his face a mask of fury. Upon witnessing his expression, Yi Sun felt an ominous foreboding. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, his tone was laden with sarcasm. "Your Majesty, I am but a martial man, devoid of subtleties. If you wish to assign the third prince some personnel, why not allow him to select directly? Why insist on having the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy willingly follow him? Your esteemed son is quite audacious today." Upon hearing this, Yi Sun surmised that Yi Xiao had caused trouble. He cautiously inquired, "Director Xiao, what has my wayward son done now?" "What has he done?" "He kicked down the gates of the Divine Martial Academy." Xiao Qiansu retorted angrily. "Your precious son, in a deliberate attempt to provoke the Academy's disciples, has literally kicked down its gates. Does the Academy have no dignity left? Should I, an old minister, have no face? Were it not for your reputation, Your Majesty, I would have taken drastic measures against him." Yi Sun managed an awkward smile. This incident indeed placed Yu Xiao in the wrong. "Rest assured, Director Xiao, I will certainly reprimand that wayward son. As for the Academy gates, I shall have the Ministry of Works repair them immediately." "Repair?" Xiao Qiansu's voice rose significantly. "Is this merely a matter of repair?" Before I could finish, your son has taken all the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy with him. They are currently parading through the streets of Tang'an City. Yi Sun raised an eyebrow, inquiring with keen interest, "Are you saying that all the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy willingly chose to follow Xiao?" Xiao Qiansu gritted his teeth and replied, "Your Majesty seems pleased." "No. Director Xiao, what are you implying? How could I be pleased?" Observing the barely contained smile on Yi Sun's lips, Xiao Qiansu snapped, "Your Majesty, you allowed him to select 30 individuals, yet now all the disciples have been taken. How shall we allocate them among the various divisions this year? The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy are the backbone of the Great Qian military, and each year, the various divisions vie fiercely for them." Yu Zhuan waved his hand, reassuring Director Xiao, "Rest assured, I shall not allocate too many personnel to him. Soon, I will summon that rebellious child into the palace. Most of these disciples will ultimately return to the Divine Martial Academy." Pausing for a moment, Yi Zhuan continued, "However, it must be said that in recent years, with the continuous wars, the expansion of the Divine Martial Academy can indeed be put on the agenda. Therefore, I grant you the privilege to select 7 locations within the Great Qian territory to establish branches of the Divine Martial Academy, recruit talent, and cultivate them for future allocation by the Ministry of Military Affairs." This was Yu Zhuan's offer of compensation. In truth, Xiao Qiansu had long desired to expand the Divine Martial Academy, but his requests had consistently been denied by Yi Zhuan due to the complexities involved. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy were to be directly under military command. While this nurturing model could indeed facilitate the selection and employment of talent, it would inevitably lead to certain issues. For instance, individuals from the same academy might support one another, which was unavoidable. Yi Zhuan, too, could not oversee everything thoroughly. This could result in the Divine Martial Academy forming its own faction within the military, a situation that the emperor did not wish to witness. Thus, despite countless petitions from Xiao Qiansu regarding the academy's expansion, there had been no progress until now. Now, however, Yi Zhuan had unexpectedly consented and even permitted the expansion of 7 locations at once. Xiao Qiansu was filled with joy and immediately bowed, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave now. As for the gate, I need not involve the Ministry of Works. I will simply find 2 disciples from the Divine Martial Academy to make the repairs." He hurriedly departed, fearing that Yi Zhuan might change his mind. As he left, Yi Zhuan shook his head slightly and pondered for a moment before instructing, "Zhou Tong, go summon Yi Xiao into the palace." Zhou Tong promptly left, and after his departure, an old eunuch slowly emerged from the shadows, approaching Yi Zhuan to pour him a cup of tea. "Why has Your Majesty suddenly allowed the expansion of the Divine Martial Academy?" Wasn't it previously forbidden? Unlike ordinary eunuchs, this one seemed to hold little fear of Yi Zhuan. Yi Zhuan chuckled softly, saying, "In the past, I always contemplated how to limit the influence of the Divine Martial Academy. Yet, regardless of how I restricted their numbers or dispersed them among various military divisions, the necessary support would still manifest. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy continue to hold many vital positions within the military." As he spoke, he lifted his teacup, observing the floating tea leaves within, murmuring, "Military positions are akin to the water in this cup. They possess a fixed quantity. No matter what, they cannot exceed the confines of the cup. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy are like the tea leaves. If diminished, they will greedily absorb the water, enriching themselves. But if the cup is filled entirely with tea leaves, it becomes a different matter altogether. Once the branches of the Divine Martial Academy are established, I shall have military officers rotate into the academy for training periodically. This will enhance combat effectiveness and render the identity of the Divine Martial Academy commonplace. At that point, everyone will be a disciple, and I shall see how they band together." As he spoke, Yi Zhuan's expression brightened with pride. "Humph, that lad Yi Xiao, truly my son, possesses the ability to rally the entire Divine Martial Academy's disciples, a remarkable skill. However, the destination of this excursion is of utmost importance, should it be poorly chosen. It would be a disappointing endeavor that leaves me disheartened. The so-called demeanor of a leader is, in essence, the embodiment of leadership. Some individuals are inherently endowed with a formidable charisma that compels others to follow. Yi Xiao is undoubtedly one such person. And his destination for this expedition has long been predetermined: the Temple of Valor of the Great Qian. This is an exceptionally solemn and dignified place, where the spirits of numerous renowned military generals from the history of Great Qian are enshrined, alongside countless souls who sacrificed themselves for the nation. It is entirely fitting for Yi Xiao, as a prince, to lead the people in worship here, whether it be he, the disciples of the Divine Martial Institute, or the common folk of Great Qian. They ought to take these heroes as their exemplars. As the carriage came to a halt, Yi Xiao leaped down from atop it, the dragon flag billowing fiercely in the wind. Standing at the entrance of the Temple of Valor, he bowed deeply and proclaimed with a resounding voice, "For a millennium, Great Qian has stood firm, with countless loyal and valiant souls giving their lives for the nation. I, Yi Xiao, as a member of the royal family, led my fellow sons of Great Qian to pay homage. May the spirits of the martyrs bless our sons of Great Qian." Upon concluding his words, he bowed 3 times. The disciples of the Divine Martial Institute behind him followed suit, bowing in unison, while the surrounding citizens mirrored their actions. In this atmosphere of solemn reverence, Yi Xiao spoke once more. Holding the dragon flag aloft, he declared with conviction, "I, Yi Xiao, the 3rd Prince of Great Qian, vow here and now to protect the people of Great Qian, to safeguard our homeland, and to defend our nation with my very life, without regret even in death. If I should violate this oath, may heaven and earth bring forth their wrath." As he spoke, he brandished his longsword, slicing his palm, channeling his vital energy. Blood gushed forth, striking the golden dragon flag, instantly staining it crimson. This spectacle ignited fervor among the disciples of the Divine Martial Institute. Turning back, Yi Xiao called out, "Those who wish to join me, step forth." Yet, just as his words fell, he felt the imperial cauldron within him whirl rapidly, a stream of golden light flowing from it into the dragon flag. In that moment, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted. Chapter 17. Celestial Phenomena Outside the Temple of Valor. A sea of humanity gathered. Countless citizens had followed to witness the unfolding events. Yi Xiao, bowing in worship, stained the dragon flag with his blood, making his solemn vow. Initially, this fervor stirred the hearts of the disciples and the populace alike. Yet suddenly, the golden dragon flag, now tainted with blood, appeared to absorb the unevenly distributed crimson, transforming the entire dragon into a deep scarlet hue. This was followed by a resounding dragon's roar. The dragon, a legendary creature, that thunderous roar sent shivers down the spines of all present, invoking an uncontrollable reverence from within. As they beheld Yi Xiao, holding the dragon flag, someone knelt. And like a domino effect, the others followed suit, all succumbing to the ground in response to the dragon's roar. "Look, something is emerging from the Temple of Valor." A gasp of astonishment echoed through the crowd. From within the temple, countless rays of golden light began to drift out, converging towards the bloodstained dragon flag in Yi Xiao's grasp. This phenomenon was entirely unforeseen by Yi Xiao himself. He turned to behold a celestial shower of golden light. and gripping the dragon flag tightly, he felt it being imbued with a peculiar energy. In the eyes of all, there is no doubt that this is the acknowledgement from the countless loyal souls enshrined in the Hall of Valor. As the golden light subsided, all gazes turned toward the blood-red dragon banner. Recalling Yi Zhao's earlier words, Wang Hu, a disciple of the Divine Martial Academy, was the first to rise. He stepped forward beneath the dragon banner, slashing his palm to smear blood upon it. I, Wang Hu, vow to follow the third prince, blood staining the dragon banner, to protect our Great Qian, 100 deaths without regret. Should I betray this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me. With his declaration, others hastened to their feet, emulating his fervor. Had this been before, such a vow might have been a fleeting surge of passion, easily forgotten afterward. Yet just moments ago, the dragon's roar had manifested, and the spirits of the Hall of Valor had revealed their presence. Who would dare dismiss such a solemn oath at this moment? In truth, these individuals are not foolish. They understand that failing to align themselves with this pledge would result in scorn and exclusion. Moreover, this extraordinary phenomenon begs the question, does it not signify that Xiao is indeed destined for greatness? If not to pledge loyalty now, then when? As the crowd swore their oaths, Xiao sensed a surge of vitality gathering within the imperial cauldron of humanity. Among these individuals, including the onlooking commoners, there was an unspoken acknowledgement of Xiao as the future sovereign of Great Qian. They were, in an intangible sense, submitting to him, which in turn allowed the imperial cauldron to absorb an abundance of vitality. Just as the crowd buzzed with excitement over the extraordinary event, Zhou Tong pushed his way through the throng. Third Prince, His Majesty requests your presence in the palace. Xiao smiled slightly. I shall go at once. With that, he turned to Wang Hu. Ever since their time in the Divine Martial Academy, Wang Hu had consistently spoken and acted appropriately at the right moments. Displaying a keen awareness beneath his rough exterior, Xiao handed him the dragon banner. Wang Hu, I must enter the palace now. Please retain the individuals I have chosen today, and you all shall return the dragon banner to my residence. Turning to the others, he proclaimed, Brothers, my father summons me. I shall take my leave first. Today's oath is a fortunate event in my life. Regardless of where we may find ourselves, let us not forget this vow, and together serve Great Qian. May you all soar to great heights and achieve splendid futures. As Xiao made his way into the carriage amidst the cheers of the crowd, the onlookers instinctively parted to create a pathway. Inside the carriage, Lu'er handed him a cup of ice water. Your Highness, you have worked hard. At that moment, Xiao thoroughly relaxed. Reclining against Lu'er's lap, he sighed. To be a ruler, one must conduct themselves with a certain decorum. After all, one cannot act recklessly. Yet, I did not anticipate that the imperial cauldron would invoke such phenomena today, lending me assistance. Was that phenomenon caused by the imperial cauldron? Lu'er asked in astonishment. I thought it was your acknowledgement by the spirits of the Hall of Valor. Xiao chuckled. Do you think an oath alone would earn such recognition? It is not so simple. Be it the dragon's roar or the golden light, they are all manifestations triggered by the imperial cauldron. Lu'er, unconvinced, retorted. The imperial cauldron and you are one. Had it not been for your actions today, the cauldron would not have stirred, and those phenomena would not have occurred. Therefore, it is still you who invoked it. Her argument held some merit, and Xiao chose not to dispute it. Instead, he playfully pinched her nose and laughed. You are quite clever. At this moment, the carriage driver He Quan perceived a steady enhancement in Yi Zhao's cultivation. A faint smile graced his lips. The young master had relinquished his cultivation to pursue the Daiyan Huangji Gong, merging with the human emperor cauldron. It now appeared that he had finally begun to reap some rewards. Both He Quan and Lu'er were among Yi Zhao's most trusted confidants. Were it not for their presence, Yi Xiao would not have so readily abandoned his cultivation to reforge his path with the Daiyan Huangji Gong. Hearing He Quan's reflections, Yi Xiao responded with a slight smile. There ought to be some results. Otherwise, have I not wasted my sacrifice? He added, it is regrettable, though, that so many years of diligently refining my true essence have gone to waste. If it were someone else, they would likely lack the resolve I possess. At this point, He Quan, somewhat perplexed, remarked, in truth, with your innate talent, young master, even without practicing the Daiyan Huangji Gong, you would undoubtedly become one of the world's foremost experts. Why take such risks? Inside the carriage, Yi Xiao closed his eyes, resting against Lu'er's soft lap, and softly replied, I am someone who thrives on ambition. If I am to pursue something, I must strive to achieve the pinnacle. Human cultivation is constrained by the limitations of the body and meridians. Often, experts of the same level cannot rival the formidable barbarian races. However, the true qi cultivated through the Da Yan Huang Ji Gong is capable of surpassing the great Sun Yuan Yang Gong, positioning it as formidable as the pinnacle techniques of those two races. This seemingly minor difference may very well represent a vast chasm in the future. A decade or two of cultivation is not a loss. Outside the carriage, He Quan's eyes gleamed with admiration. Casually referencing a decade or two of cultivation belies the reality of life. How many decades does one truly possess? He deeply respected such decisive ambition. Furthermore, among the countless human beings in the world, to be the foremost among them is a dream pursued by innumerable souls throughout their lives. Xiao, however, unmistakably aspired to be the strongest among all beings. His lofty ambitions were evident. Had it been someone else, He Quan might have laughed at their naivety. Yet, the one uttering these words was Xiao, an unparalleled talent in martial arts, the likes of which He Quan had never witnessed before. Thus, such aspirations did not seem excessive. "He uncle, please inform Ming Yin to come see me tonight." "Understood, young master." Lu Er pouted and murmured softly, "That vixen must be yearning for you, your highness." Xiao opened his eyes, playfully pinching her nose, and chuckled. "What can I say? I am simply too handsome for my own good. Your highness possesses quite the thick skin. Am I mistaken? Not at all. My lord is indeed as graceful as a jade tree, tall and elegant. Perhaps another term? Majestic. Anything more? Do elaborate further. Cultured, refined, strikingly handsome, possessing unparalleled beauty, captivating beyond compare." Stop. Chapter 18. The future is mine within the palace. Commander Zhou led Xiao onward. As a gentle breeze swept through, Xiao's voice emerged from behind. "I recall when I left the palace. You were not yet serving my father, were you?" Commander Zhou replied, "Indeed, at that time, I was with Eunuch Yu. It was only after Eunuch Yu aged that I became a part of His Majesty's retinue." His words were sincere. At this moment, he dared not show even the slightest disdain towards Xiao. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon at the Brave Spirit Shrine. Zhou remained uncertain how Xiao achieved such feats, pondering whether it was mere coincidence or intentional. However, he was acutely aware that from this day forth, Xiao would undoubtedly become the most prominent figure among the princes. Upon hearing his words, Xiao sighed deeply and remarked, "Uncle Yu is indeed a good man. Yet with his cultivation, even if he is of advanced age, he should not wish to retire just yet." The servant could only feign ignorance. Xiao smiled gently, but refrained from pursuing the matter further. The imperial palace, shrouded in countless secrets, was also rife with endless conflict. The transition between the old and the new was inevitable. As they traversed the lengthy corridors of the palace, many maids and eunuchs cast sidelong glances at Xiao. In return, he smiled and nodded at each of them. Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This third prince seemed to possess a certain ease and grace that distinguished him from his siblings. Indeed, it was an air of effortless composure. In stark contrast to the cautious demeanor exhibited by the other princes, Xiao appeared remarkably at ease, displaying no hint of tension or restraint in his actions or speech. The palace attendants, witnessing his demeanor, were either compelled to kneel in respect or hastily lowered their heads. The rules within this palace are excessively stringent. It truly lacks amusement. Xiao lamented. Zhou Tong chuckled. "These servants have never encountered a prince as amiable as you, so they are bound to feel anxious." Xiao smiled faintly. "Ah, you mean to suggest they have never met anyone as unconventional as I?" At this, Zhou Tong halted his steps, bowed deeply, and quickly insisted. "Your Highness must not misconstrue my words. I would never harbor such thoughts." Xiao stretched lazily, disregarding him, and continued onward. Retrieving a handful of sunflower seeds to crack open as he inquired, "Let me ask you something. During my years away from the palace, has anyone dared to bully my mother or my sister?" Zhou Tong felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. He realized that before Xiao, a sense of trepidation began to creep in, something he had never experienced with any other prince. While the other princes adhered to a semblance of decorum, displaying a certain rigidity, they had never shown him anything but respect, nor had they looked down upon him. Yet, before Xiao, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, there emanated an inherent air of authority, as if he could effortlessly dictate the lives of those around him, viewing them as mere subjects. It appeared that his lack of adherence to protocol only served to accentuate the commanding presence he held. Thus, how to respond became a pressing dilemma. Should he offer a vague answer or speak the truth? Zhou Tong's mind raced as he quietly replied, "Life within the palace is governed by strict rules. I, As a humble servant, tend to His Highness closely. Regarding matters of the harem, I am truly unaware. But one can presume that with such regulations in place, no one would dare to bully Lady Hua and Princess Yunming. Yunming was the title of Yi Yuner. Upon hearing Zhou Tong's words, Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of sharpness crossing his gaze as he softly uttered, "I understand." Those within the palace were known for their discretion. Zhou Tong's words, though not explicitly stated, were laden with implications. Yi Xiao grasped the underlying message. Who held sway over the rules of the harem? The Empress. Yet, what transpired in between remained a mystery that Yi Xiao would need to investigate further, clearly. He could not glean such information from Zhou Tong. Entering the chamber of Yi Sun, Yi Xiao stepped inside. As soon as he entered, Yi Zhuan rose abruptly. His face contorted with anger, and reprimanded, "You ungrateful wretch. I commanded you to select 30 disciples from the Divine Martial Academy willing to follow you. Yet you have taken away all the disciples. What do you intend to do? I ask you, what do you intend to do?" The sudden force of his authority startled Zhou Tong, who had followed him in. Yi Xiao, however, maintained his composure and replied with a smile, "What is the matter? They are willing to follow me. Are you envious?" Zhou Tong was taken aback by these words. When had a prince dared to speak so boldly to Yi Zhuan? To his surprise, Yi Zhuan merely scoffed. "Envious? I am the sovereign of the Qian, and all its subjects are my loyal servants. Why would I be envious of you?" Yi Xiao chuckled. "Indeed, you are the emperor now, but during your youth, could you have inspired so many disciples from the Divine Martial Academy to follow you? Certainly not." With a playful grin, Yi Xiao continued, "So, do you not feel that your son is quite impressive?" "Humph." Yi Zhuan snorted dismissively. "Your actions today may garner fame. Yet your ostentation might attract even more adversaries." In response to this, Yi Xiao surveyed the surroundings and noticed a round stool in the corner. He promptly turned to Zhou Tong and commanded, "Fetch that stool for me. Standing while speaking is quite exhausting." Zhou Tong, who had been wishing to hide in the shadows, was momentarily taken aback. What should he do? Should he fetch it? Fortunately, Yi Zhuan interjected, "Go and bring it to him." Zhou Tong felt rather bewildered. Based on his understanding of Yi Zhuan, any other prince would have faced punishment for such a breach of decorum. Yet, Yi Xiao not only escaped unscathed, but also spoke to the emperor with remarkable ease. He brought the stool to Yi Xiao, who promptly sat down with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Ah, this stool is quite soft and comfortable." "Humph, I had it modified for the comfort of those who were granted seats," Yi Zhuan remarked with a hint of pride. For a moment, Zhou Tong felt as though these two were not an emperor and a prince, but rather a pair of humble farmers. This sensation was entirely absent when he observed Yi Zhuan interacting with other princes. Just as he was lost in thought, Yi Zhuan turned to Zhou Tong and said, "You may leave now. At your command." Zhou Tong quickly bowed and exited, fearful of overhearing anything inappropriate. Once he had departed, Yi Zhuan turned to Yi Xiao and sighed. "You are far too ostentatious and reckless. This will only incite your brothers against you." Yi Xiao replied with a smile, "Submissiveness and false niceties are not my style. I prefer to stand in the light rather than hide in the shadows. Let them use their schemes if they wish." Yi Zhuan coldly stated, "Excess personnel shall return to the Divine Martial Academy. The resources must be distributed among the various departments and cannot all be given to you. They have already returned." Yi Zhuan continued, "What are your thoughts regarding your marriage?" This was the primary reason for summoning Yi Xiao. He remained concerned that Yi Xiao might struggle with the matter. However, contrary to his expectations, Yi Xiao merely smiled faintly and suddenly rose to perform a bow, saying, "The thunder and rain are all gifts from the sovereign. I am deeply grateful and entirely satisfied." "Really? Of course, that is not true." Yi Xiao raised his head, his eyes flashing with indignation. "Let me ask you, would you marry a ruthless female demon who has committed numerous murders?" The two locked eyes, and Yi Zhuan, with a sheepish smile, touched the tip of his nose, opting not to answer directly but to counter with, "And then what do you intend to do?" The anger on Yi Xiao's face faded as he resumed his seat, sighing. "The imperial edict has been issued. I must marry her. Liang Qing has served the Qian well and has already endured much hardship. If I do not wed her, would I not only add to her suffering?" Yi Zhuan, taken aback, praised him. "You are indeed taking on some responsibility. Of course, considering that the Qian will ultimately be mine. Without a sense of responsibility, how could one bear the weight of the world?" Chapter 19. Producing Sons, Who Cannot. As dusk descended upon the imperial palace, light rain began to fall outside. Yu Xiao had already departed. Leaning against the couch in his chamber, Yu Zhuan half closed his eyes, idly toying with a string of sandalwood beads. Before him stood a tall, slender figure clad in black, reporting the events of the day. Once the black-clad individual finished his report, Yizhuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What on earth is happening with this celestial phenomenon?" The black-clad figure bowed and replied, "It is still unclear. The spiritual masters from the star-picking pavilion and the secret agents from the pacification office have already investigated, but no clues have emerged. It seems to be a true celestial phenomenon." "Impossible," Yizhuan scoffed. "That lad went to the Divine Martial Academy today with a clear plan. He deliberately provoked those disciples, enraged them, showcased his extraordinary martial talent, subdued the crowd, and finally incited the bloodlust of those disciples. He led them through Tangyin and before the Hall of Valor. He stained the banner with blood, swearing an oath to make his name known. Every step was calculated. How could the final phenomenon be mere coincidence?" The black-clad figure paused for a moment, then asked, "Should we send someone to keep an eye on the third prince?" Yizhuan shot him a glance. "No need." The black-clad figure replied, "Your Majesty, the child is growing up and naturally has his own secrets. However, it is disappointing that you cannot uncover the truth behind this matter." Yizhuan replied, "Is it reasonable? If we cannot keep watch, should we blame ourselves for failing to uncover the truth?" Though he harbored complaints in his heart, he did not dare to show them on his face and could only bow and say, "It is my incompetence." Yizhuan waved his hand dismissively. "Leave. This matter ends here." "Understood." The black-clad figure slowly exited the hall. Yizhuan chuckled lightly, saying, "Xiao, the more I observe, the more I find you pleasing. You possess dignity, cunning, and the ability to inspire the hearts of others, embodying the qualities of a leader. The only flaw is your impatience in your actions. I had intended to bestow marriage upon Liang Qing to distract the eldest, second, and fourth sons, alleviating some of his pressure. Yet today, he boldly proclaimed his intention to seize the throne before everyone, further invoking the celestial phenomenon at the Hall of Valor. I fear his reputation will soon spread throughout Tangyin." His voice was not low, clearly intended for others to hear. The old eunuch in the shadows discreetly interjected, "If your Majesty holds such a high regard for the third prince, why not directly appoint him as the heir?" Yizhuan shook his head, sighing. "The sovereign of Great Qian bears the weight of the world. Currently, there are two nations, Chu and Xiao, among the human race, opposing us, while outside, the barbarian and demon tribes lurk menacingly. If we were to select someone lacking in ability, a single misstep could lead to national ruin and extinction. Although the young heir has demonstrated some abilities, he remains inexperienced in grand affairs, and his wings have yet to fully unfurl. This contest for succession, though it may lead to fraternal strife, also serves as an opportunity for them to hone their skills and strengthen their wings. Only through this ordeal can we truly identify the illustrious sovereign of our Great Qian Dynasty. Despite my fondness for him, I shall not be swayed by emotion." After hearing Yisun's words, the old eunuch could only shake his head in resignation. The phrase "the emperor is merciless" is vividly embodied in Yisun at this moment. Within the halls of the Yi family, Lu'er was gently massaging Yisun's shoulders. Zhao Mingyin, adorned in a delicate yellow gown, with features as exquisite as a painting and a graceful figure, entered from outside, her umbrella lowered to reveal a stunningly beautiful visage. Upon seeing Yisun, her gaze appeared to linger on no one else, completely oblivious to Lu'er's fierce glare directed at her from behind. With a soft parting of her crimson lips, her tender voice was intoxicating. "Mingyin pays her respects to His Highness. It has been far too long. I have missed you every moment." The woman expressed her longing. Yisun, maintaining a calm demeanor, gently inquired, "Pray tell, what accomplishments have you achieved in this past year?" Taking a deep breath, Zhao Mingyin recounted with pride. "In accordance with your command, I have ventured to Tangyin City primarily to recruit individuals from the lower echelons of society. At present, I have 34 storytellers, 52 singers, and 5 theatrical troupes, in addition to 19 performers of risku songs. To ensure financial balance, I have also established 5 clothing stores. You provided me with 30,000 taels of silver, and I currently have a balance of 130,000. Upon hearing this achievement, Yisun's expression softened slightly. In truth, when he initially sent her back to Tangyin, he did not anticipate such outstanding results. With the 30,000 taels he had bestowed upon her, she not only fulfilled his directive to control the lower strata, but also turned a considerable profit. This unexpected success was indeed a pleasant surprise for Yisun. "You have worked hard," he acknowledged. "It was no burden. Serving you, Your Highness, is a joy," Zhao Mingyin replied, gently biting her lip as she gazed at Yisun with affection. "Your Highness, I truly miss you." Yi Sun could already feel the pressure of her hands on his shoulders growing heavier. You and Lu Er are my closest companions, and in due time, I shall grant you both your rightful status. However, the moment is not yet ripe. Yi Sun spoke candidly, not concealing his thoughts. I hold a higher status than her. Lu Er shot Zhao Mingyan a glare. Zhao Mingyan immediately glared back, her tone losing its gentleness, even raising her voice. By what right? I have helped you earn a substantial amount of money and recruited those lower-class individuals. My contributions are significant. Why should you overshadow me? Lu Er stood her ground. Simply because I have been by His Highness's side longer, and in the future, I can bear him sons. Zhao Mingyan rolled her eyes dismissively. We are all women. What is so remarkable about bearing sons? Anyone can do that. I could bear 2. I could bear 5. I could bear 8. Enough, both of you. Cease this quarrel. Yi Sun interjected, abruptly ending their dispute. In truth, allowing Zhao Mingyan to return to Tangin ahead of the others is somewhat related to the incessant quarrels between these two fellows. When Yi Xiao spoke, both of them dared not retort, obediently sealing their lips, though neither could suppress their defiance, glaring at one another with wide eyes. Yi Xiao chuckled. Let us not dwell on such matters. Should our attempt to seize the throne fail, and we find our head severed, it would indeed be a farce. Zhao Mingyan no longer paid heed to Lu Er, instead gazing at Yi Xiao with profound affection. To face execution alongside His Highness would bring me joy, she declared. Yi Xiao, uninterested in her proclamation, pondered for a moment before issuing his command. Thus, upon our return tomorrow, let the storytellers, singers, and theatrical troops spread word of today's events in the surrounding towns and villages of Tangin, conveying the extraordinary nature of our martial prowess and the celestial signs. Embellishing the tales as much as possible, we must ensure this news circulates widely. Rest assured, I shall see to it. Yu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. He understood that. Aside from consolidating his loyal followers, earning the admiration of the common folk could also gather support for the future emperor. Lu Er, discerning the implications behind Yi Xiao's words, voiced her discontent. Such a significant matter warrants my return tonight. His Highness has requested my presence. Do be quiet and retire to bed. I shall see to His Highness's needs tonight, Zhao Mingyan replied, twisting her waist as she approached Yi Xiao from behind, nudging Lu Er aside with her hip. Her slender arms entwined around Yi Xiao's neck, her cheek pressed against his. A delicate floral scent wafted into Yi Xiao's nostrils as Zhao Mingyan's voice brimmed with allure. Your Highness, let us rest early. Chapter 20, Uncle Yin, do you find my blade lacking? What is the most fervently discussed topic within Tangin City? The third prince. Yi Xiao. Ever since his return to Tangin, he seems to have captivated everyone's attention. First, he shattered Yi Xingyuan's legs, and subsequently led the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy in an oath before the valorous spirit altar, invoking celestial phenomena. Have you heard? That third prince possesses an almost terrifying martial talent. At just over 20, he has already mastered thousands of combat techniques. Is that true? Even if he learns one technique a day, it would take him over a decade. Of course it's true. Otherwise, how could he have attracted so many disciples from the Divine Martial Academy? I find that hard to believe. Where in this world is there such a genius? Surely it must be exaggerated. I beg to differ. With celestial signs appearing and the ancestors of Qian bestowing their blessings upon him, how could it be mere exaggeration? Mark my words, this third prince will undoubtedly achieve great things. Perhaps he will be the future heir of Qian, after all. He publicly declared his intent to seize the throne. Throughout the streets and alleys, whenever the townsfolk found a moment's respite, they engaged in discourse about Yi Xiao. At this moment, within Yi Xiao's carriage, he sat across from Liang Qing, the two engaging in casual conversation while Yi Xiao stifled yawns. Noticing his lethargic demeanor, Liang Qing furrowed her brow and inquired, Did you not sleep last night? Why do you appear so drained? Yi Xiao sighed. Last night, I had insights into the art of staff techniques, which compelled me to practice diligently until dawn. Liang Qing's face reflected admiration. No wonder His Highness has mastered so many martial skills. It seems that, in addition to exceptional talent, you have also exerted great effort. Indeed. Yi Xiao smiled faintly and inquired, But do you truly believe that Yin Zhe would be willing to enter my household? I am uncertain, Liang Qing replied, shaking her head. Yin Zhe hails from Dingzhou and has some acquaintance with my father. However, in a fit of rage over the corruption of military provisions by Shangguan, he ended up killing Shangguan. Subsequently, he voluntarily surrendered, and the emperor stripped him of his official position, relegating him to the status of a commoner and sentencing him to 5 years of exile. Later, My father brought him to Tangin, where he arranged for him to have a residence, and he now earns a living by running a martial arts school. The Huafeng camp in Dingzhou is his creation. This man is exceptional, whether it be in commanding troops or training soldiers. He is regarded as top tier. My father believes that his fervor remains undiminished. If you could recruit him, it would benefit you by forming a formidable army, and for him, it would allow him to realize his aspirations, a mutually advantageous situation. In truth, what troubled Xiao most was the selection of a commander for the 3,000 soldiers. His martial prowess was indeed extraordinary. Yet he lacked expertise in the intricacies of battlefield command and troop training. Moreover, it was implausible for him to personally oversee such matters. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, though trained systematically, were ultimately inexperienced youths. Xiao could hardly entrust them with significant responsibilities. As the saying goes, while 1,000 troops may be found, a single capable commander is hard to come by. The choice of a commander was paramount. A talented leader could bring about transformative changes within an army. Since Xiao had yet to identify a suitable candidate, he had refrained from aggressively recruiting soldiers. He had inquired about this matter from Liang Qing just the other day, yet he was taken aback when Liang Qi arrived at the prince's estate early that morning, bearing a letter from Liang Qing'an requesting to meet with Yan Zhe. In truth, he had a vague recollection of Yan Zhe's past, though he had dismissed it as mere novelty at the time, quickly forgotten. Finally, as the carriage moved steadily onward, Xiao arrived at his destination, the Ding'an Martial Arts School. Xiao and Liang Qing disembarked, and they beheld the school's grand entrance wide open. Inside, more than a dozen youths were practicing their martial skills under the scorching sun, training their bodies vigorously. Beside them stood a man in his 40s, his gaze sharp, scrutinizing the group of young practitioners. Chenwu, slacking off again, are we? You think I can't see you not putting in effort? He reprimanded. Lu Dali, 30 more with the stone lock. Wang Xiaoxi, do not presume I am oblivious to your lack of dedication. You must exert full strength during your strikes. You have been lazy on 3 consecutive cuts. Add 300 more. Human nature often leans towards inertia. The number of individuals who can maintain self-discipline is exceedingly rare, especially among youths whose temperaments are still maturing. When enthusiasm strikes, they may exhibit intense seriousness, yet martial training requires years of monotonous practice, inevitably leading to bouts of lethargy. Uncle Yan, I have come to see you. I brought you many delicacies, Liang Qing announced as she entered the courtyard, carrying prepared food. Upon hearing her voice, Yan Zhe's face broke into a beaming smile as he approached, laughing. You need not have brought me food just for visiting. My dear girl, it has been some time since you last came. Have you found a suitor recently? The last time your father visited, he lamented that you might never marry. Upon hearing this, Xiao recognized that this man before him surely lacked a high emotional intelligence. It is indeed true that a person with high emotional intelligence is unlikely to act impulsively in anger. As expected, Liang Qing, who had been smiling, suddenly froze in her expression. Fortunately, the emperor had already bestowed a marriage, otherwise, such words might have deeply wounded her. She managed a forced smile and said, Uncle Yan, I have indeed found my family. At that moment, Yan Zhe noticed Xiao and laughed heartily. Is this the young lad? I must say, he indeed resembles a refined gentleman. He looks quite similar to how I did in my youth. Young man, what is your surname, and who is your father? Xiao grinned. My father is Yisun. Yisun? The name seemed vaguely familiar. It was on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't quite recall. Yan Zhe furrowed his brow in contemplation. The name Yisun felt both familiar and strange. In truth, few dared to mention the emperor's name in everyday conversation. After pondering for some time without any clarity, Yan Zhe shrugged and said, Never mind who it is. What matters is that you have the courage to marry Qing'er, the goddess of slaughter. I admire you. Uncle Yan, Liang Qing shouted in anger. Yan Zhe seemed to realize something, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Did I say something wrong again? My apologies. My tongue often gets me in trouble. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Liang Qing replied, Uncle Yan, His Majesty has granted the marriage. He is my future husband, the 3rd prince of Deqian, Xiao. Oh my. Yan Zhe's eyes widened in realization. Your father is the emperor. Xiao nodded with a smile. Yan Zhe glanced between Xiao and Liang Qing, taking a long while to digest this revelation. Finally, he managed to utter, So that's why you are marrying out. It was a betrothal. Liang Qing fell silent. After 3 seconds, her right hand glimmered with a faint red light, and a blood-red long sword materialized in her grasp, exuding a chilling aura. With a somber gaze, she said, Uncle Yan, do you doubt the sharpness of my blade? Spirit weapons, forged by spiritual masters, can transform at will for ease of carrying and possess formidable power. Liang Qing's blood sword had claimed countless enemies. Her drawing of the blade indicated her genuine fury. Yanzhe was taken aback, exclaiming, "I was wrong. Please, do not take action. There are children in this courtyard." Yet, Liang Qing's murderous intent only intensified, causing even the practicing children to instinctively cease their movements, holding their breath in fear. Looking down at the crimson longsword in her hand, she softly remarked, "His Majesty has granted the third prince 3,000 private soldiers. In need of a commanding general. I see. Uncle Yin is not so reckless after all. Let this be a lesson. Do not let me hear words I dislike again." I understand. Chapter 21. Liang Qing's sister bullying others often. The course of events unfolds in unexpected ways. Xiao did not anticipate that what he thought would require much persuasion would be so effortlessly resolved due to Liang Qing's complete indignation. Remarkably, even the letter from Liang Qingyin was unnecessary. However, it must be said that the murderous aura exuded by Liang Qing was truly unsettling. With the lives of countless individuals on her hands, the aura she radiated was unlike anything Xiao had ever encountered. Even he felt a chill running down his spine, with every hair on his body standing on end. At that moment, Xiao nearly unleashed his true energy in a direct confrontation. Watching Liang Qing sheath her long blade, he swallowed hard. Liang Qing then turned around, her face lighting up with a smile. "Third prince, this is wonderful. Uncle Yin has agreed. It seems my father was indeed correct. Uncle Yin's fervor still burns bright." Her laughter revealed two charming dimples, and her eyes sparkled like stars, starkly contrasting with her earlier image as a harbinger of death. If he hadn't agreed, he might have truly met his end, Xiao silently mused. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and spoke to Yanzhe. "General Yin, since we have reached an agreement, let us visit the manor tomorrow. I have some matters to discuss." "Excellent." Yanzhe wiped the sweat from his brow and discreetly gave Xiao a thumbs up. "Let us be on our way." As Xiao and Liang Qing exited the martial arts hall, a chorus of astonished voices erupted from behind them. "Master, that woman was terrifying. Master, I thought you were going to die. Master, will you still be able to teach us tomorrow?" From behind, Yanzhe's boisterous voice rang out. "What are you worried about? I'm off to be a general, and you lot will join me in the army. It's not as if your tuition will go to waste. But let me make this clear. If you wish to secure a future, you must be prepared to fight for it with your lives." Xiao and Liang Qing climbed into the carriage. She glanced at him and remarked, "Do not take it to heart. Such occurrences are inevitable." Xiao replied with a smile, "I understand. Whoever takes the lead must have their own people. It's only natural. As the saying goes, clear waters hold no fish. I'm not naive enough to believe one can completely curtail the authority of subordinates. Such a notion is unrealistic." As the carriage rolled on, Xiao and Liang Qing engaged in casual conversation. Liang Qing spoke about the training of new recruits and military strategy, while Xiao shared stories of landscapes and extraordinary occurrences. They found themselves enjoying the exchange and growing more familiar with one another. Meanwhile, in the Empress's chamber, Empress Yangli reclined on her couch. As the mother of the crown prince, she was nearing 50, yet her beauty remained akin to that of a woman in her 30s. With her eyes half closed, she seemed to be in a state of drowsiness, surrounded by the scent of incense. Before her knelt a young girl. What is the reaction of Yixingro? She has already gone to seek revenge on third brother. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement crossed Yang Li's face. That's more like it. That wild offspring of Xiao has returned to Tangan City. If he were to behave like a proper noble prince, that would be one thing. But daring to compete with my son? I shall see how he responds to Yixingro's quest for vengeance. In Tangan streets, the populace was gathered in throngs. At the center stood a girl of about 15 or 16, brandishing a sharp blade, and fiercely shouted at Yu Zhao's carriage. "Xiao, you disregarded our kinship and severed my brother's legs. I challenge you to a life and death duel. Do you dare to step down and fight?" According to the laws of Qian, life and death duels were permissible for resolving disputes. If both parties consented and established a life and death pact, they could settle matters through combat, and the one who dealt the fatal blow would not bear responsibility. Yixingro was none other than the daughter of the Jing king and sister to Yi Xingyuan. Yet she was merely 15 years old. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, gazing at Yixingro, who stood defiantly in front of his vehicle, causing him considerable distress. A fight to the death. He was unafraid. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that his opponent was merely a naive girl in her teens. In the eyes of society, it is undeniably disgraceful for a man to strike a woman, particularly for an adult male to assault a child, regardless of the circumstances. seemed utterly indefensible. If he were to truly resort to violence, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread condemnation. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao pushed open the door and leaped out, proclaiming, "Your brother has oppressed the populace and tarnished the royal reputation. He deserves his fate. You challenge me. Do you believe that as a member of the Jing royal family, you can act with impunity, free from consequences?" He intended to persuade the girl to withdraw. Yi Xingro shook her head defiantly, replying, "I know not of such grand principles. My brother has treated me with utmost kindness since childhood. You have shattered his legs. Now he suffers at home, living a fate worse than death, enduring torment daily, and he refuses to see me, seeking vengeance against you. If you dare not accept this fight to the death, then I shall risk the law today and slay you here." Yi Xiao sighed. He truly did not wish to engage in combat with Yi Xingro. Defeating such a young girl would be an unworthy victory. However, given the circumstances, action seemed inevitable. Just as he prepared to respond to the challenge, Liang Qing burst forth from the carriage. "Yi Xingro, how bold you are!" Upon seeing Liang Qing, Yi Xingro's expression shifted dramatically. "Sister Liang Qing," she exclaimed, "what are you doing in his carriage?" The mention of Liang Qing's name sent ripples of astonishment through the gathered crowd. "Wow, is that the infamous woman? Step back quickly. For it is said that merely gazing upon her can lead to one's demise. Humph, look at your cowardly demeanor. What is there to fear?" As Liang Qing emerged, the onlookers instinctively retreated nearly 2 meters in unison. Standing beside you, Xiao, Liang Qing declared, "His Majesty has bestowed marriage upon us. He is now my betrothed. What issue lies in my presence within his carriage? As for you, how audacious to confront my fiancé in public and challenge him to a fight to the death. Do you truly regard me so lightly?" Yi Xingro bit her lip, murmuring, "But he has harmed my brother. And what of it? If your brother did not oppress the people, he would not have been injured. Even if we concede that you might harm him today, it is quite possible that your father, mother, and even your entire family could meet their end." Liang Qing's words hinted at Yu Zhao's royal status. However, the crowd misinterpreted her intent. Wow, indeed she is the infamous woman. She threatens to annihilate entire families. How terrifying. Truly a fearsome individual, speaking of death so casually. Yu Xingro clenched her fists, still reluctant to yield. Liang Qing stepped forward, stating, "If you seek vengeance, I shall take up his challenge today. If it is a fight to the death you desire, then let it be so. I assure you, not only will you find no retribution, but you may also lose your life here." She recognized Yi Zhao's hesitance to strike, but regardless, she was a woman. If he could not act, then she would. Having spoken, Liang Qing's gaze sharpened, exuding an aura of menace once more. As her killing intent permeated the air, Yi Xingro, who had previously been resolute, displayed a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, the young girl suddenly cast aside her knife, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Sister Liang Qing, you are bullying me," she cried, turning and fleeing in distress. How impressive. She frightened the girl to tears. Someone remarked with a chuckle, "I have goosebumps just hearing this. If you're not afraid, why don't you confront her?" However, it must be said that the third prince is rather formidable. He dares to marry such a woman? The third prince is a person of great renown, blessed by the valiant spirits of the Qin. Naturally, he is unafraid. Impressive. A true role model. The epitome of manhood. I have heard that the third prince is descended from the martial star, while Miss Liang is a manifestation of the celestial slayer star. They are indeed a match made in heaven. Is it true? Absolutely. Chapter 22. The limitation of power. As Yi Xingro departed, Liang Qing surveyed her surroundings. Noting that all had fallen silent, the two returned to their carriage, and as it moved forward, the crowd instinctively parted to form a path. It was only after the carriage had departed that fervent discussions erupted once more. Yu Xiao lowered the carriage curtain and turned with a smile. "It seems these people are rather intimidated by you." Liang Qing shook her head. "There's nothing to be done. How many are there who do not fear me?" Her words carried a hint of bitterness. Yu Xiao gently reassured her, "Though they fear you, they also understand that what you do is right." Perhaps, Liang Qing mused, brushing her hair back and smiling, "but their opinions do not truly matter to me. After all, I cannot expect everyone to like me, whether they fear or despise me. The thoughts of those unrelated to my cause are not within my realm of consideration. Otherwise, I would not have acted so decisively in the first place." At this point, Liang Qing expressed a touch of regret. "It is a pity that I am not ruthless enough. If I had eliminated not only the elderly, but also women and children, it would have significantly weakened the military strength of the Chu kingdom. Perhaps this is the compassion of a woman." Yi Xiao sighed. "If you were truly that merciless, I fear I would not dare to marry you, to slay the innocent. Neither could I bring myself to wield such cruelty. That much is true. While nations may go to war and employ every means available, ultimately, humanity must retain a semblance of compassion. If Liang Qing were to slaughter the innocent indiscriminately, even Yi Xiao would find it hard to accept. As the morning sun cast its rays, within Yi Xiao's residence, a group of disciples from the Divine Martial Academy, led by Wang Hu, had already assembled. Yanzhe had donned a clean outfit, having shaved his beard since the previous day. He appeared markedly rejuvenated, his attire immaculate and fitted, exuding an entirely different aura than before. Who is that old fellow? I have no idea. He certainly seems extraordinary, the disciples whispered among themselves. Yet, Yanzhe paid them no heed. At last, Yi Xiao emerged from the courtyard. Your Highness, the crowd greeted in unison. Yi Xiao surveyed the assembly, confirming that all necessary individuals were present. He then proclaimed with clarity, I intend to establish a private army, to be named the Golden Scales Guard, with Yanzhe as the commander. As the conversation unfolded, Yi Xiao drew Yanzhe closer, loudly introducing him to the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy. From this day forth, he shall serve as the commander of the Golden Scale Guard, responsible for all military affairs. Continuing, Yi Xiao declared, Sun Qing shall be appointed as the chief clerk of the military, overseeing all financial expenditures and the verification of accounts. I will periodically assign personnel to audit the accounts. It is imperative that no discrepancies arise. Wang Hu will serve as the deputy commander, assisting General Yan in managing all matters. Yi Xiao unilaterally appointed these positions, thereby establishing the fundamental structure of the military hierarchy. In the future, all appointments and dismissals within the military ranks shall be documented in written form and submitted for review at the residence. The same protocol applies to the punishment of military officers and soldiers, which must also be reported in a formal document. The authority over personnel matters is a significant right of those in power, a prerogative Yi Xiao would not relinquish lightly. Likewise, disciplinary actions against soldiers must be subjected to sufficient oversight to prevent any individual from misusing their power to oppress others. Once the overarching framework was established, Yi Xiao dispatched someone to retrieve funds. He addressed Yanzhe earnestly. You will be responsible for the upcoming recruitment, including the registration with the Ministry of War and Land Acquisitions. Do you have any objections? None. Yanzhe responded with remarkable composure. Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction and subsequently dismissed the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, producing 2 volumes. One book contained the methods for forging equipment for the Golden Scale Guard, while the other detailed training techniques and formations. General Yan, you may study these at your leisure. Upon hearing this, Yanzhe was momentarily taken aback. He sensed that Yi Xiao's previous appointments and established rules were intended to monitor and constrain him, which he accepted as a normal occurrence. However, the direct provision of the so-called forging techniques and training methods raised a question. Would the soldiers be trained by Yi Xiao or by him? Was he to become nothing more than a mere puppet? A flicker of displeasure crossed Yanzhe's mind. Nevertheless, given that Yi Xiao was the de facto leader of the Golden Scale Guard, he refrained from voicing any objections and silently accepted the 2 volumes. As he departed, Lu Er emerged from the side, smiling. Young master, it seems that General Yan is somewhat displeased. Yanzhe was not a particularly deep thinker, yet even Lu Er could perceive his discontent. Quite normal, Yi Xiao replied with a calm expression. He has his own understanding of military training and naturally would not welcome interference, even if I am the leader. If I were to dictate the amount of sugar and salt you could use while cooking, would you not feel unhappy? Indeed, Lu Er wholeheartedly agreed. She inquired, then why does your highness insist on interfering with him? Because those are the recipes from the world's greatest chefs, Yi Xiao sighed. The Golden Scale Guard is my first military force, and its combat effectiveness is of utmost importance. Rest assured, once he peruses those 2 volumes, all his discontent will dissipate, and he may even express gratitude towards me. Your Highness, Lu Er said, I have one more thing that puzzles me. Is your Highness imposing too many restrictions on Yanzhe? I sense that he seemed to require your Highness's approval for everything he wished to do. Yi Xiao stretched lazily, embracing Lu Er as he strolled toward the courtyard, explaining, Lu Er, I will have many subordinates in the future. It is impossible for me to assess each individual and discern their intrinsic character. I cannot develop emotional connections with every subordinate. Therefore, regulations are of utmost importance. These rules will ensure their actions remain within certain boundaries. At this point, Yi Xiao provided an example. For instance, I appointed Sun Qing as the chief clerk to oversee financial authority. Furthermore, I want Yanzhe to be acutely aware that he is under scrutiny. Why? Xiao chuckled, asking, do you believe there are more good people in the world or more bad ones? This question left Lu Er momentarily perplexed. She pondered, her finger tapping her lips, yet could not determine whether good or bad people were more prevalent. Xiao continued with a smile. Now let me ask you, do you think there are more corrupt officials or honest ones? Lu Er, without hesitation, replied, corrupt officials. And why is that? He inquired. Lu Er shook her head in confusion. Xiao sighed. It is mainly because they believe their greed will go unnoticed, especially in remote areas, where the distance from authority fosters a sense of impunity. If I were in a similar position, could I guarantee that I would remain entirely virtuous? Perhaps I would falter as well. He added, thus, discussions of character and morality are mere trifles. Only supervision and a robust system of oversight can mitigate such issues. I do not believe that Yanzhe would be corrupt now, but if there are no constraints and vast sums of money flow freely, would he maintain his integrity after 1, 2, or even 5 years? That is not trust. It is temptation. None of us are saints, nor do I expect others to be. Therefore, some matters are best conducted in the open. Listening to Yi Zhao's elucidation, Lu Er suddenly understood. Chapter 23, Atonement. That night, at Yanzhe's residence, he looked helplessly at the 2 books before him. I have never endured such indignities in my life. I command troops, hold financial authority, and possess the power of appointment and punishment. Yet this little brat, who hasn't even shed his infant hair, dares to instruct me on military training. Many have criticized their superiors, including emperors who are not exempt from such scorn. At this moment, Yanzhe regretted agreeing to this arrangement. After much hesitation, he finally opened the 2 books. Upon the first glance, he was astounded. The pages revealed the armor of the Golden Scale Guard, a design he had never encountered before. Firstly, the material was not iron, but rather a resilient hide crafted from animal skin. The manufacturing process involved a meticulous layering technique for the armor plates. With the use of tendon laces and citrus wood for fastening, this leather armor promised remarkable defensive capabilities. Most importantly, the use of leather armor would allow soldiers to maintain their agility. In Yanzhe's understanding, the defensive capability of armor was typically proportional to its weight. However, heavier armor inevitably hampered a soldier's flexibility, endurance, and operational range. The methods for crafting leather armor that Yi Xiao provided were entirely unprecedented in his experience. However, with his vast experience, he could discern its feasibility at a glance, though he remained uncertain about the ultimate effects. The mere sight of the first piece of leather armor had utterly astonished Yanzhe. Without hesitation, he flipped backward, only to find that each piece of equipment was brimming with ingenious designs. After perusing the inventory, he was nearly convinced that as long as the soldiers were well trained and donned this gear, they would undoubtedly become an indomitable army. Without a moment's pause, he opened the training manual, which further broadened his horizons. The sky was bright, and the rooster crowed. Yanzhe rubbed his reddened eyes and murmured to himself, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. If the results are indeed as described in this book, training them would render them the mightiest soldiers under heaven. Nevertheless, Yanzhe also realized that adhering to the methods outlined in the book would require an investment of silver far exceeding that of ordinary soldiers. Closing the tome, he sat in a daze for a while before suddenly slapping himself sharply across the face. The force was so great that blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and his cheek swelled. You foolish brain, Yanzhe. The third prince is so generous in sharing this invaluable military training method, yet here you are, secretly belittling him. Truly, you are judging a gentleman with the mindset of a petty person. At this moment, Yi Zhao's status in his heart began to ascend rapidly. It is essential to understand that in this era, the methods of military training are the very foundation of a military officer's standing. Such secrets are never divulged. Indeed, some elite training techniques are considered state secrets. Yet, Yi Xiao had unreservedly entrusted him with the equipment and training methods of this elite troop, a trust that, in his eyes, was infinitely more precious than any so-called power. It could even be said that these 2 manuals of secret techniques were more than sufficient to become the cornerstone of the Yin family's enduring prosperity. Within Yi Zhao's residence, his internal cultivation was continuously advancing. As his reputation grew, the gathering of people transformed into the royal extreme true qi. Its intensity was nothing short of terrifying. Moreover, this royal extreme true qi was remarkably profound. While its strength was formidable, It did not impose any burden on the body. In fact, as it circulated, it nourished the practitioner's physique. The so-called soul refinement realm is the stage where a martial artist elevates their spirit. From this level onward, a martial artist can begin to introspect and even perceive the world around them. Xiao opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, fortune and misfortune accompany each other, and life is unpredictable. Although my self-inflicted loss of cultivation turned years of hard work into nothing, the opportunity to cultivate anew has reinforced my body and solidified my foundation beyond measure. The foundation establishment 4 realms are the stages where martial artists lay their groundwork, tempering the body, nourishing the blood, cultivating the qi, and refining the soul. Each realm serves to establish a solid foundation. Although Yi Zhao's self-imposed cultivation loss rendered years of effort futile, his physique remained unweakened, his vitality undiminished, and his spirit unshattered. On the contrary, during the process of recultivation, he established a foundation even more robust than that of ordinary individuals. After all, who would willingly relinquish the fruits of their arduous cultivation? He must urgently break through to the celestial origin realm, drawing upon the world's primordial energy, merging it with the royal extreme qi to forge the true qi. Only upon reaching this stage can the true power of the royal extreme, true qi, be unleashed. Yi Xiao resolved firmly. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. Young master, you must come out and take a look. General Yinza is at the door, bearing a thorny branch to apologize. Huh? Yi Xiao wore a perplexed expression. Apologizing with a thorny branch? What has this fellow done? Filled with uncertainty, Yi Xiao hurriedly descended from his bed. At the entrance of the prince's residence, General Yinza knelt bare-chested, a thorny branch slung across his back. He Kun sat on a small stool, munching on sunflower seeds, while advising, there is no need for such theatrics. His Highness is kind-hearted. Even if you have erred, he surely will not take your head. No, I must wait for His Highness to emerge. I must apologize. Apologizing doesn't require such dramatics. Frankly, it's rather embarrassing. You know nothing. This is my sincerity. Huh. Then continue. He Kun continued to eat his seeds, humming a little tune as he basked in the sun. Just then, Yi Xiao emerged from within the palace, prompting He Kun to put away his seeds and rise. General Yinza sneered, you old fool. You certainly know how to make a scene. He Kun shot him a glare, but chose to remain silent. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, who was visibly concerned, he urgently inquired, General Yinza, what has transpired? Yinza bowed deeply to the ground, exclaiming, Your Highness, I, Yinza, was blinded by my own folly. Yesterday, upon returning home, I harbored resentment against your intervention in the training of the troops and uttered a few harsh words. Upon seeing the training methods you bestowed upon the Golden Scale Guard, I realized my narrow-mindedness and came to bear this thorny branch to apologize. Yi Xiao thought to himself, believing it to be a significant matter, only to discover it was merely a private insult. Lu Er was equally astonished and leaned closer to whisper in Yi Xiao's ear, Your Highness, is this man not mentally sound? Can he truly lead troops? Yi Xiao softly replied, There should be no issue. I have investigated. And this fellow has rarely faced defeat in battle, repeatedly achieving victories. Observing the prostrate Yinza, Yi Xiao felt exasperated and approached to assist him in rising. Yet, Yinza remained unmoved, instead brandishing the thorny branch and declaring loudly, I implore your highness to punish me with this branch. Otherwise, my heart shall find no peace. Yi Xiao chuckled, General Yinza, please rise and speak. This minor transgression is inconsequential, and I forgive you. No, I beseech your highness to mete out punishment. Yi Xiao was truly at a loss for words. The image of him wielding a thorny branch against a burly man was too absurd to behold. Yinza was so shameless. He still sought punishment. At that moment, Lu Er could no longer contain herself and remarked, If you truly believe you have erred, then practice diligently for His Highness. Yinza was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Yi Xiao, asking, Who is this? Yi Xiao smiled and replied, This is my concubine, Lu Er, who is currently in charge of managing all affairs in the residence. Though Lu Er held no formal status within the household and they had not truly wed, Yi Xiao decided to confer upon her a title in the eyes of others. Yinza was taken aback. His Highness actually dared to take a concubine? Yi Xiao gazed at Yinza and mused, Why would I not dare to take a concubine? Yinza stroked his chin, suddenly enlightened, Your Highness is indeed astute. By taking a concubine before marriage, once Liang Qing enters the residence, it will be too late for any accounting brilliant. Yi Xiao thought, Does this fellow believe he fears Liang Qing? What a joke. Yanzei seemed to be awakened by Lu Er's words. After pondering for a moment, he rose and respectfully addressed Yi Xiao, saying, "Your Highness, rest assured, I shall surely train the Golden Scale Guard into the mightiest army of our Great Qian." With that, he turned and departed. In the capital, an imperial edict was announced. The third prince was recruiting private troops. In an instant, it stirred up a tempest of excitement. At this moment, Yi Xiao's reputation among the citizens of the capital was indeed formidable. On the day, he swore an oath at the brave and fierce temple. A celestial phenomenon was triggered, making it widely known and inspiring countless passionate youths to enlist. In a corner of the street, two neighbors engaged in casual conversation about this matter. "Have you heard? That third prince has begun recruiting private troops, with military pay significantly higher than that of regular soldiers." "I've heard. My son is determined to join, and I cannot dissuade him. Can't we ordinary folks live peacefully? He insists on going to that perilous place." "Alas, who can argue with that? My child, too, is insistent, claiming he wishes to achieve fame. I should have never taken him to witness the third prince's sacrificial rites. Let's think positively. Many are enlisting. What if your son isn't selected? Your son won't be selected either. Did you not just say you hoped he wouldn't go? Why are you getting angry? Regardless, your son won't be chosen. Old fool, I fear you not." Countless citizens eagerly signed up. One sought a brighter future, while another simply wished to earn a living. After all, life was not easy for the common folk. Even in Tangin City, the lower-class citizens did not fare well. Over 10,000 individuals applied. Yi Xiao did not involve himself in the selection process, leaving it entirely to Yanzei, Wang Hu, and others. 7 days later, the army was officially formed. They purchased a plot of barren land in the capital, erected barracks, and commenced training. Yanzei also recruited artisans to forge the equipment for the Golden Scale Guard. Despite his carefree demeanor, he placed great importance on confidentiality regarding these matters. The necessary components for the gear were meticulously crafted in divisions, batches, and by designated individuals. The assembly was to be executed by the Golden Scale Guard themselves. In comparison to regular soldiers, the training of the Golden Scale Guard was exceptionally rigorous. Likewise, their provisions were of superior quality. Essentially, they received 4 meals daily, with at least 2 guaranteed to include meat. For these soldiers, such a level of sustenance was already quite exceptional. It is worth noting that at home, they typically had only 1 or 2 meals a day. Even for ordinary soldiers, it was merely 2 meals. The Golden Scale Guard's 4 meals each day were a dream they could hardly fathom. As Yu Xiao and Yanzei traversed the camp, observing the soldiers' fervent training, Yu Xiao remarked, "The training intensity must be substantial, and the provisions must keep pace. Your Highness, worry not. I am well aware of these matters. However, I must express concern regarding the recent financial expenditure, which has indeed been considerable." Yanzei cast a worried glance at Yi Xiao. "Do not fret about finances. As long as the accounts are clear and the guarantees are in place, I have ample funds. But I have heard that His Majesty allocates 100,000 taels of silver to you each month, and this month's equipment expenses have already been quite substantial. Will this truly be sustainable?" Yanzei was acutely aware of how much had been spent on the Golden Scale Guard. Thus far, the expenses he had managed alone had already surpassed 120,000 taels. "Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. A mere sum for meals cannot deter me." At this moment, Yi Xiao indeed possesses considerable confidence. Zhao Mingyin's humble business has yielded substantial profits, and he has already arranged for her to deliver 100,000 taels of silver to his residence. Thus, the funds at his disposal are more than sufficient to sustain the expenses of these soldiers. Upon hearing this, Yanzei felt relieved. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "The martial arts technique bestowed by Your Highness is simply formidable. With adequate nourishment, these young ones will undoubtedly develop combat prowess within a mere half-year." Yanzei was thoroughly captivated. The Golden Scaled Guard's technique that Yi Xiao presented was yielding explosive results in their cultivation. The rate of their advancement was astonishingly rapid. Yi Xiao smiled faintly. The ancient emperor's method of cultivating soldiers undoubtedly possessed its unique merits. Their loyalty to Yi Xiao would contribute to the vitality of the imperial cauldron, which in turn would offer them certain reciprocation. Compared to ordinary individuals, their training speed was indeed remarkable. Furthermore, the methods and techniques employed in their training were meticulously crafted. For instance, during the early hours, they would practice their martial arts, gathering the essence of the sun and moon. Subsequently, they would engage in battle formation techniques, allowing their bodies to fully absorb the essence of heaven and earth. In the afternoons, when their vital energy was at its peak, they would commence physical conditioning. Such intricate details combined resulted in a rapid enhancement of these soldiers' strength. Yi Xiao's gaze drifted towards the dragon banner at the forefront of the battlefield. Its current significance eluded him, yet he was unequivocally certain that it held some extraordinary power. He encouraged them to train diligently, warning against any laziness. Before turning back to his residence, as Yi Xiao departed, the smile on Yan Zhe's face vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. Everyone assemble. Each must lift the stone lock 500 times. You little rascals, if you do not exert yourselves and the meat runs out, I shall flay you alive. Half a month later, within Yi Xiao's abode, he sat cross-legged. A vast accumulation of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth enveloped him. With 3,000 soldiers now under his command, they provided him with an abundance of vitality daily, which transformed into imperial true qi. In just over 10 days, Yi Xiao had ascended to the pinnacle of the soul refinement realm, a mere step away from the celestial origin realm. At this moment, Yi Xiao closed his eyes in concentration, preparing to make a concerted effort to reopen the heavenly gate atop his head. Within him, golden energy surged, rapidly circulating throughout his body. Outside the room, all attendants had been dismissed from the courtyard. Lu Er, wielding a long sword, sat cross-legged at the entrance. He Quan lounged atop the roof with a wine jug, sipping leisurely, yet his focus remained intensely sharp. For a martial artist, opening the heavenly gate requires invoking a resonance with the heavens through one's spiritual force. This is of utmost significance. Even the slightest error could lead to failure in opening the gate. However, for Yi Xiao, this was not a daunting task. Nevertheless, they could not afford to be careless, as he now had numerous enemies. Should someone seize this opportunity to harm Yi Xiao, it would indeed pose a dilemma. As Yi Quan sipped his wine, he remained attuned to his surroundings. As Yi Xiao's true energy broke through the heavenly gate, a torrent of magnificent elemental energy from the heavens and earth converged above his head. Your Highness, your innate talents are indeed remarkable. The opening of the heavenly gate has summoned an immense amount of celestial energy, and the resultant aura is bound to be exceedingly formidable. Yi Quan sighed, reflecting on the phenomenon. When a martial artist opens the heavenly gate and channels celestial energy, the intensity and richness of that energy often signify the quality of their cultivation technique. The density of the celestial energy surrounding Yi Xiao is unparalleled in Yi Quan's lifetime. However, he gradually sensed something amiss. The speed at which the celestial energy was converging increased alarmingly, and its intensity began to spiral out of control. Dark clouds slowly gathered in the sky. Yi Quan's expression shifted dramatically as he murmured, "Is it merely the opening of the heavenly gate? Could it truly escalate to this extent?" Any practitioner who has cultivated to a certain level may trigger extraordinary phenomena, even invoking heavenly tribulations upon their breakthrough. This is a manifestation of their strength reaching a significant threshold. Yet, Yi Xiao had only just begun to open the heavenly gate. How could he possibly provoke a heavenly tribulation? This was beyond Yi Quan's comprehension. Nevertheless, he understood that this was beyond his control, and Yi Xiao would have to rely on himself. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao's heavenly gate had already been forcefully breached by the formidable true energy within him. Having opened the heavenly gate once before, he was now well acquainted with the process. Coupled with the royal extreme true energy, his power was unparalleled. With a surge of determination, he burst through the heavenly gate, summoning the celestial energy to elevate his royal extreme true energy. At the same time, Yi Xiao sensed the gathering storm clouds above him. An inexplicable pressure descended upon him. What is happening? Yi Xiao was taken aback, recalling that such a phenomenon had not occurred during his first opening of the heavenly gate. However, in the next moment, a resounding thunderclap echoed. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck directly into the room. Chapter 25. The Return of the Great Sun. The celestial origin realm, as its name implies, signifies the internal energy transforming through the amalgamation of celestial energy into a new form of energy, commonly referred to as the aura. From this moment forth, the martial artist would undergo a profound transformation. A martial artist who has opened the heavenly gate possesses a level of true energy that far surpasses that of a soul refinement realm practitioner. Depending on their cultivation technique, the aura they produce will also vary. For instance, Yi Xiao, who previously practiced the Great Sun Yuan Yang technique, would transform his true energy into the blazing aura of the Great Sun upon merging with celestial energy, becoming so powerful that a single strike could incinerate all things. Truly terrifying. Yi Xiao is well aware that the Great Yin Royal Extreme technique, according to its description, should yield the Royal Extreme Purple Cloud aura. which combines the imperial might with the purple cloud's thunder. Its power is unparalleled. However, Xiao never anticipated that the power of the purple cloud would directly summon the purple cloud's thunder. When the barrel-thick lightning descended, Xiao could not react in time. It was a speed that surpassed human limits. The might of the heavens was indeed terrifying. Suddenly, the human emperor cauldron soared from above Xiao's head. The purple lightning struck the human emperor cauldron in an instant. The cauldron flickered with lightning before settling into calm. Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be followed by yet another bolt of lightning. Regardless of how fearsome the thunder was, the human emperor cauldron absorbed it all. Simultaneously, the cauldron gradually channeled the power of the purple lightning into Xiao's body. As the power of thunder gradually merged with Xiao's true qi, a familiar force began to manifest within him. It was the great sun's radiant qi. Indeed, the great sun's radiant qi that Xiao had once dispersed had resurfaced. Harnessing the essence of the heavens and earth, a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. For over a decade, Xiao had practiced the great sun's primordial yang technique, cultivating his body, nourishing his blood, refining his spirit, and advancing through each realm, all under the nurturing of the great sun's true qi. Eventually, he broke through to the celestial origin, transforming into the great sun's blazing radiant qi, which had long since penetrated the marrow of his bones. Although he had indeed dispersed his power, his blood, body, and soul remained intact. The primordial yang force concealed within him once again coalesced into the great sun's blazing radiant qi, aided by the influx of celestial energy. This led to a rather tumultuous situation. Within Xiao's body, the great sun's radiant qi began to condense at every turn. As the imperial extreme purple sky qi circulated through his meridians, it repeatedly clashed and repelled the new energy. Though the great sun's blazing radiant qi was not as potent as the imperial extreme purple sky qi, it was nonetheless a top-tier technique, its strength undoubtedly formidable. The two energies clashed incessantly within Xiao's meridians, causing him great distress. Intense pain assailed him relentlessly. Meanwhile, the great sun's blazing true qi proliferated like mushrooms after rain, continuously being shattered, and even his veins began to suffuse with a searing red. With a sudden cough, Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. This cannot continue. He realized the urgency of the situation. His meridians had begun to develop cracks due to the tumultuous clash of the two energies. Xiao knew he had to halt this progression. His mind raced, and stealing his resolve, he attempted to regain control over the great sun's blazing radiant qi while simultaneously directing the imperial extreme purple sky qi back to his dantian. He then resumed the operation of the great sun's primordial yang technique, integrating all the great sun's true qi within him. A peculiar phenomenon emerged. The imperial extreme purple sky qi spiraled in his dantian, while the great sun's blazing radiant qi surged rapidly through his veins. As the great sun's blazing radiant qi accumulated, Xiao began to channel it into his dantian, striving to force a fusion of the two energies. This was the only solution he could conceive. If he allowed the imperial extreme purple sky qi to continue recklessly shattering the great sun's blazing radiant qi within his meridians, his veins would surely rupture. A rupture would lead to a complete loss of control over his true qi. His meridians could not withstand the collision of the two energies, but his dantian could. As the repository of true qi, the dantian is colloquially known as the sea of qi, and its size is also a measure of one's innate talent. Xiao's dantian was vast, immensely so. This capacity allowed him to accommodate more true qi and provided space for the two energies to collide and merge. With caution, Xiao manipulated the two energies. First, he maintained a significant amount of imperial extreme purple sky true qi in an arc along the periphery of his dantian to serve as a protective barrier. At the same time, he guided a thread of the great sun's blazing radiant qi into the dantian, followed by a strand of the imperial extreme purple sky qi. While striving to maintain the stability of his meridians and the energy within his dantian, he delicately manipulated two strands of vital energy to collide and merge. Multitasking. Such a feat would be unattainable for an ordinary person. However, Xiao, with his extraordinarily formidable martial arts talent, was entirely capable of executing this manipulation. Collision, fragmentation. Yet this time, it would not inflict any harm upon Xiao. Countless collisions, countless shatterings. Under Xiao's deliberate control, the imperial purple celestial energy no longer held the absolute advantage. Within Xiao's dantian, The violet-red aura began to accumulate in increasing abundance. This colliding and shattering energy began to exhibit signs of fusion. After all, the powers of thunder and fire are inherently complementary. At last, following Yi Xiao's numerous failures, a strand of tricolored energy, infused with purple, gold, and red, emerged within his dantian. With the appearance of this energy, Yi Xiao's heart leaped with joy. He had succeeded. Moreover, he could sense that this strand of energy was more potent than the pure imperial purple celestial energy. A single success heralded a new beginning. More and more energy began to be integrated by Yi Xiao. The tricolored energy underwent further transformation, gradually shifting into golden energy, with hints of violet-red luminescence interwoven. Yi Xiao could distinctly perceive that this newly formed energy could be transformed into any attribute of power in accordance with his thoughts. Additionally, it offered a myriad of power combinations, centered around the imperial true energy, supplemented by the powers of thunder and fire. They complemented each other, harboring boundless potential for change. Within the second prince's residence, the three princes sat together. The fourth prince chuckled. "I wonder why second brother summoned me, an eldest brother?" The second prince replied softly. "You all have heard the rumors about Tangan, haven't you? In the eyes of the common people, the third prince is akin to a celestial being. His reputation surpassing ours combined within a mere month of his return." The eldest prince scoffed. "And then? What do you mean?" "Nothing much. Merely a proposal for collaboration." The second prince stated calmly. "Let us three unite to eliminate the third prince first. Once he is deprived of his chance to seize the throne, we can contend amongst ourselves later. If this trend continues and we continue to bicker, we will only benefit the third prince." The fourth prince smiled slightly. "Has second brother made preparations?" The second prince's gaze darkened, "Of course. In 7 days, it will be the queen's birthday. The third prince has been vocally flaunting his extraordinary martial prowess, hasn't he? My intention is for us to prepare several young masters and, during the birthday banquet, propose a contest through the queen's words. This will publicly humiliate him and dismantle the reputation he has so painstakingly built." Chapter 26. Long-standing grievances within Yi Xiao's residence. Yi Yuner curiously surveyed her surroundings. "Brother, you must reserve a room for me in your residence. I shall come to stay whenever I have the chance." "Of course." Yi Xiao readily agreed. He had always held a deep affection for this sister. Yi Yuner wandered around, taking in the sights, and with a hint of envy remarked, "Father treats you well. This mansion is much larger than my princess residence." Her envy stemmed not from the size of the mansion, but from the affection that Yi Sun bestowed upon Yi Xiao. "How have you and mother fared during my absence in Tang and all these years?" Yi Xiao asked softly. "Quite well." Yi Yuner seemed reluctant to delve deeper into the conversation, merely offering a perfunctory reply. "No one in the palace is bullying you, right?" "Not at all. I'm doing just fine," she said with a smile. After observing her for a moment, Yi Xiao also smiled warmly. "That's good." Sensing Yi Xiao's probing, Yi Yuner took his hand and skillfully shifted the topic. She began to recount amusing anecdotes from her life with Hua Mingwei over the years. "Brother, I've entered the star-picking pavilion. I'm a spirit master now. Mother recently embroidered a pair of mandarin ducks, but they turned out even uglier than ducks. I've also been practicing embroidery. Soon, I will make you a set of python ropes." Yi Xiao smiled, gazing at Yi Yuner with fondness. His younger sister, with her gentle disposition, was ill-suited for the palace, where such traits made one vulnerable to bullying. He understood that she never sought trouble and would endure as long as she could. She refrained from sharing her burdens with him, fearing to add to his worries. Suddenly, Yi Xiao interrupted her. "Yuner, do you know? I have returned with a singular purpose, to become emperor." Yi Yuner was taken aback, unsure of why he was confiding this to her. As she looked into his increasingly determined eyes, Yi Xiao declared solemnly, "I want to be emperor. The eldest brother is the first to oppose me, and the empress is equally unwilling. They wish nothing more than to see my downfall. Our fates are intertwined in a deadly struggle. Moreover, you and mother will also be targeted. Even if you endure, it won't lessen the trouble for me. In fact, if you keep things from me, it will only make you and mother weapons they use against me." Yi Xiao gazed earnestly at Yi Yuner and asked, "Let me ask you again, has the empress ever bullied you or mother in these years?" As Yi Xiao's words sank in, Yi Yuner felt a wave of grievance rising within her. She spoke softly. "Brother has always been favored by father, drawing envy from others. Your strong character meant that no one dared to bully us while you were in the palace. But after you left, father visited mother less frequently, and our lives became less bearable, especially in the 3rd year after your departure, when it became clear you would not return soon. The empress visited mother under the pretense of showing her a bracelet. Yet, the bracelet was broken and merely glued together. When mother took it, the empress purposely pushed her, causing the bracelet to shatter, and then she seized that moment to strike mother and unfairly cut her provisions. From that point onward, mother has faced relentless targeting, only easing somewhat after I revealed my talent as a spirit master in the last 2 years. Yi Xiao's gaze grew increasingly icy. The notion of his mother being bullied by anyone was intolerable to him. Yang Li. He clenched his fists. I understand now. His expression turned grave, his voice as frigid as ice. Yi Yuner sensed the suppressed fury emanating from Yi Xiao and stepped forward to grasp his hand, urgently advising, Brother, please do not act impulsively. Regardless of the circumstances, the empress is the sovereign of the harem and the mother of the nation. You are no longer a child. Countless eyes are upon you now. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. Yi Xiao forced a smile once more, patting her shoulder and ruffling her hair. Yet, a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. He had never been one to endure in silence. Within the royal palace, the lights blazed brightly. The court officials and ministers were all present at the invitation, with countless royal relatives in attendance. Today marked the birthday banquet of Empress Yang Li of the Great Qian Dynasty. In truth, as the mother of the nation, Yang Li held an esteemed position. Although Yuzhuan had long ceased to visit her palace and the two had not been close for many years, he still hosted a grand feast every year for her birthday, inviting officials and ministers to gather, toasting and celebrating her longevity. Such honor was unparalleled among any other concubine. In the palace of Yang Li, maidservants were applying her makeup. As a woman of noble stature, the empress was particularly attentive to her appearance. Incense burned nearby, a well-known preference of hers. Beside her stood the crown prince. Is everything ready? Yang Li inquired softly. All is prepared, he replied. I have persuaded Zhao Sun, the son of the commander of the Imperial Dragon Guard, Zhao Chuan, to step in should the second prince falter. He will challenge Yi Xiao. Yang Li frowned. At today's banquet, we must maintain Yi Xiao's dignity. We cannot afford any mistakes. I do not wish to see him steal the spotlight at my celebration. Rest assured, mother, Zhao Sun's strength far exceeds that of those disciples from the Divine Martial Academy. He possesses exceptional talent and has studied under the Qing Yuan sect. Although he is just in his early 20s, he has already reached the 6th tier of the Tian Yuan realm. I have inquired with those from the Divine Martial Academy. On the day Yi Xiao challenged them, his strength had not even breached the heavenly gate, indicating a significant disparity in their capabilities. Unless we impose some restrictions on cultivation, Yi Xiao stands no chance. At this, the crown prince scoffed. The third prince is merely exaggerating, spreading rumors to promote his martial prowess. After all, at 24, he has yet to enter the Tian Yuan realm. Zhao Sun is even younger, should he defeat Yi Xiao today. The reputation the latter has painstakingly built in recent days will be utterly lost. Yang Li shot him a disapproving glance. You focus solely on the third prince's exaggerations. You are far too naive. If you possessed even a fraction of his persuasive skill, the second and fourth princes would have long been beneath your heel. In truth, Yi Xiao's prowess could not remain concealed. The Divine Martial Academy housed many skilled individuals, and those who witnessed Yi Xiao in action had already discerned his true capabilities. In the eyes of the Crown Prince and others, Yi Xiao's alleged martial talents were nothing more than a jest. What good is mastery of 1,000 techniques if one's cultivation is lacking? At 24, yet to open the heavenly gate, such cannot possibly be considered exceptional talent. And what of the second prince? Who is he preparing for? And the fourth prince? Wasn't this a collective decision? I truly do not know. All I heard was that the fourth prince claimed he had no experts. Yang Li retorted with ire. The fourth prince's convoluted schemes are just like his mother's. They are utterly disgusting. Clearly, the three of you conspired on this matter, yet he contributes nothing. The crown prince chuckled. He has always been this way. Were it not for his modest literary reputation, father would never allow him in court. Forget it. Since you have all conspired, I shall witness the spectacle today. That wretched boy Yi Xiao has been a source of my disdain since childhood. The empress seethed through gritted teeth. To this day, she recalls vividly the incident when, at the tender age of 8, Yi Xiao stormed into her chambers in a fit of rage, furious over her humiliation of consort Hua. He wreaked havoc, tearing at her hair and even relieving himself upon her bed. It was the most disgraceful day of her life. Yet, Yuzhuan merely confined Yi Xiao for a fortnight, while she was punished with a reduction in her allowances for half a year. Chapter 27. A feudal contest against me within the imperial palace. Rows of low tables were arranged meticulously. The royal offspring and progeny of influential families were divided into 4 groups. At the forefront of each line stood the 4 princes of the royal family, with Xiao seated in the 3rd position, flanked by the 2nd and 4th princes. At this moment, Xiao had already taken his place, and the 2nd prince had settled in as well, holding a goblet. Xiao regarded the 2nd prince with a playful smile. I recall your youthful desire for nothing but merriment. I never expected you to have changed upon your return. The 2nd prince replied nonchalantly, people change, do they not? Weren't you once solely focused on martial prowess? Alas, despite years of training, your skills remain rather unimpressive. You merely deceive the gullible commoners outside. His words dripped with scorn. Xiao refrained from retorting, merely smiling faintly. To beguile the simple folk is one thing. To do the same to the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy is another. I must thank you, dear brother, for your assistance. Otherwise, my request to recruit from the academy would have appeared rather presumptuous. Strangely enough, those individuals do possess some talent and have proven quite useful. Upon hearing this, the 2nd prince, though maintaining a placid exterior, harbored a seething resentment towards Xiao. I fail to comprehend why you do not confront our elder brother for the tribulations your mother endures in the harem, yet direct your ire towards me. He exclaimed in anger. Xiao responded with a chuckle. Let us wager, shall we? What shall we bet on? What is at stake? Let us wager that someone will undoubtedly challenge me tonight. At this proclamation, the 2nd prince felt a jolt of surprise. He scoffed. You overestimate yourself. At the empress's birthday banquet, who would challenge you without cause? Xiao swirled the wine in his goblet and spoke softly. My reputation in martial arts is gaining prominence. Yet just days ago, my skills were only at the soul refinement stage, which hardly places me among the esteemed geniuses of the capital. When one's strength does not align with their fame, they become vulnerable to manipulation. In such a grand occasion, if a younger opponent easily defeats me, I would be reduced to nothing more than a braggart, deceiving others. As he spoke, Xiao leaned closer to the 2nd prince, grinning. If I were in your shoes, I would surely seek to ally with our elder brother to set a trap for me. I am curious to see whom you would recruit. With a look of suspicion in his eyes, the 2nd prince turned to gaze at the assembly of royal and noble heirs behind him. Who could it be? Oh, it is beyond my discernment. Xiao then turned back to the 2nd prince, smiling. No need to guess their identity. Will you place your bet on whether someone will challenge me? Humph. Who would engage in such a trivial wager with you? At this moment, the 2nd prince finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao had truly guessed his identity, it would have been utterly terrifying. Nevertheless, he was already profoundly astonished. Xiao looked at the 2nd prince and smiled, saying, 2nd brother, I still call you that for now. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. I am a genius, unlike you. Engaging in a contest with me is futile. It would be wise to relinquish your ambitions early, and I shall ensure you live a life of wealth and luxury. The 2nd prince was left utterly speechless. It was the first time he had encountered such unabashed audacity. Indeed, in the eyes of the 2nd prince, Xiao embodied shamelessness. By what right did he carry himself with such arrogance? A genius? It was truly a deception, one that even he seemed to believe. With a sigh, he remarked, 3rd brother, I have heard of a renowned physician in the capital, Dr. Qian, who is exceptionally skilled in treating madness. Would you care to pay him a visit? The consultation fee is on me. To his surprise, Xiao actually extended his hand, gazing at him expectantly, as if demanding money. The 2nd prince understood that failing to comply would likely provoke an unkind retort from Xiao. He promptly retrieved 2 silver notes from his pocket, slapping them onto Xiao's hand with determination, gritting his teeth. 3,000 taels. That should suffice. Xiao, tucking the notes into his robe, chuckled. Indeed, this is ample. It will cover several hearty meals for my private soldiers. Thank you, 2nd brother. The 2nd prince, infuriated, retorted, I intended for you to see a physician. I never said you could keep the money. Return it to me. Do you wish to be beaten? The 2nd prince fell silent, for he knew Xiao truly had the audacity to strike him. The royal offspring, of similar age to Xiao, had all faced his wrath in their childhood whenever conflicts arose. The 2nd prince turned his head away, unwilling to engage further with Xiao. As time passed, the number of individuals in the grand hall steadily increased. The 1st prince and the 4th prince arrived in succession. Inside the hall, the sounds of laughter and conversation echoed. Yet the atmosphere among the 4 princes felt somewhat peculiar. Yizun had 14 sons and 21 daughters, but only these 4 were in contention for the throne. It was not that the others lacked ambition. They simply found it difficult to gain recognition. To speak of another, the fifth prince had repeatedly sought audience with the court and applied for official appointment, only to be consistently rejected by Yi Zun. At this moment, he sat directly behind the first prince, fixated on the four individuals in front of him, especially when his gaze fell upon Yi Xiao. His resentment and frustration were all too evident. After 10 years away from the capital, Yi Xiao returned and could open his own office and attend court. In contrast, he had diligently toiled without daring to make a single mistake. What did that amount to? Finally, with the eunuch announcing the emperor's arrival, silence enveloped the hall. Yi Zun, accompanied by Empress Yongli, made his entrance. The elderly eunuch, who had remained in the shadows of Yi Zun's palace, also emerged. His silver hair glistened as he followed closely behind Yi Zun. Upon seeing this man, Yi Zhao's pupils constricted. Lu Tong, though a eunuch, commanded respect from all. Having served since Yi Xiao could remember, he had always been at Yi Zun's side. The Divine Martial Academy serves as a nurturing ground for military officials, while the Heavenly Dragon Courtyard represents the pinnacle of martial prowess within the Qian imperial lineage. According to the ancestral decrees of Qian, once a person enters the Heavenly Dragon Courtyard, they are forbidden from holding any other official positions and must solely heed the emperor's commands. Thus, those who choose to enter this esteemed institution are often individuals who have dedicated their lives to the pursuit of martial arts. Within the Heavenly Dragon Courtyard, they need not concern themselves with any other matters, focusing solely on their cultivation and the execution of the emperor's orders. Notably, since the establishment of the Qian Dynasty, Lu Tong stands alone as the only eunuch to have entered the Heavenly Dragon Courtyard. Yi Xiao recalls vividly that during his childhood, Lu Tong was the one who examined his body when he first began practicing martial techniques. The Great Sun Yuan Yang technique was also established by this esteemed figure. Sensing Yi Xiao's gaze, Lu Tong offered a subtle smile and a nod in acknowledgement. Yu Zhuan and Yang Li approached the main seat, prompting everyone to rise and pay their respects. "We greet your majesty and the empress. All ministers may rise," Yi Zhuan responded, allowing everyone to stand upright. With a smile, Yi Zhuan continued, "Today, as we celebrate the empress's birthday, let us all enjoy this occasion without formality. Please, take your seats and let the feast commence." As everyone settled, palace maids and eunuchs began serving dishes and pouring wine. Such gatherings typically adhere to certain protocols, including officials stepping forward to offer their congratulations and toast. Notably, individuals of exceptional literary talent often compose poems on the spot to convey their blessings. The fourth prince, for instance, recited a poem to honor the empress's birthday. As the poetry segment concluded, the first prince was the first to rise, holding a beautifully crafted box, and proclaimed, "I have prepared a birthday gift for Mother. I humbly request that she graciously accepts it." Presenting tribute in this manner exemplifies filial piety, a practice embraced by princes and officials alike. With the first prince traditionally leading the way, given that he is both the empress's son and Yi Zhuan's legitimate heir, "I have procured a millennium-old wild ginseng as a gift for Mother. May she enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing that of the southern mountains." The first prince opened the box containing the wild ginseng and showcased it to the assembly before a palace maid stepped forward to receive it. Following this, those prepared with significant gifts came forth to present their offerings. The empress, Yang Li, beamed at the array of tributes. However, after the gifts were presented, her gaze shifted to Yi Xiao, and she softly inquired, "My dear Xiao, you have been away for 10 years. What gift have you prepared for me? Though I am not your birth mother, I have always regarded you as my own and hold you dear. Prior to my arrival, I reviewed the list of gifts and did not see your name. If you have not prepared anything for me, it would truly sadden my heart." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhuan's brow furrowed imperceptibly. The act of gifting is entirely voluntary, and typically, for the sake of appearances, most individuals participate. However, some may refrain for various reasons, and it is generally not an issue that causes distress. Yet, the empress's pointed remark suggested that if Yi Xiao had no means of remedying the situation, it would cast him in a light of filial impiety. Indeed, it would be regarded as a lack of filial respect. As the matriarch of the harem, the empress holds a nominal position akin to that of Yi Xiao's mother. Should it be true that Yi Xiao failed to present a gift, it would undeniably reflect poorly on him from any perspective. As Yi Xiao, who was partaking in his meal, slowly lifted his head and smiled, he remarked, "Your Majesty, you jest. How could I be unaware of your affection towards me? In fact, I have prepared a gift. However, upon seeing the lavish offerings from others, I feared that my humble present might be deemed unworthy, and thus I hesitated to present it. Yang Li scoffed inwardly. You, preparing a gift for me? I find that utterly incredulous. Indeed, she held no belief in Yu Xiao's words. Since the age of 8, their relationship had been fraught with mutual disdain. For years until he departed at 14, Yi Xiao had never bestowed upon her a single gift during the annual birthday celebrations. Yet, he was merely a child then. Now, he had matured into adulthood. In the past, her insistence on reciprocity had painted her as lacking in generosity. However, now, if Yi Xiao chose not to present a gift, it would reflect his ignorance of propriety. Despite her skepticism, Yang Li maintained a smile and replied, "What you say, dear Xiao, is unwarranted. A gift's value lies in the sentiment it carries. How could your mother ever find fault with you? As long as you think of your mother, she is already content." She was convinced that Yi Xiao had not prepared anything at all. With a sigh, Yi Xiao confessed, "To be candid with your majesty, in my travels, I have witnessed the hardships of the common folk, many of whom suffer from hunger and deprivation. Consequently, I have devised several culinary creations that we might overlook. For you, I have prepared a dish of popular street food, one I once tasted and found to be exquisite, albeit unrefined. However, having just relished the palace's delicacies, I feared you would disdain such fare. To avoid waste, I refrained from presenting it, for every grain of rice is a testament to the toil of the people. Should you choose not to partake, it would render their labor in vain. Thus I decided against offering this gift. Would you not agree?" Yang Li was taken aback by Yi Xiao's words. After all, if the dish truly belonged to the realm of the impoverished, she would hardly find it appealing. Yet, as she surveyed Yi Xiao, she detected no sign of any offering. Convinced that he had prepared nothing, she laughed. "What you say is unfounded. As long as it is from you, dear Xiao, I would gladly savor it. Moreover, what delicacies the common people enjoy, I would have no qualms in tasting. Having indulged in lavish cuisine, it is indeed rare to sample the simple fare of the populace. If you have genuinely prepared such a gift, it would perfectly align with my desires. I shall devour it wholeheartedly, leaving nothing to waste." As her words faded, Yi Xiao extended his hands, channeling his strength, and from within his sleeve emerged a beautifully wrapped gift box. Bowing slightly, he presented it, declaring, "What I have prepared for your majesty is a dish of stinky tofu, a creation born from the serendipitous fermentation of tofu by the common folk. Though it may emit an unpleasant odor, its flavor is delightful. Tofu is the essence of soy, a product of the people's hard labor. I implore you, please do not waste it. To do so would wrench my heart, recalling the struggles of those who toil in the fields." As he spoke, Yi Xiao stepped forward and unveiled the box. Inside lay several pieces of grayish, spoiled stinky tofu, drenched in a yellowish-brown sauce that melded with the tofu, exuding an overpowering stench. Yang Li's expression shifted dramatically, having been raised in luxury since childhood. In life, the scent of incense permeates every corner. Such a foul substance is utterly repulsive to her. Yet, moments ago, Yi Xiao's words were steeped in the toil and sweat of the common people. As the nation's matriarch, she had declared that no matter what Yi Xiao presented, she would consume it without waste. To refuse now would be akin to striking her own face resoundingly. However, the notion of actually eating it was far from her mind. After all, who knows what unsavory elements Yi Xiao might have added? Yi Yuner, amidst the royal offspring, observed the queen's contorted visage and could not help but smile faintly. Brother has returned. No one can humiliate us now. At this moment, Yang Li was in a state of panic, feeling utterly lost in the predicament. This was a situation she had never encountered in her life. Although she had no desire to eat, her words had already sealed her fate. Your Majesty. Yang Li turned to Yushuan, her tone tinged with desperation, clearly hoping he would extricate her from this dilemma. Yushuan, meanwhile, furrowed his brow. He wasn't dissatisfied with Yu Xiao. Rather, it was the stench emanating from the fermented tofu that was simply unbearable. Faced with Yang Li's plea, he replied coolly, consume it. Every grain represents the labor of the people and must not be squandered. The bond of affection between him and Yang Li had long since dissipated. Upon hearing his words, despair washed over Yang Li. For her, eating the rancid tofu was no different from consuming excrement. Most troubling was her belief that Yi Xiao had deliberately concocted this situation, surely adding something vile within. The yellowish-brown liquid appeared utterly abnormal. However, Yang Li was no coward. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and picked up a piece of the foul tofu, shoving it into her mouth. followed by a drink to wash it down. After several attempts, she managed to swallow Yi Zhao's tainted tofu. Turning to him once more, she forced a smile and said, "Shower, this gift is truly delightful." Yet, she couldn't suppress a bout of retching. Hurriedly, she took another swig of her drink to quell her nausea, her face flushed crimson. The foulness in her mouth and stomach made her wish to slay Yi Xiao. After regaining her composure, Yang Li mustered a semblance of a smile. Her gaze sharp enough to cut through stone as she said, "Shower, having traveled far from the capital, many young talents from Kyoto wish to spar and discuss with you. Why not seize this opportunity during today's banquet for a friendly exchange? I, too, wish to broaden my horizons. What say you?" Chapter 29. The Golden Spike of the Great Sun. Challenges can be accepted or declined. However, throughout history, there has been no first in literature nor second in martial arts. Any warrior aspiring for great renown must inevitably face countless challenges. This holds true for Yi Xiao as well. If he refrains from proclaiming his martial prowess, the outcome, victory or defeat, becomes inconsequential. Whether he accepts challenges or not is of little importance. Yet, if he boasts of his martial gifts while shunning the challenges posed by others, he will be perceived by all as a coward, a fraudulent pretender to greatness, especially on such a grand occasion. Even Yang Li had pointed out that those who dared challenge Yi Xiao were all younger than him. For Yi Xiao, such challenges were not worthy of acceptance. To decline them would be akin to admitting defeat. Yi Xiao turned to Yi Zhuan and remarked with a smile, "Father, isn't it somewhat inappropriate to engage in combat during the birthday banquet?" Yi Zhuan smiled faintly. "Do as you wish." He neither chose to assist Yang Li nor intended to support Yi Xiao. Observing this scene, Yang Li felt a sense of relief. If Yi Zhuan had truly forbidden any duels, all her meticulous plans would have been in vain. "What, Shower? Do you not wish to fight? If that is the case, I shall not press you." Yang Li spoke softly. She understood that for Yi Xiao, there was no retreat in such a setting. As the saying goes, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Presently, the entirety of Tang'an City echoed with the rumors of Yi Zhao's formidable martial prowess. Should he refuse the challenge today, by tomorrow, whispers of his deceitful reputation would spread throughout the city. Yi Xiao suddenly turned to the second prince, smiling. "What do you think? Did I not predict there would be a challenge today?" The second prince was momentarily speechless. "You still have the composure to speak such words at this moment?" Yi Xiao stepped forward and declared with a resonant voice, "Since it has been said that someone wishes to challenge me, let them come forth." The atmosphere fell into silence. After a brief pause, a young man emerged from among the youth of the capital. He was slender, appearing to be around 21 or 22 years of age. "I am Yao Yuntian, and I seek guidance from the third prince." Yi Xiao turned to the second prince and inquired with a smile, "Is he one of yours?" The second prince, infuriated, retorted, "Do not speak nonsense." Chuckling, Yi Xiao refrained from further comment. At this moment, Yao Yuntian had already stepped forward. With a calm demeanor, he bowed and said, "I have heard that your highness excels in both fists and legs, mastering weapons with unparalleled skill. It seems somewhat inappropriate to use weapons in the presence of the court. So I humbly request to learn a few techniques of your fist and leg skills. Please enlighten me, your highness." "Very well." Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. At this time, the elder eunuch Lu Tong was summoned by Yi Zhuan. "What is Yao Yuntian's current cultivation level?" "Fourth tier of the Tianyuan realm." "Does Yi Xiao stand a chance of victory?" "He should have an opportunity. The third prince has recently broken through to the Tianyuan realm. However, he currently possesses only the first tier of the Tianyuan realm." Yang Li, overhearing their conversation, felt her heart tighten. At this moment, Yao Yuntian had begun to circulate his internal energy. The air around him started to distort. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. "The Great Sun Primordial Yang Technique? Indeed. When I was 7, my father fell in battle for the nation, and knowing that I am of pure Yang constitution, His Majesty bestowed upon me the Great Sun Primordial Yang Technique. I have heard that the third prince also practices this technique, so I humbly seek your guidance." One could not deny that the second prince had put in considerable effort. He was aware of Yi Zhao's practice of the Great Sun Primordial Yang Technique and deliberately sought out someone who cultivated the same method. If a younger opponent were to defeat Yi Xiao using the same technique, the so-called reputation of Yi Xiao as a martial genius would be utterly ridiculed. The Great Sun Primordial Yang Technique, such a nostalgic method. Yi Xiao mused slightly, as the scorching energy surged forth from within him. The temperature of the energy began to warp the air surrounding him. Presently, Yi Xiao's energy could freely switch among the attributes he possessed. Moreover, Even when switching to the blazing solar energy technique, it is still more potent than the solar energy he originally cultivated. How could this be possible? Lu Tong exclaimed in astonishment. It is essential to note that he had previously sensed that the true energy within Yi Xiao was no longer pure solar energy. Why is Yi Xiao able to summon the energy of the Great Sun origin technique today? Yi Zhuan also furrowed his brows. However, he did not inquire further, as Lu Tong's reaction had already conveyed everything. The fact that even he felt such shock indicates just how extraordinary Yi Xiao is at this moment. Yang Li tentatively asked, Lu Gonggong, what is the matter? Why are you so astonished? Lu Tong shook his head and replied, It is nothing. This old servant is simply unaccustomed to seeing such wonders. I apologize for any embarrassment caused to Her Majesty. Observing that he would not divulge the reason, Yang Li chose not to press further but instead turned her gaze to the arena. Two streams of searing energy emerged, and even from several meters away, she could feel their intense heat. As Yi Zhao's cultivation was revealed, Yao Yuntian shook his head and remarked, The third prince is merely at the first level of the Tianyuan realm. Such cultivation is somewhat disappointing. Yi Xiao smiled faintly and replied, Whether you are disappointed or not, one must engage in combat to truly understand. Then please, Your Highness, prepare to receive my strike. As his words fell, Yao Yuntian leaped forward, charging directly at Qin Xiao. His arms enveloped in energy, he struck fiercely towards Yi Xiao, the Great Sun blazing fist, one of the accompanying martial techniques of the Great Sun origin technique, and also one of Yi Zhao's most familiar techniques. Yet, this punch missed entirely. His fist grazed the tip of Yi Zhao's nose, and their energies even generated friction. However, he had failed to land a blow. The battle commenced, with Yao Yuntian unleashing punch after punch without holding back. Yet no matter how fiercely he attacked, Yi Xiao seemed like a small boat adrift on a tempestuous sea, swaying continuously but never suffering a single substantial blow. 20 exchanges swiftly passed. Yao Yuntian halted, breathing somewhat heavily, and gazed at Yi Xiao with disdain, saying, Is the third prince merely adept at evasion? If this were a contest of agility, I would willingly concede. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. Let us assess your boxing technique. He continued, Your technique seems somewhat flawed. Now, observe closely. This time, Yi Xiao no longer hesitated and advanced boldly. Yao Yuntian, seeing Yi Xiao charging towards him, flashed a fierce glint in his eyes and bellowed, Great Sun golden spike. Third prince, prepare yourself. With that, he unleashed a punch, and the crimson, scorching energy surged toward Yi Xiao in an instant. This technique is one of the 7 absolute forms of the Great Sun blazing fist. Its power is immense. It is also his most confident move. Yi Xiao, however, did not dodge or evade. He established his stance and executed the same technique, the same form. A punch was unleashed. Yet this strike revealed the disparity between the two. Yao Yuntian's energy was as thick as a fist, while Yi Zhao's energy was merely 2 fingers wide. Furthermore, Yi Zhao's energy shimmered with an even brighter red. In almost an instant, their energies clashed. The same technique, the same move, the same fiery, scorching energy. Yet the outcome exceeded everyone's expectations. Despite Yao Yuntian's 3-tier advantage in cultivation over Yi Xiao, his energy was instantaneously shattered from the center. The two energies flew past Yi Zhao's sides. And Yi Zhao's energy, no, it can no longer be described as mere fist strength. Rather, it is akin to an arrow released from its bowstring, striking directly at Yao Yuntian's body after breaking through his defensive force. Yao Yuntian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet the force of the blow surged forth, powerful as a vast river, unrelenting. He summoned all his strength to resist, but to no avail. Despite possessing 3 ranks higher cultivation than Yi Xiao, Yao Yuntian was ruthlessly sent flying by a single punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while suspended in midair. He heard Yu Zhao's cold voice. This is the Great Sun Golden Nail technique. Its condensed energy is shaped like an arrow, sharp as a dart, fierce as the blazing sun, and vast as the great river. Do you think your feeble, disorganized energy can contend with me? Chapter 30, Martial Arts. The heart of heaven without form in the grand hall. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Yi Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze icy. An inexplicable aura emanated from him. From the moment he became serious, he seemed entirely transformed. Yao Yuntian struggled on the ground for a while, unable to rise. With just one punch, his internal organs had been severely injured. Suddenly, among the group of martial generals, a bearded man stood up with vigor. What a remarkable martial technique! He exclaimed with laughter, The third prince's prowess is extraordinary. His words sparked a chorus of admiration throughout the hall. Yi Zun then spoke. Bring Yao Yuntian to the imperial physician for treatment and reward him with 1,000 taels of silver. Immediately, guards stepped forward to assist Yao Yuntian in leaving. Yang Li managed a weak smile, saying, Shower certainly does not disappoint. This martial technique is truly formidable. Even I who lack understanding was startled. Is there no one else willing to challenge? This is a rare opportunity, and thus, the victor of the next duel shall receive the 1,000-year ginseng as a reward. She was acutely aware that the next challenger would be one of her own son's subordinates. The reward would not cause her any distress. Additionally, having witnessed Yao Yuntian's dismal defeat, she sought to prevent the crown prince's subordinates from losing heart, hence using the reward as motivation. Yi Xiao turned his gaze towards the gathered elite youths of Tangyan, his sharp eyes scanning all present. He awaited his next opponent. Among the crowd, Zhao Sun slowly rose. His expression solemn. He dared not show any sign of disdain. Yao Yutian, who practiced the great Sun Yuan Yang technique, had been shattered by a single punch. A display of strength that even he found daunting. A first-rank practitioner of the Tianyuan realm, Yi Xiao, had accomplished such a feat. He could not deny the terror that Yi Xiao inspired. However, the situation was already set. There was no turning back for him. Unless he wished to sever ties with the crown prince, he had no choice. In the martial world, one is often bound by circumstances. And the same holds true in the court. Zhao Sun approached the assembly, bowing respectfully to Yi Xiao, and spoke solemnly. I am Zhao Sun. I humbly request your guidance. Third prince. Upon hearing Zhao Sun's name, Yi Zun turned to Lu Tong, inquiring softly, this child is considered a prodigy among the younger generation in Tangyan. Do you think Shower can prevail? Upon hearing his question, the Empress Yang Li also perked up her ears. Lu Tong shook his head, saying, it is difficult to say. Just now, the third prince was able to defeat Yao Yuntian with a single strike. On one hand, the third prince possessed a greater comprehension of the golden scepter of the sun, while on the other hand, the martial arts employed by Yao Yuntian were none other than the great sun-blazing fist, the technique most familiar to the third prince. In the face of the third prince, every move and stance was calculated, and all weaknesses were laid bare. Conversely, Zhao Sun had taken an apprenticeship under the Qingyuan sect, and his techniques were not recorded in either the Royal Armory or the Divine Martial Academy. His cultivation reached the 6th tier of the Tianyuan realm, a full 5 ranks above that of the third prince. Although this did not constitute a major realm, the Qingyuan sect was nonetheless one of the 7 great sects of the Deqian, and their Qingyu heart method was not inferior to the pinnacle techniques of the Great Sun's original Yang. Thus, for the third prince to triumph against such odds would not be a trivial endeavor. Upon hearing this, Yang Li felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao scrutinized Zhao Sun from head to toe before suddenly turning to the second prince with a grin, saying, Second brother, this contest lacks excitement. Why not wager a hand between us? I bet I shall emerge victorious. The second prince's subordinate, irked by Yi Xiao's display, retorted angrily, Yi Xiao, this is the empress's birthday banquet. What nonsense is this about betting? Yi Xiao responded with a smirk. What? Is second brother short on funds? I could lend you some, up to 3,000 taels, no interest. Unlike you, I am quite generous. The second prince exclaimed, 3,000 taels? That 3,000 taels belongs to me. At this moment, Yi Zhuan interjected, today is the empress's birthday, a day of festivity, and there are no rigid rules. Since a wager is to be made, let us do so in style. The empress shall present 1,000-year-old ginseng to the victor. And I shall not be stingy, today's winner shall receive 10,000 taels. Upon hearing this, the second prince was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a cold smile. Since father permits this contest, let us wager without hesitation. However, I require no money from you. Let us each contribute 8,000 taels, with the victor claiming the total. With a firm agreement, Yi Xiao readily acquiesced. 8,000 taels may not sound like a substantial amount, but in reality, it was considerable. Many commoners earned merely a couple of taels in a month. The monthly salary for ordinary soldiers was only 3 taels. 8,000 taels were sums that many commoners would never amass in a lifetime. However, the second prince's maternal family were among the wealthiest merchants in the realm, rendering such an amount insignificant to him. The previous 3,000 taels may not have been much, but having them claimed by Yi Xiao left him feeling quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Zhao Sun was invigorated. The empress's 1,000-year-old ginseng, Yi Zhuan's 10,000 taels, and the 8,000 taels each contributed by Xiao and the second prince amounted to a staggering total of 26,000 taels, not to mention the ginseng. With such a generous reward, he was determined to win the contest at all costs. Third prince, please enlighten me. Xiao Sun, like the third prince, did not wield a weapon. Ultimately, in the presence of the emperor and with the status of Prince Xiao, it would be inappropriate to resort to arms. Thus, he too faced his opponent with fists and feet. Xiao remained confident. Come forth. Xiao Sun, upon hearing this, immediately sprang into action. His movements were swift, leaving after images in the air. The azure sky bewildering step. Lu Tong murmured, this is the signature technique of the Qingyuan sect. And when combined with the azure sky great hand seal, its power is formidable. Xiao Sun, despite his youth, displayed an impressive mastery of his steps, hinting at an impending fierce battle. Yu Jun remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the arena, eager to witness the extent of Yi Xiao's capabilities. As Xiao Sun approached with intent, Yi Xiao took a deep breath and murmured to himself, with a 5-rank disparity in cultivation, defeating him should not pose a challenge. However, accomplishing that particular feat may prove somewhat arduous. At the first level of the Tianyuan realm, I should be able to endure for a quarter of an hour. Very well. Today I shall allow you to witness something that should not be within your reach. With determination, Yi Xiao summoned his inner strength, channeling it fiercely into his mind. As he activated his secret technique, the world around him seemed to shift and transform. In the realm of martial arts, the heart of heaven and earth manifest without form. This was Yi Xiao's sole self-created martial art. As Yi Xiao executed his technique, others could not discern its intricacies, but Lu Tong's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, indeed, a prodigious talent. Yet, at the first level of the Tianyuan realm, you can already brush the edges of the martial arts domain. It is essential to understand that once a martial artist opens the heavenly gate, they can enter the 4 realms of martial arts: Tianyuan, sacred body, true martial, and star domain. The Tianyuan realm involves harmonizing with the energies of heaven and earth to induce changes in one's own primordial energy, resulting in the formation of Gang Qi. In this realm, the intensity of Gang Qi serves as a clear indicator of one's cultivation level. The sacred body realm further strengthens the body by merging with Gang Qi, enhancing physical prowess. The true martial realm embodies the ultimate comprehension of martial arts, imbuing techniques with tremendous power. The star domain realm allows for the cultivation of a martial arts domain, creating a unique sphere of influence that amplifies specific abilities. At this moment, Yi Xiao, possessing merely the cultivation of the Tianyuan realm, exhibited an extraordinary enhancement of his self-perception. Although he had yet to establish a domain, his prowess was already astonishing. In the arena, Yi Xiao's eyes gleamed with golden light. With a single strike, he manifested several phantoms of Xiao Sun, who was swiftly struck down. The scene soon took on an air of the uncanny. Each of Yi Xiao's movements appeared haphazard, yet remarkably, with every strike, Xiao Sun collided with him as if guided by some invisible force. It resembled a playful scuffle between 2 mischievous children rather than the grandeur of Yi Xiao's earlier confrontation with Yao Yintian. At this juncture, Xiao Sun felt exceedingly awkward, as if he were powerless. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, every attack he aimed at Yi Xiao seemed effortlessly countered by Yi Xiao's seemingly simplistic maneuvers. What should have been a straightforward punch from Yi Xiao always landed on Xiao Sun's most vulnerable spots, regardless of how he altered his techniques. He could only endure the blows. This sensation was entirely unfamiliar to Xiao Sun. Why was this happening? He could not comprehend. Throughout their exchange, Xiao Sun unwittingly found himself led mere meters away from the Empress. Suddenly, Yi Xiao leaned back, crashing directly into Xiao Sun's chest. The force of the impact caused Xiao Sun to spurt a mouthful of blood. In the next instant, Yi Xiao seized Xiao Sun's jaw with his right hand, firmly gripping it. With a sharp crack, Xiao Sun's jaw was dislocated by Yi Xiao. As he grasped Xiao Sun's chin, Yi Xiao's elbow thrust forward, precisely striking Xiao Sun in the stomach. Xiao Sun felt an overwhelming force surging from his elbow into his body, instantly twisting his stomach. This force surged upward. Yi Xiao's movements were incredibly swift, a series of actions completed in less than a second. Despair washed over Xiao Sun as he realized that the hand gripping his jaw had aimed his mouth directly at Queen Yongli. With a violent heave, a torrent of digested food and alcohol erupted from Xiao Sun's mouth, propelled forth like a high-pressure water gun. The speed was astonishing. Lu Tong, standing beside Yi Su, suddenly stepped forward. An invisible force intercepted the foul spray, capturing all of the vile remnants. However, Yang Li was not so fortunate. The acrid, putrid mixture splattered all over her face and hair. Ah! Yang Li shrieked in horror. At that moment, Xiao had released his grip. He turned and shouted in anger. "You insolent Zhao Sun, it was merely a sparring match. Why must you disgrace the queen?" Zhao Sun was paralyzed with fear. In such a situation, execution was a distinct possibility. He wished to defend himself, but found that his dislocated jaw rendered him mute. Zhao Sun was in a panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He reached to support his jaw, attempting to reposition it, but Xiao held him fast. At that moment, Zhao Chuan, the commander of the Dragon Xiang guards, rushed from the crowd, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading, "Your Majesty, my son has acted without decorum, offending the queen. This was an unfortunate accident during practice. I implore your Majesty to forgive him." Yisu rose abruptly, coldly declaring, "What is the meaning of this? Leave it to the queen to address." With that, he swept away, his sleeves billowing behind him. Zhao Chuan kept his forehead pressed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Yang Li, meanwhile, was consumed by a rising tide of murderous intent. Yet, what could she do? To kill Xiao? Certainly not. To slay Zhao Sun? He was one of her son's subordinates. "Quickly assist me back to the palace to clean up," she cried sharply, departing amidst the support of numerous palace maids. She could not bear to linger in such disgrace. Observing that the gifts had not been taken away, Xiao unceremoniously stepped forward to claim the Millennium Ginseng. He then turned to the second prince. "Brother, do not forget the 8,000 taels of silver. If you do not provide it today, interest will begin accruing tomorrow." The second prince, with a frosty expression, retrieved the 8,000 taels from his robe. Meanwhile, the first prince glared at Xiao with cold, piercing eyes. "You have gone too far, third brother." Xiao, undaunted, faced the first prince and responded, "Have I gone too far? I think not. Perhaps the most outrageous events are yet to unfold. In this world, some matters are destined to remain irreconcilable." In the palace's rear courtyard, Yang Li was violently retching. That detestable stinky tofu, combined with being splattered with vomit, had utterly humiliated her. Yet, she could not find a single fault in Xiao's actions. The gifts were what she had requested, the sparring was her proposal, and the unfortunate incident during their bout could not be blamed on Xiao. Damn Xiao. I will see him dead one day. She fervently rubbed her body, that noble form of a mother to the nation, now exuding a foul stench from within. Although the odor had dissipated, it lingered in Yang Li's mind, evoking a persistent sense of revulsion, as if that scent were omnipresent. Tonight, she arranged 10 incense burners, burning through the night, for she had always been fond of fragrant aromas. However, today's events left her feeling utterly sullied. In Yi Sun's sleeping quarters, he reclined upon his bed, having dismissed all palace maids and eunuchs, leaving only the elderly eunuch Lu Tong. "I ask you," he inquired, "did you not claim that the third prince was no longer endowed with the great sun's yang energy? Why then today? Has he summoned the fierce yang energy of the great sun and wielded the great sun's golden needle?" Lu Tong shook his head, replying, "This old servant does not know. When the third prince returned to the palace, I distinctly sensed that his internal energy was exceptionally domineering and vigorous, surpassing even that of the same level of great sun's yang energy, yet it was not purely yang in nature. Today, however, he has again invoked the fierce yang energy, which has left me astonished." Silence enveloped the hall. After a while, Yi Sun sneered, "Why did you not protect the empress?" Lu Tong spoke softly. The incident occurred abruptly. This old servant was caught off guard. "I implore your majesty to punish me." Yi Sun remained non-committal, stating, "I perceive that you wish to see the third prince succeed. Is that not so?" Exposed, the elderly eunuch did not flinch and humbly replied, "The third prince has been under my watch since his youth. As a servant skilled in martial arts, it is natural to feel admiration for such extraordinary talent. I hope your majesty can forgive me. Furthermore, if your majesty desired to assist the empress, you would not have allowed her to ingest that vile substance." I dared to hesitate slightly. Even you hold him in high regard? My son must be truly remarkable," Yi Sun remarked suddenly. "On the path of martial arts. How far do you believe he can go? In this world, strength remains paramount, whether it be national power or personal prowess." Yi Sun's question plunged the elderly eunuch into contemplation. After a moment, he sighed deeply, "I am but a frog at the bottom of a well, while His Highness is a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. I cannot foresee how far he might ascend. Merely catching a glimpse of his brilliance is a fortune in itself." Laughter erupted from Yi Sun, resonating throughout the palace, a sound of sheer delight. Go. Summon concubine Hua to my side. Reward her with a platter of gold pastries and 10 bolts of silk. The emperor's favor within the harem serves as a protective charm. The quantity or value of gifts is inconsequential. What truly matters is the attitude. Yet, at that moment, there were not many as elated as Yi Sun. Particularly not the first and second princes. They had, today, suffered a double loss, their subordinates vanquished, with the second prince losing over 11,000 taels of silver. While the birthday gift he had presented to Yang Li was snatched away by Yi Xiao. Uncommonly, the two of them shared a carriage. Chapter 32. What uses cultivation? Within the carriage, the first and second princes sat opposite one another. The second prince smiled, "Elder brother, after tonight, our third brother's reputation as a martial arts genius will surely be solidified." With a slight adjustment, his mood had improved considerably. Although a certain sum of silver has been lost, when one reflects upon the misfortunes that have befallen the queen today, it seems rather insignificant. The first prince spoke coldly. "You summoned me here, but I assume it is not solely to discuss this matter?" "Certainly not," replied the second prince with a smile. "What I mean is, since the situation cannot be altered, why not assist him in promoting his reputation?" Upon hearing this, the first prince's eyes narrowed slightly. He instantly comprehended the second prince's intention, an act of covert sabotage. Warriors often possess a particular trait. They are impetuous and unwilling to submit. Frequently, for the sake of reputation. They are willing to engage in life and death struggles. While many may regard such behavior as foolish, it is undeniable that it is a common flaw among numerous martial artists. In truth, whether it be the first prince or the second prince, despite having some influence in the court and commanding several skilled subordinates, they ultimately lack truly exceptional individuals. Even the genuine geniuses of the capital would not pledge their allegiance to them. The rationale is simple. Yi Sun is in the prime of his life, and the prospect of a change in dynasty remains uncertain. Those with exceptional abilities can easily achieve fame and fortune through their own merits, rendering their assistance unnecessary. Conversely, those who choose to ally themselves with them are often disheartened or dissatisfied with their current circumstances, and their capabilities are generally inferior. What a splendid idea. After tomorrow, our third brother shall be hailed as the foremost martial genius of Qian. I am eager to witness whether those proud and arrogant prodigies can maintain their composure. If a master from the starry rankings were to challenge him, I wonder if he could withstand it. The first prince grasped the implications instantly. The pinnacle of any profession entails facing countless challenges. Particularly for martial artists, the title of the foremost in Qian is not easily earned. The second prince sighed. "Our third brother has indeed established a firm foothold." The first prince replied softly, "There is no rush. The days ahead are long, are they not?" "Indeed." The most arduous aspect of the battle for succession lies in its protracted nature. Often, it is not merely a matter of seizing upon an opponent's flaw or weakness to achieve victory. One must remain ever vigilant and prepared to counter various clandestine tactics. The next morning, news of the two challengers within the Yi Xiao palace spread like wildfire. Such palace secrets typically circulate only among the upper echelons of Qian. However, under the joint efforts of the first and second princes, it swiftly permeated the entirety of Tang'an City. "Have you heard? The third prince last night, during the queen's birthday banquet, consecutively defeated two formidable opponents, one of whom was a disciple of the Qingyuan sect. Truly remarkable. The Qingyuan sect is one of the 7 great sects of the world, and their disciples were effortlessly vanquished by the third prince. The third prince, indeed, is the martial genius descended from the martial star of Chu, the finest in Qian. Isn't that a bit excessive? While the third prince is impressive, claiming he is the finest in Qian seems exaggerated, does it not? His name does not even appear on the starry rankings of the Tianji Pavilion. What do you know? The third prince has merely maintained a low profile in the past. Otherwise, the starry rankings are nothing but trivial nonsense. Bang! At a tea stall, a stunning young girl clad in azure attire and wielding a long sword slammed her palm on the table in indignation, her eyes ablaze with fury. She exclaimed loudly, "The rankings of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion encompass all martial arts masters across the realm. Anyone of renown may ascend the list. Each individual on this roster is a top contender of the same age. Even the third prince, despite his prodigious talent, would not dismiss the starry rankings as mere trifles." With her outburst, the surrounding townsfolk fell silent, recognizing her as a figure of the martial world. None wished to attract trouble over such matters. As she surveyed the crowd in despair, she turned to leave. Yet, Just a few steps away, she heard the faint murmurs of the people behind her. Ha! Trust me. Before the third prince, the starry rankings are nothing. The girl retrieved a list from her bosom. The Great Qian Starry Rankings, published quarterly by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. It cataloged the martial geniuses under 30 from Great Qian. The first was Mu Han, the second by Ling Su, and the third was Xiao Fei. Her gaze fell to the very bottom of the list, the 187th entry, Xiao Yu. Indeed, it was her name. Notably, the third-ranked Xiao Fei was her elder brother. In the end, Xiao Yu angrily pushed open the door to Xiao Fei's room, throwing a wine pouch onto the bed. I brought the wine. Drink, drink, drink. All you do is drink. If you would only drink less and train more, perhaps you would have reclaimed the top spot on the starry rankings by now. Xiao Fei, appearing to be in his early 20s, possessed handsome features. Yet his eyes were glazed, and his disheveled hair paired with a scruffy beard gave him a rather unkempt appearance. He paid no heed to his sister's admonitions, grabbing the wine pouch and gulping it down with gusto. Huh, what a delight. With this wine, I wouldn't trade places even with an emperor. Xiao Yu, exasperated, retorted. Brother, you possess such talent. Why do you not train diligently? Are you content to be overshadowed by Ling Su and that Mu Han? Leaning back on the bed, Xiao Fei continued to drink, seemingly oblivious to her words. Frustrated by his indifference, Xiao Yu stomped her foot in anger and stormed out. Inside the room, Xiao Fei continued to indulge in his drink, the intoxication deepening as his vision blurred. Huh, by Ling Su she is nothing. But what use is training? No matter how hard I strive, defeating Mu Han is a futile endeavor. It is better to enjoy a drink. In the corner of the room lay a rusted long sword. With the last of the wine consumed, Xiao Fei succumbed to a deep slumber, lost in a drunken haze, a state that seemed to epitomize his existence. Through the crack of the door, as Xiao Fei's snores filled the air, a flicker of sorrow crossed Xiao Yu's eyes. The Xiao Fei of you was not this way. A once prominent prodigy of the Xiao family from the Jianyu Mountain Manor, he had ascended the starry rankings at 15 and claimed the top spot at 17, reigning supreme for 3 years and suppressing the talents of 7 major sects, until that fateful day he was challenged by Mu Han. The details of their battle remain a mystery. But after that day, Xiao Fei broke his sword and departed the Jianyu Mountain Manor, plunging into a life of oblivion. And thus the title of Starry Rankings champion passed to another. 5 years have elapsed without any change. Despite the passage of time, the indolent Xiao Fei remains steadfastly at 3rd place on the star list, a testament to his esteemed status and talent in the eyes of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The fabric shop, Qi Luo, is bustling with a constant stream of visitors. In the rear courtyard, Zhao Mingyan sits before her vanity, gently combing her hair. Recently, her fabric shop has become the favored establishment among the noble ladies of the capital, thriving on the innovative designs and exquisite dyeing techniques she employs, yielding a bountiful profit. Yet, her thoughts do not dwell on the business. These days, news of Yi Xiao's remarkable prowess in the imperial palace has reached her ears, and the mere thought of his commanding presence brings a sweet smile to her lips. Suddenly, a maid rushes in, her expression fraught with urgency. Miss, something's amiss. There's trouble. Zhao Mingyan remains composed, inquiring coolly, what has happened? Before Yi Xiao, she is gentle and proactive, yet in the presence of others, she adopts an air of aloofness. A group of ruffians has come, deliberately spilling a bucket of filth at the shop's entrance, accompanied by 2 vicious dogs, making it impossible for anyone to enter. At this revelation, Zhao Mingyan's brow furrows. Such scoundrels have existed throughout history. They often employ despicable tactics, leaving others helpless. Where are Rongxi's men? Are they not nearby? They are across the street, dining at a restaurant. However, when I went to call them, they paid me no mind. The maid lamented. I fear they wish to extort protection money again. Chapter 33. The fierce dragon crosses the river. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyan's gaze sharpens. Protection money? I fear it may not be so simple. Since establishing herself in Tang'an, she has needed to navigate relationships with various factions. The municipal guard, the yamen, local thugs, and the neighbors, all must be managed with care. Conducting business is far more challenging than it appears, especially for a woman like her. From the moment Rongxi laid eyes on her, his gaze was filled with greed and desire. She is all too aware of the depths of his sordid thoughts. Were it not for her leveraging the authority of the yamen and her willingness to pay them handsomely, she would have faced dire consequences long ago. Have the servants relay to Rongxi that I invite him to my residence for a banquet. That very afternoon, a feast is prepared at Zhao Mingyan's abode. A bald man in his 40s, with a protruding belly, stumbles in. Rongxi, notorious in the western part of Tang'an, is known for his unscrupulous dealings. As soon as he enters, his eyes fixate on Zhao Mingyan. "Manager Xiao, I have missed you dearly." In the midst of his words, he reaches out to grasp her hand. Zhao Mingyan deftly evades him, swiftly creating distance. Rongxi is taken aback, chuckling. "I did not expect that Manager Xiao is quite the formidable one." A hint of wariness flickers in his eyes. This woman had never previously revealed her prowess. Zhao Mingyan smiles slightly, responding, "Lord Rong, I am but a humble woman engaged in business here in Tang'an, seeking wealth but desiring nothing more. However, if anyone truly attempts to sever my financial lifeline, I, Zhao Mingyan, would rather stake my life to take a piece of flesh from that person." Upon hearing Zhao Mingyan's words, Rongxi forced a smile that did not reach his eyes and said, "Master Xiao, let us not speak in riddles. I have taken a liking to you. If you are willing to spend a few nights with me each month, I assure you that your business will flourish daily. Otherwise, such unforeseen incidents will be unavoidable." "Bah!" Zhao Mingyan spat in response. "Rong, have you looked in the mirror lately? I shall make myself clear. If you wish to profit, we will continue as before. But if you insist on driving me to ruin, I will not hesitate to offer 50,000 taels of silver for your life." "Do you believe that?" Rongxi, enraged, sneered. "You shameless woman, I have shown you favor. Yet you think a mere few tens of thousands of taels could buy my life? Go ask around. Which month in Tang'anxi City do I not earn at least 18,000 taels? My life is not so easily taken. Try your luck. Regardless, I shall flee far and wide, and any wealth I acquire will be spent on your head." Zhao Mingyan's defiant words left Rongxi in silence. "Very well, Master Xiao. I concede your tenacity. Let today's words be forgotten, and we shall proceed as before." With that, Rongxi clasped his fists and departed. Once he left, Zhao Mingyan pondered for a moment and commanded, "Bring me my belongings. Gather all valuable items." The maid, confused, asked, "Miss, did not Master Rong agree to continue as before?" Zhao Mingyan scoffed. "Do you trust the words of such a man? If I am not mistaken, he will undoubtedly come with accomplices tonight. We shall abandon the shop in the West City." Zhao Mingyan's intuition proved correct. That very night, the West City shop was set ablaze. Fortunately, she had already taken the valuables and the shop was merely rented, so the losses were not severe. Within the Xiao residence, Zhao Mingyan reported everything accurately. She concluded with resignation, "Rongxi has developed ill intentions towards me. The business in the West City is utterly ruined." Hearing this, Xiao stroked his chin and smiled. "Rongxi, how intriguing. I was just contemplating bringing Nio into Tang'an, and he has presented himself. There is no rush regarding business. In a few days when Nioan arrives, let him deal with this so-called Rongxi." At the mention of Nioan, Zhao Mingyan smiled slightly. "Your Highness, are you planning to support Nioan's establishment in Tang'an?" Xiao nodded. "Indeed. 3,000 men are insufficient. I require more loyal subjects. And I need hands to gather intelligence from various sources. Though these ruffians may not be entirely reliable, their information is sufficiently swift. For me, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks." Zhao Mingyan cautioned. "Your Highness, Nioan is quite the reckless character. Should he come to Tang'an, he may bring trouble upon you." "Humph, rest assured. While Nioan appears reckless, he is quite astute. If he were incapable of handling such matters, I would not have saved his life in the first place. Nioan, strictly speaking, cannot be deemed a good person. However, he was not entirely a despicable individual, emerging from a background of ruffians. He held dominion over a county in the Dacian region, ruling the local scoundrels. Yet, he undertook some unexpected transformations. Initially, he bribed the county magistrate and ascended to the position of the local chief constable, subsequently converting all his trusted subordinates into constables. He then unified the various underworld trades in the city, opening numerous establishments such as taverns, gambling houses, brothels, and opium dens. He prohibited the coercion of virtuous individuals into prostitution and the trafficking of human beings, instead enticing individuals from surrounding jurisdictions with lucrative offers. Gradually, he transformed the entire county into a renowned haven of indulgence, attracting countless merchants and tourists. In the process, he became the undisputed underground emperor of the region. Unfortunately, just as he sought to further expand his grand ambitions, he found himself targeted by the powerful clans of the state, betrayed by his subordinates and stripped of his enterprises. He faced relentless pursuit. At the brink of death, he was rescued by Xiao, narrowly escaping with his life. Outside Tangin City, Niuan led a group of over 10 young lads, slowly advancing with their luggage in tow. Niuan, in his early 30s, was impressively tall and robust. Standing over 2 meters, a dragon tattoo adorned his shoulder, and his arms were as thick as the thighs of an average person, his face exuding a fierce demeanor. Listen up. Once we reach Tangin City, we shall soar like dragons crossing a river. We must make a name for ourselves. Once we achieve prosperity and wealth, I will persuade our master to help you all attain respectable positions and bring honor to your families. A curious youth inquired, Brother, who is our master? Niuan shot him a piercing glare and, with a swift motion, delivered a slap while scolding. Who is our master? Damn it. Do you even understand the rules? Is this something you can inquire about? Just remember, our master's words carry more weight than mine, and that is sufficient. Don't get confused about who is who, or I'll ensure your demise. Though his words were harsh, he did not strike with real force, merely delivering a symbolic slap. The boy, unfazed, chuckled in response. For them, Tangin City represented a land of dreams, a place they had once dared not even to imagine. Chapter 34, Voluntary Allegiance before Xiao. Niuan shed the bravado he displayed among his subordinates. His towering figure slightly hunched, his face adorned with a fawning smile. Your Highness, I have diligently adhered to the training schedule you set for me this past year, without a hint of negligence. My younger brothers have followed your directives strictly. Xiao praised him briefly, noting a significant improvement in his cultivation. He spoke softly, from today onward, I require you to establish a reputation in the western part of Tangin City. He Quan will assist you. Within a month, you must accomplish 3 tasks. First, ensure the downfall of Rongxi. Second, regulate the underworld businesses so that my subordinates conduct themselves with restraint, as I do not wish to see the common folk live in fear or witness families torn apart by the sale of their own children. Third, gather intelligence daily. Arrange for someone to compile and filter it before presenting it to the residents. Xiao had no intention of confronting Rongxi personally. To him, Rongxi was unworthy. Xiao desired Rongxi's life as one would crush an ant beneath their heel. For Xiao, controlling the underground forces of Tangin City presents several advantages. Firstly, it enables him to circumvent superficial restrictions and gather a loyal following, thereby attracting more support for the Emperor's cause. Secondly, it provides a valuable source of intelligence, potentially yielding useful information. Thirdly, Xiao can enlist more subordinates to carry out tasks that he finds inconvenient to undertake himself. Since his return to Tangin City, he has continuously been targeted, fundamentally due to his weak foundation and lack of personal manpower. He remains unaware of the intelligence concerning the other princes. Rest assured, Your Highness. With Uncle He's assistance, Rongxi is guaranteed to meet his demise, he assured. Now, off you go. Xiao waved his hand, and Niuan scampered away. Once he departed, Zhao Mingyan and Lu'er emerged from behind the screen. Your Highness, can we truly rely on this individual? Lu'er expressed her doubts. Xiao smiled slightly. Do not be concerned. Despite his seemingly reckless demeanor, he is far more reliable than many self-righteous scholars. It's often the righteous who are the most ruthless, he added. Lu'er chuckled. Your Highness seems to hold a rather low opinion of scholars. In some respects, indeed. Xiao replied with a calm demeanor, not denying it. Zhao Mingyan, perplexed, inquired, Why is that? Why should I hold them in high regard? Xiao countered. Scholars are capable of governing a nation. But what I observe is their propensity to bring calamity upon the state. A flicker of anger crossed Xiao's eyes as he spoke softly. After traveling the world for a decade, I have witnessed that 9 out of 10 officials collude with local tyrants, leading to the oppression of the common folk. Those few who are less corrupt are hailed as virtuous officials, yet they merely perform superficial acts for the sake of political gain. Within the government, those with connections act with impunity, while those in power remain aloof. They readily cause families to be shattered. Why should I hold such scholars in high esteem? Some truths remain undiscovered until one experiences them firsthand. Before his travels, Xiao believed that the Great Qian was a realm of peace and prosperity. After his journey, he realized that such peace was merely a fade, masking profound suffering beneath the surface. Xiao's anger intensified as he continued. Throughout history, has there ever been a significant upheaval in the Great Qian that was not instigated by these damned scholars? In the year 132 of the Great Qian, rampant corruption led to widespread chaos, and it was only due to the decisive actions of the Great Qian Emperor, who established the supervisory office to oversee the realm and executed thousands of corrupt officials, that the dynasty was salvaged from the brink of collapse. In the year 342, the governor of Yunzhou in the northern region, insatiable in his greed, embezzled funds, resulting in a weakened defense that allowed the Chu state to breach Yunzhou, causing the deaths and injuries of over 100,000 civilians while he fled the country with his family. To this day, Yunzhou remains under the control of Chu. In the year 465, with the Chu army at the gates and the national treasury depleted, the reigning emperor called upon the officials to donate funds. Yet they collectively contributed less than 100,000 taels of silver. Many even resorted to selling their own broken pots and tiles. This incited the royal family's fury, prompting the supervisory office to conduct raids, and in a single night, 800 million taels of silver were seized from the homes of officials in the capital. In the year 745, the officials of Jingzhou colluded with the wealthy elite to aggressively seize land. Amidst natural disasters, they failed to provide grain to the suffering populace, concealing the truth, which forced the people to flee in desperation, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Some resorted to cannibalism, and countless souls perished in distant lands. Xiao, increasingly incensed, declared, "What merit do these scholars possess that should elevate them in my esteem?" Luer gently massaged Xiao's shoulders and replied with a smile, "Yet among them, have not many exhibited both talent and virtue, achieving remarkable political accomplishments? For instance, our current Chancellor Su Mingxian, who is universally hailed as a wise minister. He has championed peace and commerce with the barbarian tribes, leading to a decade of stability along the southern borders, thereby enhancing the treasury's revenues. He has also established schools across the land and repeatedly advised His Majesty to strengthen the scrutiny and evaluation of local officials. Such an official is indeed commendable." Xiao sighed, "Indeed. Despite my dissatisfaction and resentment toward these literati, I must acknowledge that governing a nation requires their presence. No emperor can rule the realm without relying on officials." Just as he finished speaking, a servant entered. "Your Highness, there is someone at the door presenting a name card to request an audience." Xiao accepted the card, which boldly proclaimed, "Han Qi, a scholar from the Hanlin Academy." Upon reflection, he had no recollection of this individual. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Let him enter." Shortly thereafter, a man in his 40s, gaunt and clad in a coarse long robe, stepped inside. "Greetings to the third prince. I am Han Qi from Liangzhou." The man bowed sincerely. Xiao inquired, "What brings you to see me?" "I wish to serve the third prince and dedicate myself to your cause." Xiao narrowed his eyes, taken aback by the proposal. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. With a cold smile, he replied, "I am not in a position to arrange titles for you. If you expect me to secure you a favorable position, you are mistaken." His words rang true. The lack of individuals seeking to serve him was largely due to his minimal influence at court. Reputation aside, true power is anchored in authority. For instance, some individuals possess the ability to influence the appointment of officials, naturally drawing aspiring Hanlin scholars seeking esteemed positions to align with them. Currently, Xiao lacked such capability. To his surprise, Han Qi shook his head and stated, "I do not require the third prince to arrange titles for me. I am willing to relinquish my official status and serve as a retainer in your household." This declaration piqued Xiao's interest. It is noteworthy that entry into the Hanlin Academy requires passing the highest imperial examinations. After a period of training, members are typically appointed to vacant positions, often at least as county magistrates. Previously, Xiao had looked down upon county magistrates, yet through his travels, he had come to understand the formidable power they wield. In many locales, a county magistrate's word can carry more weight than the decrees issued from the Tangin city. They are, in essence, local emperors. And even the most impoverished counties can yield substantial resources, far surpassing the value of merely serving as a retainer. Chapter 35. Initial results. Xiao observed Han Qi, now a middle-aged man, before him. His clothing was tattered, indicating a less than favorable background. Standing tall and serene, his eyes tranquil as water, he appeared to be awaiting Xiao's response. Xiao inquired softly, after 10 years of diligent study, achieving success at last, "Why would one choose to resign from an official position? There is no backing." Han Qi's words took Xiao by surprise. This fellow was refreshingly straightforward. And then, lacking support, one could only be dispatched to remote regions, finding it difficult to ascend the ranks, perhaps remaining in office until old age. Never to set foot in Tangin. Alternatively, one might seize the opportunity for wealth and luxury, but that was not the aspiration of Han Qi. It must be said, Xiao had never encountered such a candid scholar before. With genuine curiosity, he asked, "Then what do you desire?" "To assist the sovereign, govern the realm." vanquish the Xiao and destroy the Chu, to achieve unparalleled greatness and etch my name in history. Han Qi's words were imbued with unwavering conviction. Yet, Xiao merely smiled. Unconvinced. Charming rhetoric could be uttered by anyone. However, the man before him was willing to relinquish his position in the Hanlin Academy to serve him, revealing a glimpse of his formidable resolve, to stay or to part ways. Suddenly, Xiao recalled his earlier question and posed, "Permit me to ask you, in this era of rampant corruption among officials, do you possess a solution?" Han Qi bowed respectfully and articulated his thoughts. The crux of corruption among officials does not lie in their selection, but rather in the appointment and dismissal system of our esteemed Qian. Presently, once officials are appointed, their promotion speed is dictated by high-ranking court officials, leading local officials to amass wealth and send it to Tang and in hopes of advancement. Those in high positions often have served for decades, meticulously cultivating their influence, creating a network of loyalists. They protect one another, resulting in even greater corruption. To rectify this, firstly, we must impose a time limit on the tenure and promotion of officials, 3, 5, or 8 years, depending on their rank. Upon assuming office, officials should be subject to a temporary review by court-appointed personnel. Those who pass the review may be promoted, while those who do not should be dismissed on the spot, preventing any from merely occupying their positions without merit. Secondly, we must oversee the assets of officials, strictly prohibiting them and their families from engaging in commerce. All property held by officials must be reported, including that of their relatives and friends, with random inspections to identify any unexplained wealth, which should be classified as corruption. Thirdly, we must strengthen the supervisory system. Although we currently have the Zhenfu Division and the Yushi Tai, the authority of the Zhenfu Division completely overshadows that of the Yushi Tai. If the Zhenfu Division itself is corrupt, what recourse remains? Thus, we should establish an additional supervisory body to ensure mutual oversight among the three entities, with regular personnel changes and stringent evaluations for those replaced. In this manner, we may significantly reduce corruption. At this juncture, Han Qi asserted earnestly, to combat corruption, only strict laws and oversight will suffice. One cannot rely on human sentiment or virtue. This must be a long-term commitment. Only then can we achieve a transparent and efficient administration. It must be acknowledged that Han Qi's discourse resonated with Yu Zhao's own thoughts, regardless of its merits. He had at least provided a solution and some feasible suggestions. Furthermore, his considerations appeared to be quite thorough. Why me? If you seek a wise ruler, there are other princes in this court besides myself. Han Qi replied softly, because when your highness saved that farmer, I was among the crowd. His gaze towards Xiao was filled with a glimmer of expectation. I had intended to live a life of ignorance, but the day I saw your highness was like witnessing the bright moon in a clear sky. Your highness, disregarding your royal identity for the sake of the common people and administering severe punishment is indeed commendable. If one does not act as a wise ruler in such matters, what then defines a wise ruler? I earnestly beseech you to accept me. Historically, in the realm of Deqian, no individual has ever harmed a member of the royal family for the sake of the populace. The Yi family holds unparalleled supremacy in Deqian. Yet, it is precisely Yi Zhao's actions that have left the people in astonishment. The citizens of Tang'an praise him, and Han Qi is also willing to serve. Yi Xiao sighed. Alas, I truly lack the capability to arrange an official position for you. Han Qi smiled gently. I am indeed willing to resign from my position in the Hanlin Academy and follow your highness. Many individuals, perhaps swayed by a single event or a spoken word, are willing to follow someone. Han Qi truly relinquished his post at the Hanlin Academy and entered Yi Zhao's residence, becoming an honored guest with a monthly stipend of 10 taels. At the entrance of the Golden Scale Guard camp in Tang'an City, Yi Xiao and Liang Qing disembarked from their carriage. Why must you insist on coming here? Yi Xiao, feeling somewhat fatigued, had been roused early by Liang Qing, who was eager to witness the Golden Scale Guard. Liang Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she replied, Yesterday, Uncle Yin visited my home and spoke with my father over drinks. He mentioned the Golden Scale Guard and claimed it would be the mightiest army in Deqian. I am curious to see where he derives this confidence. It must be noted that when Liang Qing expressed this, there was a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Yi Xiao could distinctly sense her enthusiasm for the soldiers. Upon entering the camp, Liang Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside, the soldiers of the Golden Scale Guard were bare-chested, their physiques having undergone a remarkable transformation. Each soldier exhibited a physique defined by robust muscles. While their features might not be sharply defined, they possessed immense endurance and strength. These men were fervently training, their skin darkened from prolonged exposure to the sun, a natural consequence of their rigorous regimen. Each bore a fierce and resolute gaze. In just a month, the change was nothing short of extraordinary. Their faces might still retain a hint of youthfulness. Yet, through Liang Qing's discerning eyes, even the average soldier, after years of training, would not achieve such results. She murmured, "Uncle Yin truly did not exaggerate. If this continues, this private army might genuinely become the strongest in Qian." Everyone, trained diligently, commanded Wang Hu, who then rushed forward from the crowd. "I have met with the third prince. General Yin is on duty today, and I am in charge of the training." Wang Hu briefly reported the situation. His skin had also darkened considerably, yet the youthful naivety that once marked him had faded significantly. The fierce spirit instilled by Yan Zhe had permeated every soldier. This exemplifies the influence of a commander over his troops, not merely through direct instruction, but through unintentional influence in every word and deed. Xiao patted Wang Hu on the shoulder and smiled. "Have you practiced the 5 styles of the hidden tiger?" At the mention of this, excitement gleamed in Wang Hu's eyes as he exclaimed, "Indeed, I have practiced. The results are remarkable. My punching power has increased by at least 30%. Thank you, Your Highness, for your guidance." In truth, Wang Hu had initially harbored doubts. However, as Xiao remarked, coupled with the undeniable potency of the fierce tiger fist, he indeed sought out the 5 styles of the crouching tiger as mentioned by Xiao. Upon practicing them, the results were astonishing. In merely a few days, he felt his comprehension of the fierce tiger fist deepen significantly, allowing for greater control and finesse in executing the technique. Curiously, Liang Qing inquired, "What are the 5 styles of the crouching tiger?" Chapter 36. Increase in Subordinates. Liang Qing was aware that Xiao had gone to the Divine Martial Academy and had clashed with some disciples. However, she remained oblivious to the specifics of the battles and their dialogues. In response to her curiosity, Xiao offered a slight smile. But it was Wang Hu who took the initiative to recount the events of that day. Reflecting back, Wang Hu's words were imbued with admiration for Xiao. After listening to everything, Liang Qing fixed her enchanting gaze upon Xiao and chuckled softly. "Your Highness, how many secrets do you truly possess that we remain unaware of? With your extraordinary martial talent, you not only imparted this training method to Uncle Yin, but also guide others in their martial skills. What more can you do?" "More? I excel in staff techniques," Xiao replied with enthusiasm. "Then I must seek your instruction another day." Liang Qing redirected her attention to the soldiers who were diligently training. Watching with rapt attention, "Let us go. It's about time," Xiao prompted. After observing for a while, "I realized their method of cultivating vitality is unlike anything I've ever seen." For Liang Qing, the art of training and leading troops was her greatest passion. Unfortunately, since 2 years prior, when Liang Qingyan requested Yi Jun to strip her of her military command, she had seldom had the opportunity to return to the army. Now, witnessing the soldiers train brought her joy, albeit bittersweet. Reluctantly, Xiao spent a full morning accompanying her within the Golden Scale Guard. After sharing a meal of the soldiers' communal pot, they departed with a sense of reluctance. Once outside the military camp, Liang Qing, seated in the carriage, gazed at him with envy and said, "If only I could command 3,000 private soldiers." Xiao chuckled, "When I become emperor, how about I grant you 3,000 female soldiers? A female battalion? That sounds splendid. I truly wish to assemble one." Liang Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "However, 3,000 is too few. I want 30,000. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Liang Qing's enthusiasm ignited as she envisioned commanding thousands of troops. Her tone turning commanding. In the company of one another, they often fantasized about a future filled with sweet domesticity, marriage and children, blissful days. Yet these two were peculiar, with one aspiring to be an emperor and the other desiring to be a general. That night, at the Tiger Gang's headquarters, Rong Si's eyes glimmered with despair. He could not fathom why such a formidable expert had become entangled in the gang's sordid conflicts. Outside, the cries of his subordinates echoed in distress. Yet he dared not venture out. Though he clutched a knife in his hand, it trembled uncontrollably. Bang! The door was kicked open. Nguyen, wielding a sharp blade, stepped forward, flanked by He Quan. Fear filled Rong Si's gaze as Nguyen advanced, effortlessly kicking the steel knife from his grasp and pulling him forward, pinning him directly onto the table. "Brother Nguyen, spare my life. From now on, our Tiger Gang will follow you. Whatever you say, we will comply." Rong Si's voice was frantic. During this period, Nguyen had arrived in Tang An's western city. In just a few days, he had smashed several of Rongxi's establishments. Since then, Rongxi's nightmares began. Every time a member of the Tiger Gang ventured out to cause trouble, they were invariably met with a brutal beating from Yuan. If captured, they were sent straight to the authorities. Meanwhile, Yuan wreaked havoc in their own venues. Naturally, Rongxi could not sit idly by. He organized his men to confront Yuan. However, the problem lay with Yiquan. This individual possessed a terrifying level of combat prowess. It was a complete domination. Something Rongxi and his ilk had never imagined they would face in their lives. After several confrontations, the once indomitable spirit of the Tiger Gang was shattered. Many even voluntarily pledged allegiance to Yuan, grasping Rongxi's head, sneered, "You should never have dared to provoke our Madame Yan, the woman of our master. How could you even think of laying a hand on her?" At that moment, Rongxi recalled Xiao Mingyan. He had pretended to agree to her wishes, planning to raid her at night and abduct her home. Little did he expect Xiao Mingyan to escape. Now he finally understood that the root of the problem lay here. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mingyan had other backing. "Grandpa Niu, I was wrong. I will never dare again." "Wrong? It's too late. You scoundrel, running a gambling house, charging exorbitant interest, forcing women into prostitution, abducting children. If I don't kill you, I want to feel satisfied." With a swift thrust, Yuan plunged a knife into Rongxi's abdomen. Blood flowed down his torso as he widened his eyes. He wished to cry out, but was firmly silenced by Yuan's hand over his mouth. Yuan leaned down and whispered in his ear, "Rest assured, I am not like you. I won't harm your family. Your wife and children will be spared. But the ill-gotten gains you amassed will not be spared." As he spoke, Yuan delivered several more stabs. The once mighty Rongxi, who had commanded respect in Tang's western district, met his demise. Yuan tossed the knife aside and smiled at Yiquan. "Uncle He, it's done. You may return now. Rest assured, I will establish rules tomorrow. There will be no more usury, forced prostitution, or human trafficking in the Western District. I assure His Highness that we will not take a single penny from legitimate businesses. I shall take my leave then. Do not forget the tasks assigned." Within the entire gang, aside from Yuan, no one knew Yi Xiao's true identity. These lowly individuals were merely tools for Yi Xiao. He could control them, but their knowledge of him must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, someone might invoke his name to instigate trouble. After sending Yiquan off, a subordinate approached. "Boss, if we follow what you just said, shall we collect some money from those establishments? I fear we won't be able to support so many brothers." Slap. Yuan turned around and delivered a resounding slap. "Fool, why show them mercy? From now on, all gambling houses in the Western District will belong to us. And all smoke houses will be ours as well. As for the matter of petty financial gains, I find it beneath my dignity. I merely require a regular collection of silver to maintain my affairs. Remember this well. Anyone who dares to breach the established order shall face my wrath." Yuan glared fiercely, while his subordinates erupted into laughter. Inevitably, this situation would lead to countless conflicts. Yet, in this life, to ascend and reap rewards. Who can truly avoid contention? In the chamber, Yi Xiao sensed the number of loyal followers within the royal human cauldron, 4,782. Indeed, through this cauldron, Yi Xiao could perceive all his subordinates. He discovered that the contributions of popularity varied greatly according to the strength of these individuals. For instance, Yiquan, though but a single person, contributed popularity equivalent to that of hundreds. Meanwhile, as the strength of the entire Golden Scale Guard increased, so too did their contributions of popularity. In contrast, Yuan's followers were a mixed lot, predominantly of lowly caliber, contributing the least in terms of popularity. However, regardless of their quality, having followers was certainly better than having none. With the addition of Yuan's subordinates, Yi Xiao's cultivation speed would markedly improve. Chapter 37. Turmoil in the Jianghu. Within the room, Yi Xiao opened his eyes. Lu Er lay beside him, her face flushed with shyness. Yi Xiao's cultivation had advanced to the second tier of the heavenly origin realm. After breaking through to this realm, each subsequent advancement required an even greater amount of imperial true qi. 4,000 followers was still insufficient for Yi Xiao. He had spent nearly 4 months cultivating at the first tier. Though this was not a slow pace, he remained unsatisfied. In 1 month, the Golden Scale Guard would be ready to take shape, at which point he could lead them to seek out conflict and achieve merit. Yi Xiao sighed. He understood that nothing could be rushed. Over these 4 months, he had also faced several challenges from others. As the saying goes, youthful arrogance often manifests itself in such ways. Even though Yi Xiao held the status of a prince, there were still young warriors who sought to challenge him. He welcomed these challenges with open arms, fully aware that to attain his desired position, he must endure certain trials. Meanwhile, in an inn, the second prince stood before Xiao, scrutinizing her from head to toe. She possessed striking features, fair skin, and an air of sharpness amidst her delicate beauty. Xiao, in turn, examined the man before her, puzzled as to why he obstructed her path. "What do you want?" she inquired. "I wish to speak with you." The second prince replied calmly. "I have no time," Xiao retorted, attempting to leave. At that moment, a man in a black robe, his complexion ashen, extended his right hand, exerting a powerful force that compelled Xiao back to her original position. The black-robed man coldly declared, "The second prince has not dismissed you." Xiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this man was indeed the second prince of Qian. "What do you want?" she asked. "Nothing of consequence." "Merely a conversation," he replied. "Spit it out." Xiao's temper flared. Even though she was intimidated by the black-robed man's strength, she still retorted boldly. The previously smiling second prince's expression froze in shock. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath and declared, "I need your brother's assistance." Upon hearing this, Xiao furrowed her brow. "My brother? What do you require of him?" "To challenge the third prince, Xiao." "Ha ha." Xiao scoffed derisively. "Xiao? A person who hasn't even made it onto the star ranking dares to summon my brother?" Although Xiao had defeated several challengers, none from the star ranking, comprising the 200 most exceptional young talents of Qian, had faced him. This dissatisfaction prompted the second prince to specifically seek out those on the star ranking. Xiao, currently at Tang'an, caught his attention. However, to ensure success, his primary target was not Xiao, but her elder brother, Xiao Fei. "Miss Xiao, it would be wise for you to cooperate with me," the second prince said with a disingenuous smile. "Should you comply, I shall generously offer you a sum of 100,000 taels of silver. Otherwise what?" A man's voice echoed from the staircase. Xiao exclaimed in delight, "Brother." Xiao Fei descended the stairs, his eyes hazy with inebriation, and approached the man in black. "You dare to lay a hand on my sister?" The black-clad man tensed, fixating on the disheveled figure before him, ultimately narrowing his gaze onto the sword at his waist. "Your sword is already rusted. Killing you would be effortless." As the words fell, the sword was drawn, yet no one witnessed the flash of steel. The sensation was utterly bizarre. It seemed all present perceived Xiao Fei's strike, yet none could discern the sword itself. The man in black moved as well, his right hand suspended mid-air, severed from his arm, blood gushing forth. Moments prior, it was this very hand that had pushed Xiao back. Xiao Fei approached his sister, helping her to her feet, and expressed his dissatisfaction. "My drink is gone. Why have you taken so long to fetch more?" Xiao stared blankly at her brother, pondering how long it had been since she had witnessed him in action. Xiao Fei led her past the second prince but suddenly halted. "You are a prince. I shall not harm you, but I cannot stand idly by while my sister is bullied." The second prince's eyes widened in shock. For the first time in his life, he felt the chill of death. At the moment Xiao Fei drew his sword, he distinctly sensed a frigid aura brush against his neck. Only after Xiao Fei departed did he regain his composure, turning to the black-clad man who had lost his hand, his eyes flashing with fury. Incompetent fool. He had anticipated the prowess of those on the star ranking, but never imagined that the third-ranked Xiao Fei could eliminate his specially chosen expert with a single move. He had always been the one to wield power over others' lives and deaths. When had anyone dared to act so boldly against him? He muttered to himself, "Damn it. I should have brought along the 4 demons of Tianqi. This fellow is unexpectedly formidable." Upon exiting the tavern, Xiao joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, you finally took action. From now on, let us practice martial arts instead of drinking, shall we?" Xiao Fei's expression remained calm. "No. Why not?" Xiao pressed. "Martial arts are of no use." Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "If you lack martial skill, what would you have done in that situation? Die." Xiao was taken aback by his response. "You can go die? Stop joking." The two siblings were not foolish and made their way out of the city. However, in the midst of their hurried journey, Xiao suddenly spoke up. "Brother, I believe you need not concern yourself with Muhan any longer." "Why?" he inquired. "He is dead." In an instant, Xiao Fei halted his steps, turning his gaze sharply towards Xiao, his eyes fierce as if he were a beast ready to devour. The oppressive aura sent shivers down Xiao's spine. "It is not merely my assertion. The latest star rankings released by the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion have removed him and provided the reason for his removal." As she spoke, Xiao produced a list from her bosom and handed it over. First, by Ling Su. Second, Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, disinterested in the rankings of others, immediately glanced at the conclusion. It read, formerly the first on the star rankings, Mu Han has been missing for 2 years. Absent from the martial world with no trace of his existence. Presumed dead, hence his removal. Impossible. He cannot be dead. That guy would never die. Xiao Fei hurled the star rankings away in frustration. Let us go? Where to? To find Luo Yuchong, that madwoman. She would do anything for Mu Han. And with the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion releasing this list, she will certainly not let this matter rest. Meanwhile, this list had already stirred a tremendous uproar within the martial world. In the extreme cold lands, Bai Lingsu opened her eyes amidst the falling snow. Her hair and eyebrows were as white as the snow itself. Mu Han, you have oppressed me for 3 years. How could you possibly be dead? If you were not here, what use is my training in this frigid northern ice energy? At a certain outpost of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, amidst a scene of carnage, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, indeed, she was stunning beyond belief, stood with a manic smile on her face. Mu Han is dead. Who permitted you to write this? As she spoke, she swiftly beheaded one of the men present. Her smile grew increasingly deranged. Whoever dares to say Mu Han is dead, I shall ensure their demise first. You wretched fools of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. So fond of rankings, let us see today who dies first. Luo Yuchong, the most infamous madwoman in the martial world, was also its most renowned genius. Previously, the top of the star rankings, she had broken through the 4 realms of martial arts at the age of 24 and entered the Bright Moon rankings, now ranking 3rd. Yet everyone knew she would eventually claim the top spot. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, spanning 3 nations, was filled with countless experts and profound heritage, yet even so, she dared to challenge their outpost. At the residence of Xiao, a list from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion lay before him. He smiled slightly and shattered it with a mere flick of his hand. Let them die, let them perish. It would be best if that madwoman never discovers this. In the royal palace, within the chambers of the second prince and his mother, concubine Shui Yunxi, the second prince stood with a bow. Concubine Shui Yunxi's expression was solemn. What measures have been taken recently against the third prince? Primarily, they aimed to undermine his reputation. On one hand, they exaggerated his martial talents excessively to provoke dissatisfaction among martial prodigies, leading to challenges against him. On the other hand, they disseminated information among the common folk and scholars, proclaiming his martial abilities to be of no utility in governance. The second prince sighed in resignation. As of now, the third brother has no allies in the court, making it difficult to find a weakness to exploit. I intend to contemplate the autumn examination and see if I can gather some support from my subordinates. Shui Yunxi nodded slightly in approval. Indeed, this is an appropriate response. You have previously regarded him far too seriously. At this point, her tone turned grave. Your true threats are still the eldest and fourth brothers. I have heard that the fourth brother is already scheming to oversee the autumn examination. Upon hearing this, the second prince was taken aback. It is well known that the fourth prince had already gained considerable renown in the literary circles. If he were to oversee the autumn examination, he would undoubtedly attract numerous talented individuals. How come I was not aware of this? You certainly were not. The fourth brother places great importance on this examination, having invited several esteemed scholars to advocate on his behalf. Although he has not yet ascended to the court, this matter is already nearly settled. The second prince furrowed his brow. Damn, I have been careless. My focus has been solely on the third brother, which has given him an opening. Shui Yunxi scoffed. You need not be overly concerned. I have prepared a significant achievement for you. Once you accomplish this, your reputation will swiftly eclipse theirs. Upon hearing this, the second prince rejoiced. What achievement? Disaster relief. The second prince was momentarily stunned, but I have not heard of any disasters occurring. A fierce glint flashed in Shui Yunxi's eyes. Your lack of knowledge does not imply that calamities will not arise. In the imperial palace, just moments ago, several officials from the Ministry of Rites had petitioned for the fourth prince to oversee the autumn examination. Although some officials opposed this, they were of little consequence, and it was ultimately decided that the fourth prince would indeed supervise. Following this, another piece of news emerged. Your Majesty, the embankment of Jiuyuan River is breached, resulting in a flood that has destroyed countless fields and homes, displacing 1 million commoners. We beseech your Majesty for a wise decision. Observing the messenger kneeling in the mud, unable to rise, Yi Zhuan was engulfed in fury. Nonsense. Just a few days ago, Jiyuan Prefecture submitted a report stating that this year would bring favorable weather, heralding a bountiful harvest. How could the river suddenly breach its banks? The messenger cried out in distress. Recent torrential rains have caused the river to overflow and breach its embankment. It is indeed a natural disaster. Yi Zhuan took a deep breath and coldly inquired, "How much silver will be required for disaster relief?" "At least 1,000,000 taels." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhuan turned to the Minister of Revenue. The minister hastily stepped forward. "The Ministry of Revenue is currently experiencing a shortage of funds. We can only allocate 200,000 taels." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhuan's expression darkened further. "An 80,000 taels shortfall. Very well, we will initially allocate 200,000 taels. Furthermore, the four princes will reduce their monthly stipend by 50,000 taels this month. And the imperial clan court will allocate another 200,000 taels. In total, 600,000 taels will be designated for disaster relief. Who among you is willing to go to Jiyuan for this purpose?" The court fell into a profound silence. Such dire circumstances, coupled with insufficient funds, could easily incite civil unrest. If mishandled, it would be a grave error. For a moment, no one spoke. Just then, the second prince stepped forward and declared, "Your Majesty, I am willing to go for disaster relief." Yi Xiao regarded the confident second prince with a furrowed brow. However, he was acutely aware that this was a responsibility he could not accept. This is not merely a matter of financial shortfall. Rather, it is a profound lack of available personnel. The complexities involved cannot be resolved merely by purchasing goods and distributing them. It necessitates extensive manpower for coordination, preparation, and ultimately, the reconstruction of homes. The maternal family of the second prince comprises the wealthiest merchants across the realm, whether it pertains to procuring supplies or organizing craftsmen. They are undoubtedly more adept than anyone else. Yu Xiao also yearns to showcase his capabilities, yet he is unwilling to gamble on such matters, for it concerns the survival of countless citizens. As the second prince stepped forward, Yu Zhuan surveyed the room, and to his astonishment, there was no dissent. "I grant permission." Following the court session, Yi Xiao prepared to depart when the second prince approached him, somewhat provocatively inquiring, "Why did you not suggest disaster relief earlier?" "I am more adept at disaster relief than you," Yi Xiao replied with calmness. "I observed the situation with my own eyes." The second prince, momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! My third brother possesses some self-awareness. Now you understand, do you? The art of governance, martial prowess, what value do they hold? What does reputation amount to? Surely, you cannot use your fists to construct homes for the disaster-stricken, can you? How many would you have to build?" With that, he departed. Watching the second prince's retreating figure, Yi Xiao could only shake his head in resignation before taking his leave. Just as Yi Xiao was about to exit the palace gates, he suddenly heard someone call out, "Your Highness, please wait." He halted, turned around, and recognized it was Zhou Tong. "His Majesty requests your presence." Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a smile, "Very well, I shall go at once." Before long, Yi Xiao arrived at the imperial study. All the palace maids and eunuchs had been dismissed by Yi Zhuan, leaving only the two of them within. As Yi Xiao stepped inside, he observed Yi Zhuan's countenance was exceedingly grim. Upon seeing Yi Xiao enter, he coldly inquired, "What is your perspective on the disaster?" "I observe with my own eyes," Yi Xiao replied. Yi Zhuan, frustrated, retorted, "At this juncture, you still speak such words? Do you doubt my ability to take your head?" Yi Xiao calmly countered, "Then how does father believe I should perceive it?" Lying down. Not receiving a response, Yi Zhuan clenched his teeth and declared, "This disaster is unusual. I have personally inspected the banks of the Jiuyuan River. They are remarkably sturdy. Since their construction 7 years ago, we have never faced flooding. And this year has seen favorable weather. Why then, has disaster struck?" In the imperial study, Yu Zhuan voiced his inner doubts. Yu Xiao was at a loss for words. At times, he could be unrestrained, yet some matters warranted substantiation. In light of these inquiries, Yi Xiao retorted, "Why has father summoned me?" He understood that Yu Zhuan must have pressing matters to discuss. The situation in Jiuyuan must be thoroughly investigated. "I shall dispatch personnel from the pacification office to conduct an inquiry," he stated, fixing his gaze upon Yi Xiao. "However, I wish for you to lead your Golden Scales guards to Jiuyuan." "Why?" Yi Zhuan replied solemnly. "After a great disaster, the populace may become restless, and it is inevitable that some will seize the opportunity to plunder, to burn, and to kill. If you lead troops there, should you encounter such banditry, you need not conduct a trial, execute them all. Furthermore, since you are going, you may also investigate the cause of the disaster. If it is a natural calamity, then there is no blame. However, if it is man-made, I shall show no mercy towards those vile miscreants." Upon hearing these words, Xiao fell into contemplation. The Golden Scale Guards have been assembled for nearly half a year and are now poised to engage in some combat to bolster their battlefield experience. This opportunity is indeed advantageous. Moreover, investigating the second prince might present a chance. He immediately responded, "I shall obey your command. Prepare your belongings. We shall set forth without waiting for the others." Chapter 39. Xiao's thoughts. The realms of the martial world and the imperial court often represent two disparate systems. The conflicts and bloodshed in the martial world differ fundamentally from the overt and covert struggles within the court. However, at times, these realms do intertwine. For instance, among the younger generation of the Deqian court, many have ascended the stellar rankings. Liang Qing ranks 124th. Indeed, she not only possesses exceptional military leadership skills, but her martial talent is also remarkably distinguished. Yet, this time, Liang Qing truly felt the disparity. In her sparring matches with Xiao, regardless of her efforts, aside from their differences in cultivation, she felt utterly outclassed in terms of martial comprehension. She sensed that the martial arts she practiced were entirely different from Xiao's. It was as if a child were sparring with a seasoned warrior. Third Prince, with your innate talent, how is it that you have only reached the second tier of the Tianyuan realm? Liang Qing expressed her bewilderment. Xiao smiled slightly. In my early years, I did not apply myself diligently and squandered much time. What a pity. Liang Qing did not harbor any doubts but rather felt a tinge of regret, saying, if the third prince had truly devoted himself to cultivation, the top 10 of the stellar rankings would surely be within reach. Perhaps. Xiao did not feign modesty. Liang Qing had come to bid farewell to Xiao, and both were not ones to be coy. After exchanging a few casual words, they engaged in a sparring session. As Xiao's belongings were packed, a faint blush appeared on Liang Qing's face. She stepped forward to adjust Xiao's collar, reminiscent of a wife sending her husband off to war, advising, "Be safe and return soon." After spending half a year together, she had developed feelings for Xiao. "Rest assured, I am quite fond of my own life," Xiao replied as he stepped outside, where 3,000 golden scale guards awaited, clad in dark green leather armor and iron helmets. Their steadfast gazes radiated an aura of grim determination. Xiao mounted his horse, the crimson dragon energy billowing in the wind. This was his first time leading troops out of the city. However, shortly after departing, Xiao retreated into his carriage, tossing aside his helmet and resting his head on Luer's lap. "It's far more comfortable inside," Xiao lamented. Luer cheerfully offered him grapes, saying, "Why the haste? Your Highness? It has taken less than 3 hours to go from the palace to the city." Xiao's expression turned somewhat cold. He called out, "Let Hanqi board the carriage." For this journey, Xiao had brought Hanqi along, having discovered that he possessed genuine skills during their time together. Most importantly, Hanqi was the only one nearby capable of providing him with sound advice. The more minds, the more ideas. After all, this was not merely a straightforward battle. Hanqi climbed into the carriage, and Xiao sat up, recounting all that had transpired in court that day. Finally, he remarked, "Do you think this matter might have been orchestrated by the second prince? If we were to investigate, where should we begin?" Such words would not be uttered in the presence of Yi Zun by Xiao. After all, Yi Zun remains the emperor. Discussing such significant affairs without evidence would be exceedingly reckless. However, Hanqi is different, as he is a subordinate of Xiao. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Hanqi fell into silence. After a while, he shook his head and replied, "Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Yet at this moment, I believe it is of little consequence." Xiao was somewhat perplexed. Why? If the second prince truly committed this atrocity, endangering countless lives, his foremost concern would be the exposure of his deeds. Thus, he would undoubtedly eliminate all who participated in the execution of his plans. Therefore, regardless of whether he was involved, we would likely find no incriminating evidence. Hanqi's words left Xiao in contemplation. Indeed, if it were the second prince who perpetrated such ruthless acts, would he hesitate to silence witnesses? Deep within the palace, Yi Zun reclined in his chair, his gaze icy. Who do you think will benefit from the outing of the second and third princes? The old servant was uncertain. Lu Tong shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. Yi Zun did not press further, merely murmuring, "The cause of the calamity will likely be difficult to ascertain. I have resolved to behead the governor of Jiuyuan. Regardless of the circumstances, he cannot escape responsibility for this grave incident. As for the third prince, I intend for him to go intentionally. After 6 months of military formation, with 3,000 troops, against the second prince, who is bolstered by the support of wealthy merchants. Amidst the chaos of Xiao Yuan, I am keen to see whether my two dear sons, away from Tangin and my watchful eyes, can engage in a life-and-death struggle. A hint of cruelty surfaced on his face. I shall also see if the second prince dares to take action this time. The opportunity has been presented to him. If he does not even have the courage to act, I shall be greatly disappointed. Likewise, if the third prince survives, I shall bestow upon him a significant reward. Further enhancing his power, Lu Tong fell into silence. For Yi Zun, many of his dark thoughts remained unknown to others. However, harboring such sentiments within was quite burdensome. Lu Tong was the one with whom he could express his thoughts. Yet, the darkness of a sovereign's heart can be quite chilling, as it is evident how ruthlessly he incites conflict between his two sons. In the carriage, Han Qi looked at Yi Xiao and solemnly stated, "Your Highness, I believe this journey is fraught with peril. Your foremost priority must be to remain vigilant and prioritize your own safety." "What do you mean by that?" Han Qi replied earnestly, "Your Highness, Xiao Yuan is currently in turmoil, with the populace displaced, inevitably leading to rampant banditry. The maternal family of the second prince comprises the wealthiest merchants in the realm, and there must be individuals associated with them in Xiao Yuan. Should someone intentionally disguise themselves as a rebel and attempt to assassinate your highness, the 3,000 troops accompanying you may not be able to ensure your safety. Therefore, in this endeavor, matters of suppressing bandits or investigating are of secondary importance. Ensuring your own security is paramount." Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. To be honest, he had not considered this aspect. In his view, Yi Zun clearly suspected the second prince, prompting him to dispatch him to quell the bandits, while simultaneously conducting an investigation. Even deliberately taking the initiative to arrive ahead of the second prince in Jiyuan, Yi Xiao aimed to seize an advantage over his opponent. However, upon hearing Han Qi's words, he suddenly realized that he might be the more passive party. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiao shook his head and declared, "Whether to investigate or not shall be set aside for now. Xiao Yuan is in chaos, since I have received the imperial decree. I must hasten there at once to ensure the safety of the local populace." This sentiment rang true. Although Jiyuan was not excessively distant from Tangin City, it was not particularly close either. With 3,000 soldiers, burdened with supplies and provisions, it would take a full 10 days to reach the territory of Xiao Yuan. As Yi Xiao and his entourage delved deeper into Jiyuan, the environment grew increasingly dire. The roads were fraught with mud and potholes, and the air was thick with the stench of decaying corpses. Scattered bones and swarming insects along the roadside evoked a profound sense of discomfort. Jiyuan, part of the inland prefecture of Deqian, governed 7 counties and 81 villages. As Yi Xiao progressed, he discovered that many village houses had been completely washed away by floods, leaving the villages desolate and devoid of inhabitants. He pressed onward until he finally arrived at Yong'an County under Jiyuan's jurisdiction. Upon seeing the city walls, Yi Xiao was taken aback. An overwhelming throng of citizens gathered outside Yong'an County. Men, women, and children intermingled, their bodies ragged and emaciated, their faces blank and hollow. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spotted Yi Xiao and his group, erupting into a loud cry. "The court has come to provide disaster relief." In an instant, hope ignited in the eyes of all. The disaster-stricken populace surged forward, akin to a horde of the undead besieging the city, rushing toward Yi Xiao's contingent. "Military gentlemen, please give me some food. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Sir, I have a child. Please, grant my child a morsel. My father is 80. Please, give him something to eat." The victims cried out, rushing toward Yi Xiao's troops, their gaze fixed on the supplies carried by the Golden Scale Guards. Witnessing the chaotic crowd, Yan Zhe wasted no time, barking orders, "Form ranks, draw your blades." Instantly, the Golden Scale Guards formed up, their long swords glinting ominously. The sudden display of might quelled the advancing citizens. Yan Zhe bellowed, "Any who dare approach shall be slain." Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, gazing at the wailing disaster victims. His fists clenched. Such a tragic scene, if indeed caused by human folly, was utterly unconscionable. Yet, he understood that this was not the time for compassion. Any hesitation could result in the complete plundering of the Golden Scale Guards' supplies. At that moment, as the Golden Scale Guards unsheathed their weapons, their imposing presence halted the crowd in its tracks. Suddenly, a frail woman fell to her knees before them, cradling a nearly unconscious child in her arms, wailing, "Military gentlemen, please, grant us some food. My child is truly about to starve." Her cry seemed to awaken the numbed emotions of the crowd, and in an instant, all fell to their knees, lamenting and pleading. Their pitiful state was beyond words. Meanwhile, atop the city wall, several middle-aged men sat in the gate tower, observing the scene unfold. Before them lay an array of exquisite dishes, both meat and vegetable, while several individuals savored the delectable fare, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the happenings outside the city. Is this indeed the third prince? Do you think he will show any mercy? One of them jested. Surely not. If he were to soften, that would be rather dull. After all, as a royal offspring, how could he lack a heart of stone? Let us wager. How long before this third prince enters the city? 3 hours. I wager 1 hour. Ha ha ha. Then I shall guess 2 hours. The sorrows and joys of individuals are seldom shared. Those who are satiated remain indifferent to the thoughts of the hungry. The wails from outside the city stirred a sense of unease within Xiao, yet the few at the city gate remained unmoved. Unexpectedly, just as their words faded, Xiao's eyes widened, a fierce intent emanating from him as he bellowed, "Now, clear the way at once. Allow this official to enter the city, or face the blade." With that, Xiao turned and commanded, "Advance. Any who obstruct shall be executed." At that moment, Xiao felt as though 1,000 needles were piercing his heart. Observing the frail child in the woman's arms, he knew he could save them. But what of the countless others behind him, teetering on the brink of life? Distributing food would deplete the supplies of the Golden Scale Guard, and with the situation inside the city remaining unclear, if the Golden Scale Guard lost their provisions, they would soon be no different from those wretched souls outside. At that juncture, even if Xiao possessed extraordinary abilities, he would find it exceedingly difficult to rectify the situation. Thus, it was imperative to enter the city swiftly and ascertain the circumstances. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. The Golden Scale Guard pressed forward, their steel blades parting the crowd, and the citizens, ultimately, dared not resist, obediently clearing a path. The expressions of those on the city wall shifted. The black-clad county magistrate sighed. This third prince is indeed resolute. Someone, remove the obstacles. Let us descend to welcome his highness. By the time Xiao reached the city gate, there were already individuals awaiting his arrival. Who approaches from outside the city? It is the third Prince Xiao, leading the Golden Scale Guard, on imperial orders to inspect Jiuyuan. The city gate slowly creaked open, allowing Xiao and his entourage to enter. As soon as they stepped inside, the gate was hastily shut, lest any disaster-stricken citizens slip in. Upon entering the city, Xiao discovered that the conditions appeared far better than he had anticipated. The houses stood intact, the ground was clean and orderly, presenting a stark contrast to the chaos outside. At that moment, a man in his 40s, clad in black, approached Xiao. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Third Prince. I am Wang Fu, the magistrate of Yong'an County." Xiao furrowed his brow and inquired, "It seems this city has not suffered calamity?" Wang Fu respectfully replied, "Indeed, there has been no disaster. Yong'an County lies at the edge of Jiuyuan, elevated in terrain. During the flood, we were shielded by the moat and city walls, and thus, the waters did not breach the city." Xiao, upon hearing this, was incensed. "If that is the case, why have you not provided aid to the disaster victims?" Wang Fu, prepared with a retort, replied, "Your Highness, you must not speak so. I am but a man, not a deity. Yong'an County possesses no granary. How could I possibly have provisions to assist the victims?" Xiao scoffed. "Since the city has not suffered a disaster, the citizens must surely have stored provisions. The grain merchants undoubtedly possess reserves, and the noble families must also have supplies. For the time being, let us gather some to prepare for unforeseen circumstances and to aid the citizens outside the city. Once the relief grain arrives, it shall be returned in full. Can we not sustain the living?" Wang Fu shook his head. "Your Highness speaks lightly. You are a royal prince. Your words carry weight. Yet I, Wang Fu, am merely a county magistrate. If the relief grain arrives and supplies are tied everywhere, who will lend it to me? Even if I were to risk my life to repay the borrowed grain, I could not do so. Moreover, with the land outside the city devastated, most of our citizens' lands are beyond the walls. This year, they are bound to harvest nothing. The grain in their hands must last until the autumn harvest next year. If I cannot return the borrowed grain, what will they eat or drink?" Wang Fu's arguments were both passionate and reasonable. What about the wealthy families? Their grain must be rotting by now, but that is beyond my knowledge. Wang Fu replied coldly, "I have always acted within the rules. How could I know how much grain they possess?" He then turned to Xiao and suddenly inquired, "Has His Majesty sent you to lead troops here? I trust you are not responsible for the relief efforts?" It would be best to wait for the second prince to arrive before I report to him. Yi Xiao found himself at a loss. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face as he raised his hand and struck. The slap stunned Wang Fu. He believed he had handled the situation flawlessly, leaving no opportunity for Yi Xiao to explode in anger. Yet he found himself on the receiving end of a blow. Shocked and enraged, he exclaimed, "Third prince, why did you hit me?" "Because I find you displeasing," Yi Xiao retorted, delivering another resounding slap. "You may speak eloquently, but I am a man of action. You insist on reasoning with me, yet my hand is the only reasoning you need." Yi Xiao unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Wang Fu, leaving him bloodied and dazed. Yi Xiao had never been one to adhere to rules. Had he followed them, he would not have fled Tangin at the age of 14. Had he followed them, he would not have broken Yuxing Yuan's legs. If anyone suggested that he should abide by the rules and watch the starving disaster victims outside the city die, Yi Xiao would scoff at the very notion. Why return to court to vie for the throne? Because the emperor's word is law. The emperor can disregard any so-called rules. Chapter 41. Resoluteness. There are always those who, under the guise of rules, bully the weak. Wang Fu was one such individual. However, he had never encountered the unruly Yi Xiao before. A single slap left Wang Fu seeing stars, and he knelt in supplication. "Third prince, please stop. I was wrong. I was wrong." Yi Xiao looked down at the prostrate Wang Fu, a cold smile gracing his lips. To safeguard oneself is not inherently wrong. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not hold it against you. Yet now, with tens of thousands of disaster victims outside the city crying out for sustenance and countless lives hanging in the balance, you show not a shred of responsibility. What use are you to me? What use are you to Qian? What use are you to the people? At that moment, Yi Xiao's authoritative tone made Wang Fu feel as though he stood before the emperor of Qian, even though he knew Yi Xiao was merely a prince, not even the crown prince. Yet, the intensity of this feeling is simply overwhelming. Yi Xiao, indifferent to him, kicked him down and turned to Wang Hu, instructing, "Keep him under strict surveillance, ensuring he has no contact with anyone." "Yes." Wang Hu bowed in acknowledgement, asking no questions. "Fetch some constables and soldiers, and have them bring the heads of the prominent families in the city to me immediately. Those who fail to comply will face extermination. Inform them that this is the decree of Yi Xiao, the third prince of Qian, and it is no mere fabrication." Yi Xiao paid no heed to the convolutions of these individuals. His immediate goal was to procure food supplies. If there was a shortage within the city, he would consider alternative methods. However, given the absence of disaster, there must surely be surplus grain. Half an hour later, within the government office, Yi Xiao sat at the head, while before him stood the heads of several prominent families from Yong'an County. Each bore an expression of indignation, for the audacity of Yi Xiao's demands was unprecedented. Yet, none dared to challenge him. The incident where Yi Xiao had shattered Yuxing Yuan's legs had already spread to Jiu Yuan. Who would dare to eliminate these so-called noble families when one had the audacity to break the legs of the son of the Jingwan? Yi Xiao's gaze swept over the assembly, and he spoke coldly. "Write a letter instructing your families to send grain." One individual could not contain himself and interjected, "Your Highness, is there not a protocol for sending grain? Why are they sending it? How much? Is it a donation, a loan, or will it be repaid?" Yi Xiao, unfaltering, replied, "Each family shall send 1,000 jin. The grain must be delivered now. We will discuss the rest later." With 10 families, that amounted to over 10,000 jin of grain. While this may seem insufficient for the tens of thousands of citizens outside, it would serve as an emergency supply to sustain lives. The Golden Scale Guards promptly produced ink and paper, distributing it to each family. Faced with armed guards, the noble families had no choice but to comply and write their letters. The Golden Scale Guards swiftly delivered them. Another half hour passed, and Han Shi arrived at the city gates, setting up a porridge stall to relieve the disaster. The destitute citizens, already in despair, were astonished to suddenly see this porridge stall. What is happening? Why is porridge being distributed in the city? No one knew. Hurry and line up. Everyone, slow down. Form an orderly queue. Anyone who dares to break the rules will face dire consequences. This last command was issued by Yan Zhe, who was maintaining order. Otherwise, the elderly, women, and children would be trampled to death. Listen up. This grain is provided by the noble families at the behest of the third prince, Yi Xiao. Remember to be grateful to the third prince. This message was conveyed by Yi Xiao. Saving lives and spreading his name was no overreach. Just moments earlier, upon entering the city, Yi Xiao's demeanor had been unyielding, and many citizens had cursed him in secret. Now, as they received porridge, all grievances were forgotten, and gratitude flowed abundantly. A warm bowl of porridge at the brink of death surpassed all else. Within the city, Xiao closed his eyes, concentrating, feeling the energy of the people rapidly converging within him. Silent, he diligently cultivated his skills. Meanwhile, the heads of the noble families remained seated, still in a state of disbelief. At last, one among them could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Third Prince, what on earth does this mean? Could you not offer a word? We are not unwilling to part with our grain, so why must you act thus?" Xiao opened his eyes and cast a fleeting glance at him, a glance so powerful that it rendered him momentarily rigid. Eventually, Xiao rose slowly, surveying them with a cold demeanor, and declared, "The grain you possess is now borrowed by me, Xiao. Should the court fail to return it, I shall find a way to repay it. I do not wish for the disaster-stricken outside the city to perish. Tomorrow, I will send men to inspect the granaries of each household, retaining the essential grains while the rest must be surrendered." Xiao himself pondered the justification for procuring this grain. Ultimately, he resolved to shoulder the responsibility himself, regardless of the circumstances. He would reap the benefits and retain his reputation. Should he manage to procure grain from Yi Sun to offset his needs, he would naturally refrain from digging into his own pockets. However, if that proved impossible, he was prepared to supplement the deficit himself. Truth be told, Xiao was quite affluent at the moment. Although the expenditures of the Golden Scale Guard were considerable, they primarily stemmed from equipment and barrack constructions. Once firmly established, the monthly salaries and provisions could not exhaust the substantial sum of 100,000 taels of silver. Thus, he found himself with a considerable surplus each month. Coupled with Zhao Mingyan's flourishing business and Niu An's monthly contributions to the household, Xiao had managed to accumulate nearly 400,000 taels of silver over the past 6 months. Overcoming the current hurdle and repaying the grain should not pose a significant challenge. Upon hearing Xiao's pronouncement, the heads of the families, who had anticipated his forceful requisition of grain, were momentarily taken aback. "Is what you say truly the case?" Xiao responded with a cold laugh. "Am I not a prince of the Qian? Would I deceive a mere country landlord?" At this remark, some within the room became discontented. "My Lu family is of scholarly lineage." Xiao shot a glance at that individual. "Oh, does the sage's teaching tell you to stand idly by in the face of death?" This retort left the man speechless. As night fell, Han Qi, having toiled throughout the day, returned to the city and made his way back to the government office. "Your Highness, the common folk outside the city have received a bowl of warm porridge. Though it may not suffice to fill their stomachs, it should preserve their lives," Han Qi reported earnestly. Xiao nodded, seated himself in a chair, and suddenly inquired, "Do you think I could replicate this method and continue my efforts in Jiuyuan to provide relief?" "Absolutely not," Han Qi exclaimed urgently. "Your Highness must not act impulsively." Xiao, intrigued, asked, "Why not?" Han Qi promptly elaborated, "Your Highness, Yong'an County is situated on the fringes of Jiuyuan, and given the current situation, its internal conditions are likely to be even more dire. If you were to rashly venture deeper, who would be responsible for disaster relief in Jiuyuan? That is point 1. Point 2. While the wealthy families may possess some surplus grain, those in severely stricken areas may not have any to spare. With merely 3,000 soldiers at your command, should each county respond in kind, it would undoubtedly provoke discontent among the powerful. If there are those with ill intentions to incite discord, should the surrounding counties and even the families within the Jiuyuan prefecture unite, it would inevitably lead to turmoil. Thirdly, it is generally acknowledged that although the powerful hoard provisions, they are insufficient to alleviate the plight of the disaster-stricken populace. The suffering of these individuals is not a transient issue. It has persisted over time, necessitating ample financial resources to address the gaps. Our treasury possesses enough funds to assist Yong'an County, yet should we extend our aid to the entirety of Jiyuan Prefecture, it would amount to but a mere drop in the ocean. Fourthly, following a calamitous disaster, a substantial epidemic is bound to ensue, particularly in the aftermath of a flood, where decaying bodies taint the water sources, facilitating the spread of disease. Within Jiuyuan, there may already be outbreaks of plague. Your Highness, without military physicians or medical supplies, should the troops enter, the consequences of infection would be unimaginable. I implore you, do not act impulsively." Han Qi, his face etched with worry, feared that Xiao would indeed lead his forces into the heart of Jiyuan to provide relief. Chapter 42. Malicious rumors. Xiao regarded Han Qi before him, offering a faint smile. "Mr. Han, you have worked diligently. it is best that you retire early. I shall duly contemplate your words." Observing a glimmer of hope in Yi Xiao's demeanor, Han Qi exhaled in relief and took his leave. Once he departed, Yi Xiao maintained his previous posture, gazing at the table, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "It appears that Han Qi is likely not affiliated with the second prince." He Quan emerged from the side, taking a seat beside Yi Xiao. "I have been observing him these days and have found no evidence linking him to anyone outside the estate." Yi Xiao nodded, expressing a desire that he was not an agent of another for the benefit of both parties. He Quan shook his head, stating, "The world of the martial arts is indeed preferable, though it is rife with conflict. At least it lacks such treachery, allowing one to tread without such trepidation." Laughter erupted from Yi Xiao. "Ah, the journey through the martial world is long, and we may not meet again. A decade spent in the realm of martial arts has been filled with joy and vengeance. It is sufficient for a man to grow." His gaze bore a hint of nostalgia, yet also a resolute determination. Sighing, Yi Xiao remarked, "Should I place my trust too readily in others? I fear that death would not be far behind." Does Yi Xiao trust Han Qi? No. Trust has never been part of his disposition. For Yi Xiao, trust is a precious commodity, especially towards a sudden ally of unknown background from the Hanlin Academy. He has neither the reason nor the obligation to extend his trust outright. By observing his words and actions, trust may gradually be cultivated. In truth, the same applies to Han Qi. Yi Xiao's abilities, vision, and decisiveness are equally under scrutiny. If Yi Xiao were incapable of achieving his aims, Han Qi would not remain by his side. Yi Xiao understood that he should neither assume control over disaster relief, nor should he. In his estimation, the second prince possesses formidable mobilization capabilities, capable of procuring food, physicians, and medical supplies from external sources, as well as organizing sufficient craftsmen to aid in the reconstruction of the victims' homes. Such feats are beyond his own capabilities. When he suggested that the second prince was more adept at disaster relief, it was not mere flattery. The strength of the prince's family resources is undeniable. However, what Yi Xiao did not anticipate was that the second prince, whom he had expected to arrive within 3 to 5 days, had delayed his arrival by a full 7 days. Meanwhile, the disaster victims in Yong'an County, having received sustenance, had begun to reconstruct their homes. In the hearts of these individuals, Yi Xiao's prestige has risen to that of a savior. At the brink of starvation, his emergence has rescued them. These tens of thousands of disaster victims contribute immense popularity to Yi Xiao daily, accelerating his cultivation remarkably. However, in their minds, there is no concept of loyalty. Gradually, they will forget Yi Xiao, focusing solely on their own lives. Only when they occasionally remember him will respect still reside in their hearts. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao's subordinates constantly bolster his popularity. In the government office of Yong'an County, Yi Xiao's expression was as dark as the depths of water. "The second prince. I never expected him to be so ruthless," Yi Xiao exclaimed, striking the table with a furious punch that echoed loudly. Beside him, Han Qi shook his head in resignation. "The second prince is deliberately stalling for time. The disaster relief funds provided by the court are indeed inadequate. For every day he delays, countless disaster victims perish, thus reducing the shortfall in funds. Furthermore, when he eventually arrives to administer aid, the people will still express gratitude towards him. I have already sent someone to investigate. The situation in Jiuyuan is exceedingly dire, with many regions plagued by epidemics, and citizens falling ill in the fields without sufficient food." Yi Xiao clenched his fist, gritting his teeth. Had I known he would act in such a manner, I would rather seize the relief efforts for myself. Han Qi sighed, saying, "At this juncture, we have no choice but to wait." "Wait? I have waited enough. Go. Send someone to spread the word across various regions, claiming that the second prince, who holds the power of disaster relief, is embezzling funds and indulging in debauchery, only knowing pleasure, while the third prince departs on the same day to provide aid in Yong'an County, yet the second prince continues to delay." Han Qi's mouth fell open in astonishment. Such words were exceedingly malicious. However, recalling the second prince's current actions, he suddenly broke into a smile. He relished the idea. "As you command." On the official road, the second prince's convoy progressed slowly. Nearby, a farmer herding an ox cart passed by, and a child on top exclaimed, "Wow, Grandpa. What a beautiful carriage. What is it for?" "Shoo. No noise. This is the convoy of a significant person. But why are they moving so slowly? Being a person of stature, they naturally cannot rush like us." At that moment, the second prince reclined within his luxurious carriage, which far surpassed Yi Xiao's in opulence. 6 tall horses pulled the grand vehicle, which offered ample space. The second prince lay back on the soft cushions, a book covering his face as he slept. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the carriage. "Report. Your Highness, we have received news from Xiao Yuan." "Read it." The knight broke the wax seal and pulled out the letter, his eyes widening in shock at its contents. "Your Highness, perhaps it would be better for you to read it yourself. I instructed you to read it." How filthy could the news from the disaster-stricken area be that it must pass through my hands? With no choice, the man lowered his voice and began to read. "Recently, throughout Xiao Yuan." The second prince snatched the book from his face, flinging open the carriage window, angrily exclaiming, "Speak louder. Are you trying to sound like a mosquito? Who can hear such a voice?" The second prince's subordinate's face flushed, and he raised his voice. "Recently, there are rumors throughout Xiao Yuan that the second prince has embezzled disaster relief funds, engaged in debauchery, and delights in dressing as a woman to attract the affections of strong men. Daily indulgence and pleasures, neglecting the weighty responsibilities of the court." The second prince set out alongside the third prince, yet arrived over half a month late, resulting in devastating calamities. Han Shi, responding to Yi Zhao's remarks, made some slight improvements. The voice of the person reciting the words was notably louder this time, clearly heard by the entire entourage. Even the pair of grandfather and grandson who had just passed by caught wind of it. "Grandfather, what is a young paramour?" "Silence, hurry along." The old man desperately lashed the old ox with a whip, fiercely protecting his grandson in his embrace. The ox let out a long bellow, quickening its pace. At that moment, the second prince's face flushed crimson. He gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the one who had just recited those words. The man, filled with trepidation, instinctively lowered his head. Such venomous slander. It must be the third prince. No one else could utter such shameless words. The second prince bellowed, "Go. Summon all my advisors to me." The second prince's entourage came to a complete halt. Soon, a group gathered by the carriage, exchanging glances as they passed around the letter. "What should we do now?" The second prince was in a state of extreme fury. He could tolerate being falsely accused. He was indifferent to claims of corruption. But what did those latter words mean? One scholar furrowed his brow and said, "Your Highness, in my humble opinion, we should first instruct the officials in Jiyuan to quell the rumors, stating that the third prince arrived first because he had no disaster relief matters, while your Highness needed to coordinate resources from various regions, hence the delay. Furthermore, we must hasten our journey. Otherwise, if we allow these rumors to spread, even after the disaster relief is completed, we fear we will not reap any benefits." Chapter 43. You cannot enter the city upon hearing these words. The second prince fell into deep contemplation. What further hesitation remains, Your Highness? The disaster relief funds provided by Father Emperor are insufficient, and Uncle is poised to profit from this situation. How can we proceed now? The people surrounding him were all loyal confidants of the second prince, speaking without reservation. One of them laughed and said, "Your Highness, the plague has already emerged in various regions of Jiyuan. Once you arrive, the sick will be mingled with the healthy, and with the pretext of lacking medicine, it is likely that half of these people will perish. Thus, even if you arrive a bit earlier, the shortfall will not be too considerable. We can still request the court for additional disaster relief funds. We should be able to fulfill the relief efforts, albeit at a lesser profit." Greed, the hidden demon within the human heart. It can be said that everyone harbors greed. Yet, how far one is willing to go for profit is where individuals diverge. Does the second prince lack money? Not at all. His maternal family is not in want either. Nonetheless, even in the face of tight disaster relief funds, there remains a desire to profit from it. Ultimately, he resolved to hasten his pace. With this acceleration, within just a few days, the second prince entered the Jiuyuan territory with a substantial supply of disaster relief provisions. Yongling County, the first station in Jiuyuan. Yi Xiao still lingered there. He did not rashly venture into the depths of Jiyuan. On one hand, during his reconnaissance, he found that while some individuals were taking advantage of the chaos, there were, in fact, no large-scale bandit groups. Thus, the matter of bandit suppression could not be discussed at this time. Secondly, he lacked sufficient supplies. Without provisions, as previously analyzed, it is exceedingly challenging to take action in areas afflicted by disaster. A skilled cook cannot create a meal without rice. This is the essence of the matter. The second princess convoy, laden with copious amounts of grain, majestically arrived before Yongling County. The city gates opened, announcing the arrival of His Highness the second prince. Yet, before the prince could enter the city, Xiao and the golden scale guards had already emerged from within, exuding an imposing presence. One member of the second princess entourage furrowed his brow and shouted, "What does the third prince mean by this?" Xiao let out a cold smirk, stepping forward to face the sun, and retorted, "What do I mean? It is barely past noon. Hasten your advance, and you shall reach Liang by dusk. The disaster situation in Yong'an County has temporarily alleviated. What is your purpose for entering the city?" Upon hearing this, the second prince lifted the curtain of his carriage and exclaimed angrily, "Xiao, do not create chaos here. We have traveled from afar and require entry into the city to rest and prepare." "Ah, you are so fond of resting? Why not lie at home? What business do you have in disaster relief? Have you been rendered incapable?" Xiao's fury simmered beneath the surface, and he unleashed his full force. The second prince, taken aback by Xiao's blatant disregard for his authority, felt his face flush with indignation and retorted, "What do you know? Gathering grain from various regions. Purchasing and transporting it does not happen instantaneously. Do you think I can rush here with my men as swiftly as you? Why don't you go and provide aid yourself? Oh, have you grown some spine? Are you daring to argue?" Xiao advanced with a cold smile. But at that moment, several individuals positioned themselves before the second prince, their formidable presence clearly surpassing Xiao's by an incalculable measure. Xiao halted, a flicker of caution crossing his mind as he regarded the newcomers, and coldly declared, "Regardless, today you shall not enter the city. You may either proceed to Liang now or remain outside the city." "Very well. Xiao, remember this day. Our affair is far from over." The second prince, understanding that Xiao's word was final, promptly turned his entourage around and headed straight for Liang, with Xiao and the golden scale guards closely in pursuit. The disaster relief efforts in Yong'an County had largely concluded, as the area had suffered relatively minor damage. The grain Xiao had borrowed from various households was sufficiently distributed to sustain the victims until the autumn harvest next year. During the days of waiting, Xiao did not remain idle. He had tasked Han Qi with directing the local populace to assist the disaster survivors in rebuilding their homes. Han Qi was busily engaged, his pace scarcely allowing him a moment's rest, visibly thinning with each passing day. His capabilities shone through, as he adeptly communicated with the townsfolk, coordinated manpower, and organized the construction process with meticulous precision. It was evident he was no mere bookish scholar. As they ventured deeper into Jiyuan, the environment grew increasingly dire, with corpses strewn about and a putrid stench pervading the air. At this juncture, Xiao noticed that his blood-red dragon flag inadvertently emitted fleeting golden glimmers, which drifted into the bodies of the golden scale guards. Although he was uncertain of the significance of this phenomenon, Xiao firmly believed it could only bring benefits, never harm. Meanwhile, the second prince arrived in Liang by evening. In contrast to the plight of the citizens of Yong'an County, those in Liang have suffered even more severely. The city itself was also afflicted by flooding, yet the authorities did not, as in Liang, bar the disaster victims from entering the city. Instead, they consolidated their food supplies and distributed them. While the populace faced hunger, they were at least able to consume some broth and water, preventing starvation. Nevertheless, they appeared gaunt and emaciated. The county magistrate, Li Yin, greeted them in a soiled official robe. Just as the second prince was about to extend his welcome, he noticed Xiao approaching alone on horseback. He turned and exclaimed in anger, "What are you doing here? Just to watch the commotion?" Xiao replied defiantly, leaving the prince somewhat exasperated. The sensation of being scrutinized by vigilant eyes was far from pleasant. At that moment, Li Yan, appearing as thin as a mere skeleton, assessed the two and bowed respectfully to the second prince, stating, "Your Highness, the food supplies in the city have been depleted. Had you not arrived in a timely manner, the disaster victims would scarcely have endured much longer." There's no need to thank him. I suspect he is still out there gathering stones." Xiao retorted with unabashed mockery. The second prince turned to glare at Xiao, shouting, "It's you, it? Who else could it be? Those secrets of yours are known only to me, your brother. They are mere fabrications. How can you prove otherwise? Shall you strip bare for all to see?" Hearing their bickering, Li Yin offered a wry smile and interjected, "Your Highnesses, the most pressing concern at present is disaster relief and epidemic prevention. There have already been reports of plague victims in the city. I have implemented some emergency measures, but we are severely lacking in medical personnel and supplies, necessitating further coordination. I understand. I will expedite arrangements to summon some physicians and procure medicines from neighboring jurisdictions. In the meantime, Magistrate Li, please take people to distribute porridge to the citizens." My men will survey the county to separate the ailing from the healthy, commanded the second prince. You shall refrain from interjecting, after all. The responsibility for disaster relief lay with the second prince. As the second prince entered the city, the Golden Scale Guard set up camp outside. Upon returning to the encampment, Xiao was approached by Han Qi, who held a broken bowl and whispered, "Your Highness, look. This is the disaster relief grain prepared by the second prince." Chapter 44. Survival of the fittest. Xiao looked down to see a bowl of dark, unappetizing mixture. Han Qi continued in a hushed tone. I stealthily approached earlier and managed to grab a handful of the relief rice. This rice is nothing but old and spoiled grains, and it is mixed with dirt and sand. The disaster victims are already weakened. Consuming such substances could easily be fatal for those with delicate stomachs. Xiao inhaled deeply. The disaster victims, driven to extreme hunger, would eat anything. Yet, how many could withstand such sustenance? Their already frail bodies, compounded by unsanitary conditions, meant that even survival was a tenuous hope. "Uncle He, come with me," Xiao declared, taking the bowl of rice and making his way into the city. The second prince had commandeered a grand residence, where a lavish feast awaited him. Having been accustomed to indulgence since childhood, he always traveled with personal chefs, ensuring his meals consisted of 8 dishes and a soup, never skimping on the provisions. At this moment, several maidservants were present, diligently serving him with dishes and soup, attending to his needs with utmost precision. However, he remained exceedingly cautious prior to dining. He dispatched someone to test for poison with a silver needle and had the maidservants sample each dish. Only upon confirming that all was well did he begin to indulge in his meal. Just as he was savoring his food, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. "Your Highness, please wait. The second prince is dining. We must inform you before you enter." Several servants symbolically obstructed Xiao's path, yet none dared to lay a finger on him, as his notorious temper was well known. At the moment the second prince raised his head, Xiao had already barged in. The guards behind the second prince immediately stepped forward. "Since he has already entered, there is no need for obstruction," the second prince replied with an air of nonchalance. Xiao sat down opposite him. Casting a glance over the array of dishes on the table, with a slight smile, he remarked, "Brother, your appetite appears quite commendable. In truth, I have nothing against indulgence. As members of the royal family, it is only fitting that we partake of fine food and live comfortably." As he spoke, Xiao tossed his rice bowl onto the table. "However, as members of the Great Qian royal family, should we not harbor a measure of compassion for our subjects? Brother, this bowl of rice could lead to death." The second prince regarded the rice bowl on the table and replied calmly, "Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication?" "Let us hear the fabrication first." The second prince chuckled. "The treasury provides only a limited amount of silver. And with the autumn harvest approaching yet not yet realized, grain has become exceedingly scarce and costly. Consequently, we must purchase inferior rice mixed with husks to supply the disaster-stricken populace. Once the harvest is completed, the court will allocate funds and grain for improvement. As for the sand mixed in, it serves to prevent those who infiltrate among the disaster victims from taking advantage of the relief provisions, thereby minimizing costs." After speaking, the second prince smiled and added, "So, how about that? Even our father would find no fault with this rhetoric." Xiao maintained a serene expression and inquired, "And what of the truth?" "The truth is quite simple," the second prince replied softly. "On that day in the court, when you spoke of disaster relief, I knew you could not surpass me. Your shortcomings do not stem from a lack of ability, but rather from the absence of the immense merchant support that stands behind me. Should you attempt to provide relief, I might even secretly sabotage your efforts, causing you various difficulties in securing and transporting grain." As he spoke, a flash of anger crossed the second prince's gaze. "But do you think I can command those merchants to heed my every word? They support me, yet I cannot compel their obedience. The most significant of these merchants is my uncle. I rely on them for grain collection and transportation, yet they still seek to profit. This grain may be subpar, but if I do not allow them to profit, there will be none to procure. In the end, will I simply present a handful of empty silver coins to the disaster victims? Tell me, what should I do?" Xiao slammed the table in frustration and exclaimed, "But their profits are far too exorbitant. If you are so capable, then you should take the reins. I can provide you with silver right now to purchase grain. If you can manage to transport it to Jiuyuan, I shall concede your prowess." The second prince, undeterred, declared, "You have no idea of the extent of their power. I can tell you that the grain prices in all the surrounding counties of Jiyuan have surged over threefold. Before the autumn harvest, you will not find any affordable grain. Even if you compel the officials, do you truly believe they will exert themselves sincerely? And if they do you think that by the next day, someone else had one to be hanging at the gate of the government office? Xiao was not swayed by his words and pointed out the crucial issue. That should not involve so much sand. The second prince replied calmly, there is no alternative. The money is sufficient. I do not wish to mix in sand, but the gap exists, and we must find a solution. Survival of the fittest is the law of the world. He leaned closer, his gaze fixed on Xiao like a venomous serpent. Dark and menacing, our brothers are no different, are they not? You and I, the eldest and the fourth, it is destined that only one of us shall survive. Xiao, observing the fierce countenance of the second prince, suddenly laughed. Ying, I once told you that if you did not provoke me, I would spare your life. Now, I declare that if I gain power, I shall certainly kill you, along with your entire maternal family. The second prince, Ying, remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. I feel the same. At that moment, a servant approached to report, Your Highness, Li Yin is seeking an audience outside. Let him enter. Li Yin hurried in, neglecting to pay his respects, and urgently asked the second prince, Your Highness, I wish to inquire why there is so much sand mixed into the disaster relief porridge. Indeed, the inclusion of sand in relief porridge was not a novel issue, but excessive sand could significantly escalate its danger. The second prince glanced at him. This is the nature of relief grain. If you do not wish to eat it, then simply do not. He offered a brief explanation to Xiao, but had no desire to elaborate further to Li Yin. Li Yin was rendered speechless by a single retort and hastily continued. Your Highness, I notice your soldiers have drawn isolation lines in the city, and there are far too many disaster victims rushing in. The plague is a fierce tiger. Anyone who could potentially contract the disease must be driven into isolation. There can be no negligence. The response was equally cold. Li Yin exclaimed in desperation. But that cannot be. With so many people mingling together, many healthy individuals will inevitably contract the plague. How can this be permissible? Li Yin, the second prince barked sharply. You, a mere county magistrate, with such narrow vision, how dare you cast blame upon me here? Leave. Li Yin, filled with despair, found himself at a loss. He had initially thought that the disaster relief team would be a beacon of hope for the victims, but it now seemed, for many, it might be a death knell. Xiao rose and walked outside, followed closely by He Quan. As they passed by Li Yin, Xiao softly remarked, Come along. There is no reasoning with him. His tone was remarkably calm, as if devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Anger, at times, is a futile emotion that brings no change to circumstances. Li Yin hesitated for a moment before following closely behind Xiao, hastily departing. Observing the departing figures of Xiao and his companions, the second prince's gaze turned icy. Send someone to inquire with my uncle how much longer it will take to prepare. The third must perish in Jiyuan this time. Chapter 45. The open scheme inside Xiao's tent. Li Yin devoured his meal with fervor. It had been a considerable time since he had savored such delectable food. Do not consume the relief rice mixed with sand. Should you falter, Liyang County will descend into utter chaos, Xiao advised softly. He discerned that this Li Yin was unlike the previous Wang Fu. He was a diligent and earnest official. The fact that Liang had managed to maintain a semblance of order thus far was largely attributable to Li Yan's efforts. Li Yin nodded appreciatively, saying, Thank you, Your Highness, for your guidance. I am now fully aware of the situation. His countenance darkened with anger as he declared, Once this matter concludes, I shall report to the court and submit a formal complaint against the second prince. Xiao remained noncommittal. The other party had evidently prepared their response as well, leaving no incriminating evidence to act upon. As he contemplated the plight of the disaster victims, sorrow flickered in Li Yan's eyes. He sighed. The second prince is deliberately diminishing the number of disaster victims. This method of disaster relief is excessively ruthless, especially for those who are quarantined. I fear that within a few days, they will all succumb to illness. Observing the second prince's caravan, I noticed the absence of medicinal supplies and physicians. These individuals are doomed. The thought of the countless lives that would be lost due to his efforts weighed heavily on his heart. Suddenly, Han Qi, who had been silent for a while, turned to Xiao and spoke, Your Highness, I have a plan, though I am uncertain of its viability. Speak, Xiao urged. Taking a deep breath, Han Qi continued, The second prince's actions are indeed sinister. I propose we replicate his method. Find a corpse that has succumbed to the plague. Bind it with stones, place it in a sack, and toss it into the well of the second prince's residence. This will surely cause him to fall ill. He-kun, unable to contain himself, interjected, that would be futile. Though that lad may not possess great power, he wields top-tier cultivation techniques. While the plague is formidable, it cannot claim his life. With a bit of treatment, he will recover swiftly. Han Shi shook his head. I understand that it cannot harm him mortally. But people are inherently concerned about their own lives. If he exhibits any symptoms of illness, coupled with a widespread outbreak among his subordinates, he will undoubtedly summon physicians and medicines. At that point, even if he only pretends to care, he will ensure that those physicians attend to the patients, thus allowing more herbs to be used to help the afflicted. After Han Shi finished speaking, he noticed the peculiar glances from the others in the room, including Li Yan, who had ceased eating. What is the matter? Is there something wrong with my suggestion? He asked, bewildered. Is there a problem? From a strategic perspective, there truly seems to be none. However, from a moral standpoint, administering plague-infested water to others feels rather unsettling. Xiao rose and stretched. I am feeling a bit weary. I leave the matter in your hands. With that, he exited the tent. The three remaining individuals exchanged glances, their gazes landing on He-kun. He-kun, infuriated, exclaimed, why do you both look at me? We are mere scholars, powerless in physical confrontation. Naturally, we must rely on your prowess, Senior He. He-kun gritted his teeth. You learned men possess dark hearts. The second prince has fallen ill. Despite his meticulous precautions against food poisoning, he still fell ill. Some afflictions are far more insidious than poison. Feverish and in pain, Yi-in lay in bed, his eyes tightly shut, impatiently demanding, when will the doctor arrive? Beside him, a guard gently reassured, Your Highness, do not panic. Though you have contracted an illness, your cultivation protects you. There is no danger. Even we have felt some discomfort these past few days. I don't care. When will they arrive? This afternoon. That is reassuring. I shall urge the second prince once more. In the midst of his words, he succumbed to slumber, leaving several guards to sigh in resignation. For martial artists, this plague was not as terrifying as it seemed. With robust physiques, a few days of rest sufficed for recovery. However, the pampered second prince, upon falling ill, had frantically ordered letters to be dispatched for the procurement of medicinal supplies and doctors, an action that even Xiao had not anticipated. The second prince had requisitioned 10 carts of medicine, determined that there should not be a single patient in Liang County. Indeed, in his mind, following his illness, he resolved that there could be no sick individuals in Liang County, for he wished to avoid contagion. As he observed the long convoy of medicinal carts and a multitude of doctors entering Liang County, Yi Zhao's gaze grew increasingly frigid. What had once been insurmountable obstacles, issues of control and financial constraints, seemed trivial when his own life was at stake. In just 3 days, 10 carts of medicine and hundreds of doctors had been assembled, showcasing the extent of his logistical capabilities. Yi Zhao was certain that, should he desire, this relief effort could have significantly reduced casualties. Yet, to him, those lives were worth less than the tangible benefits at hand. At that moment, as Yi Zhao watched the medical convoy approach the city, a man rushed toward him, bowing as he announced, Third Prince, the second prince requests your presence. He has urgent matters to discuss. Upon their reunion, the second prince lay concealed beneath a blanket, his gaze dimmed. Upon seeing Yi Zhao enter, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, Third brother, do you know? Just now, a corpse was retrieved from the well in the backyard. It was encased in a burlap sack, weighted down with stones. Ah, it seems the residence you have chosen, Your Highness, has been the site of a tragedy. We must have Li Yan investigate thoroughly. Yi Zhao remarked casually. The second prince fixed his stare on Yi Zhao, seemingly searching for a flicker of emotion on his face. But my subordinates examined the body and determined it had only recently perished. By the degree of decomposition, it must have been discarded in the well after I moved in. Haha. Your subordinates possess such talent, second brother, impressive. Yi Zhao feigned ignorance, though he quickly added, but that water is truly unfit for consumption. It is revolting. Revolting? Indeed. It's revolting. The second prince has already vomited more than once. Enough. Let us discuss serious matters. The grain convoy bound for Jiyuan Prefecture has been intercepted. The second prince's voice turned icy as he reprimanded. Father commanded you to lead troops against the bandits. What have you done? You squander your days reveling outside the city. If this continues, how many will perish from starvation in Jiyuan Prefecture? Yi Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly. So, what does second brother imply? I shall promptly send another shipment of provisions, medicinal herbs, and physicians to Jiyuan Prefecture. To prevent further plundering by bandits, you shall be responsible for their escort. My dear third brother, with your compassionate heart, I trust you will not decline this task. Should this shipment be lost, Jiyuan Prefecture may well witness a scene of carnage. The two exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. This was a trap, a conspicuous pitfall laid out for Yi Xiao. The choice to leap or refrain lay with Yi Xiao. His duty was to eradicate bandits, not to escort supplies. He could easily feign refusal, claiming he needed to lead men in pursuit of banditry. Yi Xiao discerned the unmistakable provocation in the second prince's eyes. Without uttering a word, he had already interpreted the challenge in that gaze. Was it not said that one must possess a heart of compassion? To dare escort supplies amidst peril, was he bold enough? Those provisions were the lifeline for the common folk. Should he abstain, they would undoubtedly perish. In that event, the blame for their demise would rest squarely upon Yi Xiao. Conversely, should he proceed, he would likely face a treacherous path fraught with danger. This was an overt scheme, one designed to ensnare Yi Xiao in a dilemma. Chapter 46. The Bloody Prophet. The room fell into silence. Yi Xiao and the second prince, Yi Yin, locked eyes, awaiting Yi Xiao's response. Suddenly, Yi Xiao smiled. It seems you have indeed prepared a pitfall. Yi Yin remained silent, his voice raspy as he inquired, "Are you unwilling to go, third brother? I can find another." Suffering from an illness and a sore throat, even with his cultivation, he could not entirely escape discomfort. Yi Xiao turned and walked towards the door. "Just provide me with the provisions, medicinal herbs, and physicians. There is no need for you to send any soldiers. I will enlist the common folk myself." Yi Xiao had no desire for the second prince's men. Having them nearby would only invite further complications should anything go awry. As Yi Xiao exited, Yi Yin called after him, "I wish you success in your endeavors." At that moment, from behind a screen, a middle-aged man emerged. Is this Yi Xiao? Indeed. He is a remarkable figure, exuding an extraordinary presence. The speaker was named Cui Changhe, a member of the esteemed Cui family of Daqian and the second prince's uncle. Hearing his praise for Yi Xiao, the second prince expressed his discontent. "Uncle, can you not discern friend from foe?" With a hearty laugh, Cui Changhe replied, "It is precisely because I can discern that I am here to assist you. I merely reflect on the matter. As your uncle, I have traversed the world of commerce, encountered countless dignitaries, and mingled with royal families. Those who possess a commanding presence like Yi Xiao are indeed rare." Yuan gritted his teeth. "In what way am I inferior to him? Do you see any semblance of decorum in his words and actions?" Cui Changhe sighed. "Though this man may lack the formalities of royalty, the innate pride, nobility, and authority he exudes are truly unparalleled. I assure you, my judgment is sound. These qualities are ineffable yet palpably present. For instance, while you possess nobility, your authority is insufficient to command respect and win the hearts of your subordinates. You can only rely on wealth and ruthless methods as a supplement." The second prince fell into a contemplative silence. To speak candidly, had it been another person articulating such sentiments, he would undoubtedly dismiss them as inconsequential. However, given that Cui Changhe is his uncle and the Cui family are steadfast supporters, even such a character extolling Yi Xiao's virtues compels him, despite his reluctance, to acknowledge Yi Xiao's remarkable attributes. "Uncle, is everything confirmed on the Jiu Yuan side?" He proactively shifted the topic. "Of course," Cui Changhe replied with a slight smile. "Yi Xiao's journey there is akin to courting death." Outside Liyang City, the Jinlin Guard prepared to depart. A substantial convoy of disaster relief grain, medicinal herbs, and dozens of physicians accompanied the procession. Li Yin personally scurried about, gathering 3,000 laborers, mostly honest peasant men, tasked with assisting in the transport of provisions. "Yin Zhe, have the soldiers properly secured and inspected the convoy?" "Yes. All has been verified. No discrepancies found. The supplies contain no contraband. All personnel have been checked. None possess martial prowess, weapons, or spiritual items." Yin Zhe approached Yi Xiao. Bowing respectfully, "Your Highness, the inspection is complete. We may commence our journey." Yi Xiao gazed into the distance, then suddenly turned to Yin Zhe, stating, "General Yan, this path we embark upon may very well lead us into a veritable inferno, where many shall perish. If we regret our decision now, there may still be time." Yin Zhe was taken aback, perplexed. "Your Highness, why such words? As soldiers, if we fear battle and death, how can we speak of achieving glory? How can we discuss engaging in combat? In the theater of war, life and death are subject to fate, and we too are no exception. There exists no battle guaranteed to be won. If one seeks only victory, then no conflict need ever be fought." Xiao regarded him in silence for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. General Yin speaks with wisdom. It appears I have overthought this. Let us depart. The convoy set forth in a grand procession. At that moment, atop the city gate tower, the second prince observed Yi Zhao's retreating figure, his gaze chilling. He murmured to himself, Yi Xiao, today, you shall discover that the merchants you look down upon possess far greater influence than you can possibly imagine. Within the convoy, Yi Xiao seemed to sense something. He glanced back at the guards beside Yi Yin atop the city gate tower. This fellow has formidable protectors, otherwise, it would have been simpler for He Shu to eliminate him. In truth, Yi Xiao was not devoid of murderous intent. The current situation between him and Yi Yin was essentially a matter of life and death. Yet, the strength of the individuals surrounding Yi Yin deterred Yi Xiao from taking reckless actions. On the official road, the procession advanced with great momentum. Under the blazing sun, although it was early autumn, the heat remained oppressive. The soldiers beneath their leather armor were drenched in sweat, each step seemingly requiring all their strength. The convoy proceeded in silence. Jiuyuan Prefecture came into view, the city walls finally visible. Yi Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Throughout the journey, they had maintained a state of heightened vigilance. Dozens of scouts cycled through, patrolling the surroundings to prevent any encounters with enemies. Yet, contrary to Yi Zhao's expectations, the journey had been uneventful. What surprised him further was the absence of disaster victims beneath the city walls, only a stark display of bleached bones. Wang Hu, go call the city. Yanzhe issued the command. Yi Xiao suddenly interjected, wait, something is amiss. Yanzhe was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Your Highness, what seems to be the issue? Yi Xiao turned to Yanzhe and, pointing casually at the white bones beneath the city wall, spoke with a chilling tone. General Yan, tell me, why have those corpses turned into mere bones? Yanzhe fell into silence. What does His Highness imply? Yi Xiao gazed at the towering walls of Jiuyuan City, his voice cold as ice. These stark white bones are all that remain of those consumed by man. Jiuyuan City has undoubtedly become a realm of the underworld. As soon as he finished speaking, the gates of Jiuyuan City swung open with a thunderous creak. Countless young men surged forth from within, brandishing swords, axes, sickles, and clubs. Their faces were filled with rage. Kill, slay the treacherous dogs of the court. Only then shall we have food to eat. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. In Liang, the second prince, Yi Yin, had regained much of his strength. Before him lay an array of fruits and copious amounts of wine and meat. Opposite him sat Cui Changtha, who downed his cup in one gulp and laughed. The calamity in Jiuyuan has compelled wealthy clans and merchants to flee. Many influential families within the city have already escaped. Your Highness, the delay during your journey has left the disaster-stricken populace in dire straits. When desperation takes hold, people will resort to any means, and ambition will undoubtedly lead to insurrection. A mere incitement can spark rebellion. From hundreds of thousands, only a mere tens of thousands remain. The rest have been reduced to sustenance. Yi Xiao commands merely 3,000 armored guards, against the desperate throng of over 100,000, even with his cunning. Survival is improbable. The second prince hesitated momentarily and said, Uncle, is it not too many lives that have been lost this time? Too many? Not too many. Despite the upheaval in Jiuyuan, have you not already submitted your memorial? Once His Majesty receives it, the imperial army will soon arrive. Those tens of thousands of disaster victims will be nothing but a pile of rubble before the might of the imperial forces. Once this tumult passes, Jiuyuan will be nearly desolate, vast tracts of land lying fallow. During the post-disaster reconstruction, you could recommend Wang Fu as the magistrate of Jiuyuan. My Chui family can seize this opportunity to expand our land holdings. Rest assured, the taxes and tributes owed to the court shall remain intact. By then, you will have the merit of recommendation, and the Chui family will reap substantial profits. Chapter 47. Bloodshed deep within the palace. Two memorials lay before Yi Zhuan, a playful smile gracing his lips. Before him stood the Grand Chancellor of Deqian, Su Mingxian. Ah, Chancellor Su, pray, take a look at these two memorials. Su Mingxian stepped forward, bending to receive the documents from Zhou Tong. As he lowered his gaze, his brow immediately furrowed. Yi Zhuan spoke languidly. The second prince's memorial accuses Yi Xiao of failing to suppress the bandits, resulting in the diversion of relief grain and the dire state of Jiuyuan. He calls for the court's military assistance. As for the third prince, he claims the second prince's journey has been sluggish, deliberately delaying the relief effort. Chancellor Su, which of these two do you believe holds the truth? Your Majesty, at this juncture, the most pressing matter is the eradication of the rebel forces. In my humble opinion, we should mobilize 70,000 troops from Yizhou to hasten to Jiuyuan and quell the chaos. 70,000 soldiers should be more than sufficient to subdue the unruly masses assembled by the disaster-stricken populace. The hall fell into silence, and after a moment, Yi Zhuan's voice turned cold. I did not inquire about your proposed course of action. My question is about the content of these memorials. Who do you think speaks with reason? Su Mingxian clasped his fist and spoke. Your Highnesses, both of you are deeply concerned for the nation and its people. The matters you have presented for discussion are indeed well considered. If His Majesty wishes to discern right from wrong, it would be prudent to await your return to Tangyan and summon you both to the court for a face-to-face confrontation. Only then can clarity be achieved. Yu Zhuan waved his hand. You may leave. Let it be as you suggested. Issue orders for the troops of Yizhou to proceed to Jiuyuan for disaster relief. Watching Su Mingxian depart, Yi Zhuan turned his gaze to the two memorials. A sudden smile broke upon his face. Ah, Su Mingxian, you are indeed astute, having grasped the essence of the matter. If one were not to return to Tangyan, where would the notions of right and wrong remain? Let them fight. As long as the traces are clean and no incriminating evidence is found, the more ruthless the methods, the better. The sovereign of Deqian bears the weight of the world. Without some cunning, how can one maintain a firm seat upon the dragon throne? Outside the city of Jiyuan, a chaotic army emerged, vast and unstructured, lacking in command. However, they possessed one advantage: sheer numbers. While martial experts are formidable, often the quantity can provoke a qualitative change. With sufficient numbers, even the most skilled warriors may be overwhelmed. Thousands surged forth from the city, battle cries resonating into the sky. The porters escorting the grain were now in utter disarray, and in a moment of panic, someone took the lead and turned to flee. Just then, the golden-scaled guards dispatched scouts from all directions, returning in haste. Your Highness, enemies approach from all sides. It is difficult to ascertain the path for a breakout. Yi Zhao's expression hardened as he coldly stated, It appears our movements have been compromised. They have intentionally widened the encirclement to evade our scouts. Prepare for a breakout. That cannot be. At this moment, Yanzhe scanned the surroundings, noting the multitude of armed disaster victims surging from every corner. He spoke solemnly, Your Highness, the enemy's numbers are overwhelming, outnumbering us by dozens. Should we attempt to break through, our formation will inevitably scatter, and our new troops, lacking a solid foundation, will face annihilation, leaving but a handful to survive. I am willing to lead the troops in forming a defensive formation to the best of our ability, to slay the enemy and fight to the death, hoping for a glimmer of victory. Your Highness may take the elder guards and make your escape. As his words fell, the fleeing porters were met by the chaotic army, bloodthirsty and merciless, who showed no compassion as they descended upon the farmers, swiftly slaughtering them en masse. Yi Xiao regarded Yanzhe and then the anxious golden-scaled guards surrounding them. Suddenly, he bellowed, Gentlemen, this chaotic army presents us with an opportunity for glory. We must not let it slip away. I, Yi Xiao, as the Prince of Deqian, pledge to fight alongside you here. Should we perish, may we join the souls in the underworld. The previously tense golden-scaled guards, invigorated by Yi Zhao's roar, felt their spirits rise. We are willing to fight alongside the third prince. The battle cries soared into the heavens, their momentum no less than that of a vast army. Although these men were also new recruits, until this very day, none had taken a life. Yet the long, rigorous training had instilled in them a fearless spirit akin to that of a young calf unafraid of tigers. At that moment, Yanzhe's voice rang out. Golden-scaled guards formed the triple circular formation. In an instant, everyone instinctively sprang into action. Countless rehearsals had ingrained in them the ability to remember their roles amidst such a tense atmosphere. The formation was completed in less than 15 breaths. The crossbows were readied. Although the golden scale guards were not equipped with traditional bows, each of their sleeves concealed a crossbow, along with 5 quarrels. The first row aimed at the legs, while the second row prepared to shoot. As the enemy drew near, Yanzhe commanded coldly, Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbows shot forth. Compared to standard bows, the power of the crossbows was significantly diminished. However, these ragtag soldiers of the disaster-stricken had no proper armor. With countless crossbow bolts flying out, the advancing foes immediately fell to the ground. Second row, fire. Third row, prepare. Third row, fire. The circular formation continuously unleashed bolts, sending innumerable foes to their demise. As the bolts were exhausted, the enemy surged closer. Yanzei remained calm and detached, like an unyielding boulder, directing with unwavering composure. The first row of shielded spearmen met the enemy. The second row pierced through the gaps. Wang Hu led a battalion to reinforce. Sun Qing prepared the thunder fireballs. As commands were issued, the disparity gradually became evident. The synergy honed through long-term systematic training, coupled with the bloodlust awakened in these golden scale soldiers, fueled their ferocity. They maintained their formation while relentlessly slaying the enemy. Waves of attackers fell, yet they struggled to inflict significant harm upon the golden scale guards. The issue lay in the sheer number of chaotic soldiers, seemingly endless. Xiao also joined the fray. Armed with a longsword, he plunged into the throng, unleashing a flurry of strikes. In mere moments, several foes were cleaved in two. Were these adversaries formidable? Not at all. In fact, they posed no resistance against Xiao. Yet it mattered not. Time passed slowly, and Xiao lost count of how many he had slain. The ground around him was littered with corpses, and he was drenched in blood. He Kun was similarly engaged, relentlessly battling through the crowd to alleviate the pressure on the golden scale guards. Even so, the number of injured among the golden scale guards continued to rise. There was no remedy. Their strength dwindled with each exertion. Gradually, despair began to seep into the golden scale guards. Despite the feeling of having slain many and the ground being strewn with bodies, the enemy remained inexhaustible. In truth, had it not been for the protection offered by their high-quality leather armor, many of the golden scale guards would have perished. Yet, Yanzei's gaze remained resolute. A seasoned warrior, he discerned that some of the chaotic soldiers had begun to waver. Their assault hesitated, faltering. On the city wall, a towering man observed the confusion among the enemy ranks. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Brothers, we have no retreat. If we do not slay these court dogs, we shall not survive. For every enemy killed, a reward of 1,000 gold pieces and 10 beautiful women. Slay Xiao and be named general." In truth, the moment was crucial. The golden scale guards were indeed nearing their limit, yet these chaotic soldiers had also sustained heavy losses. No one wished to forfeit their life. Survival is humanity's instinct. Momentum may build to a peak, but it inevitably wanes and falters. At present, both sides resemble a taut rubber band, poised between two fates. Either the golden scale guards' formation will be shattered, plunging them into chaotic battle with the disordered troops, leading inevitably to their complete annihilation, or the morale of the unruly soldiers will plummet, resulting in a swift collapse. The man's cultivation is not insignificant. His voice, like thunder, resonates powerfully across the battlefield. The disarrayed army, invigorated as if by a stimulant, charges forth. After all, for these peasant men, the thought of encountering 10 beautiful women is beyond imagination. They surge forward towards the golden scale guard. They rush towards Xiao. Xiao gasps for breath. Is the golden scale guard formidable? Indeed, they are. A newly formed army, enduring the assault of over 100,000 disordered foes, has managed to hold their ground for an entire hour without faltering. With not a single casualty, they have even slain tens of thousands of enemies. Yet, ultimately, human strength is limited. Observing the frenzied enemy and the nearly exhausted golden scale guard, it is evident to any discerning eye that the golden scale guard is on the brink of collapse. At that moment, He Quan rushed to Xiao's side, urgently saying, "Your Highness, let me and Luer protect you as we break through. This cannot continue. The time to decide is now." Amidst the battlefield, He Quan grasped Xiao, urgently pressing him. To him, the lives of all present pale in comparison to a single hair of Xiao. Even if all 3,000 golden scale guards were to perish, even if Yanzei fell in battle, it would matter not. The paramount concern is that Xiao survives, facing the crazed onslaught of enemies. Xiao does not look back. He swings his sword wildly. Blood splatters, and heads fall. "Xiao," He Quan roared in fury, "you are not like them. Your survival is essential for avenging them. If you die, all will be lost." With a fierce roar, Xiao clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, a crimson glow flickered upon his fist. The violent solar energy surged forth, creating a searing gale that charged into the throng. Where his fist struck, the air seemed to ignite instantaneously. A colossal red light ascended, golden flames radiating outward. At the core of the fist's wind, several disordered soldiers perished in an instant. The scorching flame searing those touched by it, eliciting their agonized screams. Some were even set ablaze, becoming living torches. Xiao gasped for breath. He turned to He Quan, whose face was etched with anxiety. A flicker of unwillingness crossed his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Uncle He, grant me a moment longer. Let me try again. If I flee now, the morale of the Golden Scale Guard will plummet, and soon they will be utterly defeated. No matter what, as long as the formation holds, there remains a chance. I cannot escape. Indeed, despite the increasing number of injuries, the Golden Scale Guards still persevered. One must commend Yan Zhe's strategic acumen. Forming a circular formation at the first opportunity was the best defensive tactic against enemies attacking from all sides. By preventing attacks from both the front and back, each member of the Golden Scale Guard only had to face 2 or 3 foes, representing the most effective defense. Furthermore, with the division into 3 tiers, and the second tier aiding in covering gaps, the Golden Scale Guard was able to interchange positions, alleviating fatigue. Coupled with the fact that these unruly soldiers were not particularly formidable, this ensured the integrity of the Golden Scale Guard as formation. Yet, similarly, the profound exhaustion and relentless combat had pushed the nerves of these new recruits to their breaking point, with collapse looming at any moment. As Xiao had articulated, should he and He Quan manage to break through first, the morale of the Golden Scale Guard would undoubtedly be shattered, leading to a swift defeat, an outcome he was determined to avert at all costs. Just as He Quan hesitated over whether to forcibly extricate Xiao, an astonishing event unfolded at the heart of the Golden Scale Guard. The blood-red dragon emblazoned on the dragon flag slowly opened its eyes. The ground was strewn with corpses, blood flowing freely, and the air was thick with a potent scent of blood. The blood dragon inhaled deeply, as if a great whale were drawing in water, causing a torrent of crimson essence to surge towards the dragon flag. A resounding roar echoed. From the dragon flag, radiant golden beams shot forth, showering all those loyal to Xiao with divine light. The soldiers of the Golden Scale Guard, whose energies were nearly depleted, suddenly felt invigorated, their minor wounds beginning to heal rapidly. Simultaneously, a spectral blood dragon surged from the dragon flag, hurtling directly towards Xiao. With a fierce roar, Xiao felt an overwhelmingly powerful vitality force coursing through his body. Behind him, a shadowy blood dragon began to emerge. In that moment, Xiao sensed his strength had been dramatically amplified. With a mere flick of his fist, he struck. Bang! The head of the approaching rebel was obliterated by his blow, erupting in a massive cloud of blood. He Quan swallowed hard. This level of destructive capability was not uncommon among advanced martial artists. However, he distinctly felt that Xiao had not employed any inner energy to achieve such results solely through physical prowess. Was this still human? At that moment, the Golden Scale Guard, previously steeped in despair, was entirely revitalized. From within the ranks, Wang Hu let out a powerful roar. The third prince is destined for greatness. We are blessed by the heavenly dragon. Victory is ours today. All the Golden Scale Guard, now brimming with fervor, echoed in unison. Victory is ours today. Though they numbered only 3,000 against a multitude of over 10,000, their momentum surged like an unstoppable tide. The rebels, who moments ago had been emboldened by their rewards, now stood frozen in disbelief. They watched as the Golden Scale Guard, invigorated as if by a miraculous elixir, decimated their foes, a chill creeping into their hearts. Most significantly, the dragon's roar, the celestial phenomenon, and the colossal dragon shadow behind Xiao had transcended the comprehension of these common folk. It seemed as though the wounds of the Golden Scale Guard were healing. Among the crowd, some had begun to notice the miraculous transformation of the Golden Scale Guard. They had just witnessed countless casualties among their ranks. Yet now the visible injuries on many Golden Scale soldiers were healing at an astonishing rate. In that instant, the morale of the rebels plummeted. On the battlefield, both sides possessed an acute awareness of each other's states. The Golden Scale Guard, whose stamina was waning and morale flagging, indeed, they had reached their limits, were perceptible to the rebels, who could directly observe the expressions and movements of the Golden Scale Guard. At present, they can feel that the Golden Scaled Guards before them not only exude an overwhelming aura, but have also completely regained their strength. The rewards are indeed generous. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, life is but a singular thread. These Golden Scaled Guards have already claimed countless lives. A myriad of corpses lay strewn at their feet. Their combat prowess is well known to the rabble. Though their condition teeters on the brink of despair, there remains a flicker of hope for victory. Yet at this moment, the Golden Scaled Guards appear to be in their prime. who would willingly step forward to meet their demise. In an instant, a most peculiar scene unfolded upon the battlefield. The disordered troops, the rabble, all stood frozen in place. Why do they not flee? Because their eyes are filled with the sight of the disaster relief supplies carried by the golden-scaled guards. At this juncture, Xiao suddenly soared into the air. Landing atop the dragon flag, he bellowed with authority. I, Xiao, the third prince of Qian, hereby guarantee that if you lay down your weapons, I shall ensure your survival. Otherwise, with the protection of the heavenly dragon, you shall all be slain. In Xiao's eyes, these individuals were both deserving of death and yet undeserving of it. They deserved death for their heinous deeds that have incited public outrage, laden with grievous sins, and thus justly condemned. Yet, they were undeserving of death due to the circumstances that have pushed them to the brink of annihilation. These disaster-stricken individuals were, at their core, those who linger on the edge of death, driven to desperate measures in their quest for survival. However, Xiao's intent to spare their lives was not born out of compassion. Rather, it was due to the sheer number of these people. And in comparison to the victims from other counties of Jiuyuan, their condition was markedly better. Should they flee, and were they to rally under another's banner, they would launch attacks against the remaining prefectures of Jiuyuan, resulting in even greater death and calamity. Upon hearing Xiao's declaration, a man atop the distant city wall grew increasingly anxious. He shouted vehemently, "Treason is never forgiven. He is but a prince, with no authority to dictate our fates. Brothers, advance swiftly, slay these officials, and we shall have a chance to live." Xiao turned his gaze, icy and piercing, towards the man on the wall. He recognized him as the orchestrator behind the incitement of the disaster victims' rebellion. Yet, Xiao was aware that this individual was no weakling. Furthermore, his cautious demeanor suggested that, even in the event of the rabble's defeat, he would be able to retreat unscathed. Xiao chose to disregard them, instead addressing the vast sea of rabble below with a cold voice. For a millennium, the Qian royal family has never been toppled by unruly mobs. You lack provisions. You lack weaponry, and while I command 3,000, you, numbering over 100,000, cannot hope to prevail. Should you refuse to surrender today, when the imperial army arrives, you shall all face annihilation. Now, cast down your weapons. With his final proclamation, Xiao's voice thundered, and the spectral image of a blood dragon quivered behind him. The dragon's roar resonated once more, amplifying Xiao's presence to its zenith. Among the crowd, some began to falter, loosening their grip on their weapons. Chapter 49. Tang ends malfeasance. For a millennium, the Qian Dynasty has stood firm, and the royal authority still holds sway in the hearts of the common folk. The formidable combat strength of the golden-scaled guards, the extraordinary phenomena unfolding, and Xiao's imposing presence thoroughly intimidated the rabble. They found themselves unable to strike, for they could not win, and they could not flee, for there was nothing to eat. Surrender, yet with Xiao's assurance. It seems this has become the most prudent choice. Among the crowd, some have discarded their weapons. This action immediately triggered a chain reaction. The disaster-stricken populace began to cast aside their arms, collapsing into tears. Ultimately, they are but honest folk. Most have toiled diligently throughout their lives, never having committed any wrongdoing. In these trying days, they have forsaken their humanity for the sake of survival. Now, as they lay down their weapons and look back, many find their loved ones have perished in the turmoil. How can one not grieve? How can one not feel anguish? One person's sobs incite the sorrow of many, and soon, the wails of despair echo across the desolate expanse. Despite the fact that over 100,000 are besieging a mere few thousand, they are now utterly disheartened. Devoid of any fighting spirit, Xiao turns to gaze at the city walls, only to discover that those who had been fervently rallying the rioters have already departed. Everyone lines up, preparing to distribute gruel. Xiao's face remains stern. He issues commands, his mood decidedly grim. The 3,000 conscripted laborers have all been slaughtered by these rioters. Perhaps it is merely a cold statistic in an imperial edict. Yet for the families of those 3,000, it is an undeniable blow. Nonetheless, Xiao understands that he has crossed this threshold. Turning to Yanzhe, Xiao instructs, organize these individuals thoroughly, divide and conquer. Implement a system of collective punishment. If one escapes, the entire camp shall face execution. Our men shall maintain vigilance on the perimeter, ensuring that none can flee. These individuals may escape the death penalty, but they cannot evade the consequences of their actions. Xiao harbors no intention of forgiving them. Regardless, those who have died must pay the price. At the Prince of Li's residence in Liang, Yuan is sleeping when a figure rushes in. It is Cui Changhe. Quickly, rouse the second prince. There has been an incident. Soon, within the council chamber, the second prince's eyes are filled with darkness. Third uncle, what did you say back then? Did you not claim that there would be 10 deaths for every life? Over 100,000 rioters, yet they could not vanquish a mere 3,000 soldiers? Faced with this accusation, Cui Changhe can only manage a wry smile. I never anticipated it either. Those 3,000 soldiers are exceptionally skilled in defense and possess remarkable combat prowess, slaying tens of thousands of rioters while maintaining their formation. Moreover, that individual possesses a spiritual artifact capable of summoning the illusory form of a celestial dragon, which aids his soldiers in recovering from injuries and fatigue. The rabble was intimidated by him and surrendered in panic. Spiritual treasures are crafted by spiritual masters using rare materials from heaven and earth, often imbued with wondrous abilities. Xiao's dragon banner is not made of any extraordinary material, however. It has been forged with the essence of the Emperor's qi and Xiao's own vitality, united with the loyal spirits of the Qian, transforming it into a formidable weapon of war. Of course, Cui Changhe is unaware of these intricacies. To him, it appears to be merely a spiritual treasure crafted by a spiritual master. The second prince, dissatisfied, remarks, "What shall we do now?" The second son has quelled the over 100,000 rioters and is currently engaged in disaster relief in Yong'an. His achievements have completely overshadowed mine. Even if he returns to court, it will be his glory that prevails. Cui Changhe, resigned, responds, "Given the circumstances, I fear there are no good options left. I never expected Xiao's subordinates, having formed their army merely 6 months ago, to possess such terrifying combat capability." The second prince seethes with rage. Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. Is this an excuse? I am not interested in understanding the reasons for failure. What I desire to know is what steps I should take next to surpass the third prince. Or rather, what must you do to eliminate him entirely? Do not underestimate the influence of Cui Changhe, who is the uncle of the second prince. Although he shows him respect in daily matters, he dares not utter a word when the second prince is enraged. The situation is now quite precarious, as His Majesty has dispatched the troops of Yizhou to suppress the rebellion, and they are expected to arrive within 3 days. The disaster in the other cities of Jiuyuan Prefecture has also somewhat alleviated, leaving Cui Changhe feeling helpless at this moment. The second prince closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he commanded, "Immediately send someone to filter the disaster relief grains and sand." With so many lives lost in Jiuyuan Prefecture, there is no need to utilize such provisions. Dispatch physicians and medicine to various regions, and expedite all disaster relief efforts to stabilize the situation. Cui Changhe was taken aback and hesitated. If we do that, the cost of disaster relief will be. Do not concern yourself with costs. At this juncture, I cannot afford to give the third prince any opportunity to attack me. Furthermore, send someone back to Tang'an to spread the word that the third prince's failure to quell the bandits has led to the turmoil among the people of Jiuyuan Prefecture. The second prince spoke coldly. I will contact those within the court. My next confrontation with him shall take place in the imperial court. He had already discerned that the larger situation was settled. As long as the supplies of grain, physicians, and medicine are secured, the situation will stabilize. With the reinforcement from the Yizhou army and the control of local officials, order in Jiuyuan Prefecture will soon be restored. Soon, a wave of discontent swept through Tang'an City. News of the rebellion among the people of Jiuyuan Prefecture reached Tang'an City. Have you heard? The third prince, Xiao, has taken his soldiers to Jiuyuan Prefecture. Yet he spends his days indulging in feasting and merriment, neglecting his duty to quell the bandits, resulting in the relief grains being intercepted by scoundrels, leading to a riot among the hundreds of thousands of people in Jiuyuan Prefecture. Over 100,000 have perished. Is that really so? Xiao did not seem like the type to act in such a manner. You do not understand. This is what we call a beautifully embroidered pillow, appearing impressive but lacking substance. A facade of brilliance concealing emptiness. Exactly. In the streets and alleys, the populace engaged in fervent discussions. While many may not believe that Xiao would commit such acts, there are those who deliberately lead the narrative. For instance, at the Beifilu in Tang'an City, one of the Cui family's enterprises, typically bustling with patrons, the waiter lowered his voice and mysteriously confided to the guests, "You are not aware of this news? Let me tell you, that third prince is truly unworthy." Just as he finished speaking, 2 individuals burst through the door. carrying a foul-smelling bucket of excrement, which they hurled into the hall with great force. In an instant, the repugnant substance splattered throughout the room. After completing their task, the two men said nothing, dropped a letter, and fled. By the time the diners within the hall registered the stench, the perpetrators had vanished without a trace. Immediately, the patrons began to curse vehemently, while the proprietor and waitstaff of Beifulu were thrown into a state of panic. In truth, such incidents were not uncommon. Many who disseminated rumors in Tangin City began to face targeted retaliation, predominantly those from merchant families. Amidst a flurry of accusations and violent retribution, some have even faced deliberate assaults and arson. Following such harrowing experiences, they received extortion letters demanding protection fees. The recipients of these demands were the various gangs within the city. At night, within the den of the fierce tiger gang, Nyoan sat regally, surrounded by his band of loyal subordinates. One among them, bewildered, inquired, "Boss Nyo, what is the purpose of our actions today? Weren't we supposed to avoid targeting ordinary merchants? Why then are we now focusing on those who have spoken unfavorably of the third prince? And why are we leaving behind notes to collect protection fees, identifying other gangs? This only serves to benefit others while we toil in vain." The assembly of men looked towards Nyoan, their confusion palpable. For those entrenched in the gang's intrigues, the rationale behind Nyoan's directives eluded them. After a moment of silence, one brave soul mustered the courage to ask, "Boss, what does it signify?" Nyoan chuckled coldly. "It reveals that these merchants are aligned with the second prince." Oh, the group finally grasped his meaning, yet soon their understanding waned again. But what does this have to do with us? Nyoan, incensed, slammed his hand on the table, rebuking his men. "I've told you time and again to read more during your idle hours, yet all you do is wield blades, collect fees, and indulge in pleasures. We will disrupt the second prince's shops under the guise of the other factions in Tangin City. What do you think the second prince will do?" Finally, one astute member, guided by Nyoan's insight, exclaimed, "I see it now. He will surely annihilate them." Exactly. Nyoan's intelligence shone through. And the men erupted in understanding. "No wonder we must conceal our faces. It's to prevent them from recognizing us. Haha. Once the second prince wipes out those scoundrels, the fierce tiger gang, can seize their territory. Boss is brilliant." Nyoan rose with a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Brothers, follow me, Nyoan, and I assure you a life of luxury. For today's operation, each participant shall receive 50 taels of silver. However, heed my warning. Should any of you let slip even a whisper of our plans, I will see to it that your entire family pays the price." As the news spread throughout the gang, a frenzy of celebration ensued. With newfound wealth, these men engaged in indulgences of all kinds. Listening to the raucous departure of his subordinates, a smile crept onto Nyoan's face. Such narrow-minded individuals. Whether or not the second prince eradicates the other gangs is of no concern to him. He merely wishes to prevent the dissemination of harmful rhetoric against Xiao. The extortion letters were merely a smokescreen, providing his subordinates with a plausible justification for their actions. Humans, after all, are driven by self-interest. Without any benefits, who would be willing to take risks in such endeavors? There must be some hope for these individuals. Well, I consider my task complete. However, it can only slightly delay the spread of rumors. As for the master, it's uncertain when he will return. Nyoan stroked his chin and murmured to himself, "If the master does not return, these rumors will eventually circulate. I cannot allow my master to bear the brunt of the blame. I must confer with Miss Yin to tarnish the reputation of the second prince. My subordinates cannot be associated with the master." Soon, another wave of rumors swept through Tangin City. The second prince's inadequate disaster relief sparked civil unrest. He even deliberately smeared the third prince's name. In no time, the entire city was rife with gossip about the two. Within the palace, Yisun closed his eyes in concentration, listening to the reports from the dark-clad figures below. Currently, the rumors circulating in Tangin City predominantly fall into these two categories. Yet, tracing their origins remains a challenge. The source? It is nothing more than my several sons. Yisun snorted coldly, opening his eyes and declaring, "Do not pay heed. Let the common folk spread whatever tales they wish. Such matters cannot be curtailed. You may withdraw." "As you command." The dark-clad figures retreated. Yisun stretched lazily, picked up another confidential report from the table, and a faint smile graced his lips. "Xiao, you possess some merit after all. Within half a year, 3,000 armored soldiers withstood the onslaught of over 100,000 rioters. Such capability ranks among the elite even within the Deqian army. Given time, this force will undoubtedly become unparalleled in combat prowess. As he spoke, he shook his head, adding, unfortunately, there is still a hint of leniency. Lured into Jiyuan Prefecture by the second prince, he finds himself in a perilous situation. Speaking of which, the second prince is also to blame. When hunting a lion, one must use full strength. Since he has acted, could he not gather a few capable experts to kill? Yet fear failure and exposure, hesitating and overly cautious. Otherwise, gathering experts to ambush amidst the chaos would have ensured the third prince's life was in jeopardy, and all 3,000 soldiers would have certainly perished. Now, the third prince has seized the opportunity to quell the rebellion and gain great merit. As he spoke, flames erupted in his hand, and the confidential report was instantly reduced to ashes. "Zhou Tong," Yi Sun bellowed, prompting Zhou Tong outside the hall to hastily enter. "Go and convey my orders. The situation in Jiyuan Prefecture is stable. Yi Xiao and Yi Yin may return to Tang'an, and the subsequent matters shall be handled by the local officials. As you command." Zhou Tong promptly departed. He intended to relay the orders himself and would naturally make a trip to Jiyuan Prefecture personally. In Jiyuan Prefecture, Yi Xiao sat cross-legged upon his bed. On that day, the blood dragon banner absorbed the blood essence, transforming into a blood dragon that entered Yi Xiao's body, granting him divine power. However, once the blood dragon dissipated, that terrifying strength vanished along with it. Nonetheless, Yi Xiao still derived immense benefits. During this time, an incredibly potent blood essence continuously flowed within him. While an ordinary person might struggle to manage such a force, Yi Xiao, well-versed in countless martial arts, would not squander this blood essence. Through the alchemical refinement of his vital energy, he strengthened his physique. In a mere half-month, Yi Xiao's physical prowess surged tremendously. Although he could not yet achieve the terrifying feat of obliterating a head with a single punch, his physical strength had already increased by over 1,000 pounds. "Your Highness, General Lu requests an audience," came the voice of Lu'er from outside. Lu Ping, the Lieutenant General of Yizhou, commanding an army of 70,000. He has arrived to quell the rebellion. Upon his arrival, everyone was taken aback. Over 100,000 rioters had been trapped by Yi Xiao in the desolate wilderness outside the city, under strict surveillance, where not a hint of chaos remained. Yet Yi Xiao's forces comprised merely 3,000 soldiers. When he learned that Yi Xiao had withstood the onslaught of over 100,000 rioters with only 3,000 armored men, his admiration for Yi Xiao grew immensely. "I shall go out at once." Yi Xiao opened his eyes and rose from the bed. With a casual movement, his blood surged and his bones resonated. Yi Xiao's gaze flickered. Indeed, the blood barbarian's body-tempering technique is formidable. It is said to have the power to capture dragons with one's bare hands. And it is no mere exaggeration. Unfortunately, it requires a vast amount of vitality, and the human race's blood vitality cannot sustain continuous cultivation. Indeed, the body-tempering method Yi Xiao practiced was the unique technique of the blood barbarians, known as the blood-burning divine refinement. The blood barbarians were born with exceptional talents, their blood energy surging incessantly within. The purer the bloodline, the more pronounced this phenomenon. This blood-burning divine refinement is the supreme art of the blood barbarians, burning the internal blood energy to forge and strengthen the body from within. It is reputed to cultivate a physique that rivals the divine, capable of capturing dragons. However, the blood barbarians were exterminated 3 centuries ago, and the truth remains elusive. Yet, this technique is indeed recorded in the Great Qian Armory. Alas, for humanity, this technique is as good as worthless. It cannot be cultivated at all. When Yi Xiao's vitality reached its peak, he instinctively thought of this technique. For in Yi Xiao's eyes, no other body-tempering method could surpass it. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to practice this technique. He also believed that since the blood dragon banner could collect vitality and infuse it into his body, he would undoubtedly be able to master this technique. Chapter 51. The resolute Yi Xiao in the conference hall. Yi Xiao sat across from Lu Ping. Lu Ping appeared to be around 50 years of age. His skin rough and dark. His eyes sparkled with intensity. Lu served tea and then discreetly withdrew. Yi Xiao gazed at Lu Ping and softly inquired, "What brings you here today, General Lu?" Lu Ping chuckled heartily, grinning as he replied, "Your Highness. It's like this. My brothers have been residing outside the city for some time now, and there is no one living in Jiyuan City. It would be better to let them move in. Otherwise, they would suffer greatly from the wind and rain." Yi Xiao glanced at Lu Ping with a knowing look. In truth, He was well aware of Lu Ping's intentions. On the very first day Lu Ping arrived, Xiao had prohibited his subordinates' large forces from entering the city. The reason was simple. Although Jiuyuan City had suffered from flooding, there were still many valuable items to be found within. For ordinary soldiers, picking up a few valuable items could yield a considerable sum of silver. This was not an unreasonable request. Xiao set the tone for the situation, and Lu Ping instantly brightened. Those in command often provide for their subordinates. If benefits can be gained without affecting others, who wouldn't want their subordinates to reap some rewards? Then today, I shall allow them to enter the city, Lu Ping declared. Not at this moment. Xiao shook his head in refusal. Lu Ping furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. Because my men must scour the city. Tomorrow, General Lu's forces will re-enter without delay. Xiao replied with a smile. News has arrived from Liang that my father has dispatched messengers with an edict summoning me and my second brother back. Therefore, I shall depart tomorrow. My brothers have risked their lives in this battle, and they deserve some rewards, don't you agree, General Lu? After all, I have only these 3,000 men. Once we finish the search today, tomorrow the city of Jiyuan will be under your command, General Lu. Lu Ping's expression gradually softened. He bore no objections to this arrangement. After all, Xiao's forces had bravely withstood over 100,000 rioters and ultimately defeated them, persuading many to surrender. This was indeed a remarkable achievement, ensuring that his subordinates would not need to engage in further combat. Moreover, the vastness of Jiyuan City meant that with only 3,000 men, a thorough search was unlikely. His subordinates could still benefit from the spoils. Your Highness speaks wisely. We shall proceed as you suggest, Lu Ping concluded, rising to take his leave. However, Xiao called him back, his tone grave. General Lu, I must impress upon you the importance of watching over these rioters. I have other plans for them, and it is not a matter of convenience to simply release them. They are rebels, and we cannot afford to let them go. Xiao's gaze was steely. Lu Ping was momentarily taken aback by the firmness of this command. It was important to note that Xiao held no formal authority over him. His compliance was merely a sign of respect for the prince's status. Yet, this order carried an implicit weight that could not be disregarded. In Xiao's eyes, it was inconsequential whether Lu Ping's men entered the city, but any laxity in monitoring the rioters could lead to their escape, a scenario Xiao was keen to avoid. If these individuals scattered across Jiuyuan, the court would likely not pursue them, allowing them to commit further misdeeds without facing repercussions, an outcome Xiao vehemently opposed. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ping bowed deeply to Xiao. I understand, and I shall take my leave. He acquiesced to the request. Once he departed, Lu Er and He Quan approached from the side. Your Highness, were you not a bit too forceful with General Lu? Lu Er inquired curiously. Xiao shook his head. With certain individuals, a firm approach is necessary. Otherwise, they will not take you seriously. As a prince, the rioters captured by my forces cannot be left to the whims of others. Lu Ping, as a military officer in Ezhou, would not pledge his loyalty even if I were gentler. I only require him to execute my orders. Whether he is pleased or not is of no concern to me. With that, Xiao turned to He Quan. Uncle He, please notify the Golden Scale Guard outside the city to assemble and enter immediately. Within the Jiyuan prefecture, 3,000 Golden Scale Guards stood silently, having witnessed bloodshed and faced dire circumstances in the recent battle, now exuding an air of grim determination. A transformation had taken place within them. Addressing the assembled troops, Xiao proclaimed, Jiyuan has suffered calamity, with most of the populace perished, leaving the city a desolate shell. The rioters outside, fueled by anger and resentment, may be spared from death, but they shall inevitably be conscripted into labor across various regions for the rest of their lives. In today's city, all possessions are without an owner. If you fight valiantly alongside me to suppress the rebellion, you shall earn merit for the nation. Today, you may enter the city and freely search. All that you find shall belong to you. We shall take nothing. After we depart tomorrow, whatever remains will be at the disposal of the troops from Ezhou. Therefore, there is no need for you to be modest. As Yi Zhao's words resonated, the eyes of all present sparkled with excitement. Go! With a commanding shout from Yi Xiao, the crowd erupted in exhilaration, charging into the deserted Jiuyuan prefecture. Surely, this treasure must be something beyond the customary rewards. Who could resist such an opportunity? At this moment, however, Yanzei remained relatively motionless. Yi Xiao, smiling, inquired, General Yin, why do you not join? Yanzei gently urged his steed forward, shaking his head as he responded, a leader must uphold authority. If one loses dignity for trifling gains, How can they still instill fear among the soldiers? At this juncture, he broke into a grin and added, "Moreover, I trust that your highness would not neglect your subordinates." Xiao softly assured him, "Of course not. This time, those deserving of rewards shall receive their due, and those unworthy shall not take even a fraction." The matters of Jiu Yuan had settled. Xiao returned to Tangyan, having been away for over 2 months since his departure for disaster relief. During this time, Xiao had experienced tremendous growth. Not only had his physical prowess increased, but his cultivation had also risen by 2 tiers, reaching the 3rd rank of the Tianyuan realm. At the city gate of Tangyan, 2 contingents moved in parallel. One was led by Xiao, while the other was commanded by the 2nd prince, Yin. Yin had received the imperial edict first, and though Xiao lagged slightly behind, his troops advanced with greater speed, resulting in an encounter at the city gate. Both sides walked side by side, neither hastening nor retreating. Eventually, they came to a halt before the gate. From within Xiao's carriage, a voice of discontent emerged. "Yinze, who ordered you to stop? Enter the city. Your Highness, there are individuals awaiting us ahead, seemingly of royal descent." Indeed. Both parties had halted because someone was there to greet them. The one welcoming them was none other than the 1st prince. The 1st prince raised his voice. "My dear brothers, your efforts in the Jiyuan disaster relief have been tremendous. His Majesty has commanded me to receive you here. Please, disembark and join my carriage into the palace." Clearly, he had sensed the palpable tension between the 2 parties. For him, a conflict arising from their entry into the city was something he fervently wished to avoid. Upon the 1st prince's words, the 2nd prince, Yin, emerged from his carriage. Laughing heartily, "Eldest brother, the toil is but a small price for the people. How could I allow you to bear the burden of welcoming us?" He approached the 1st prince with a beaming visage, and upon reaching his side, the 2 shared a hearty embrace. Yet, Xiao remained conspicuously absent. The 2nd prince sneered. "Why does the 3rd brother not alight? Does he not see our elder brother here to greet us?" From within the carriage, Xiao craned his neck to glance at the 2 at the city gate. They were adorned in resplendent attire, tall and imposing, embodying the grandeur of royalty. The 2nd prince, Yin, upon seeing Xiao emerge, provocatively remarked, "3rd brother, do you truly regard elder brother with such disdain? He has been waiting at the city gate, and yet you do not even dismount from your carriage?" A flicker of displeasure passed through the 1st prince's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile as he said, "3rd brother has been outside for quite some time. He may not be well versed in these customs. It matters not." Xiao leapt down from the carriage, standing tall and resolute as he approached the 2. Soon, he stood before them. The 3 brothers sharing similar heights and strikingly handsome countenances, drawing attention as they stood together. Xiao's gaze completely bypassed the 1st prince, fixing intently on Yin. Unfazed, Yin smirked slightly, saying, "It appears 3rd brother harbors some discontent towards me." With a sigh, Xiao replied, "Indeed. While we are all ruthless by nature, there is a distinction to be made. To be merciless towards the strong and the enemy is expected, but to be so towards the common people, towards one's subjects, is a complete loss of humanity. Oh, yet I have heard that when 2nd brother's subordinates dealt with the unruly, they showed no mercy either." Yin chuckled. "Currently, many citizens in Jiuyuan County wish to honor me with longevity tablets. Look, over there are the 3 counties of Weian, Longjing, and Ziyuan sending me the umbrella of the people." As he spoke, he gestured towards 3 golden umbrellas beside his carriage. This was no mere fabrication. The other afflicted counties of Jiyuan had benefited from his timely intervention in filtering sand and soil, dispatching doctors, and providing medicine, thus managing the disaster effectively. With the guidance of local elites, this umbrella of the people was indeed a genuine offering from the populace, a testament to his achievements. In the aftermath of disaster relief, 3 umbrellas represented a resounding success in the eyes of outsiders. Conversely, the unrest in Jiyuan, caused by banditry and the looting of supplies, seemed to place the blame squarely on Xiao. Xiao shook his head. "You cast the blame upon me while reaping the rewards and glory for yourself." Ha! The 2nd prince's face gleamed with pride, though he feigned ignorance. "What are you saying, 3rd brother? I am merely acting with compassion, doing tangible good for the disaster victims. Beyond that, I know nothing." Xiao sighed deeply, murmuring, "2nd brother, you truly play a clever game, but it seems you have overlooked something." The 2nd prince, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What have I overlooked?" A sinister smile curled at the corners of Xiao's mouth as he replied, "You dare approach me without your vicious dogs at your side?" At this, Yin was taken aback. exclaiming, "How dare you?" Before he could finish his words, Xiao had already swung his fist. "Do you think I would hesitate?" With a resounding thud, Xiao's fist struck Yin squarely in the face. Although Yin had practiced martial arts, his talents were modest. And while he trained in elite techniques, they paled in comparison to Xiao's nearly invincible martial prowess. One punch sent Yin crashing to the ground. The first prince's guards, witnessing the royal brawl, were left in a state of confusion. What was happening? A prince fighting openly in the streets? Just as they were about to intervene, they heard the first prince's anxious roar. "Stop this at once. As princes, do you not understand decorum? In such a public spectacle, who would dare to intervene? Should matters become muddled, would it not be a grave offense?" The imperial guards halted simultaneously, beside the carriage of the second prince. Several figures darted forth with the swiftness of lightning. Concurrently, two silhouettes emerged from Xiao's entourage, charging headlong into the fray. The assailants were none other than Qian and Yanzhe. Both possessed formidable strength, and they clashed with the elite guards of the second prince, resulting in a fierce melee. On one side, they exchanged blows with vigor. On the other, the second prince found himself pinned to the ground by Xiao, who unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Amidst the assault, Xiao hurled invectives. "Do you relish in your cryptic demeanor? Allow me to dispel that illusion. I have harbored this pent-up rage throughout our journey. What pretense are you maintaining? You speak of the people's umbrella, yet do you not know your own transgressions? Do you think I lack the courage to strike you? I dared as a child, and I shall not hesitate now. To speak frankly, Xiao did indeed hesitate to take a life. Without proof, the murder of Yin would certainly exclude him from the contest for the throne, potentially leading to severe punishment. However, delivering a sound thrashing to Yin was an endeavor Xiao would undertake without a second thought. Qian and Yanzhe obstructed the elite guards of the second prince, making it nearly impossible for reinforcements to arrive. The first prince, observing the chaos, bellowed in admonition. "Third brother, cease at once. Look what you've done to the left eye of the second. With such asymmetry, how can he face others?" Just as he finished speaking, "You struck his right eye anew. My brother, how could you be so cruel to his visage? In our youth, a mere slap on the backside sufficed for misdeeds. Third, you have gone too far. He is a grown man. How could you strip him of his trousers?" At long last, Xiao relented. The second prince lay on the ground, his trousers half removed, exposing a pallid backside, his face marred and swollen like a pig's head, bruises adorning his body. His eyes tightly shut, he had lost consciousness. "Ha ha ha, delightful," Xiao exclaimed, reveling in the sight of his rival's disarray, then turned to the first prince. "Elder brother, I shall indeed enter the palace. No need for your assistance. Let my third brother be." The first prince smiled faintly, unfazed. Xiao swiftly returned to his carriage, while Qian and Yanzhe likewise withdrew to their positions. The elite guards of the second prince finally rushed to his aid, only to discover he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon entering the city, any who dare to obstruct shall be executed. At that moment, Xiao's chilling voice resonated. "Understood." The golden scale guards responded in unison. In an instant, a palpable aura of menace enveloped them. During this battle at Jiuyuan Prefecture, the golden scale guards were stained with blood, each having claimed more than one life. Their morale vastly transformed from when they had exited the city. The elite guards of the second prince, though reluctant, could feel the unwavering resolve of the golden scale guards and Xiao. Should they dare to intervene, Xiao would surely command their execution. Exchanging glances, they hastily bore the now unconscious Yin back to their ranks, watching as Xiao's procession triumphantly entered the city. The first prince murmured to himself, "Well struck. The second prince has lost face. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. I am eager to see how father will address the third. Having achieved great merit, yet simultaneously embroiled in grave misfortune, surely there must be an explanation." Deep within the palace, Zhou Tong hastened with urgency, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Your Majesty, a calamity has occurred." Zhou Tong fell to his knees before Yi Sun, who sighed without lifting his eyes from the documents he was reviewing, expressing his dissatisfaction. Why can you not exercise a modicum of composure? What calamity could possibly render you so flustered? How many times have I instructed you to remain steady in the face of adversity, as steadfast as Mount Tai? The second prince, Yin, has been attacked at the city gate. Upon hearing this, Yi Sun's eyes widened in fury, rising abruptly with an aura of lethal intent. Who dares to lay a hand on my son? I shall annihilate his entire lineage. Chapter 53. Come, accompany me for a drink. In Tang'an City, the common folk cast curious glances. The golden scale guard trailed behind the carriage of Xiao, parading through the streets. Although the city boasted a considerable military presence, this particular troop exuded an extraordinary aura that even the ordinary citizens could perceive. Why were they the golden scale guard and not the iron armor? Who knows? Yet, they appeared quite formidable. Shoo, keep your distance. As the golden scale guard passed, the populace instinctively made way. Xiao reclined against Luer's lap, suddenly sitting upright and declaring, "Stop the carriage." The procession came to an immediate halt. "Come, Luer, accompany me for a drink." Luer was taken aback. "Your Highness, are you not going to the palace? Why rush? My father won't perish at this moment." With that, Xiao turned and strode away. Luer quickly leapt down to follow him. Yanzhe remained silent for a moment before glancing at Yiquan. "What should I do now? Return to the camp with the men? What else? Shall we just linger on the street waiting for him?" "Huh, you old fool, I don't trust you." "Wang Hu, rally your brothers back to the camp. I will escort Brother He back to his residence." As he spoke, Yanzhe leapt onto Yiquan's carriage. Yiquan rolled his eyes. "You are quite tiresome. Better than being ensnared by your foolishness. In society, there exist distinctions among individuals, and taverns are no exception. Some taverns are lavishly adorned with exquisite dishes, yet for many, even with wealth in their pockets, there exists an innate reluctance to enter such establishments. For instance, Xiao. At this moment, he stumbled into a dilapidated roadside tavern. The patrons were predominantly common folk in simple attire, along with a handful of wandering heroes. Rarely would one find a nobleman adorned in finery such as Xiao. Even the middle-aged man singing in the tavern's center paused, all eyes converging upon Xiao. Unperturbed, he bellowed, "Barkeep, 3 gin of strong liquor and 4 gin of cooked meat." Having spoken, Xiao chose a table in the corner. The surface gleamed with oil, and the walls were blackened from smoke. Yet, he remained indifferent, plopping down with a weary sigh against the wall, his eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue. After 10 years in the martial world, he had frequented far more wretched places. However, at this moment, he felt profoundly out of place. Soon, the liquor and meat arrived. Luer poured wine for Xiao, who downed 3 large bowls in quick succession. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat, leaving his eyes shimmering with a crystalline sheen, his cheeks flushed with warmth. In a state of inebriation, within the tavern, the ebb and flow of patrons filled the air, while the performer strummed and sang one tune after another. Though the skill was rudimentary and the voice lacked brilliance, it carried a poignant sense of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao seemed to be transported back to the world of his heart. A decade in the realm had been exhilarating and joyful, filled with the flashes of swords and the thrill of vengeance. Consuming bowl after bowl of wine, Xiao's intoxication deepened. Suddenly, Luer whispered, "If the young master finds no joy in Tangan City, we may take our leave." She sensed the fatigue that weighed upon Xiao, a weariness not of the body, but one that emanated from the soul. Xiao turned to her, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Leave? Accompany me in wandering the realm, enduring hardships, and finding joy." Joy. Luer's gaze was resolute. He leaned against the inky wall, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features as he murmured, "Yet, I do not wish to. I promised that child I would make this world a better place. Even with unparalleled power in this realm, how much can truly be changed?" Luer fell silent, fully aware of the trials Xiao had faced and the multitude of encounters he had endured. Some matters, some individuals, remained indelibly etched in their hearts. Within the palace, Yi Zhuan's eyes widened in fury. An assassination attempt on the prince. Such an act was a blatant affront to the dignity of the Qian imperial family. An affront he could not tolerate. "Your Majesty, it was the 3rd prince who struck," Zhou Tong hastily clarified. "The 1st prince went to welcome the 2 princes back to the city, but it seems a conflict arose between the 2nd and 3rd princes, prompting the latter to act." Bang! Yu Zhuan kicked Zhou Tong with fervor. "Why did you not state it plainly? Speak half-truths again, and I shall annihilate your entire lineage." Yu Zhuan was genuinely enraged. Who was he? The emperor. His word was law. Just moments ago, he proclaimed the annihilation of the perpetrator's lineage, only to discover it was his own son attacking another. Was this not a slap in the face? Zhou Tong was at a loss. He had not intended to speak in fragments, yet he was interrupted mid-sentence. "Where is the 2nd prince?" "He has been taken to the residence of Consort Yun and is currently being treated by the imperial physician." "And the 3rd prince?" "Unknown. After entering the city, he vanished without a trace." Yi Zhuan's fury escalated. "Where is the 1st prince? Where has he gone? Was he not tasked with receiving them?" "The 1st prince sent the 2nd prince to Consort Yun and should be returning shortly." Yu Zhuan furrowed his brow, waving his hand. Go, find the third prince at once. Zhou Tong bowed and exited. Yi Zhuan resumed his seat, lost in contemplation, oblivious to his thoughts. At Consort Yun's residence, the second prince stood before Cui Yunxi, his face resembling that of a beaten pulp. Mother, will you not speak a few words to father on my behalf? Cui Yunxi's gaze was cold. What is there to say? In your current state, what would I even convey? Shall I go and wail? Do you think that would be of any use? The second prince fell silent. Cui Yunxi commanded, remember this. When you go, refrain from crying or discussing the incident. If your father inquires, simply downplay the matter, trivialize it, and showcase your magnanimity. Why? He struck me in the street. Are we to let this matter pass? The second prince's eyes widened in indignation. Regrettably, his eyes were swollen like those of a panda, leaving only a narrow slit visible. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open them even a fraction. Of course not. Yunfei replied coldly. You and I both know that this is a matter of the harem. Your father, the emperor, has punished Yi Xiao today. Let this matter be laid to rest. Whether lightly or heavily, our words hold little sway over your father. Instead, it would be more prudent to display a degree of magnanimity. Tomorrow in court, should an official accuse Yi Xiao, that will be the true test. You must understand. The only influences that can affect your father are not those of familial bonds. In the tavern, Yi Xiao was already feeling quite intoxicated. He rose unsteadily, and Luer hurried to support him. Upon reaching the door, they discovered a fine drizzle beginning to fall from the sky. Young master, where shall we go? To the palace. To see my father. The two stepped into the rain. Meanwhile, in the corner of the tavern, a man raised his head slightly. A long scar marred his cheek. Upon seeing Yi Xiao and Luer depart, he donned the hat that lay on the table and swiftly followed them out. The rain intensified. Amidst the downpour, Yi Xiao and Luer were thoroughly soaked, with Yi Xiao allowing Luer to assist him while the cold autumn rain poured down upon him. The sound of the rain masked everything, including the hurried footsteps pursuing Yi Xiao from behind. Suddenly, a glint of steel appeared, striking fiercely at the back of Yi Xiao's head. Chapter 54. Old Yi, I have come. In the torrential rain, the blade gleamed ominously, aimed directly at Yi Xiao's head. In his drunken haze, Yi Xiao seemed to possess a sixth sense, instinctively leaning back just in time. A flicker of gold appeared at his fingertips, precisely striking the acupoint on the man's arm. The man's knife halted, mere inches from Yi Xiao's skull. An expression of disbelief flickered in his eyes. But his arm betrayed him, succumbing to numbness. The grip on his weapon faltered, and with a clatter, the long knife fell to the ground. Yi Xiao turned his head. Sighing, I spared your life back then. Why must you act thus? The man lifted his gaze. Do you still remember me? Of course. Among the 181 members of the Huangfeng stronghold, I killed 180. Only you, despite having a sword thrust through your chest, were spared from mortal harm. If fate had favored you, you could have lived. Yi Xiao's words left the man in utter disbelief. He had always thought he survived due to divine favor and sheer luck. He shouted at Yi Xiao in anger. Why did you spare my life? Because you were not entirely irredeemable. Occasionally, you would counsel your elder brother to refrain from bloodshed, and you have secretly aided the villagers nearby. Yi Xiao replied softly. Though you have committed wrongs, you possess a flicker of kindness. In this world, many circumstances are beyond one's control. Thus, I granted you a chance at life. Today, if you choose silence, I shall not expose you, and we may part ways peacefully. Yet, why must you provoke me? The man roared. You killed my brother and annihilated my stronghold. This enmity is irreconcilable. Then you shall die. Yi Xiao turned away, leaving the man kneeling in the rain. Only the faint voice of Yi Xiao echoed. In those years, goodwill brought a glimmer of hope, yet one remained oblivious, leading to the severing of souls in the present. A line of blood appeared on the man's neck as Yi Xiao's voice reached his ears. His consciousness blurred, and all he could see were the silhouettes of Yi Xiao and Lu Er. Just as in the past, the youth wielded his sword, breaking through the Huangfeng stronghold, with the girl ever by his side. The years, then and now, had not changed. The sole distinction was that this time, he truly faced death. Would he regret it? Perhaps to some extent, yet failing to seek vengeance would bring even greater remorse. Deep within the palace, Yi Zhuan's furious reprimands reverberated. The one being chastised was none other than the first prince. As an elder brother, how can you allow your two younger brothers to brawl before you? Is Yi Xiao's strength so formidable that you cannot intervene? Are you afraid of provoking a counterattack from his forces, fearing casualties? What do you fear? Then why even bother to come here? Just stay at home. From tomorrow, you are to be confined for 10 days. In dealing with the second prince, Yi, Yuzhuan adopted a more conciliatory approach. To his surprise, Yin displayed remarkable magnanimity, even taking the initiative to exonerate Xiao. After all, my third brother has roamed the Jianghu for many years. His fiery temper and penchant for fighting are commonplace. Father need not worry. I harbor no resentment towards my third brother. As the elder brother, it is only right that I yield to him. I shall be ready to attend court tomorrow. There are still matters regarding the Jiuyuan prefecture that require my attention. I hope father will grant me permission. Observing the second prince, who bore the appearance of a beaten swine, even the typically hard-hearted Yuzhuan showed a hint of compassion. Go on, rest assured. Your contributions to the disaster relief will not go unnoticed. I shall not treat you unfairly. The second prince and the first prince took their leave, while Yuzhuan's expression grew increasingly grave. Come here, summon the third. Why has he not entered the palace yet? In an era devoid of telephones, locating someone who had suddenly fled was a daunting task. By the time Xiao arrived at the palace, darkness had fallen and the rain had ceased. He reeked of alcohol, drenched and appearing somewhat disheveled, as he staggered into the palace. Meanwhile, Lu Er remained outside, waiting, in Yizhuan's chambers. The palace door was kicked open with a resounding bang. The palace maids and eunuchs stood frozen in shock. They had never witnessed anyone daring to perform such an act. Xiao strode into the royal quarters. Hey, where's old Yi? Wasn't I supposed to meet him? Here I am. His drunken shouts prompted Yuzhuan to furrow his brow, though he refrained from any outward reaction. Once Xiao stood before him, he spoke. What is the meaning of this? Are you pretending to be inebriated to lessen your culpability? Huh, what crime have I committed? Xiao defiantly plopped down on the floor, defiantly questioning. You openly assaulted Yin and claim no wrongdoing? Is it not the natural order for a younger brother to strike an elder? Yizhuan was incensed, exclaiming, how can this be justified? An elder brother is akin to a father. The laws of heaven and earth dictate that you cannot assault your second brother. An elder brother is like a father, and a second brother is naturally like a son. After all, one cannot have two fathers, can they? So, since he is my son, it is only right that I strike him. Yizhuan nearly exploded with laughter from rage. You, unlearned scoundrel. With a sharp retort, Yuzhuan questioned, why did you strike Yin? Is that truly the reason? Just that? The directness of his response was so striking that Yizhuan found himself at a loss for words to defend Xiao. What is the situation now? Don't tell me you were genuinely inebriated. A sardonic smile graced his lips. It's merely that I find him displeasing. Yuzhuan's expression darkened further. Xiao, you would do well to comprehend the gravity of the matter. Xiao, seated upon the ground, gazed up at Yizhuan. Their eyes met, and Xiao perceived the fury simmering within Yizhuan. Yet, he did not falter. He murmured, in truth, I am aware of your intentions. You merely wish to incite a rivalry between me and the second brother. However, I believe that any conflict among brothers must be predicated upon a condition. It should not jeopardize the interests of Deqian or harm its citizens. What vexes me is that, despite knowing our joint venture could lead to greater casualties among the populace, you still insist we proceed. Are you aware of the plight of the people in Jiuyuan Prefecture? How many lives have been lost? Yizhuan asked solemnly. Let me pose this question. Do you truly believe that if you abstain from going, your second brother will venture forth alone, resulting in fewer deaths? As Xiao began to articulate his response, he found his words caught in his throat. A sudden realization struck him. If he refrained from going, would Yin genuinely act responsibly in providing relief? If Yin adhered to his original plan, with calamities rampant and food supplies tainted with sand, would more civilians in Jiuyuan survive? He did not know. Yizhuan rose, his voice icy as he declared, the path of an emperor demands equilibrium. Allocating personnel requires careful consideration of numerous factors. The nature of the calamity is unpredictable. The court currently lacks sufficient funds and resources. When the second brother offers his assistance, I have no grounds to refuse. If a lesser official were dispatched, do you truly believe they could contain the disaster? Behind the second brother lies a network of influential merchants who pursue profit without scruples. I have no reason to place my trust in them. Your presence in Jiuyuan serves as a sharp blade, poised above the second brother's head. He may harbor a deep-seated hatred for you, wishing you ill. Yet he will also exercise caution in his actions. Tell me, if I am aware that you two will clash, whom else should I dispatch if not you? Chapter 55. A meeting in the vast, empty hall. Only the father and son remained. Yi Zhuan's voice was devoid of warmth and frigid. As an emperor, one aspires to command everything. Yet the harsh reality is that both court and commoners alike are intent on concealing their self-serving endeavors from me. With that, Yi Zhuan's gaze fell upon Yi Xiao. Even among brothers, there exists no exception. They profess to be selfless, yet each harbors their own selfish motives. Yi Xiao refrained from contesting this assertion. Yi Zhuan returned to his seat upon the bed, poured himself a cup of tea, took a delicate sip, and spoke softly. Do you believe I sent you to Jiao Yuan solely to instigate conflict between you? You underestimate me gravely. What I desire is to quell the calamity in Jiao Yuan with minimal cost and the utmost expediency, regardless of the origins of this situation. What I seek above all is that outcome. He cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xiao. As for the disturbances that may arise from your presence and the inevitable loss of life, so be it. A swift resolution is far preferable to the prolonged agony of a dull blade. Allowing the second prince to indulge himself. The wealthy merchants behind him possess countless means to exploit and toy with the common folk. Prolonged inaction could lead to the demise of many. However, if you exert sufficient pressure on the second prince, compelling him to take action against you, whether you live or perish, he will address the calamity with utmost diligence. Thus, are you content with this outcome, my son? Ha ha. Yi Xiao burst into hearty laughter. Rising from the ground, he bowed respectfully to Yi Zhuan. Thank you, father. I was in the wrong. Are you no longer angry? What is there to be angry about? Yi Zhuan smiled faintly. I am wagering your life. If there is a next time, let it be me. Yi Xiao murmured. I never anticipated any paternal affection. Depart now. Yi Xiao turned to leave. Suddenly, Yi Zhuan's voice echoed behind him. The matter of your confrontation with Yi Yin is not over. I understand. I accept both punishment and reward, as you command. Yi Xiao exited, leaving the grand hall desolate. Yi Zhuan sat beneath the lamp, sighing deeply, a solitary existence. Such is the fate of a sovereign. My fondest is Xiao. Yet even so, his life is but a pawn on the chessboard. Summoning Xiao. What is the outcome regarding Ji Yuan? The old eunuch promptly left to convey the command. Before long, a figure clad in black arrived at Yi Zhuan's chamber. Reporting to your majesty, I have investigated the destruction of the dam in Ji Yuan. At the scene, it is indiscernible whether it was an act of sabotage. As for the civil unrest, it is said to be instigated by a man named Wu Wenshan. His likeness has been sketched, yet he has vanished without a trace. After hearing the report, Yi Zhuan pondered for a moment. Is this all? Noting the dissatisfaction in his tone, the figure in black began to perspire. For now, that is all. The Pacification Bureau has not failed in its duties from years past. Upon hearing this, the figure fell to his knees, bowing deeply. It is my incompetence. Ying Zhao, tell me, among the four princes, who do you believe is fit to inherit the throne? I do not know. Cold sweat trickled down Ying Zhao's back. He was uncertain of Yi Zhuan's true intentions. Not knowing? That is of no consequence. You may assist me. Henceforth, I will loosen the surveillance authority of the Pacification Bureau over the princes. Gather as much intelligence as possible. Ying Zhao was taken aback. During the previous discussion regarding monitoring the princes, Yi Zhuan had not expressed himself in this manner. I understand. Depart now. As Ying Zhao left, Yi Zhuan sighed deeply. Second prince, if you wish to seize the throne, those wealthy merchants can only serve as subordinates. If the hierarchy is not disowned, you shall greatly disappoint me. Within Yi Zhao's residence, he stepped inside. Your Highness, Miss Liang Qing and the steward Zhou Tong await your presence. Yi Xiao was taken aback. He had not expected Liang Qing to still be at his residence so late. As he entered, he found Zhou Tong anxiously awaiting him. My dear ancestor, where have you been? His Majesty is still waiting for you in the palace. Zhou Tong was on the verge of tears. Yi Zhuan had tasked him with locating someone. Yet he had arrived at Yi Zhao's residence only to be informed that Yi Xiao had gone off drinking. Now, seeing how late it had become, Yi Xiao had just barely returned. Considering that Yi Zhuan might be furious, he was at a loss for how to respond. Observing his anxious demeanor, Yi Xiao chuckled. I have already entered the palace. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong let out a sigh of relief. Then I shall not impose any further. He was about to depart when he suddenly halted, glanced around, and whispered to Yi Xiao, Your Highness, may I request a moment of your time? Yi Xiao waved his hand, signaling the others to discreetly withdraw. Zhou Tong continued in hushed tones. Your Highness, recently the saintess of the Qingyuan sect has arrived in Tang'an, having an audience with His Majesty and the Empress. The Empress has taken quite a liking to her, and is considering adopting her as a goddaughter. At these words, Yi Xiao furrowed his brow. The Qingyuan sect, one of the 7 sects of Qian, boasts a profound heritage and is teeming with formidable experts. Generally, these sects tend to maintain a respectful distance from the imperial court, wary of entanglements. Why, then, is the Qingyuan sect seeking to align itself with the court? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao smiled at Zhou Tong. I understand. Thank you for the information. Zhou Tong departed. Xiao stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. The saintess of the Qingyuan sect is named in Linglong, if I recall correctly. Never mind. I have no desire to engage with her. It would be best if she does not trouble me. Having traversed the martial world for a decade, Xiao has encountered countless prodigies. In Linglong, the saintess of the Qingyuan sect ranks merely 17th on the star list. While this may seem unattainable to many, Xiao harbors not even a desire to spar with her. Their paths have never crossed. At this moment, he noticed Liang Qing standing a short distance away, quietly observing him. He waved and smiled back again. Xiao nodded. Indeed, a simple exchange dispelled any lingering distance between them. It's quite late. Aren't you heading home? I wanted to see you. Liang Qing was not the type to shy away from her feelings. When she desired something, she expressed it plainly. Xiao grinned. And what about now? Time to go. You should rest early. All right. Liang Qing approached Xiao, gazing deeply into his eyes as if to imprint his image in her mind, before turning to leave. She had waited long, simply for this moment. Such is the nature of love, often. It is that simple. Meanwhile, within the Qingyuan sect, the upper echelons had gathered, embroiled in heated debate. In my view, Linglong should be adopted by the Empress as her goddaughter. Our Qingyuan sect is currently in a transitional phase, with a noticeable gap in emerging talents. In 10 years, our standing among the 7 sects will undoubtedly be precarious, and we risk being eclipsed by others. If the court agrees to our terms and establishes a regulatory body for the martial sects anchored in our sect, elevating us above the others, then what objection can there be to adopting her as a goddaughter? If this matter were to become public, our Qingyuan sect would become a laughingstock in the martial world. We would be branded as the sect's traitors. What of it? There must be some order to the affairs of the martial world. By aligning with the court, we would become officials, tasked with overseeing the various sections. They would have no choice but to comply. What difference would it make compared to being the leader of the martial alliance? Utterly absurd. We, as practitioners of the martial arts, have never entangled ourselves with the court. Now, we are to have our sect's saintess adopt the Empress as her godmother, making our sect members mere pawns of the court. It is a disgrace. Silence, barked in Baisong, the sect leader of Qingyuan, interrupting the heated debate among the crowd. Chapter 56. Yi Zhao's distress within the Qingyuan sect, and Baisong cast a stern gaze upon the assembly and declared coldly, for centuries, our Qingyuan sect has stood resolute, once exerting dominance over the martial world of Qian. Yet, what does that matter now? As long as our top experts perish, the glory of our sect shall swiftly fade into oblivion. Presently, Linglong languishes in the 17th position on the star list, and there lies an ominous instability. In a mere decade, who among the new generation will shoulder the mantle of responsibility? Let us not solely focus on the youth, even within our own generation. Aside from myself, who among us can truly claim to be among the pinnacle of martial prowess? He continued. Our venerable ancestor has reached the end of his 300 years, poised to attract the heavenly tribulation at any moment. He can only entomb himself within the icy sanctum, gathering strength. Should he fail to transcend the tribulation in 30 years, who then shall safeguard our sect's tranquility? His pointed inquiries rendered the assembly speechless. In the realm of martial conflict, such is the nature of things. Past glories and deep-rooted traditions may indeed foster numerous elite experts within a sect. However, the true elite sects are those that contend with the most extraordinary talents. Since the previous generation, the Qingyuan sect has already begun to experience a decline in excellence. This trend has only intensified among the new generation, with 2 consecutive generations devoid of top-tier experts, compounded by the ancestral patriarch's incapacity to intervene. They must inevitably contemplate the future. Silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, a voice broke through. If only we could bring back that boy, Chenghu. Silence. And Baisong glared furiously at the speaker. That ungrateful wretch, ensnared by the allure of the demonic cult, let us not speak of him. In Qingku, the eldest son of Baisong, ranked 5th on the star list. Indeed, he was once the beacon of hope for Qingyuan's sect, a prodigy in the eyes of all. Regrettably, 5 years prior, Qinghu had betrayed the sect, and Baisong's wrath silenced the gathering. After a brief pause, Baisong collected himself, inhaling deeply before solemnly stating, I have made my decision. Provided the court consents to establish a regulatory body for the martial sects based on our Qingyuan sect, it would not be unthinkable for Linglong to regard the empress as a foster mother. Ultimately, he remains the master of Qingyuan sect, a descendant of its venerable ancestors. Although many within the sect may not concur with his views, they cannot openly defy him. Meanwhile, in the city of Tang'an, a man and woman traverse the night. Little Tiger, do you think the person mentioned by the tavern owner could be young Master Mu? The young woman, strikingly beautiful, spoke with an air of anticipation. Her gaze fixed ahead, never turning back. And Xinghu remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. He is already dead. Slap. The woman swiftly delivered a resounding blow to Xinghu's face. Little Tiger, if you dare to utter that young Master Mu is dead again, then you should disappear. Never show yourself before me again. The fifth-ranked Xinghu stood resolutely, neither flinching nor retaliating. He merely replied coldly, he does not harbor feelings for you. These words left the woman in silence. After a prolonged pause, she sighed and said, I do not care for you either. But do you know why I insist on having you accompany me? It is because I understand the agony of loving someone, yet being unable to even lay eyes upon them. And Xinghu clenched his fists tightly. Some individuals are destined to be hopeless romantics. Ever since he laid eyes on this woman, he has been utterly captivated by her. Yet, in her heart, she has always harbored feelings for another man. What is it about him that makes him so irresistibly charming? Why do you and Luo Yuchong insist on pursuing him? It is because of his strength. A woman rightly declares, my Nangong Wanwan's man should undoubtedly be the finest in the world. If you, Little Tiger, can defeat him, I shall marry you. Upon hearing this, and Xinghu's eyes flickered with despair, he seemed poised to argue but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only let out a feeble sigh. I cannot win. Reflecting on the experience of facing that man, even after years of diligent practice and improvement in his skills, and Xinghu still did not believe he could prevail. He had lost before, but only that one man had left him feeling utterly hopeless. I heard your sister has arrived in Tang'an. Would you care to meet her? Not interested. What a dull fellow. Before the sun had risen, within the prince's residence, Xiao stood upright, arms outstretched, allowing Luer to assist him in donning his dragon robe. The prince's official attire, adorned with dragons, signified his esteemed status. As Luli adjusted Xiao's garments, she remarked, Your Highness, adorned in this robe, you truly exude an extraordinary presence. During your days traversing the martial world, had you worn this attire, I cannot fathom how many hearts you would have captivated. Xiao scoffed, captivated hearts? The few I have now are already giving me a headache. I have been running amok, chased by them, for the past 2 years. I scarcely dared to show my face. If more come, will I even survive? Hee, I thought you relished the attention, Your Highness. After all, those ladies are indeed unparalleled in beauty. It must be said that Yi Zhao's return to the court was for many reasons. When it came to the beauty of those ladies, he shook his head in resignation. They are indeed beautiful, yet they should not be trifled with, for their minds have become rather unhinged from their martial pursuits. Humph. You speak so lightly, yet who was it that intentionally challenged them back then? They are all extraordinary talents, yet you bested them, then celebrated with them afterward. Your noble birth and exceptional demeanor surely drew them in. Now you lament their affections? In response to this matter, Xiao felt deeply wronged and could not help but defend himself. I challenged them simply because they ranked highly on the star list. To perfect my Tianxin Wuxiang, I needed to engage with more martial experts and gather diverse techniques. And what of the celebrations? If I win, what is wrong with sharing a drink? We had no enmity. After our duel, we could become friends, discuss martial philosophies. What fault is mine? I approached them with genuine intentions in martial arts, yet they lusted after my physique, and now I am to blame? All right, my esteemed prince is blameless. It is entirely their fault. Yet, it cannot be said quite so easily. Look, you feel pity for me. I do not. You do. Once his attire was arranged, Xiao had breakfast and entered the carriage. His expression was solemn, for he knew that today in court, Ying would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. In the court, Ying stood before the assembly, his head resembling that of a pig. To speak frankly, although Yi Zhao's blows were not light, the injuries sustained should not have resulted in such a pitiful state with merely the application of spiritual medicine overnight. This indicates that he deliberately chose not to seek treatment, intending instead to present such a countenance at court. Upon entering the grand hall, all eyes turned to Yi Zhao, the courtiers casting glances filled with disapproval. In their eyes, Yi Zhao was exceedingly arrogant. Indeed, he was overly presumptuous. He even dared to assault his own brother, a prince, in public, utterly lawless. Chapter 57. I beseech my second brother to take action under the scrutiny of the assembly. Xiao strode confidently towards his designated seat. Oh, the second brother appears to be in good spirits. It seems he must have slept quite well last night. With a smile, Xiao greeted the pig-headed Yin. At this moment, the second Prince Yin could hardly contain his desire to obliterate Xiao. Yet, he understood that someone would speak on his behalf today. Silently, he turned his gaze aside, unwilling to engage in a verbal spar with Xiao, as speaking only exacerbated his physical pain. Regrettably for him, Xiao had no intention of letting him off the hook. Noticing Yi Yin's silence, Xiao chuckled. Did my second brother partake in some activity last night that left him unable to speak? Is it true what they say? The second prince, incensed, retorted, Third brother, do not overstep your bounds. I wish to avoid you. Do not provoke me. And if I do provoke you, what then? Xiao replied coldly. Fixing his gaze on the second prince, the common folk of Jiuyuan Prefecture certainly did not provoke you. What are you rambling about? I cannot comprehend. At that moment, within the court, Yi Yin would not allow himself to be cornered. He glanced toward the 3 grand umbrellas erected in a corner of the hall and remarked with a smile, I knew countless commoners would sing praises. Following his gaze, Xiao looked at the 3 large yellow umbrellas and dismissively commented, what a pity that these praises cannot be transformed into the silver coins that my second brother cherishes. Before Yi Yin could respond, the sharp voice of Zhou Tong pierced the air. His Majesty has arrived. Instantly, the court fell silent, with the courtiers standing apart. Yi Zhuan strode in like a dragon, taking his seat upon the throne. His gaze swept over the assembly as he coldly declared, if there are matters to discuss, do so, if not, disperse. At that moment, a middle-aged scholar stepped forward, bowing as he spoke. I, Xiao, Deputy Minister of Rights, accused the third Prince Xiao of assaulting the second Prince Yin, demonstrating a violent temperament and disregard for propriety. I request your Majesty to revoke his rights to attend court discussions, seize his private troops, and confine him within the prince's residence as a deterrent. As soon as one person finished speaking, another rose to take their place. I, Zhou Li, the imperial censor, accused the third Prince Xiao of failing to quell the bandits, resulting in a disastrous uprising in Jiuyuan Prefecture, causing the deaths and injuries of tens of thousands of commoners. I implore your Majesty to punish him. I, Qin Duan, Deputy Minister of Personnel, accused the third prince of overstepping his authority in Yong'an County, dismissing County Magistrate Wang Fu, disregarding the court's rules and laws. I beseech your Majesty to hold him accountable. I present this petition on behalf of Wang Fu, accusing the third prince of oppressive taxation in Yong'an County, bullying the commoners. And I submit a list of the oppressed citizens of Yong'an County along with their testimonies. In an instant, the court was filled with voices condemning Xiao. It seemed he had aroused the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. His foundation was weak, and no one rose to defend him. If it were an ordinary person, they would surely be flustered. However, Xiao remained composed. At that moment, Yi Zhuan spoke up. Let us discuss matters one by one. First, let us address the incident of Xiao assaulting the second prince, Yin. Xiao, what do you have to say in your defense? Xiao stepped forward and bowed, saying, I have no defense to offer. Are you willing to accept punishment then? Yes, but I have a question for you. Sir Xiao. Xiao approached Xiao, towering over him by a head, and asked solemnly, might I inquire, Sir Xiao, does the Great Qian not have laws? Xiao was taken aback, then furrowed his brow and replied, of course we have laws. If there are laws, why are they not being enforced? Xiao proclaimed loudly, the laws of the Great Qian stipulate that if one assaults another on the street, and no bodily harm or serious injury is inflicted, one must pay 30 taels of silver, receive 80 lashes, or be imprisoned for 3 months, at the discretion of the offender. I shall accept the 80 lashes. The laws of the Great Qian are indeed stringent. 30 taels of silver is not an insignificant amount for the common folk, combined with 80 lashes or 3 months of imprisonment. The penalties are quite severe, hence, generally, instances of wanton assault are rare. Xiao did not fear the 80 lashes. However, to relinquish his military authority and right to participate in discussions was utterly out of the question. Upon hearing this, Xiao furiously retorted, you assaulted a prince. And what of it? Is a prince not akin to a commoner? Of course, they are different. Xiao asserted without hesitation. A prince and a commoner cannot be treated the same. Xiao gazed at Xiao, a slight smirk on his lips. If that is your stance, then the laws of the Great Qian do not contain provisions against assaulting a prince. As the saying goes, what is not forbidden by law may be permitted. If there is no such provision, am I not, in fact, innocent? As he spoke, Yi Xiao turned to Yi Zhuan and bowed, saying, Sir Xia has already proven my innocence. Xia Jia was left speechless. That was not his intention at all. His implication was clearly that the punishment for assaulting a prince should not be the same as that for assaulting a commoner. Indeed, the laws of the Great Qian do not specify the crime of assaulting a prince. After all, no one in their right mind would assault a prince. In other words, princes are not easily assaulted. Xia Jia quickly looked to Yi Zhuan. Your Majesty, the third prince is being sophistic. That is not what I meant. Before Yi Zhuan could respond, Yi Xiao, already impatient, interjected. Then what do you mean? Speak. Assaulting a prince should incur a heavier penalty. Why? Because a prince holds a noble status. In that case, I am also a prince, so if a prince commits a crime, should the punishment not be lessened? Back and forth, is it not still the same as before? A prince who violates the law should be treated the same as a commoner. How can the penalty be increased? Oh, is it merely because my second brother has a larger head? Upon uttering this, Yuan, who had been standing by, was momentarily taken aback. He realized that all eyes were now on his rather large head. It was indeed true to say he had a big head. Yi Yin's face flushed crimson, wanting to scold, but forcibly suppressing it. However, it must be said that Yu Zhao's proposal to administer punishment according to the law was truly difficult to refute. After all, everyone understood that the law is the foundation of a nation. As it became apparent that the debate between Yi Xiao and Xia Jia was spiraling into a deadlock, Yi Yin took the initiative to step forward. Father, I believe my younger brother's proposal is indeed feasible. 80 strokes of the cane, and we shall consider the matter resolved. It is essential to understand that administering such punishment seals one's cultivation. In Yi Yin's understanding, 80 strokes would suffice to render anyone incapacitated. And should the strokes be delivered with excessive force, it could even lead to death. However, he did not perceive that Yi Xiao would meet such a fate. Yi Zhuan turned to Yi Xiao and coldly declared, Since this is your own suggestion, let it be so. 80 strokes of the cane. The imperial guard shall execute it shortly. Wait. Yi Xiao interjected once more. Yu Zhuan smiled faintly. Are you afraid? No. I merely believe that the one administering the punishment should not be the imperial guards. Then who should it be? Yi Zhuan inquired softly. Yi Xiao approached Yi Yin, smiling as he said, It must be my second brother who carries it out personally. This way, it will clearly demonstrate that father does not show favoritism, and it will allow my second brother to vent his pent-up frustrations. With that, Yi Xiao turned to Yi Yin. What do you think? It should be you. Otherwise, if father is too lenient on me, the punishment will not be severe enough. Yu Yin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively sensing something amiss, yet unsure of Yi Xiao's intentions. However, the thought of delivering the punishment stirred something within him. After all, to be the one administering the strokes would be quite satisfying. Moreover, although his cultivation was not particularly high, if Yi Xiao truly sealed his powers, with all his strength behind those 80 strokes, there was a possibility he could indeed strike Yi Xiao fatally. Chapter 58. Is it so? You truly want to comply? Imagine a person traversing the desert, on the brink of dying of thirst, only to spot a bottle of water. Yet, beside the water, a warning states that it is poisoned. In such a predicament, that individual would undoubtedly be torn with conflict. At this moment, the second prince felt much the same way. Reason dictated that Yi Xiao was likely harboring ulterior motives, setting a trap for him. Yet, the desire to strike Yi Xiao remained insatiable. Seeing him silent, Yi Xiao did not press the issue, instead smiling slightly. What is this? Does my second brother not wish to strike? If you don't want to, let the imperial guards do it then. But do not say I did not give you the chance. His tone was laced with mockery. The second prince clenched his fists tightly, his mind racing. Damn Yi Xiao, is this truly a trap, or is he merely trying to make me believe it is? Indeed, from Yi Xiao's demeanor, he began to question whether Yi Xiao was merely toying with him. As Yi Xiao strode toward the center of the hall, the second prince could no longer contain himself, exclaiming loudly, Since my third brother has asked for my assistance, I shall personally carry out the sentence. In the end, he could not hold back. Yi Xiao, with his back to the second prince, subtly lifted the corners of his mouth. Seated upon the throne, Yu Zhuan sighed inwardly. Oh, my second son, why must you? In truth, the moment the second prince uttered those words, he felt a twinge of regret. Yet he quickly adjusted his mindset. Regardless, the opportunity lay before him. If he did not act, he would regret it even more. At this time, Yi Zhuan chose not to look at Yi Xiao any longer, but instead turned his gaze to the other courtiers. Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts on Yi Xiao's conduct in Zhouyuan Prefecture? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Previously, when Yi Xiao had caused trouble, Yi Zhuan had allowed him to defend himself. Yet this time, he was asking for the opinions of others. However, returning to the matter at hand, who among the esteemed officials would dare to advocate for Yi Xiao? Among the crowd, Liang Qingyin furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware that he and Yi Xiao were intertwined in fate. He ought to speak up, yet as a military general, he found himself woefully uninformed about such matters and uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to step forward and voice his opinion, he observed the chancellor, Su Mingxian, take a step forward. He emerged from the ranks and bowed, stating, I believe that the third prince's efforts to provide relief in Zhouyuan Prefecture during this calamity, though he dismissed Wang Fu, cannot be deemed an overreach. The temporary reallocation of grain within the city for the benefit of the disaster-stricken populace does not constitute oppression. The uprising among the victims in Zhouyuan Prefecture has myriad causes and cannot be solely attributed to the third prince. The third prince led his troops to quell the rebellion, defeating over 100,000 rioters with merely 3,000 soldiers. This is indeed a contribution to the nation. In the grand scheme, his merits outweigh his transgressions. Yi Xiao was taken aback. Yi Yin was equally astonished. Indeed, every individual present in the court was rendered speechless. Su Mingxian, the chancellor of Deqian, was unexpectedly advocating for the third prince. It was well known that he held significant sway in the political landscape. Such a figure, willing to speak in favor of Yi Xiao, was unprecedented. The hall fell into a profound silence. Yu Zhuan's voice resonated. What Chancellor Su has articulated bears merit. Although Yi Xiao's actions during his expedition to Zhouyuan may have occasionally overstepped bounds, they were justified by circumstance. Ultimately, his contributions overshadow his faults and warrant no further discussion. Yi Zhuan's pronouncement undeniably set the tone for the proceedings. His firm stance left no room for rebuttal. It became evident to all that Su Mingxuan's words were undoubtedly at Yi Zhuan's behest. Yet, what could be done? When the emperor and chancellor reached a consensus, how much influence could the other officials truly wield? Many might align themselves with the second prince, eager to support him in court. Yet few would dare to confront Yu Zhuan and Su Mingxian directly. A palpable stillness enveloped the assembly. Meanwhile, Yu Zhuan continued Yi Xiao's efforts in quelling the rebellion, utilizing thousands of armored soldiers to vanquish tens of thousands of insurgents, are commendable, showcasing his exceptional military training capabilities. I grant Yi Xiao the authority to form 8,000 cavalry, with all expenses covered by the Ministry of War. As for his soldiers, those who distinguish themselves in battle shall be bestowed the title of Golden Scales, and their benefits shall be elevated by 1 rank. Previously, Yu Zhao's Golden Scale Guard had merely been a title of his own devising, lacking official designation. However, this time, Yu Zhuan directly conferred the title and elevated their standing. Upon hearing this, the esteemed officials exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Yi Xiao had once again been granted the power to establish cavalry. It was rare for a prince to command military authority, and now Yi Xiao's forces were expanding further. What intentions did Yi Zhuan harbor? Yet, such matters left them speechless. One could not casually assert that Yi Xiao might rebel without any substantiation. Such claims might be whispered in private, but to voice them openly would be tantamount to courting disaster. The second prince clenched his fists tightly. Yi Xiao had received the commendation of 8,000 soldiers. Yet what about him? Not a word was mentioned in his favor? Amidst the crowd, Xiao, who had previously reported to Yi Xiao, stepped forward once more. Your Majesty, the third prince's actions, while somewhat impulsive, have indeed contributed to disaster relief efforts. However, I believe the second prince, who has overseen numerous disaster response matters and received the people's gratitude in the form of umbrellas, deserves recognition for his commendable achievements. Yi Zhuan glanced at Yi Yin, whose face resembled a pig's head, and inquired, Yi Yin, what reward do you desire? My loyalty to the nation is simply my duty, and I require no reward. The second prince promptly replied, bowing in refusal. This response is customary. Few would audaciously demand rewards. Yet the emperor, as per tradition, would not withhold any deserved accolades. However, to Yi Yin's astonishment, Yi Zhuan laughed heartily and proclaimed, well spoken. My son's loyalty pleases me greatly. Since you do not seek a reward, let it be so. After all, the national treasury is rather depleted, and you should understand this. Yi Yin raised his head, his swollen eyes filled with shock. No, I do not want it. And you truly will not grant it? Yi Xiao had assembled 8,000 cavalry, funded by the Ministry of War. Why was the treasury's emptiness not mentioned then? But once spoken, his words could not be retracted. He managed a forced smile and bowed, saying, I understand. All is my duty. Having said this, he retreated. Is there anything else? Yu Zhuan scanned the assembly. At this moment, the Minister of Personnel stepped forward. Your Majesty, the governor of Jiuyuan Prefecture has passed away, and the region is in dire need of revitalization. I propose Wang Fu be appointed as the governor to oversee Jiuyuan's affairs. Wang Fu is aligned with the second prince. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately targeted Yi Xiao. This was also a crucial move for Yi Yin, positioning his ally in the governorship of Jiuyuan Prefecture. Once that was accomplished, the Cui family could annex land as they pleased. The scheme was well calculated, but unexpectedly, Yi Xiao interjected. Father, Wang Fu is merely occupying his position without fulfilling his duties. Were it not for this, I would not need to propose his dismissal from overseeing disaster relief in Yong'an County. How could such a person be fit for the governorship of Jiuyuan Prefecture? Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Xiao would not allow Wang Fu to ascend. Yu Zhuan inquired sternly, then who do you suggest should take over as governor of Jiuyuan Prefecture? I recommend Li Yan, the magistrate of Liang County in Jiuyuan Prefecture. Agreed. Yi Zhuan immediately assented without hesitation. The second prince was taken aback. He was well aware of Li Yan's character. Should he truly ascend, the Cui family's ambitions to annex land in Jiuyuan would be thwarted. Just as he was about to step forward, he heard Yi Zhuan's cold voice. Upon thorough investigation by the garrison inspectorate, Wang Fu has been found guilty of negligence in disaster relief and accepting bribes amounting to thousands of taels. I decree that his entire family be executed. Li Yan is a man of integrity and has performed admirably amidst the calamity. He shall be promoted to governor of Jiuyuan Prefecture. Upon concluding his statement, Yi Zhuan turned sharply to the Minister of Personnel and reprimanded. As the head of the ministry, you should be aware of the conduct of your subordinate officials. To recommend such a person is foolish. From this day forth, you are relieved of your duties as Minister of Personnel and shall return home for reflection. Chapter 59. The winner takes all. No one anticipated that merely endorsing Wang Fu would lead to the dismissal of the Minister of Personnel by Yi Zhuan. This caused the second prince to halt his advance. How dare he speak on behalf of Wang Fu? He did not dare. Yet at this moment, he could not concern himself with Wang Fu. It must be noted that the Minister of Personnel is the foremost of the 6 ministries. To secure even a single word of support from him in the court, the Cui family had paid a tremendous price. This was to ensure absolute certainty. Yet now, not only had Wang Fu been executed, but the Minister of Personnel had also been dismissed from his post. What did such an attitude signify? A chill enveloped the second prince. He realized that events were unfolding quite differently from his expectations. There were no accolades, no rewards. Even the appointments of personnel had been rejected. With Wang Fu executed and the Minister of Personnel dismissed, all those close to him found themselves facing dire consequences. He raised his gaze towards the throne, where Yi Sun sat, his expression cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It seemed as if the one seated upon the dragon throne was not a mere man, but a colossal dragon surveying the realm, an embodiment of absolute power. As Yi Ying pondered where his own schemes had gone awry, Yi Sun's gaze swept over. If there are no further matters, Yi Ying, proceed with the execution of Yi Xiao. Yi Ying snapped back to reality. The imperial guards had brought forth the court rod. Yi Xiao stepped to the center of the grand hall, laughing. Let it be done this way. It shall not take long. Yi Sun gave a slight nod. And the aged eunuch Lu Tong approached Yi Xiao, lightly gesturing with his fingers. In an instant, Yi Xiao's cultivation was completely sealed. Yi Ying accepted the court rod. Moving behind Yi Xiao, taking a deep breath. This was the only gain he had for the day. He summoned all his strength, pouring it into the court rod, and swung it forcefully at Yi Xiao's back. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed. The court rod shattered, and Yu Ying's hands were left in tatters, his fingers twisted. He let out a harrowing scream. No one had anticipated that this strike would yield such a result. Clearly, Yi Xiao had been deprived of his cultivation. Yet somehow he had managed to rebound against Yi Ying with such ferocity. Inger, will you continue? There are 79 more strikes. If you wish to proceed, I shall have someone bring you another court rod. Yi Sun's voice remained devoid of any emotion, as if the one injured below was not his own son. Yi Ying gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, his hands trembling uncontrollably. beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a testament to his agony. "No, I shall not strike again. I concede. Then let the court be dismissed." Yi Sun rose and departed. All the ministers hastily exited the grand hall. Within the hall, only Yi Ying, enduring his pain, and Yi Xiao remained. Yi Xiao crouched down, chuckling lightly. "Second brother, I offered you a chance, yet you proved ineffectual. How could you rebound against me? Wasn't your cultivation already sealed?" "Indeed, my cultivation is sealed, but the martial arts of this world encompass more than just internal energy. Some physical techniques are quite formidable. Quite coincidentally, I possess some knowledge of them. As I have long told you, I am the genius, while you are not. If you insist on competing with me, you shall not prevail." With that, Yi Xiao stood and left the grand hall without a backward glance, leaving Ying standing alone. In the imperial palace, Lu Tong followed Yi Sun closely. "Your Majesty, today, was the approach towards the second prince perhaps too harsh?" Yi Sun smiled faintly. "Harsh? Not at all. If he is unwilling to bear the risk of exposure and dares not make a decisive stand, he must accept the consequences of failure in this struggle. To attempt to deceive me as if I were a fool and still expect to gain from a loss, such fortune does not exist. Here, only the victors reap the rewards. The defeated are of no use to me. Moreover, the aftermath of the disaster in Jiyuan Prefecture will inevitably leave it desolate, with vast tracts of wasteland. If we allow wealthy merchants to consolidate power, it would be detrimental to the Great Qian. I also wish to avoid seeing those merchants exert undue influence over court officials. It is an opportune moment to remove the thorns in our side." At this point, Yi Sun sighed. The relationship between officials and merchants must remain at a distance. If I do not instill a sense of deterrence in these individuals, they will dare to act with impunity. I must also make the second prince understand that in this world, wealth alone does not grant one the liberty to act recklessly. Lu Tong gazed at Yi Sun's retreating figure and couldn't help but shake his head. This man was never easily deceived. "By the way, how did you Xiao manage that just now?" "The external technique, the immovable king body. It is a method from the Buddhist sect of the Xiao kingdom. The stronger the physical body, the greater the force of the attack encountered, and the rebound strength is correspondingly amplified. However, this technique requires stillness, rendering it somewhat cumbersome." "Is it recorded in the royal armory?" "It is not recorded. He must have learned it during the third prince's travels in the martial world." Yi Sun narrowed his eyes and murmured, "The martial world. Do you think I should attempt to exert some control over these unruly individuals?" It seemed he was inquiring. Yet Lu Tong offered no reply. Yi Sun did not press further. There were many considerations on his mind, and he would not make a hasty decision without careful thought. In the Empress's chambers, the first prince respectfully reported to Yang Li about court matters. At this moment, the holy maiden of the Qing Yuan sect, and Ling Long, sat quietly beside her. Upon hearing the first prince's report, Yang Li sneered. The second prince and his mother are alike, believing that money can solve everything. The Minister of Personnel dares to be bribed? The appointments and removals of officials in the 6 ministries are all under the purview of the Ministry of Personnel. If he dares to meddle in such affairs, it would be surprising if your father did not deal with him. The first prince furrowed his brow. But the Minister of Personnel has not had much interaction with the second prince in the past. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence? Whether it is a coincidence or not is of little consequence. What matters is that your father believes it to be anything but. Some matters require evidence, but for others, mere suspicion is already sufficient. Yang Li turned to Ling Long and smiled. From now on, he will be your brother, and we shall be united. Especially since you have acknowledged me as your adoptive mother. We will not conceal matters from you. We are all of the same kin. Yes, and Ling Long nodded obediently. The first prince had come prepared. He immediately produced a jade box from his robes and presented it. Upon hearing that Sister Ling Long recognizes our mother as adoptive, and that we shall henceforth be siblings, I have brought a set of exquisite jewelry crafted by the finest master of Ipinjai, specially commissioned for you, Sister Ling Long. It is the only one of its kind in the world. Do have a look and see if you like it. If not, I shall have them create something new for you. As he spoke, he opened the box. Inside, there was a splendid array of exquisite jewelry, earrings, hair ornaments, hairpins, necklaces, bracelets, and rings, all present in abundance. Each piece was remarkably opulent, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Instantly, it captured the attention of Ling Long. Although she was reputed to be a saintess, she hailed from a prestigious family and was accustomed to moderate expenditures. How could her heart not be enchanted by such treasures? Thank you, brother, Ling Long exclaimed. her eyes brimming with delight as she accepted the jewelry box. Yang Li and the crown prince exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the girl's naive disposition. Sister, in the future, if you encounter any matters, do not hesitate to speak with your brother. Whatever the issue, I shall assist you in resolving it. By the way, I have a friend named Xiao Sun, who also hails from your Qingyuan sect. I wonder if you know him. Chapter 60. A call for help before the minister's residence. A figure paced back and forth, his face etched with anxiety. It was none other than Wu Qingchuan, the recently dismissed minister of personnel. At last, the grand doors opened, and a servant emerged, his nose held high, saying, "Our master requests that you wait a while longer. He is currently dining." "Very well," Wu Qingchuan hastily replied, disregarding the servant's haughty demeanor. The wait felt interminable, especially when one is at the mercy of another. Meanwhile, within, Su Mingxian was indeed partaking of a lavish meal. A grand table laden with dishes solely for his enjoyment. His two sons stood by, though the second son was conspicuously absent. "Father, the second brother has arrived in Ezhou. He sent word today, stating all is well and that you need not worry." Su Mingxian casually took a bite of food, responding nonchalantly, "Of course. There is no need for concern. If I do not fall, who could possibly move against him?" The eldest son, Su Yi, furrowed his brow, asking, "Father, why did you choose to speak on behalf of that you shudder in court today? What else could it be?" "His Majesty summoned me yesterday and hinted at certain matters." Su Yi was perplexed. "But father, you have never had any dealings with the third prince. Given the situation in Jiyuan, you have not involved yourself." Such a bold statement seems likely to offend the second prince. With a sigh, Su Mingxian replied, "Since ancient times, the separation of royal and ministerial powers has been evident. If one encounters a benevolent sovereign, the power of the literati can soar to great heights. Have we not seen in history many emperors chastised by officials? Yet they remained unscathed? However," he continued, a glimmer of apprehension flickering in his eyes, "our current sovereign, though appearing gentle, possesses a core of ruthlessness. Anyone who believes they can act recklessly with their meager authority will inevitably face dire consequences. Moreover, when one truly considers it, the third prince has indeed accomplished more than he has faltered. Advocating for him is hardly inappropriate. As for offending Yi, it is of no consequence to me. I have never regarded him as a future heir. Among the four competing princes, he is the one I hold in the least regard." Su Yi, bewildered, inquired, "Why is that?" "Think for yourself," replied Su Mingxian, choosing to remain silent and returning to his meal. Once he had dined sufficiently, he waved his hand, signaling for a dozen servants to come forth and clear the table. Su Mingxian was known for never dining at the same table as others, including his family. In the household, there are more than a dozen cooks, and each meal must consist of dozens of exquisite dishes. Many of these dishes are barely tasted or not touched at all. However, for the servants, this is not entirely a disadvantage, as the leftover dishes are theirs to enjoy. "Bring in Wu Qingchuan." You too, remained silent behind the screen. As Su Mingxuan's words fell, Wu Qingchuan hurried in. His posture hunched far more than when he had presented his case against Xiao earlier that day. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face. Upon entering, he quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Minister Su." Su Mingxian did not neglect him. Instead, he promptly rose to return the courtesy, smiling, "I was just enjoying a meal. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Brother Wu. Please, take a seat." It is a well-known rule in court that Minister Su does not receive guests while dining. Indeed, Wu Qingchuan was correct in his observation. Su Mingxian never entertained visitors during meals, not even when he was the Minister of Personnel, adhering to this custom without exception. Conversely, upon Wu's entrance, there was no sign of indifference from Su Mingxian, which warmed Wu's heart. One must understand, the ebb and flow of human relationships is often like this. Until today, Wu Qingchuan had held the esteemed position of Minister of Personnel, naturally garnering respect. Yet, after the court session today, many officials avoided him, and even friends offered no words of consolation. It was Su Mingxian who still wished to see him, treating him with warmth rather than disdain. Once seated, the servants brought tea, and as they savored it slowly, Su Mingxian inquired softly, "Brother Wu, what brings you here today?" "Minister Su, I beseech you for help." Wu Qingchuan's voice trembled with a hint of despair. "The emperor has dismissed me and stripped me of my position. I implore you to speak a few kind words on my behalf before His Majesty." "Ah, Brother Wu," Su Mingxian replied with a knowing smile, "since we are in private, let me be frank with you. How much benefit have you taken from the second prince to dare place his people in today's court?" At this question, Wu Qingchuan hesitated. Su Mingxian remained unhurried, merely stating, "If you do not treat me with sincerity, how can I assist you?" Wu Qingchuan awkwardly extended 2 fingers, saying, 200,000 taels. Upon hearing this sum, the 2 sons of the Su family exchanged astonished glances behind the screen. 200,000 taels, a staggering figure. Yet, Su Mingxuan's expression remained unchanged, as he calmly replied, "If 200,000 taels can secure you a voice, would 500,000 taels not afford me the same privilege on your behalf?" Wu Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback, but then elatedly responded, "If Minister Su can speak for me, 500,000 taels is certainly manageable." Su Mingxian chuckled. "Rather than that, you might as well offer His Majesty 1,000,000 taels. Who knows, he might speak for you himself." What? Wu Qingchuan finally grasped the situation. It was not a matter of money, but rather a mockery. His face flushed with embarrassment. Su Mingxian continued softly, "As the head of the Ministry of Personnel, you undoubtedly receive various benefits from the officials below you. And while you accept these, arranging for your own people is one thing. But why would you lend your voice to the second prince? You have spoken on his behalf today, unaware of how many individuals you have covertly placed in his service. You, who are in receipt of the second prince's funds, are managing affairs for him. Do you truly believe His Majesty can tolerate such behavior?" Wu Qingchuan murmured. "But His Majesty has summoned the 4 princes to court to observe their rivalries and alliances. What wrong is there in that?" Su Mingxian shook his head and replied, "Old Wu, your understanding is overly simplistic. Indeed, His Majesty allows them to compete and align themselves, which is not erroneous. However, one must recognize the significant premise underlying this situation." "What premise?" "The interests of Qian." Su Mingxian's gaze hardened as he rose and declared, "The officials that His Majesty desires may be corrupt, may pursue personal gain, and may exploit their power for private interests. As long as they remain discreet and avoid leaving incriminating evidence, their capabilities are commendable. Yet the crux of the matter lies in ensuring the interests of Qian are safeguarded. A baseline assurance. This is the red line set by His Majesty. Aligning oneself with the second prince is acceptable, but after the calamity in Jiyuan Prefecture, with the significant loss of population, if a new official emerges with ties to the wealthy merchants, the lands throughout Jiyuan Prefecture will be left ownerless, allowing those merchants to seize them without expending a dime. You have taken 200,000 taels, while they aim to recover tenfold or even 100-fold. Today, you speak in favor of the second prince. Have you considered even a fraction of Qian's interests? If you persist in this manner, what use does His Majesty have for you? What then should I do? I beseech you, Lord Su, to guide me." Wu Qingchuan's voice trembled with a hint of desperation. Chapter 61. Yi Sun's appetite within the Prime Minister's residence. Wu Qingchuan's hair had turned gray, his face a canvas of supplication. For him, the loss of power was tantamount to the loss of life itself. Su Mingxian sighed and said, "At this juncture, there is but one solution." "What solution?" "Enter the palace and plead for forgiveness." Seeing the astonishment etched on his face, Su Mingxian continued, "Have you contemplated why His Majesty has merely dismissed you without imposing punishment today?" Wu Qingchuan shook his head. "I implore you, Lord Su, enlighten me. Because His Majesty wishes to afford you an opportunity. Otherwise, do you think the town protectorate would seize upon your dismissal to invade your residence and investigate your alleged corruption? Would you escape unscathed? At that point, it could very well result in the execution of your entire family and the eradication of your lineage." At this revelation, cold sweat poured down Wu Qingchuan's brow. Su Mingxian proceeded, "Do not entertain other schemes. If I surmise correctly, the town protectorate has already dispatched skilled individuals to monitor you and your family, including your entrance into my residence. I fear His Majesty is already aware of this. His Majesty awaits your voluntary plea for forgiveness. Thus, I advise you to compose a list of the individuals you have placed in service of the second prince, along with detailed accounts of the financial gains you have received, and submit them to His Majesty. In doing so, express your willingness to surrender your possessions to the court. Perhaps, considering your years of service, His Majesty may grant you clemency and bestow upon you a leisurely official position, allowing you to enjoy your twilight years in peace." Despair flickered in Wu Qingchuan's eyes. If Su Mingxian's words rang true, he had no alternative path. "But would the second prince ever allow me to escape unscathed?" "The second prince will not harm you. To do so would severely undermine his reputation in court, and that is one reason. Additionally, to assassinate a court official would certainly displease His Majesty. That is another reason. Thus, As long as you are willing to enter the palace to plead for forgiveness, you may yet enjoy a tranquil old age. Brother Wu, I have said all I needed to say. Whether you choose to listen or not is entirely up to your heart. Farewell. Su Mingxian directly ordered his servants to escort him out. Bewildered, Wu Qingchuan was led away from the prime minister's residence. Once he departed, Su Mingxuan's two sons emerged from behind the screen. Su Yi furrowed his brow and said, "Father, if what you say is true, can Wu Qingchuan truly escape with his life? If not, he is doomed. However, his family may survive." Su Mingxian replied coldly, "This is already the best outcome for him. If not, his entire family would face extermination. Why? Did you not say that His Majesty would spare him? That the second prince would not dare to act? Indeed, His Majesty today did not punish him, nor did he allow the Criminal Justice Department to investigate him. So he could explain himself in the palace, demonstrating the emperor's magnanimity and willingness to grant him mercy. The second prince indeed may not dare to take action against him. The problem is, just because the second prince is hesitant does not mean others will be. Those other princes are no trifles. If he dies, regardless of whether it is the second prince who struck the blow, suspicion will first fall upon him. Then why did father deceive him into thinking there was nothing to fear?" Su Mingxian sighed deeply. The national treasury is depleted. One Wu Qingchuan cannot satisfy the emperor's appetite. However, this opportunity allows for a great expansion of the penal system, using torture to extract confessions, which is rather unbecoming. His Majesty has long since sentenced him to death. Today, with his official position revoked, he will not go down without a fight. The second prince will be unable to protect himself, and the other princes will pay him no heed. Among the officials, who can he turn to? If he comes to me, I must naturally guide him to act as His Majesty desires. If he voluntarily admits his guilt and submits a list, His Majesty will have no choice but to investigate. Consequently, seizing the assets of corrupt officials will enrich the national treasury, yet to outsiders, it will not appear as though His Majesty intended for this to happen. This is the result His Majesty seeks. Su Yi remained silent for a moment before saying, "Father is pushing him into the emperor's trap, entangling countless officials. Is this not rather ruthless?" Su Mingxian snorted coldly. "Ruthless? In the struggle for power, one misstep leads to a bottomless abyss. Do you think this is a jest? Today, His Majesty is also informing everyone not to underestimate him. This includes me. After this incident, the second prince will likely be left in disarray." Su Mingxuan's third son, Su Xiong, remarked with a sense of melancholy. "Not to that extent. He possesses wealth, and there will always be those who covet riches. Some will be willing to align themselves with him. It is merely a temporary retreat. Such is the nature of princely rivalries. If one does not strike at a fatal weakness, they cannot be considered fallen. Yet, alas, the second prince is destined to be merely a stepping stone for others. No one anticipated that the former Minister of Personnel, Wu Qingchuan, would enter the palace to plead for mercy that very night. He surrendered a fortune and provided a lengthy list of officials with whom he had business entanglements. Yu Sun was enraged and ordered the Criminal Justice Department to conduct a thorough investigation. In an instant, the whole realm was shaken. Officials of the Great Qian were cautious and circumspect, fearful of being implicated. Meanwhile, Yu Sun, considering Wu Qingchuan's many years of service and his timely repentance, granted him a position in the Ministry of Rights. However, compared to his former role as Minister of Personnel, he had fallen from grace. Even more lamentable was that merely 7 days later, Wu Qingchuan passed away in his sleep. The coroner, upon examination, could find no signs of foul play, merely concluding that his time had come to an end. In the residence of the second prince, at this moment, the injuries on his face had completely healed. Yet his 10 fingers were still wrapped in bandages. Yi Yin closed his eyes, listening to his subordinates reciting the latest news. The county magistrate of Wu had been investigated, with a confiscation of 70,000 in silver, leading to an immediate execution. His family was conscripted. The governor of Yongning Prefecture was found to have embezzled 1 million in silver, facing death by slow slicing, with his entire household being executed. The minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Qian had his properties confiscated, totaling 17 estates, 3,000 acres of land, 5 million in silver, and rare jewels valued at 1 million, also condemned to death by slow slicing along with his entire clan. Listening to these reports, the second prince felt immense pain in his heart. He murmured, "How ruthless my father is. I have invested years and countless silver in the court. Yet I have been stripped of 8 or 9 tenths of it. All my hard work over the years has been for naught. Your Highness, There are rumors circulating that you ordered the assassination of Wu Qingchuan. One of his aides said. The second prince erupted in anger. Nonsense. Am I a fool? If I were to kill him now, who wouldn't know it was me? Your Highness, the palace has sent word that concubine Yun requests your presence. I shall not go. Tell my mother that my injuries are not yet healed, and I do not wish to enter the palace for the time being. The second prince rejected the request outright, keeping his eyes closed. Everyone has their own thoughts. After experiencing setbacks, one gains wisdom. The second prince was no exception, and he now harbored a subtle discontent towards concubine Yun and the Cui family. At Yi Zhao's residence, Han Qi sat across from him. His Majesty truly plays a brilliant game, Han Qi remarked sincerely. With the calamity subsiding and corrupt officials executed, the treasury is replenished, and the nation enjoys peace and prosperity once more. Yi Xiao replied with a smile. Ah, my father is indeed clever. The second prince has endeared himself to officials with his wealth, and since these individuals have taken his money, they are certainly not virtuous. Following the trail, they are all fat pigs. This turn of events is indeed delightful. Han Qi hesitated, however. With His Majesty's brilliance and the increasing number of soldiers under the second prince's command, does he not fear inciting His Majesty's suspicion? Do you know what distinguishes me from the second prince? Yi Xiao spoke softly. After pondering for a moment, Han Qi replied, Is it your extraordinary martial talent? No. Is it that you have His Majesty's favor? Not that either. Is it that you are more handsome than the second prince? That is indeed true, but there is more. Chapter 62. The prince holds grudges. Yi Xiao looked at Han Qi before continuing. I differ from the second prince in that I have never sought to deceive my father. Upon hearing this, Han Qi fell into deep thought. Yi Xiao continued, Many people consider themselves clever, believing they can employ cunning methods to gain advantages without being detected. However, in the eyes of truly intelligent individuals, many matters are not opaque. They are simply left unspoken. As for me, I have never wished to conceal anything from my father. I desire the throne. I wish to seize the position of the heir. I harbor discontent and do not abide by the rules, regardless of the situation. I express my intentions openly and act transparently. The second prince, however, is different. He hides, manipulates the rules, and relishes using every underhanded tactic within the confines of those rules to achieve his goals. That is the essence of our difference. A flicker of realization crossed Han Qi's face. No one enjoys being deceived or kept in the dark. Once His Majesty sees through it, even without evidence, he will surely harbor displeasure. Exactly, Yi Xiao affirmed. He takes my father, the emperor, for a fool. Yet how could my father allow him to benefit? On the contrary, I am unafraid to declare that I seek to command troops and elevate myself through military achievements. If he dares not grant me this, then so be it. However, if he has chosen to provide, why harbor suspicion? From the very beginning, he has known my desires. Your Highness is indeed astute. Han Qi bowed respectfully and remarked, Your Highness operates in the light, far superior to those who dwell in shadows. Yi Xiao shook his head, saying, It is not a matter of superiority. The conditions and paths are simply different. I have chosen the path of martial virtue, which allows me to stand openly and with integrity, while the second prince, who ingratiates himself with officials through wealth, cannot hope for the same respectability. Yet, I believe the second prince has strayed from the correct path. Where has he gone astray? Han Qi inquired. He has the support of the Cui family and the wealthiest merchants in the realm. His approach of using money to cultivate relationships with officials is misguided. While he seeks to exploit these families, he is simultaneously being exploited by them. Who then is master, and who is servant? A prince, manipulated by mere merchants with money, who does not work for the nation or the people, is a disgrace. If I were in his position, I would leverage the commercial routes of these merchants, engage in trade with various nations, establish workshops, and provide for the populace, wielding commerce as my power and profit as my measure, thereby demonstrating my own value to the emperor. Only then can I truly lay a foundation in this competition for the throne. Han Qi looked at Yi Xiao with keen interest and asked, Your Highness, if one day the second prince were to awaken to this truth, would you sabotage him? Never. Yi Xiao replied, shaking his head. If he truly acts for the benefit of the nation and its people, not only would I not hinder him, but I would also assist him when he genuinely needs it. However, I stand by my words. Should I ascend to the throne, he and the Cui family must face annihilation. After all, no one can pardon them for the innocent souls lost in Jiuyuan Prefecture. Ha ha. Han Qi laughed heartily, admiration flickering in his eyes as he bowed deeply. Your Highness possesses great magnanimity. I am in awe. Historically, Struggles for the throne have been a matter of life and death, fraught with mutual contention, yet your highness is willing to provide assistance. Such is the hallmark of profound virtue. It is a pity that the second prince's actions do not measure up to your standards. If he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to disaster relief, casting aside selfish ambitions, the outcome would surely have been different. Ultimately, striving for glory while seeking personal gain will only leave him with empty hands. Just then, a voice called from outside. Your Highness, a messenger from the Liang family has arrived with an invitation requesting your presence for a banquet tonight. Xiao raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had been engaged to Liang Qing for over 6 months. During this time, he had never visited Liang Qingyin's residence. Now, with the invitation extended, he felt obliged to accept. Go, inform the messenger that I will certainly attend this evening. Han Qi looked at Xiao, genuinely stating, Your Highness, in many matters, I hold you in high regard, but regarding this marriage, my admiration is boundless. The formidable General Liang Qing is a match that most men would not dare to pursue. Yu Zhao's expression darkened slightly. Are you mocking me? Not at all. I hold genuine respect. It is simply fate. In this lifetime, I cannot escape these formidable women. Yi Xiao reflected. Han Qi, perceptive as ever, widened his eyes in curiosity and asked, What do you mean by that, Your Highness? Are there others involved? He. It is not your place to inquire about such matters, so refrain from prying. By the way, the yard is somewhat untidy today. Since Mr. Han has nothing to do, he might as well tidy up the yard. Luer, you shall oversee the task. The last remark was shouted by Yi Xiao. He was well aware that Luo would not stray too far from him. Han Qi's expression stiffened. Your Highness, this residence is quite vast. Mister. Han spends his days merely dining and sipping tea, so consider this a chance for physical exercise. As Yi Xiao stepped outside, Luer had already brought a large broom, thrusting it into Han Qi's hands. Mr. Han, shall you sweep? You brought this upon yourself. His Highness holds grudges. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Zhao's voice echoed from afar. Luer, you shall sweep half as well. Luer stuck out her tongue and shot Han Qi a glare. This is all your fault. Mr. Han, prepare for a vegetarian meal tomorrow. Han Qi replied. The meals in this household are entirely managed by Luer. If she says vegetarian, there shall be no trace of meat. As night fell, the bright moon hung in the sky. Yu Zhao's carriage came to a halt at the entrance. He descended from the vehicle, clad in a dragon robe, taking a deep breath. He Kun chuckled. Your Highness seems a bit apprehensive. Yi Xiao did not deny it, expressing his helplessness. Indeed, it is my first visit, and I feel somewhat anxious. No worries. After a few more visits, you shall grow accustomed. Suddenly, Liang Qing's voice emerged from the entrance, prompting Yi Xiao to look over. He saw her peeking out from behind the door, playfully smiling. Come in quickly. Liang Qing approached, wrapping her arm around Yi Xiao's and pulling him inside. Yi Xiao, flustered, exclaimed, Wait, I have prepared a gift. It is customary to bring a present on one's first visit. However, Liang Qing seemed unconcerned, dragging him inside while laughing. Leave those trivial matters to the servants. My mother has invited many guests today, and they are already waiting in the hall. Yi Xiao was taken aback. There are others? Of course. It is a rare occasion for you to visit, so my mother must showcase her hospitality. Soon, Yi Xiao arrived in the reception room. As he surveyed the surroundings, he was taken aback to find it filled with elderly women. Liang Qing began introducing each one. This is her third aunt, and that is her sixth aunt. Leaving Yi Xiao dizzy, he greeted these women like a robot. Yi Xiao also met Liang Qing's mother, Mrs. Wu. After exchanging simple pleasantries, he was pulled out of the reception room, while Mrs. Wu beamed with pride. The emperor has granted a marriage proposal to the third prince. What immense favor. Did you not see how distinguished the third prince is? Our Qinger has indeed found a good match. Once Yi Xiao was dragged out of the reception room by Liang Qing, Mrs. Wu continued to show off to the other women. Let us go meet my father. Yi Xiao was taken aback. Are there not male relatives as well? Liang Qing covered her mouth and laughed. What? Are you scared? The third prince who led 3,000 soldiers against over 100,000 riders is afraid? Indeed, I am terrified. Yi Xiao shook his head. I would rather engage in battle with foes than navigate such social gatherings. Rest assured, it is not a meeting with relatives. My father has a gift for you. Chapter 63. Liang Qingyin's helplessness. Yi Xiao followed Liang Qing to the backyard, where he found a group of young men standing together, chatting in pairs. Yi Xiao and Liang Qing entered the courtyard, causing an immediate hush among the onlookers, who gazed at Liang Qing with awe, ignoring their stares. Liang Qing led Yi Xiao into Liang Qingyin's study. Father, His Highness the Third Prince has arrived. This marked Yi Xiao's first private meeting with Liang Qingyin. Bowing respectfully, Yi Xiao greeted, "Greetings, uncle." Regardless of his royal status, he understood that maintaining humility before this man was paramount. Liang Qingyin nodded slightly and smiled. "You have just met those relatives, haven't you? What are your impressions?" Yi Xiao replied with a wry smile, "I hardly recognize them. No matter. As long as they know you, that suffices." Liang Qingyin continued, "To get straight to the point, His Majesty has granted you 8,000 cavalry. Who do you plan to appoint as the commander for their training?" "I intend to have Yanzhe oversee the unified command and select some officers from the Jinlin Guards as foundational military leaders," Yi Xiao articulated, revealing his plans without hesitation. Liang Qingyin chuckled lightly. Yanzhe commanding both the Jinlin Guards and the cavalry is indeed feasible. With his capabilities, managing 8,000 troops should pose no challenge. However, do you know what is most crucial among cavalry, aside from the commander? Yi Xiao squinted thoughtfully, cautiously inquiring. "The grooms?" "Precisely," Yang Qingyin affirmed with a smile. "The care and management of the horses are of utmost importance. An exceptional groom can enhance the combat effectiveness of cavalry by over 30%. As he spoke, he opened the door and called out, "Su Ping, come in." From the crowd, a young, somewhat plump boy hurried in. Yang Qingyin introduced him. "This is Su Ping, the seventh-generation disciple of the Su family from Fanong. He is the sole heir of a renowned family skilled in horse evaluation and care. I share a strong rapport with the Su family, which is why I have invited him to serve here. If he were to join the Ministry of War, he would be immediately sought after by all the armies. I have spoken with the lad, and he is willing to serve you, Your Highness." Hearing that the Ministry of War would soon receive 40,000 war horses for selection by various divisions, Liang Qingyin added, "It would be perfect for you to have him assist you." Su Ping respectfully bowed to Yi Xiao and, with a hearty smile, said, "Greetings, Third Prince. My uncle told me to follow you and listen to your commands, promising plenty of good food." Liang Qingyin interjected, "His uncle is me. This child has a penchant for meat. I trust Your Highness will not let him go hungry?" It must be said that had Su Ping not been vouched for by Liang Qingyin, Yi Xiao might not have considered him capable of possessing such remarkable skills in horse evaluation and care. However, given Liang Qingyin's assurance, Yi Xiao had no reason to doubt and responded with a smile, "No problem. You shall accompany His Highness back to the residence shortly." "All right." The chubby Su Ping dashed out excitedly. Liang Qingyin continued, "Remember, Your Highness, when it comes to horse care, heed only his counsel. Do not listen to anyone else. The horses are paramount, and all grooms must be under his authority." "Understood," Yi Xiao affirmed. Liang Qingyin then addressed the group of young people outside. "I shall not conceal it from you. They are all offspring of those in the front hall, related to the Liang family." Yi Xiao chuckled. "Uncle Liang, are you suggesting they join my cavalry? If a few were to perish, it might be difficult to explain." Liang Qingyin shook his head. "No need for explanations. Since ancient times, military achievements have been earned on horseback. They are all descendants of military families, serving in the army for generations. Not merely the sole pride of their families. If they die, they die." Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought that Liang Qingyin was merely providing him with grooms, and that these individuals were part of a transaction. However, the conversation hinted at something different. Liang Qingyin continued, "They have trained in martial arts since childhood, but their talents are rather mediocre and they are not valued within their clan. Yet, they are of age to enlist, and compared to the average recruits, they possess considerably more courage. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, they are kin in the military. It is essential to have true allies, or you may find yourself deaf and blind. If there are hidden dangers among your subordinates, you will remain oblivious until catastrophe strikes. These individuals are, after all, our family. If anything were amiss, they would alert you. You need not treat them with special care. Wealth and death are ultimately in the hands of fate." Liang Qingyin spoke with a calm demeanor. "Why have many historical armies been named after families? The Yu family army, the Qi family army, the Xiang family army. This is because these armies often comprised numerous clan members. Such individuals foster absolute loyalty and provide the commander with unparalleled control over the troops. Clearly, these individuals were gifts from Liang Qingyin to Yi Xiao. Perhaps they lacked ferocity. Perhaps their abilities were not formidable. However, in terms of loyalty, they would undoubtedly surpass ordinary soldiers." "Thank you, uncle." Yi Xiao sincerely bowed to Liang Qingyin. Liang Qingyin displayed a hint of resignation, saying, Since you are marrying Qing'er, you are bound to my Liang family. If I do not assist you, who else can I help? Yi Xiao tilted his head to look at Liang Qing'in. Uncle, do you seem a bit resentful? Of course. Liang Qing'in turned to him, gritting his teeth. If Qing'er remains unmarried for life, I merely suffer some loss of provisions. If you fail in your claim to the throne, my entire family could be annihilated. Do you think I should not feel resentful? Yi Xiao chuckled. But what if I succeed? Wouldn't that mean prosperity for all? Huh. The emperor grants marriage to a secondary consort. It is clear that the position will not belong to Qing'er, Liang Qing'in retorted angrily. I am not afraid to tell you this. If the emperor binds my Liang family to you, yet deprives us of the greatest benefits, where is the fairness in that? How can one conduct oneself in such a manner? Is it that all good fortune belongs solely to the Yi family? As Liang Qing'in grew increasingly agitated, Yi Xiao unhesitatingly chose to vent his frustrations. Oh, my dear father, he truly lacks decorum. Such underhanded schemes against others are utterly excessive. At this point, Yi Xiao shifted his tone. However, rest assured, uncle, I will never forget your kindness. Should I ascend to the throne, I cannot promise much, but the Liang family, with its generational wealth, will certainly not be overlooked. Liang Qing'in offered his assistance, and he was not naive, promptly clarifying his stance and making some commitments. Liang Qing'in shook his head, dismissing the promise, and sighed. In truth, my original plan was to seek an annulment from the emperor if Qing'er did not favor you. Yet she insisted to me that she would marry no one but you. Knowing that this would disadvantage the Liang family, what could I do? Yi Xiao looked at Liang Qing in astonishment, not expecting her to confide such sentiments to Liang Qing'in. Liang Qing's face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. This kind of shyness was something Yi Xiao had never witnessed before, adding to her allure. She angrily addressed Liang Qing'in. Father, why do you disclose everything? Liang Qing'in sneered. You dare to speak to me this way, yet you do not have the courage to address that young man? I shall refrain from confiding in you henceforth. Speak if you wish, but I am indifferent to your words. He then turned to Yi Xiao. Very well. Let Qing'er escort you outside to meet those young men. We shall dine in the front hall shortly. I detest dining with that group of women. It's unbearably noisy. Yi Xiao wholeheartedly agreed, acknowledging that the presence of numerous women indeed created a cacophony. Chapter 64. Father, rise to relieve yourself. The moon hung high, and the evening breeze was cool. In the rear courtyard of the Liang residence, Liang Qing'in and Yi Xiao strolled together, both showing signs of inebriation. Despite the majority of attendees being female relatives, the boisterous nature of the Deqian people led to considerable drinking. They had slipped away, seeking refuge from the clamor within. Last time at the Empress's birthday celebration, your actions were rather excessive. It is likely the Empress will not forgive you, Liang Qing'in remarked. Yi Xiao smiled faintly. She has never spared me. Since my return to Tang'an to vie for the throne, she has regarded me as a thorn in her side. Liang Qing'in continued, and Linglong, the holy maiden of the Qingyuan sect, has recently taken the Empress as her adoptive mother. It seems the Qingyuan sect has allied itself with the Crown Prince's faction. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow in confusion. I have heard whispers of this, but I believed in Linglong would refuse such a proposition. After all, the Qingyuan sect is one of the 7 sects of Deqian, and in Linglong is the biological daughter of its leader, and Baisong. Why would she choose to adopt the Empress as her mother? This would inevitably entangle them in the struggle for the throne. What benefit do they gain from this? In truth, when Zhou Tong had mentioned this to Yi Xiao previously, he had not paid it much heed. He understood the Empress's desire to adopt in Linglong. It merely served to strengthen the Crown Prince's position. However, Yi Xiao was skeptical about the likelihood of this plan succeeding. From his perspective, he believed the Qingyuan sect had come to Tang'an to negotiate certain dealings with the court. Yet, he could not fathom why they would choose to ally with the Crown Prince. As the evening breeze swept by, Liang Qing'in chuckled. I have indeed heard of this matter. It appears the Qingyuan sect seeks to spearhead the establishment of a martial supervision commission to oversee all sects in the realm. However, the emperor has remained non-committal on the issue. It was during this ambiguous period that the empress proposed adopting an Linglong, leading to the subsequent developments. Perhaps they aim to leverage the empress and the crown prince to advance their agenda. Upon hearing the explanation, Yi Xiao could not help but widen his eyes. The Qingyuan sect is delusional. A commission to oversee all sects? If all 7 sects were to agree and unite in this endeavor, there might be a chance. But how could a single Qingyuan sect hope to dominate the entire realm of sects? Thus, the support of the court would be essential. With the power of the court backing them, and under the auspices of the Qingyuan sect's name, this endeavor might find a glimmer of hope. It is impossible. Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. Xiao shook his head without hesitation. There are countless families and sects in the martial world, numbering in the millions. These individuals are scattered across the vast expanse of Deqian. While their collective strength may not seem formidable, if an attempt is made to establish a martial supervision office to impose regulations upon them, it would undoubtedly provoke a backlash. In such a scenario, conflicts between local authorities and martial artists would arise, leading to myriad issues, potentially plunging the realm into chaos. Yet, His Majesty remains silent, and has even left in Linglong and Tangyan, allowing the Empress to adopt her as a foster daughter. Liang Qingyan shook his head. I fail to discern His Majesty's true intentions. Yi Zhao's gaze flickered. Haha, I am uncertain of my father's thoughts, but I am well aware that he is no benevolent soul. The Qingyuan sect has delivered itself right to his doorstep. In the end, they may be devoured so thoroughly that not even a shard of bone remains. Upon hearing this, Liang Qingyan felt a deep sense of agreement. Yi Zhuan. To all who know him, it is evident that his cunning and schemes are beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. However, he quickly regained his composure. Casting an odd look at Yi Xiao, are you truly so candid in your remarks about your father? Haha, I would dare to speak such words in his presence. Do you truly believe my father to be a virtuous man? That is certainly not the case. Liang Qingyan cautioned. Regardless, the Qingyuan sect is now allied with the Crown Prince. You must exercise caution. Indeed, it poses a significant dilemma. Yi Zhao's cultivation level remains insufficient. His progress has been swift. Within 6 months, he has ascended from the 7th rank of soul refinement to the 4th rank of heavenly origin, essentially achieving a level of advancement of 1 rank per month. Such speed is akin to riding a rocket. Yet, insufficient cultivation is still insufficient. It pales in comparison to the power he wielded when he had once discarded his own abilities. Upon leaving the Liang residence, Yi Xiao reclined in the carriage. As He Quan gently guided the horses forward. Uncle He, do you think I should seek out in Qinghu? What do you need him for? He Quan inquired, puzzled. Haha. I wish to prevent the Qingyuan sect from becoming irrevocably tied to the Crown Prince. After all, it is one of the 7 great sects of the world, with an exceedingly profound foundation. If the Crown Prince were to completely absorb them, and if elite experts were dispatched to eliminate threats, relying solely on your strength, Uncle He, might not suffice to protect me. I would thus remain in constant peril. He Quan fell into silence. After a long pause, he spoke. It is my inadequacy. Do not speak such words, Uncle He. Were it not for your assistance over the years, I might have met my end long ago in the wilderness. However, human strength has its limitations, and one person's power can ultimately achieve only so much. A flicker of unyielding resolve crossed He Quan's eyes as he gritted his teeth. If it were not for my injuries, no need for further words. I am well aware of your capabilities, Uncle He. However, will Qinghu truly assist you? He may well harbor intentions to eliminate you. Yi Zhao's gaze flickered. And Qinghu may not choose to aid me, but he will certainly not assist the Crown Prince. That alone suffices. Where will you find him? Unless you reveal your identity, it is exceedingly difficult to locate a single individual in this vast world. He Quan posed the most pressing question, doubting that Yi Xiao would wish to expose his identity. I have my own means. To the palace. At this hour? What other option is there? By this time, night had fallen. Under normal circumstances, individuals of this era would be preparing for slumber. Deep within the palace, a throng of eunuchs barred Yi Zhao's way. My ancestors. At this hour, how could we dare to seek an audience with His Majesty? Third Prince, might you not postpone your matters until tomorrow? His Majesty has already retired. I beseech you, are you not putting our lives at risk? Indeed, Yi Xiao brandished a token. Intruding into the palace in the dead of night. After being reprimanded previously, that token was still returned to him. As they barred his entry, Yi Xiao, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Did you not claim that no one is attending to His Majesty? Why then can he not rise? With that, he raised his voice, calling out, Father, it is time to rise for a moment. The tranquil night resonated with his booming voice, startling the eunuchs. Yet, they were at a loss as to how to respond. Zhou Tong, distressed, lamented, My little ancestor, how could you disturb His Majesty in such a manner? Are you not seeking our demise? Father, 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 it is time to rise. I miss you. Yi Xiao paid him no heed, continuing to shout. Finally, the doors of the sleeping quarters swung open, and the aged eunuch Lu Tong appeared, softly stating, Third Prince, cease your shouting. His Majesty has permitted you to enter. Xiao grinned, pushing past Zhou Tong and winked. See, I told you it would be fine. Zhou Tong, is it truly fine? What if it is not? That would be a matter of life and death. This fellow possesses too much audacity. Historically, no prince has dared such actions. Chapter 65. Why the favoritism in the dimly lit chamber? Yi Zhuan's face was clouded with displeasure. You rebellious son, do you wish for me to seize your token? Yi Xiao presented the token with a smile. If father wishes to take it, you may have it. Keep it. What brings you here at this ungodly hour? Seeing Yi Zhuan refuse to accept the token, Yi Xiao returned it to his bosom, declaring, I have two matters to discuss. First, I wish to marry Liang Qing as my legitimate wife. Absolutely not. Yi Zhuan rejected without hesitation. Why? Yi Zhuan did not conceal his reasoning. If one day you ascend the throne, how fitting would it be for the mother of the nation to be a butcher wielding the lives of countless people? I care not. You may not care. But the common folk do. The officials do. Yi Zhuan's voice turned frigid. This matter requires no further discussion. Recognizing his firm stance, Yi Xiao understood that this issue was unlikely to be resolved with Yi Zhuan. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiao stated his second purpose. I wish for the town protector's office to assist me in locating someone. Who? The fifth on the star list, in Qinghu. Yi Zhuan scoffed. You disturb my peaceful slumber at this hour for such a trivial matter? Are you afraid of the Qing Yuan sect? Yi Xiao did not hide his apprehension, naturally. What if my elder brother allows them to kill me? Perhaps you could send Lu Gonggong to accompany me, and I would no longer need to seek in Qinghu. Alternatively, a few skilled individuals from Tianlong Garden would suffice. Yu Xuan, in a fury, retorted, Nonsense. Would your elder brother engage in such actions? He, do you not know the character of your own son? How did Wu Qingchuan meet his end? Do not say he simply passed away in his sleep. Not even a dog would believe that. Yi Zhuan, infuriated, felt his teeth itch. You rebellious child. You speak without restraint. It is utterly detestable. Why do we keep going in circles, exhausting ourselves? Yi Zhuan. Only Yi Xiao speaks, so directly without pretense. Why should I assist you? Yi Xiao boldly declared. I am your son, the third prince of Qian. It is not excessive for me to utilize the resources of our family, is it? Yi Zhuan gazed at him in silence for a moment before breaking into a smile. I understand now. I shall assign this matter to the Jinfu division, and once there is news, I will have Xiao inform you. Thank you, father. Yi Xiao rose to leave. Stop. Is there something you need, father? Haha. You little rascal woke me up, and now that you've completed your tasks, you wish to escape? Sit down and play a couple of games of chess with me. Yi Xiao, unceremoniously, made himself comfortable on Yi Zhuan's bed, just as he did in his childhood. While setting up the chessboard, he grinned. Shall I give you a few pieces? Yi Zhuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he stubbornly replied, Does your majesty require you to give me a handicap? When I was 7, you could not defeat me. What is the point of not giving you a handicap? Then let us begin with 5 pieces. Yi Xiao chuckled. Good luck, my dear father. Do not call me that indiscriminately. Have some decorum. Understood, old Yi. As the night deepened, Yi Xiao departed. The old eunuch Lu Tong picked up the scattered chess pieces from the floor. The outcome of this father-son match saw Yi Zhuan, who had been given 5 pieces. In a fit of rage, overturning the chessboard, sitting on the couch, Yi Zhuan remained unconvinced, fuming. This ungrateful child. On what grounds does he give me 5 pieces, and even demand I take back my moves? Why can I not defeat him? Lu Tong chuckled. The third prince possesses extraordinary talent and intelligence from a young age. If it were otherwise, how could your majesty tolerate such impudence? This statement held truth. Favoritism often stems from undeniable merit. It is akin to having a child who, despite being disobedient and lacking decorum, consistently excels in examinations with perfect scores, outshining all peers. Many flaws in such a child transform into mere trifles. The same applies to emperors. Upon hearing Lu Tong's words, Yi Zhuan shook his head with a sigh. Do you know why I favor the third prince? Beyond his innate intelligence and resemblance to me, there is another reason. I feel a genuine father-son connection with him. My other offspring, while respectful, maintain a distance that cannot be concealed beneath their reverence. Only this child, regardless of my discipline or punishment, remains unafraid of me and unabashedly close. The old eunuch secretly smirked. What if he were to try a child with less talent? Suddenly, Yi Zhuan inquired. How is the third prince progressing in his training? His advancement is remarkable. He has already reached the 4th stage of the Tianyuan realm. Yi Zhuan nodded in satisfaction. Very well. It seems there is indeed a reason for his decision to refine his skills. Send a command to the Zhenfu division to search diligently for the whereabouts of Qinghu. He is ranked 5th on the star list. A genius unparalleled in the entire court. I am eager to see if my third son can bring him under his wing. Among the younger generation in the court, the highest-ranked individual is only 8th on the star list. Although the star list does not dictate future accomplishments, and rankings may vary due to the lack of direct confrontations, it nonetheless reflects innate talent to a significant degree. Those who ascend the star list are truly among the elite, and each of the top 10 on that list must be a prodigy of exceptional caliber. The elderly eunuch Lu Tong chuckled and remarked, "Your Majesty, why indulge in modesty? Were it not for the dispersion of his powers, the third prince, with his remarkable talents, would effortlessly ascend to the top 5 of the star rankings." Yu Zhuan stroked his chin, somewhat hesitant. Given this young man's disposition, it seems improbable that he would remain entirely unrecognized after a decade in the Jianghu. Who knows? Perhaps he is traversing under an alias. Lu Tong shook his head. Had your Majesty not acted out of pique back then and commanded the skilled individuals in court to investigate earlier, we would not have lost track of the third prince. Recalling this matter, Yu Zhuan still felt a surge of anger. I am infuriated. I had firmly resolved to designate him as the crown prince. Yet he chose to flee in secrecy. What need have I for such a rebellious son? At this juncture, Yu Zhuan smiled with pride. Back then, I wished to grant him the position, but he refused. Now, he has returned obediently. However, should he desire that title again, it will depend solely on his own abilities. Yet, it seems the emperor still holds a fondness for him, as all resources from the suppression office have been allocated for his use. Yu Zhuan replied, "This is not favoritism. Many matters could be discussed if the eldest, second, or fourth sons approached me directly. If they remain silent, who can they blame? It is akin to the 5th son, who harbors ambitions for the throne yet remains restrained. If he possessed the audacity of Xiao to approach me directly, I would grant him an opportunity. What harm would it do? Though I am stern, I do not wish for all my sons to engage in a deadly struggle. If they dare not voice their ambitions, then there is no need for contention. Within the palace, many matters cannot be concealed. Particularly, Yi Zhao's grand entrance into the palace at midnight quickly spread like wildfire. In the residence of the first prince, he glared furiously at the messenger. With indignation, he bellowed, "This is absurd. How can the third prince act so recklessly while our father permits such behavior? Were we to do the same, I fear we would have been punished long ago. We are all sons. Why this blatant favoritism? For the first prince, many things eluded his understanding. Why should Xiao have received such affection since childhood? Why could Xiao leave Tang'an for 10 years and return as if he had never left? To him, many circumstances appeared profoundly unjust. Not to mention, the token that allowed Xiao unfettered access to the palace was an unattainable privilege for the other princes. At that moment, Mr. Mei beside the first prince softly advised, "Your Highness, do not be too agitated. Even if the third prince is favored by His Majesty, it does not guarantee that the favored will ultimately prevail in the grand scheme of Daqian's history. This struggle for the throne has seen its share of ups and downs. Each must showcase their own talents." Under his counsel, the first prince gradually regained his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly commanded, "Send for Zhao Sun and Ling Long. Bring the stable hands from the residence. Soon, I shall require their company at the Ministry of War's horse grounds to select war horses." Mr. Mei furrowed his brow, but did not intervene. Some matters can be minor or major. To him, the first prince creating some obstacles for Xiao posed no significant issue. The Ministry of War's horse grounds, located outside Tang'an City, were a vast expanse where thousands of war horses galloped freely. Tang'an City does not engage in large-scale horse breeding. These steeds are transported from the northern province of Liangzhou. Once the war horses arrive at the Ministry of War's grounds, they are distributed according to the needs of various departments. Naturally, war horses are a scarce resource. In numerous locations, even the desire for war horses may not guarantee their acquisition. For instance, this time, there were 40,000 war horses to be allocated among the various armies. Yet the Ministry of War received requests for a staggering 80,000. Every faction yearned for them. Every faction found themselves in want. When Xiao arrived, he witnessed a throng of generals congregated at the entrance of the horse yard, engaged in a heated dispute. "Damn it! The war horses under my command are relics from my grandfather's time. Some are lame, others ailing, and yet 3 individuals can scarcely lay claim to a single horse. I've been at this for 3 years, and every year I am overlooked. If I am denied again this year, I shall refuse to leave." One general, surnamed Xiong, interjected, "Do not be swayed by those who play the rogue. Our mountain division is to become cavalry, as decreed by the Ministry of War. We ought to select our 5,000 warhorses first. What use are your arguments? No division claims horses without the ministry's sanction. The Imperial Guards suffered a horse plague last year, losing over 3,000 steeds. His Majesty graciously permitted us to replenish our numbers. So it is only right we choose first. Laughter erupted. The Imperial Guard's horses do not engage in battle. Why must they be of such quality? We can simply spare you our retired mounts. If trouble arises, you need not charge into the fray. To hell with that. Who are you deriding? Do you wish to fight? Let us fight then. I fear you not. Xiao stood outside the crowd, observing as two generals began to brawl. He turned to Yanzhe, perplexed. Are warhorses truly this coveted? What do you think? The mobility of cavalry in the wild is unparalleled. They can advance and retreat with swiftness, and who would choose to flee on foot when they can ride? In the midst of their conversation, Yanzhe glanced at the rotund figure of Su Ping beside Xiao. He remarked with approval, Your Highness, this lad possesses genuine talent. He is indeed worthy of the Su family lineage. This morning, he commented on the improper bone structure of my horse, and upon making slight adjustments, the ride felt significantly more agile. Such a talent, and even old Liang is willing to part with him. That is no small feat. For that old miser hoards any promising individual for himself. In this era, horsemen typically embody the roles of caretakers, breeders, and veterinarians, requiring true skill. Particularly someone like Su Ping, a well-known scion of the trade, is seldom lacking in demand. Xiao smiled faintly and advised Su Ping. When it comes time to select the warhorses, choose wisely and do not hold back. Once we form our army, we shall seek opportunities to achieve merit. Warfare is inevitable. Rest assured, Your Highness, while my judgment may falter in other matters, when it comes to horses, a mere glance suffices for me to discern the finest among them. I shall ensure your satisfaction. As he spoke, the stout youth produced a large chicken leg from his pocket and bit into it with gusto. This chicken leg from the palace is truly delectable. At that moment, the two combatants within the arena had escalated their skirmish into a full-blown brawl, sending shockwaves through the air, causing onlookers to gradually retreat. Xiao, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Will this not lead to complications? Indeed, Yanzhe replied without hesitation. Yet some matters are unavoidable. With only so much at stake, if one does not contend, they shall be left wanting. For those of us who are generals, we must possess two fundamental skills in addition to leading troops into battle. What skills? The art of lamenting poverty and the craft of seizing what one desires. Xiao chuckled and said, General Yan, why not demonstrate your skills for us? Otherwise, we may not secure our prize today. Yanzhe grinned and stepped forward, bellowing, Make way. His Highness the Third Prince has arrived. Are you all trying to get yourselves killed by continuing this brawl? It must be said, the title of prince proved highly advantageous at such moments. The two generals, who had been fiercely engaged in combat, paused upon hearing his words, nearly panting as they exchanged glances. All eyes then turned to Xiao. Yanzhe advanced with a sense of triumph, declaring, Enough of the staring. Step aside. Unless you wish to compete with His Highness. Among the crowd, there were those who recognized Yanzhe. One muttered disdainfully, a mere lackey of the court, relying on the prince's influence. If it weren't for the third prince, who would care about you? Yanzhe, possessing keen ears, caught the comment, yet instead of bristling, he erupted into laughter, retorting, Indeed, I thrive on the prince's favor. What of it? Aren't you all just dogs to the emperor as well? The crowd found themselves at a loss for words at his audacity. Nevertheless, when it came down to it, no one dared to contest Xiao. At that moment, a diminutive man squeezed through the throng. I am Xiong Baoshan, the steward of the cavalry at the Ministry of War. I have seen His Highness before. And the minister has instructed that should His Highness arrive, he may select his steeds at will. Xiao nodded slightly and bowed to the gathered generals, stating, Esteemed generals, my father has graciously bestowed upon me 8,000 cavalry. I shall take my leave with these 8,000 steeds. I appreciate your support. And should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, provided it does not involve corruption. I, Xiao, shall never shirk my responsibilities. Yanzhe deliberately took on the role of the antagonist, while he naturally assumed the role of the protagonist. It was only fitting that a ruler should win the hearts of his subjects. Indeed, upon hearing Xiao's words, the previously displeased generals softened considerably. At the very least, Xiao had shown them respect. They understood certain matters. After all, he was a prince and thus entitled to select first. The crowd immediately chimed in, What a noble sentiment. Third prince. As loyal subjects, we would never dream of contesting with you. Yes, third prince, please proceed with your selection. We will continue our own tasks. Your Highness, I am Zheng Baichuan from the mountain camp. I shall pay a visit another day. Xiao offered a slight bow to the crowd and prepared to enter the stable when a voice called out from behind, "Hold on, third brother." Turning around, he saw the first prince, flanked by Zhao Sun and several stable hands, along with a furious young lady in tow. The first prince, riding slowly beside Xiao, smiled and said, "Father has indeed favored you with 8,000 cavalry, but he has also entrusted me with overseeing this year's autumn harvest and the related ceremonies. Many of the Imperial Guard steeds have fallen ill, resulting in a less than impressive display. Therefore, I must also select a batch of horses. Allow me to go first, if you would be so kind." Chapter 67. Nonsense. The first prince sat atop his steed, a smile adorning his face. He looked at Xiao and softly suggested, "Perhaps I should select the horses first. What do you think?" Xiao remained silent, but the gazes of the surrounding generals were now firmly fixed upon him. How he chose to respond, whether to concede or not, would undoubtedly shape their perceptions of him. To the surprise of the crown prince, Xiao's gaze swept past him and landed directly on Linglong beside him. Xiao appraised Linglong from head to toe, then turned back to the crown prince, smiling as he said, "Is this your source of confidence, dear elder brother?" Before the crown prince could respond, Linglong had already regained her composure. During Xiao's scrutiny, she felt as though he had seen right through her. This sensation was typically reserved for encounters with esteemed elders. Yet, she was experiencing it now with this man before her. Nevertheless, she quickly banished her chaotic thoughts from her mind. According to the intelligence provided by the crown prince and Zhao Sun, Xiao's cultivation was significantly inferior to hers. Pointing at Xiao, Linglong exclaimed in anger, "Are you the one who has humiliated my mother?" This term of endearment was a result of her referring to the empress as her adoptive mother. Xiao raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "Oh dear, when did my father acquire such a daughter? Did the empress secretly give birth? Is it now so brazenly acknowledged?" Upon hearing this, the crown prince erupted in fury. "Xiao, show some respect. This is Linglong, the holy maiden of Qin sect, newly adopted by my mother. She has already informed His Majesty that she shall soon receive a title." Xiao raised an eyebrow. It was one thing for his father to allow her to be adopted, but to grant her a title as well? What was his father's intention? However, Xiao had not let the crown prince's anger deter him. He had already discerned that both the crown prince and Linglong were not here with benign intentions. In that case, why should he be courteous? Xiao feigned enlightenment. "Ah, our new sister must be a pitiful soul who has been without a mother since childhood. After all, who would adopt someone else as a mother for no reason?" And Linglong's face instantly flushed with anger, trembling as she pointed at Xiao, shouting, "I have a mother. It is only because the empress found me pleasing that she proposed to adopt me." Her implication was clear. This was not her initiative. Xiao grinned. "So one can be adopted simply for being pleasing? How fortuitous. I find your mother quite pleasing as well. Why not let her adopt me as her adoptive father? From now on, I shall call you sister, and you shall call me grandpa. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Upon hearing this, a general among the onlookers could no longer contain himself, laughing heartily. The third prince is truly a remarkable character. The crown prince turned to glare furiously at him, yet the man remained undeterred, still grinning broadly. At that moment, Xiao looked at the crown prince, stroking his chin, and said, "Dear brother, if she calls me grandpa, what shall you call me?" Zhao Sun, standing beside the crown prince, pointed at Xiao in indignation. "Third prince, must you persist in your nonsense, speaking such absurdities to belittle a woman? Is that truly a matter of honor?" Xiao sneered, "Oh, is that not Xiao the blabbermouth? What makes you think you have the right to interject here?" Zhao Sun had always regarded the previous incident in the Grand Hall as a profound humiliation, and he never anticipated that Xiao would brazenly confront him, bestowing upon him the name Xiao the blabbermouth. Zhao Sun was instantly consumed with rage and shame, yet he found himself at a loss for a suitable retort. Xiao, single-handedly facing off against three, not only held his ground, but also deftly dismantled their defenses with his words. The face of the Grand Prince darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as he gritted his teeth and said, "Third brother, you have gone too far." Xiao raised a hand, pointing at Linglong, and sneered, "What? Am I being excessive? Are you forbidding her from challenging me? If I were to be a bit excessive, wouldn't he that just provide you with a legitimate reason? Come now, and Linglong, declare your challenge." Surely, you've prepared for this moment. And Linglong was nearly driven to madness by Yi Zhao's provocations. Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone she despised more than him. She felt even more resolute about what the Grand Prince and Zhao Sun had said regarding Yi Xiao. Just as she was about to respond, Yi Xiao coldly interjected, "However, I must remind you, your cultivation is significantly superior to mine. Engaging in battle with me, the best outcome you can hope for is severe injury. Think carefully before you speak. Once you utter your challenge, you cannot regret it." Everyone present was bewildered. What kind of madness was this? How could he claim that her superior cultivation would yield the best result of injury? Shouldn't it be the other way around? And Linglong was nearly infuriated to the point of insanity. She laughed in exasperation. "Third Prince, you truly do not know your own limitations. You have never even entered the star rankings, while I am ranked 17th. How can you be so audacious? Moreover, you are merely at the Tianyuan realm, while I, and Linglong, shall see today whether this so-called #1 martial talent of the Great Qian can withstand 10 of my strikes." Indeed, in her eyes, if Yi Xiao could endure 10 of her strikes, it would already be remarkable. As she spoke, and Linglong leaped off her horse, her aura surging forth. In an instant, a formidable energy enveloped the area. Zhao Sun could not help but exclaim, "Now, this is a true genius." At just 22, she has already entered the true martial realm. Such cultivation is indeed beyond our reach. Yes, at that moment, and Linglong had indeed entered the true martial realm. The martial arts have 4 realms: Tianyuan, Sacred Body, True Martial, and Star Domain. Each realm possesses its own extraordinary characteristics, and Linglong was at the 2nd tier of the true martial realm, towering nearly 2 major realms above Yi Xiao. Generally speaking, such a disparity in cultivation renders any possibility of victory from a lower tier utterly non-existent. At that moment, even the surrounding generals were astonished by Linglong's prowess. How formidable! This girl achieved such cultivation at the age of 22? Good heavens, what a joke! It took me until I was 44 to reach the true martial realm, and she accomplished it at 22? Truly, she is a prodigy. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Even many of them, who had never encountered the talents of the star rankings, could now genuinely comprehend the vast chasm between individuals. Yanzhe furrowed his brow and leaned closer to Yi Xiao, saying, "Your Highness, this girl possesses an extraordinary level of cultivation. You likely cannot handle it." Seeing Yi Xiao remain unmoved, the Grand Prince assumed he was intimidated, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Finally, he would have his revenge. Ever since that banquet, when he witnessed Yi Xiao employing various underhanded tactics to humiliate his mother, Yangli, his resentment towards Yi Xiao had reached its peak. Thinking that Yi Zhao's so-called genius reputation was about to be shattered, and that he would soon be humiliated before a mere 1st-tier martial general filled him with immense joy. He laughed and said, "Third brother, what is the matter? Do you not wish to fight? Disinterested in combat, one might simply step aside, allowing me to select my steed in peace. As the elder brother, I would never compel you to engage with a martial prodigy like Linglong. You are simply not of the same caliber." Upon finishing his statement, Yi Xiao dismounted, disregarding the Crown Prince entirely, and approached Linglong with a light chuckle. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Cease your actions now, and it is not too late." Chapter 68. Treading on the green lotus, and Linglong's eyes widened in fury. She had never encountered someone as audacious as him. Even her brother, the true genius in her heart, would not exhibit such arrogance as Yi Xiao. Despite being 2 major realms beneath her, he bore an air of superiority. Not only in Linglong, but also the myriad martial generals present, were baffled by the source of Yi Zhao's confidence. Yet, most striking was the self-assuredness in his words. It was as though he were the true paragon of strength. Drawing a deep breath, and Linglong summoned a sword of azure light, the ring upon her right hand transforming into a long blade. It was evident that this was a spiritual weapon. She regarded him with a cold smile. "Third Prince, if you fear to engage, you may leave. Do you not fear appearing foolish by speaking of opportunities? Let me clarify. Once we commence, I shall not hold back. Should you perish, do not blame others." Yi Xiao inhaled deeply and replied with a measured tone, "I have traversed the martial world for a decade, encountering countless prodigies. Many of my peers possess greater cultivation than I. In terms of enhancement, I do not claim to be among the world's elite." His assertion was indeed valid, which is precisely why he chose to disperse his energy and begin anew, utilizing the Emperor's cauldron to rectify his deficiencies. At this juncture, a smirk graced Yi Zhao's lips. his gaze radiating unyielding confidence as he stated, steady yet proud, "However, none have proven to be my adversaries, including your brother, and Xinghu." The moment those words left his lips, and Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. In her mind, and Xinghu was akin to a deity, undefeated within the sect since childhood. No one among his generation could rival him. "If you were to vanquish my brother, how could you remain unrecognized on the star ranking?" Yi Xiao remained silent, instead unleashing a cacophony of cracking bones as his entire being surged with energy. He continued softly, "If our cultivation levels were equal, I could defeat you without 10 strikes, and without inflicting harm. Yet, with a disparity of 2 major realms, even I must exert every effort. Otherwise, I could not breach the defenses of the Azure Lotus body. To hold back is not an option. Your fate now rests on the whims of destiny. The only concession I can make is to forego weaponry, granting you a sliver of survival." As he spoke, a crimson hue erupted across Yu Zhao's skin. In the next moment, he moved, like an arrow loosed from its bow. He surged forward at an astonishing speed, nearly leaving only an afterimage in his wake. The distance of several meters was traversed in an instant. So swift. And Linglong's eyes widened in shock. Even at her full capacity, she could scarcely match that velocity. How could Yu Xiao, with merely 4th-tier cultivation in the celestial origin realm, unleash such speed? She was utterly confounded. In the blink of an eye, Yi Zhao's fist came crashing down, enveloped in a golden aura of energy. And Linglong wielded her longsword, and in an instant, a lotus of swords blossomed before her, the 9 swords of Qinglian, an extraordinary sword technique from the esteemed Qinxian sect. Zhao Sun, standing nearby, couldn't he help but feel a pang of envy. With his abilities, he was unworthy of learning such a magnificent art. What a beautiful technique! As he beheld the azure lotus formed by the sword energies, a flicker of admiration crossed the eyes of the Grand Prince. However, amidst the chaos of battle, Yi Zhao's figure danced through the air, weaving through the azure lotuses, and in the next moment, his fist shattered in Linglong's defenses, striking her squarely in the face. At the instant Yi Zhao's punch connected, and Linglong's skin turned a shade of pale blue, as the formidable force was significantly mitigated. The Holy Body Realm, a level where different techniques endow warriors with various extraordinary abilities. The supreme technique of the Qingxian sect, the Qinglian Heart Sutra, allowed the practitioner to cultivate the Qingxian Lotus body, which transformed the skin to store true energy and automatically defend during combat. It was akin to donning armor forged from true energy. Over years of nurturing by this energy, the skin underwent a qualitative transformation, boasting formidable defensive capabilities with 360-degree coverage. Even if an opponent breached their techniques, this final layer of defense could preserve their life. What was most terrifying was that due to this formidable defensive body, many experts from the Qinxian sect could engage in life-or-death battles without the need for conventional defense, focusing solely on offense. Boom. And Linglong was sent soaring into the sky, disbelief filling her eyes. How could he have traversed through the azure sword energies? Simultaneously, Yi Zhao's punch collided with the true energy of her Qingxian lotus body, inflicting upon her an overwhelming pain. Such a high quality of aura. And Linglong's heart sank. It was known that as one's cultivation deepened, the quality of the aura also increased. Especially after each major realm, the disparity in aura quality was almost astronomical. Yet now, Yi Zhao's aura quality was formidable enough to contend with the true energy within her. Before she could comprehend the situation, Yi Xiao charged at her once more. Moving with the speed of lightning, the azure lotus bloomed again. In midair, and Linglong summoned all her true energy, thrusting her long sword toward Yi Xiao. At this moment, her rage had clouded her judgment. She held nothing back. A lotus several meters wide erupted in the air, a stunning flower crafted from countless sword energies. And Linglong intended to use this strike to hinder Yi Xiao's advance. But to her horror, Yi Xiao charged headlong into the sword energies of the lotus. Was he reckless enough to risk his life? Just as this thought crossed in Linglong's mind, Yi Xiao burst forth, blood spraying from his body. Yet, his expression remained unchanged as he surged beneath Linglong in midair. Boom. Another punch. This one aimed directly at Linglong's abdomen. Ah. The unparalleled might of his strike elicited a piercing, sorrowful scream from her. All the strength within him coalesced in his abdomen, striving to withstand the onslaught of Yi Zhao's energy. Had it not been for the exceptional defensive capabilities of the Qingxian Lotus body, the outcome might have been determined after just 2 strikes. In midair, Yi Xiao propelled Linglong upwards once more. However, he too plummeted swiftly towards the ground below, wherein Linglong had just unleashed her azure lotus sword energy. With a flash of golden light beneath his feet, Xiao stood upon the sword in midair, using the sword energy as a fulcrum to instantaneously erupt with extraordinary speed, racing towards the heavens. At this moment, all spectators were left in bewilderment. What was happening? A mere fourth level of the Tian Yuan realm, Xiao was overpowering and Linglong, a second level of the Zhenwu realm. She was ranked 17th on the star rankings. Moreover, his fighting style was so ferocious, it ignited a fervor in the hearts of all. Every gaze was fixated on the two figures rapidly approaching in the sky. The crown prince clenched his fists tightly, tension coursing through him. He never anticipated Xiao could possess such terrifying prowess. Indeed, at this moment, a sense of dread began to seep into his heart. Zhao Sun, I do not wish to see him prevail. The crown prince's voice quivered slightly. Zhao Sun swallowed hard. He too was astonished by Xiao's overwhelming might. The power he unleashed was fearsome. Your Highness, do not worry. The Qing Qian lotus body possesses formidable defense. The third prince must have employed some secret technique to exhibit such abnormal strength, which cannot be sustained. As long as he cannot inflict substantial harm on Missen, she shall ultimately emerge victorious. Chapter 69. Shattered Lotus. Zhao Sun was indeed not mistaken. The current power Xiao unleashed was certainly not derived from conventional means. His vital essence and true energy surged rapidly within him, depleting swiftly. At the same time, two whirlpools began to spin violently at his heart and dantian. The heart governed the blood, while the dantian commanded the vital energy. Within these turbulent whirlpools, both the vital essence and the true energy were drawn in while being expelled in equal measure. The quality of the released energy was astonishingly formidable. This energy enveloped Xiao, endowing him with unparalleled strength. However, such actions would undoubtedly place immense pressure on Xiao's body. He resembled an engine operating beyond its limits, on the brink of catastrophic failure. Yet, in this moment, Xiao felt no trace of fear. Instead, he was enveloped in calm. Martial arts. The heart of heaven is formless, an ultimate enhancement of spiritual attributes, achieved through the accumulation of martial arts, culminating in flawless control. The ferocity of his combat attributes stemmed solely from the appropriateness of this fighting style for the battle at hand. At this juncture, Xiao was as composed as a machine, his mind racing as he analyzed countless factors. A breath away, this position, target the left waist. The most challenging to defend against. Sword techniques are ineffective, defending the left hand. A woman in training would not opt for the Qing Xian Grand Hand Seal. There is a 60% chance she will trigger the seventh form of the Qing Yuan Break, Jade Hand, to counterattack. A 20% chance she will utilize the second form of the Five Elements Palm for defense. A 10% chance she will employ the fourth form of the Jade Clarity Leg technique for an offensive maneuver, exposing her head to lure her into activating the Qing Yuan Break Jade Hand. In the air, Xiao's fist struck in Linglong's left waist. At that moment, Linglong had also relaxed somewhat. Yet, the distance between them had already diminished to a mere breath. As Xiao launched his attack, Linglong, caught off guard, instinctively swung her left fist, aiming directly at Xiao's head. An exchange of injuries. However, the instant she initiated her move, Xiao had already made his judgment. The seventh form of the Qing Yuan Breaking Jade technique, fully unleashed, aimed at the head, executed with a knee strike. In the sky, Xiao's figure twisted. At the moment of his attack, he flawlessly pivoted his body, simultaneously elevating his right knee, which forcefully collided with Linglong's waist. Bang! The powerful impact sent her soaring once again. After a series of relentless strikes, both had ascended several meters into the air. Such a battle truly opened one's eyes. And finally, Xiao found himself without a means of leverage, crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! As Xiao's feet hit the ground, a resounding noise erupted, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Linglong, suspended in the air, found herself enveloped in utter despair. She could not comprehend why Xiao could dominate her so completely, although her Qing Qian lotus body remained unbroken. Being relentlessly battered by a mere fourth-tier Tianyuan realm practitioner was an experience she had never faced before. The sensation of defeat was foreign to her. The wind in the air was chilling, yet the spot where Xiao had struck burned with pain. As she twisted in the air, she beheld Xiao below, poised for another assault. Damn it! What should she do? How could she possibly injure this man? At that moment, Linglong felt a wave of confusion wash over her. For the first time, she experienced a sense of helplessness. It was as if all her techniques had been seen through by Xiao. Every strategy she employed proved ineffective against him. In an instant, and Linglong began to descend. Yu Zhao's onslaught followed immediately, fist after fist, relentlessly crashing into her body. And Linglong was formidable, ranked 17th on the star list, a second-tier true martial realm cultivator. Each of her abilities could be deemed the epitome of genius. Yet, at this moment, she felt the gap. Yes, the gap. Despite her superior cultivation, she found herself reduced to a passive target. Even when facing her brother, the godlike in Qinghu, she had never felt such a sensation. For ordinary individuals, martial techniques were simply that, pure techniques. Upon mastering them, one would engage in combat based on their learned moves. But Yi Xiao was different. His mastery of martial arts was vast. His extraordinary speed of learning allowed him to grasp a multitude of martial techniques. From various styles, he comprehended their fundamental principles and combat philosophies. In battle, he made anticipatory judgments based on his opponent's movements and habits. Tianqin Wuxiang was Yi Zhao's unique combat technique. Yet, it possessed no special moves. It was merely a distinctive method invented by Yi Xiao to stimulate the brain. His innate understanding and learning ability of martial arts, along with his capacity for deduction, set him apart from ordinary individuals. By channeling qi into his brain, he enhanced his perception and cognitive processing capabilities. Combining extensive martial arts knowledge and an understanding of various techniques, he executed a remarkable analysis and integration, culminating in a seamless combat strategy. It is essential to recognize that attempting such a feat without established meridians in one's mind is undeniably reckless. Yet, Yi Xiao defied the odds, crafting a unique secret technique of his own. Over a decade in the martial world, countless prodigies had been left questioning their very existence and shattering their resolve in the face of Yi Xiao's combat style. Today, Linglong was no exception. With each of Yi Xiao's strikes landing with precision, no matter how fiercely Linglong retaliated, she could not inflict harm upon him. Aside from the initial sword energy injury sustained while recklessly charging at him, Yi Xiao remained untouched. Although his blows were not severe enough to cause critical injury, the pain was undeniably real. His relentless assault drove Linglong to the brink of madness. Yi Xiao, you will die? She shrieked, her long sword suddenly radiating with a brilliant azure light. Countless sword energies surged around her, enveloping her entirely, forcing Yi Xiao to retreat. An overwhelming aura emanated from her, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. In the true martial realm, one who comprehends the essence of martial arts could unleash immensely powerful techniques, even invoking a resonance with the primordial energies of the universe. Could Yi Xiao truly evade such an attack? The murderous intent in Linglong's eyes was palpable. Yet, in a surprising twist, the rapidly moving Yi Xiao came to a halt, his chilling voice cutting through the tension. Only now do you wish to unleash your true martial arts? It is too late. Standing his ground, Yi Xiao boldly began to accumulate power. His entire being erupted with vital energy, blood splattering, yet he remained undeterred. His right fist blazed like the sun, radiating brilliance. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Has he lost his mind? He dares to confront true martial arts head-on? He is surely doomed. And Linglong would not let this opportunity slip by. Her long sword cleaved toward Yi Xiao from several meters away, disregarding the danger. In an instant, azure lotuses blossomed, and Yi Xiao surged forward, unflinching amidst the torrent of sword energies. With a resounding crash, the sword energies shattered, and the azure petals scattered like starlight. Yi Xiao's fist collided with Linglong's chest. A splatter of blood erupted from her mouth, her skin rupturing, with torrents of blood gushing forth, and she collapsed backward like a blood-soaked gourd. In that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Yi Xiao had triumphed. He had astonishingly defeated Linglong, ranked 17th on the star list, despite crossing two major realms. Although Yi Xiao had maintained the upper hand throughout the fight, it was evident to the discerning that he had previously struggled to breach Linglong's azure lotus form. Yet, in this final blow, he had bravely shattered her true martial arts with a single, formidable punch. Chapter 70, terrifying as such on the battlefield, and Linglong lay defeated. The crown prince was taken aback, yet a flicker of joy ignited within him. He was astonished that Linglong had actually lost. Elated, he noted her grievous injuries. Thus, the Qingxian sect and Yi Xiao had undoubtedly forged a profound enmity. Quick, save her! The crown prince bellowed in fury. Zhao Sun finally realized the gravity of the situation and rushed over to cradle the unconscious Linglong. Quickly check her condition. Your Highness, this is dire. Miss N's meridians have ruptured, and her internal organs are severely damaged. She is gravely injured. We must return to the estate for treatment immediately. And summon the esteemed physician Tangan. Under no circumstances can we allow my sister to come to harm. The crown prince bellowed, his voice laced with urgency. To an outsider, one might mistake her for his true sister. They refrained from discussing the horse selection matter and hastily departed. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao's complexion was also ashen. Though victorious, he had lost a significant amount of blood and was utterly exhausted from overexertion. Yanzhe, noticing his frailty, hurried to support him. Your Highness, you are remarkable, Yanzhe exclaimed sincerely. Such an achievement is a source of pride for anyone. Yi Xiao stifled the pain radiating from within and gradually circulated his internal energy to mend his body, waving his hand dismissively. It is nothing of consequence. How did you manage that, Your Highness? To unleash such power with your cultivation at the celestial origin level? Yanzhe could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Yi Xiao did not shy away from sharing. This secret technique is called the cycle of sun and moon. It involves the rapid circulation of vital energy and true qi between the heart and dantian, significantly enhancing the quality of both. By maximizing the capacity of the meridians, it allows for the true qi and vital energy to flow throughout the body, unleashing extraordinary strength. However, this technique carries immense risk. A moment's carelessness could lead to severe damage to the heart or dantian. Even I cannot rely on this method frequently. Yanzhe was astounded. Given such risks, why did Your Highness not refuse the challenge? Yi Xiao regarded him with a subtle smile. Have you forgotten what you once told me, General Yin? If one only seeks guaranteed victory, how many battles remain to be fought? The same applies in combat. If one dares not take any risks, what is the point of training in martial arts? Yanzhe gazed at Yi Xiao, and after a moment's contemplation, sighed. I have long heard of Your Highness's exceptional martial talent, and today it is indeed confirmed. Liang Qing'an is fortunate to have such a son-in-law. Only a warrior of your caliber is worthy of Qing'er. At that moment, the other generals looked at Yi Xiao with expressions of admiration and awe. No one could question Yi Xiao's prowess. 17th on the star ranking, a second-tier true martial realm cultivator. He was undeniably a prodigy among the heavens. Unlike those who had fought Yi Xiao before, and Linglong's genius was beyond reproach, yet she had been decisively defeated by Yi Xiao, who was at the 4th tier of the celestial origin realm. Your Highness, that final strike, miss and true martial technique was not unleashed. Someone in the crowd discerned the anomaly and asked curiously. This query ignited the interest of the surrounding generals, who gathered around, eager for answers. Indeed, how did Your Highness achieve victory just now? Why did her blood suddenly burst forth? They clamored. Third Prince, could you possibly share with us? As fellow martial artists, witnessing this near-miraculous victory left them restless with anticipation. Observing their fervor, Yi Xiao laughed heartily and did not conceal the truth. That general has keen insight. Her ultimate martial technique did indeed remain unactivated. The Qingxian lotus body possesses formidable defenses. Although I held the advantage in our previous exchanges, I was unable to strike at her core. With every strike I delivered, I fervently infused my vital energy into her being. I unleashed a barrage of no less than 100 punches. Although I could not inflict lethal damage, I nonetheless embedded multiple strands of vital energy within her. The Great Sun Radiance Fist that I practiced possesses a technique designed to delay detonation. As she initiated her true martial technique, I employed this very maneuver to disrupt the flow of energy within her, rendering her martial prowess ineffective and preventing her from channeling her energy outward. Simultaneously, the Qingxian lotus body has a unique characteristic. The vital energy within her skin shifts to the areas of impact to provide defense. Thus, as the surrounding energy detonated, it lured her vital energy to disperse, leaving her chest vulnerable. I concentrated all my strength and delivered a decisive blow. The Great Sun's vital energy surged forth with unparalleled ferocity, penetrating her defenses and triggering a catastrophic explosion of residual energy throughout her body. Furthermore, her attempt to execute the ultimate true martial technique had failed, causing her own energy to rebound upon her, resulting in a catastrophic eruption of blood from her entire being. At this juncture, Yi Xiao sighed. Acknowledging the disparity in our cultivation levels, I could not afford to hold back. Should she regain her composure, reaching her Qingxian lotus body would become an insurmountable challenge. This strike would undoubtedly inflict grave injury, perhaps even death. Whether she survives now lies in fate's hands. The commanders present were left astounded. Such a methodical approach to combat. As Yi Xiao recounted the battle, they felt as if everything had been orchestrated from the very beginning. With Yi Xiao in complete control, the explosive acceleration, the ambush of energy, the opportune moment to ignite the final blow, all leading to her defeat. It felt as though everything had been preordained. Each individual exchanged glances, bewilderment etched upon their faces. Xiao paid no heed to their thoughts. After a brief respite, having regained considerable strength, he entered the equestrian grounds alongside Yin Zhe and Su Ping. Upon his entrance, a fervent discussion erupted outside. General Wang, do you ever contemplate such clarity before engaging in combat? What nonsense! Who knows what moves the opponent will employ? Yet, upon hearing His Highness's account, it seemed so simple. It is not simple. His Highness explicitly stated that the best outcome for Linlong would be severe injury. And as you can see, is this not indeed the case? Terrifying. One among them exclaimed with astonishment. A silence fell over the assembly of commanders. They were all martial artists, seasoned in numerous battles. The experience of having complete control over the battlefield, akin to Yi Zhao's, was not unheard of, but it typically required facing adversaries of significantly lesser strength. Yet Yi Xiao, transcending two realms, maintained absolute command over the rhythm of the confrontation. Such a feat was unfathomable. For an ordinary person facing such an opponent, merely surviving would be a stroke of fortune. To emerge victorious in a life-or-death struggle would be nothing short of extraordinary. To win while firmly controlling the tempo of the battle, this level of prowess was truly astonishing. After a prolonged silence, one finally spoke. Perhaps this is what genius entails, accomplishing what we mere mortals cannot fathom. Genius? And Linlong is the true genius. His Highness is a genius among geniuses. A genius among geniuses? What does that even mean? Still a genius. Enough with the nonsense. Who would dare to speak to you? I shall first select my war steed. By what right do you claim the first choice? Shall we engage in combat? Come, let us fight. The fervor of the onlookers surged, ignited by the recent duel between the two. It was an astonishing and terrifying battle of levels beyond expectation, leaving all present commanders exhilarated. Particularly, Yi Zhao's earlier display of combat prowess was ferocious and visually striking, igniting their collective martial spirit. It was undeniable that a confrontation was imperative. Meanwhile, Linlong found herself perilously close to the brink of death. Chapter 71. Absolutely impossible in the Grand Prince's residence, and Linlong lay bloodied upon the bed. Her eyes tightly shut, her breath faint. Beside her, a man bore a grim expression. Your Highness, how could Linlong sustain such grievous injuries? This man was Elder Chuming of the Qingxian sect, who had come to Tang'an primarily to liaise with the court. As for Linlong, she had merely accompanied him to broaden her horizons. Yet, unexpectedly, matters took a turn for the worse, and she was taken in as an adopted daughter by the Empress. Initially, it seemed a fortunate turn of events. However, upon witnessing Linlong's current state, he could no longer suppress his wrath. The Grand Prince lamented, Today, I invited Sister Linlong to select a war steed, but to my dismay, I encountered my inept third brother. He provoked Linlong, which incited her wrath, and in their spar, my third brother's heart was merciless, inflicting these grievous wounds upon her. Elder Chu, it is my fault. I failed to prevent Linlong from engaging in combat. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Yet, through his words, he had deftly shifted all blame onto Yi Xiao. Elder Chu Ming turned to the Grand Prince. His words measured and deliberate. How old is the third prince this year? What is his cultivation level? At this moment, his heart was bleeding. And Linlong was the most exceptional talent of the Qingxian sect in this generation. Should anything happen to her, the sect would be devoid of notable figures. My third brother is 24 years old and appears to be at the Tianyuan realm, though I cannot discern his precise rank. The Grand Prince was not mistaken in this assertion. Yi Xiao was indeed at the Tianyuan realm, of that he was certain. However, Yi Zhao's might exhibited today far exceeded the bounds of the Tianyuan realm, compounded by the fact that his cultivation was not high, rendering it impossible to gauge Yi Zhao's current strength. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Elder Chu Ming declared with fervor. Linlong has already achieved the second tier of the Zhenwu realm. Not to mention a mere Tianyuan realm warrior, even those of the sacred body realm could not prevail against her. Are you suggesting I am a fool? Indeed. He harbored no belief in such a notion. Defeating a Zhenwu realm warrior from two major realms above was beyond his comprehension and belief. At that moment, Zhao Su cautiously interjected, Elder Chu, it is indeed true. Just days ago, Yi Xiao engaged me in combat. At that time, he was merely at the first tier of the Tianyuan realm, yet I was utterly powerless against him. Elder Chu Ming scrutinized Zhao Su. He recalled that this youth also hailed from the Qingxian sect. The fact that Zhao Su, at the sixth tier of the Tianyuan realm, could not withstand Yu Zhao's first tier was perplexing. Although skeptical, he recognized that this was not the time for such doubts. He hurried to assess Linglong's injuries. And upon examination, he was taken aback. And Linglong's entire meridian system lay shattered, her internal energy swirling chaotically, and her organs severely injured. Such grievous wounds, even if healed, would likely leave lingering scars. The Qian sect, home to the contemporary prodigy, seemed destined for downfall. Contemplating this, a chilling aura of vengeance enveloped him. Fortunately, at that moment, the physician from the Grand Prince's residence had arrived, accompanied by an abundance of precious herbs readily available within the estate. After a thorough examination, Linglong's condition gradually stabilized. Yet she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Observing her survival, Chu Ming stood tall and coldly inquired, "Grand Prince, might you disclose the whereabouts of the third prince's residence?" The Grand Prince, recognizing the intent behind Chu Ming's demeanor, understood his desire for retribution. Such reckless thoughts were typical of these martial wanderers, whose minds often favored brawn over intellect. Internally scoffing, the Grand Prince replied, "Senior Chu, I comprehend your anguish. My heart aches as much as yours at the sight of Linglong injured so gravely by my third brother. However, I implore you not to act impulsively. My brother is well guarded by formidable experts. Should you fail in your attempt, and he recognizes your face, the name of the Qian sect would be sullied with the label of a royal assassin, leading to its certain demise. I urge you to exercise caution, without absolute certainty. Do not take action." Chu Ming's fist clenched tightly. With a roar of frustration, he turned and struck the wall with a punch. The sheer force instantly collapsed the entire structure. "Grand Prince, I shall write to my sect. Please take care of Linglong." With that, Chu Ming departed. The Grand Prince's lips curled into a faint smile. Observing the ruined wall, he coldly mused, "Ah, Qian sect, among the 7 sects of the realm. Should I commend your prowess, or deem you foolish? How could they allow their sacred maiden to be so grievously harmed without consequence?" Xiao's performance today had utterly surpassed his expectations. During the battle with Linglong, he had felt a twinge of fear, for Xiao exhibited an overwhelming strength. So formidable that, at that moment, the Grand Prince believed that the position of Crown Prince should rightfully belong to Xiao, given his martial talents. Fortunately, Xiao had completely alienated the Qian sect. In the Grand Prince's eyes, this was a fortuitous circumstance. Yet, he found himself hoping that the Qian sect would not attempt to assassinate Xiao just yet. He aimed to leverage this opportunity to fully align the Qian sect with his ambitions. At the Jinlin Wei camp, the selection of 8,000 warhorses was complete. However, unlike the other 7,999 robust steeds, one fiery red horse stood aloof, its head drooping, balancing on 3 legs within the stable. Xiao and Su Ping stood outside the stable, observing the crimson horse. "I ask you, can you truly heal this horse?" "Of course, Your Highness, have no worries. Give me 3 months, and I assure you, I will return an unparalleled steed. However, whether you can tame it then will depend on your own abilities. This is a dragon horse." This was the horse they had encountered during today's selection of warhorses. It was not merely a fortunate find. With the gift of sight, any discerning individual can recognize that this is a rare and magnificent steed. Even without a profound understanding of horses, Xiao could immediately discern its exceptional nature. However, upon inquiry, it was revealed that the horse suffered from a split hoof, a condition that necessitates prolonged treatment. For many horsemen in Qian, a split hoof essentially signifies a death sentence. It is notoriously difficult to cure and disqualifies the horse from becoming a war mount. Consequently, this fiery red divine steed was sent to the Tang Stud farm to serve as a breeding stallion. Although the farm could not engage in large-scale breeding, it was still capable of nurturing a select few horses. Today, after inspecting the horse, Su Ping confidently assured Xiao of its potential recovery, igniting a spark of hope within him. A fine horse is hard to come by. Gazing at the somewhat listless red horse in the stable, Xiao sighed. However, that fellow surnamed Xiong mentioned that this horse has been bred extensively, leading to a depletion of its vitality. Even if it is cured, sustaining its vigor may prove challenging. Indeed, that is the case. Yet, my Su family possesses a secret technique. As long as His Highness is willing to invest some funds and grants me 3 months, I assure you this horse will be revitalized. Seeing the little chubby boy brimming with confidence, Xiao responded with a smile, "That is splendid. Whatever funds you require, seek out Lu'er." Meanwhile, within the palace, Yuzhuan was watching 2 robust men animatedly reenacting a performance. At that moment, the third prince had just leapt onto Miss and sword energy, soaring once more. "Old Wang, jump up and portray Misson. I shall demonstrate the third prince's knee strike to his majesty. How preposterous. I was the one enduring blows. I've already received 2 punches. It is time for a change. How can one continue to strike so forcefully? What nonsense. Am I not portraying the third prince? I am merely providing entertainment for his majesty. Have I wronged you? If the performance lacks intensity, how can it be effective? Why must a grown man be so delicate? It seems it is not you who is taking the blows. As the two began to quarrel, Yuzhuan merely chuckled. What are you bickering about? You two can switch roles and perform again. They exchanged glances, both recognizing that Yuzhuan was in good spirits. Naturally, they complied and resumed their performance. In truth, when Yuzhuan heard of the conflict between Xiao and Linglong, his first thought was that Xiao must have been hurt. However, upon learning that Xiao had decisively defeated Linglong, rendering her unconscious, he could hardly contain himself. That was the 17th ranked on the star list. Although he had always known that his son possessed extraordinary martial talent, the extent of that talent had remained an ambiguous concept. But this time, it was vividly illustrated. Defeating the 17th ranked opponent, and doing so while being nearly 2 major realms below them. This was an extraordinary feat. Yuzhuan's spirits soared as he immediately summoned 2 generals present at the scene to reenact the event. Within the Grand Hall, the two engaged in a continuous display of combat. The process was far from intricate. After all, Xiao had not sustained a single frontal attack from beginning to end, effortlessly overwhelming his opponent. In their final clash, Linglong's attempt to unleash her true martial prowess faltered, resulting in a backlash of energy. With a single punch, Xiao shattered her defenses. After the demonstration, the general vividly recounted the words exchanged between Xiao and them. The third prince had stated that he had preemptively planted energy within Linglong, which he then detonated, causing her energy to recoil, allowing him to seize the opportunity to defeat her. Thus, it was evident that the third prince had meticulously orchestrated this plan in advance, truly a marvel. Regrettably, Linglong suffered severe injuries, her meridians shattered and her organs damaged. Yuzhuan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You lot are quite the exaggerators. My son defeating a mere 17th on the star rankings, what is there to praise? Such grandiosity. Enough, disperse. Wait, you two have performed admirably today. Zhou Tong. Reward each of them with 2,000 taels of silver." "Thank you, your majesty." The two were elated. No one ever deemed too much money as excessive. Moreover, martial generals do not enjoy the same level of financial abundance as civil officials, and many were not particularly affluent. They were not high-ranking officers. So receiving a reward of 2,000 taels was a delightful surprise. Furthermore, it clearly pleased Yuzhuan immensely. For them, it was also a significant opportunity to showcase themselves. Watching the two depart with expressions of joy alongside Zhou Tong, Yuzhuan could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips once more. Not bad, not bad. Lu Tong, I pose a question. If the roles were reversed, could you triumph? Lu Tong replied, "Your Majesty's son is indeed formidable. Why must you involve me in this?" Yet, when the emperor inquired, one must respond. He shook his head, saying, "This old servant cannot prevail. The third prince's martial talent is truly unparalleled in this era. I've always said this lad resembles me the most. Had my focus not strayed from martial pursuits in my youth, I would not have been inferior to him. This boy has certainly inherited my virtues." Yuzhuan mused, stroking his chin, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Lu Tong, however, secretly scoffed. While others may be unaware of Yuzhuan's true nature, he was acutely aware. The emperor had lamented during his childhood training, finding the simplest martial techniques a challenge to master even after a month of practice. Of course, this did not prevent Yuzhuan from selectively forgetting such details and attributing Xiao's martial talent to his exceptional lineage. Although aware of Yuzhuan's self-indulgence, Lu Tong chose not to expose him, instead responding with a smile, "It is only natural for the third prince to resemble your majesty." Yuzhuan nodded in satisfaction. Just then, Zhou Tong returned, bowing as he announced, "Your majesty, the first prince requests an audience outside the palace." Hearing of the first prince's arrival, Yuzhuan's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Go tell him, I am unwell and do not wish to meet him. Furthermore, send word to Tianlong Garden to deliver a wanling nourishing pill to Xiao. Additionally, informing Xiao to dispatch someone to Tang'an City to thoroughly disseminate the news of Xiao's victory over Linglong." Zhou Tong was momentarily taken aback. The wanling nourishing pill was a miraculous remedy, capable of reviving the deceased and restoring the living, as long as there remained a breath of life. No matter how grave the injuries, a single pill would ensure rapid recovery. It was indeed a treasure of unparalleled worth. What does it signify that such a precious elixir is given to Xiao instead of the gravely injured in Linglong? Furthermore, why deliberately disseminate this information? However, unlike Lu Tong, he dared not question Yu Juan's words. He promptly acquiesced and turned to leave. Outside the palace, the crown prince encountered Shotong. Your Highness, His Majesty has instructed me to convey that he is unwell and does not wish to see you at this time. Upon hearing this, the crown prince was momentarily taken aback. He hastily replied, I implore you, Grand Eunuch Zhou, to relay that Linglong has been severely injured by the third prince. This matter is of great significance to the relationship between the Qing Qian sect and the court. I wish to request a Wanling nourishing pill from father to aid in her recovery. Zhou Tong chuckled. Your Highness, His Majesty's health is in decline. As a mere servant, I cannot presume to disturb him. Perhaps you should return for now, and once His Majesty feels better, I will assist you in your request. His words were meticulously crafted, leaving no room for further argument. The crown prince, recognizing the futility of his position, refrained from pressing the matter further and hastened to the rear palace. Soon, he encountered Yang Li. Mother, there has been an incident. The crown prince wasted no time in recounting the day's events to Yang Li. Yet, she remained impassive, idly tending to a bouquet before her. Would Linglong perish? No, she would not. The warrior's physique is robust. Despite her severe injuries, death is not an option. Alas, Yang Li sighed. If Linglong were to die, the Qing Qian sect and the third prince would be irreconcilable foes. I would relish the sight of him being utterly destroyed. The last 4 words were uttered through clenched teeth. For her, the most gratifying outcome would be the demise of Xiao. The crown prince shook his head. Mother, one cannot view it in such a manner. Should Linglong die, the Qing Qian sect would surely sever ties with the court and no longer serve my interests. That would be detrimental. Although Linglong is still alive, the third prince and the Qing Qian sect have already formed an enmity. Yang Li paused in her floral arrangement, sensing the divergence in thought between herself and the crown prince. However, she chose to mask her emotions and asked coolly, Then, what brings you to the palace this time? I wish for you, mother, to seek father on my behalf and request a Wanling nourishing pill. With this elixir, I could bestow great favor upon the Qing Qian sect. At that time, the sect would be at odds with the third prince yet indebted to me, thus ensuring their loyalty. The crown prince spoke with conviction. After a moment of silence, Yang Li inquired, Will you not approach your father yourself? He has stated he is unwell and does not wish to see me. Yang Li turned with a cold smile. Does he wish to see me instead? Aside from occasions requiring my presence, when has he ever met with me privately? The crown prince offered an awkward smile. But you are the empress. Huh, that is all I am now. You may leave. I will join you shortly. Yang Li resumed her pruning, and the crown prince bowed and exited. Within the chambers, the only sound was the snipping of scissors, creating an atmosphere of profound silence. After a while, Yang Li set down the scissors and sighed, though I despise that man and wish for his swift demise. How wonderful it would be if he were my son. The imperial family is truly the epitome of ruthlessness. At the tender age of 8, he dared to invade my palace for the sake of Huang Mingyue, while my own son, now 28, merely harbors schemes in his heart upon witnessing my humiliation. He competes for the emperor's favor on behalf of Huang Mingyue, yet my son shamelessly implores me for elixirs. Chapter 73. Uncle Ing, from now on, you shall be my subordinate. In the tavern of Tang'an City, Qinghu and Nangong Wanwan sat across from each other. Have you heard? The third prince has defeated Linglong, who was ranked 17th on the star ranking. Truly impressive. Indeed, I always said that the star ranking is nothing to boast about. Ha ha ha, it's true. The third prince has never even been on the list, yet he has bested the 17th. He is truly the foremost talent in the martial arts of our Great Qian. I heard he achieved this by surpassing 2 great realms. Remarkable. Ha ha. It is said that Linglong suffered such grievous injuries that her meridians were shattered, and her life hangs in the balance. Qinghu furrowed his brow. Nangong Wanwan smiled and remarked, The third prince possesses genuine skill to defeat Linglong by transcending 2 great realms. Such prowess is likely rivaled only by young Master Mu. Humph, that is utterly impossible. There exists but one Muhan. There will never be a second. The common folk are merely boasting. That Xiao must truly be a master of the true martial realm. And Qinghu retorted coldly. Nangong Wanwan gazed out the window, a flicker of sadness in her eyes, and murmured, Indeed, how could there be another like him in this world? And Qinghu fell silent. After a moment, he shifted the topic, saying, "Have you heard? Recently, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has issued a bounty for the capture of Luo Yuchang. That madwoman has struck against the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion at 13 of their locations." Hiki. Nangong Wanwan's eyes gleamed coldly. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has never been virtuous. They intentionally release such lists to incite chaos among the populace, leading many to their demise, all while pretending to uphold justice. If they are challenged, they have only themselves to blame. And Qinghu shook his head. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is notoriously enigmatic. Luo Yuchang's ruthless actions may have embroiled her in grave peril. As he spoke, he wiped his mouth and smiled. "I am full now. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave." Nangong Wanwan chuckled. "Where are you off to? To slay the third prince of Great Qian?" And Qinghu, who had just risen, paused, his smile faltering. "You have seen through my thoughts." He took a deep breath and, no longer concealing his intentions, stated coldly, "He caused my sister's meridians to shatter. So I shall ensure his do the same. Since he has conquered the 17th on the star ranking, as the 5th, I shall see if he dares to fight." Nangong Wanwan shook her head. "Little tiger, I advise you against this. He is no fool. Should you go, whether victorious or defeated, you would likely be cut down by the masses, and I would be left to give you a proper burial." And Qinghu fumed. "Will no one even collect my remains?" Nangong Wanwan rolled her eyes. "Collect your remains? In such noble families, if you were slain, they would surely feed you to the dogs. How could they collect your remains? Even if fed to dogs, there ought to be some bones left. If I were to gather bones gnawed by dogs, what would I do about my cleanliness? I am averse to dirt." And Qinghu grinned. "Then let it be a burial for the honored dead. If one is deceased, it would be unfortunate to soil your hands." With that, he turned to leave. Nangong Wanwan sighed. "Why must it be so? If you wish to sever ties, do so completely. However, with his cultivation, he should not truly be at risk of death, right? He ought to be able to escape." At the Xiao residence, he reclined on a chair, idly toying with a jade vial in his hand. Within the vial lay a precious elixir. He turned to Han Qi and smiled. "Mr. Han, what do you think my father intends with this elixir? Perhaps His Majesty wishes for you to bestow this upon En Linglong," Han Qi speculated. "Given that En Linglong has suffered grave injuries, and you have acquired this item, entrusting it to you for her could indeed ease your relations with the Qingxian sect." Yi Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Is that so?" Depth flickered in his gaze. "Yet, even if I were to heal En Linglong, she would still be my adversary. She has acknowledged Yang Li as her adoptive mother, and having been harmed by me, she may not express gratitude even if I restore her health." "What does His Highness mean?" Yu Xiao pondered, perplexed. "What exactly is my father scheming?" Han Qi discerned Yu Xiao's apprehension and conjectured. Perhaps His Majesty does not wish to see the Qingxian sect too closely aligned with the Crown Prince. At this, Yi Xiao fell into contemplation, murmuring, "Ah, my father is indeed a man of profound thoughts. I shall not attempt to decipher his intentions. Since he has given it to me, I shall keep it. And how I choose to utilize it is entirely up to me." Just then, Luer entered, escorting a figure clad in black, a commanding officer of the town peacekeeping division. "Ing Zhao, Your Highness, Lord Ing has urgent matters to discuss with you." Yi Xiao scrutinized Ing Zhao. From a young age, he had often heard Ing Zhao report to Yi Sun. Rising, he clasped his fists in greeting and smiled. "Lord Ing, has there been progress regarding the matter I sought?" Ing Zhao nodded. "Indeed, there has been progress. This is the location where the person you seek has taken refuge. However, he is accompanied by a woman, seemingly named Nangong Wanwan." As he spoke, Ing Zhao handed over a piece of paper, which detailed the whereabouts of Qinghu and Nangong Wanwan. Yi Xiao accepted the note, looking at Ing Zhao with gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Ing. Will you not stay for a meal?" "Alas, I cannot. I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave," Ing Zhao replied, eager to avoid prolonged interaction with Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao stepped forward, grasping Ing Zhao's hand. "Oh, come now. Uncle Ing, it has been years since we last met. Let us enjoy a drink. Should I ascend to the throne, I shall reward you with a grand title." Ing Zhao was taken aback. He was acutely aware that he was not like other ministers. For others, a mere suggestion of proximity to a prince might be overlooked by Yi Sun. However, if he were to grow too close to a prince, it would surely spell his doom. Moreover, Yu Xiao's words were indiscreet. To call him Uncle Ing was audacious, and to speak of bestowing him a high position, a thought that could cost him dearly if it reached Yi Sun's ears. Cold sweat trickled down Ing Zhao's back. With a slight struggle, he extricated himself from Yi Xiao's grip and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, do not jest. I truly have urgent matters. My concubine has given birth today, and I must return. Ah, your concubine has given birth? It seems Uncle Ing is quite anxious. Very well, take care. Upon hearing this, Ing Xiao turned and fled. By the way, Uncle Ing, from now on, you shall be my man. Who seeks to harm me, you must alert me. Otherwise, upon their ascendance, they will assuredly behead you. As Ing Xiao reached the threshold, these words echoed in his ears. His mind momentarily fractured. He stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. As the commander of the town guardian office, he almost faltered, but, drawing upon his profound cultivation, he steadied himself, quickening his pace as he dashed out of the courtyard. Upon his departure, Yi Xiao's smile faded as he lowered his gaze to the note, sinking into contemplation. Lu Er approached with a grin, teasing, "Your Highness, you seem rather displeased. Are you perhaps feeling envious? Is it because you saw Nagong Wanwan accompanied by Qinghu?" Yi Xiao scoffed. "Envious? Not in the slightest. If Qinghu were to win that woman's favor, it would be splendid. My concern lies in the fact that Qinghu, that worthless fool, is merely trailing behind others like a dog. And yet, I was discovered by Nagong Wanwan while I was in contact with him." Lu inquired curiously. "What do you intend to do, Your Highness?" Yi Xiao glanced at the vial on the table, pondering momentarily before declaring, regardless of the circumstances, "I must first make contact with him. The Qingxian sect is a formidable entity. It must not be allowed to completely align with our adversary." Chapter 74. It is you indeed. Do not underestimate the youth of the Qingxian sect. Their prowess may not appear extraordinary at first glance. Yet it is essential to consider whom they are compared against. Moreover, one crucial figure must be excluded from this assessment, Qinghu. Even if Qinghu is not the most outstanding among the younger generation of the 7 sects of Daqian, he undeniably ranks among the top. However, Qinghu has now been entirely disassociated from the Qingxian sect. Often, in the stillness of night, Qinghu finds himself in contemplation. Is it worth it? Should it be so? For the sake of a woman, he has become estranged from all. Yet, he cannot suppress his emotions. As he traversed the bustling streets, a nameless fury ignited within his heart. That is his sister, his own flesh and blood, the sister he has watched grow since childhood. In fact, upon hearing the news just moments ago, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his wrath. Finally, he halted before Yi Xiao's residence, casting a cold gaze at the gates. In a commanding tone, he proclaimed, "Fifth on the star ranking, and Qinghu challenges the 3rd Prince Yi Xiao. Do you dare to accept the duel?" His voice, though not loud, resonated with precision, reaching the ears of all within the estate, including Yi Xiao. In the courtyard, Lu Er turned to Yi Xiao, frowning, "Your Highness, this fellow is challenging you." "Haha, I was just pondering how to meet him alone, and he has come knocking. Go, let him enter. Also, summon Uncle He." Soon, the gate swung open, and a maid emerged, addressing Qinghu, "My lord commands your presence inside." "I shall not go. If he wishes to fight, let it be here. I will await him." And Qinghu stood resolute, sword in hand, showing no intention of entering. He was no fool. Should he injure Yi Xiao, what could his subordinates do? It would be far easier to escape from outside the estate. He had resolved to ensure that Yi Xiao's meridians would be utterly severed. Seeing his refusal to enter, the maid had no choice but to retreat, while Qinghu remained steadfast outside the estate, his demeanor grave. Muttering to himself, he declared, "Whoever dares to harm my sister must pay the price." At last, the doors swung open once more. Lu Er emerged from within. The moment Qinghu laid eyes on her, his gaze widened in astonishment. The indomitable aura he once exuded gradually dissipated, replaced by shock and disbelief. He pointed at Lu Er, stammering, "Why you? How did you get here?" Lu Er, uninterested in his bewilderment, rolled her eyes and replied, "My young master has sent for you." With that, she turned and strode into the courtyard. And Qinghu's expression shifted repeatedly, his mind swirling with countless conjectures. Finally, gritting his teeth, he hastened to follow her. Trailing behind Lu Er, he yearned to inquire but found himself at a loss for words. Lu Er, however, was quite displeased. "You were told you could enter. Why did you have to linger outside? You made me come out for nothing." At last, Qinghu voiced his burning question, "Is he the 3rd Prince of Daqian? What do you think?" Lu Er shot him a glance, offering no answer, yet her silence spoke volumes. Soon, Lu Er led Qinghu to the rear courtyard. There, Yi Xiao reclined in a lounge chair, with Yi Quan standing behind him. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, and then Yi Quan, Qinghu concealed his face, erupting into a near-manic laughter. "Ha ha ha. So it is you. You truly have not perished." However, as his laughter subsided, the madness in his eyes morphed into murderous intent. But why did you sever her meridians? With your strength, defeating her would have been effortless. Muhan, even if I am not your match, I shall challenge you today. As he spoke, his aura surged wildly. His sword pointed ominously at Xiao. Come. If you possess the ability, sever my meridians as well. Let me witness the chasm that has formed between us after all this time. Leaning back in his chair, Xiao regarded Qinghu with keen interest, complimenting, your spirit is commendable, yet your words betray a hint of trepidation. And Qinghu's face flushed with embarrassment. Anger flaring within him, mind your own business. Come, let us battle. Xiao shook his head. Currently, my cultivation is merely at the Tianyuan realm. I am not your opponent. Engaging in combat would surely lead to my demise, with not a glimmer of hope, so we shall not fight today. Xiao spoke the truth. At present, he stood no chance against Qinghu. And Qinghu was taken aback momentarily, yet he quickly noted Xiao's cultivation level. Exclaiming in disbelief, why are you only at the Tianyuan realm? You have dispersed your power and started anew. This revelation shocked Qinghu even more than Xiao's cultivation level, and he gaped, dispersed your power and started anew? Why? Xiao did not conceal the truth, chuckling. I found a technique more formidable than the great Sun Yuan Yang Gong, thus I began anew. And Qinghu was rendered speechless. At that moment, an inexplicable fear burgeoned within him. The already formidable Xiao had discovered a technique even more potent than the great Sun Yuan Yang Gong. If he truly mastered it, who in the world could stand against him? At this juncture, Xiao patiently elucidated, I shall not hide it from you. It was indeed I who harmed in Linglong. But I had no choice. I am the third prince of Qian, and I must contend for the throne. She regarded the Empress Dowager as her adoptive mother, forming an alliance with the crown prince to challenge me. Before the gathered generals, retreat was not an option. I could only confront them in battle. My cultivation level is far too inferior. Sparing her life would be my utmost effort, and I truly cannot restrain my hand. It is not intentional. And Qinghu gritted his teeth and said, what use is your talk? Her meridians are now severed. Life or death is uncertain. How can I spare you? Xiao scoffed. You seem to overestimate yourself. Bring him to me for execution. He Kun stepped forward, and Qinghu was taken aback. You lack martial ethics. Huh, by your logic. If the ancestor of Qixian sect sought me out, should I challenge him one-on-one? Have you become foolish from your training? Xiao's mockery made Qinghu flush with anger, yet he found himself unable to retort. In that moment, Xiao pulled a medicinal pill from his robe and tossed it toward Qinghu, saying, enough of your nonsense. I have no desire for lengthy discourse. Here is a wanling nourishing pill. After consuming it, it can heal your sister's injuries. I can give it to you. And Qinghu caught the pill. His heart suddenly filled with joy. However, Xiao's tone shifted. There is one more matter. And Qinghu, gazing at the pill in his hand without raising his head, asked what matter. I require you to return to Qixian sect. Why? And Qinghu looked at Xiao, confusion filling his eyes. Xiao shook his head. Qixian sect is now bound to the eldest. I do not wish to witness this outcome. Upon hearing that Xiao had a request, and Qinghu gained a measure of confidence. Lifting his chin slightly, he arrogantly declared, what? Are you afraid? Beg me, and I might consider. Observing Qinghu's haughty demeanor, Xiao rose, adorned in a majestic robe, exuding an extraordinary aura. He coldly regarded Qinghu, a palpable killing intent radiating from him, and spoke in a deep voice. I, Xiao, have never known fear. Today, I offer you counsel. Should you refuse, I shall not force you. The pill is yours to take for healing. However, should the Qixian sect fall in the future, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If these words had been spoken by another, and Qinghu would have dismissed them as mere folly, disregarding them entirely. But Xiao, even Qinghu, who often looked down upon others, understood the terror that Xiao embodied. Chapter 75, Third Prince, do you not agree? Before encountering Xiao, and Qinghu had always believed himself to be the most gifted martial artist in the world, for throughout his time in and out of Qixian sect, all those of similar age he encountered were no match for him. As he aged, he began to challenge some of the masters on the star ranking, achieving consecutive victories and steadily climbing the ranks. In his view, they were merely trivial, until that fateful day when he met Xiao. The despair, the helplessness, the sensation of being toyed with in the palm of another's hand still haunts him in nightmares. For the first time, he comprehended the vast gulf between individuals, a chasm so wide that he could hardly fathom how to prevail. His only chance, perhaps, lay in a complete overpowering of cultivation. Reflecting on the past, and gazing at the imposing figure of Xiao in his majestic robe, he sensed a transformation within him. The Yi Xiao he encountered years ago was replete with nobility, yet possessed an air of gentility. The Yi Xiao of today remains regal, yet now carries an added ferocity and authority, ever more formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Qinghu let out a long sigh. I do not wish to return. I cannot bear to part with Wanwan. His affection for Nangong Wanwan remained paramount in his heart. Yi Xiao, taken aback, soon responded with a derisive laugh. You have truly descended into utter insignificance. And Qinghu retorted defiantly, how am I insignificant? I love Wanwan. What is wrong with that? Do you think everyone is as blind to their fortunes as you? Yi Xiao replied, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. The matter has been clearly stated. Decide your course of action. But remember this, Muhan is dead. That person no longer exists in this world. So refrain from mentioning it to anyone. And Qinghu scoffed, what of it? Are you afraid Wanwan will discover your whereabouts and seek you out? Indeed. Yi Xiao admitted without reservation, I wish to avoid further troubles. You also do not want her to be with me, correct? Thus, concealing this matter is the wisest course. Lu'er, see our guest out. And Qinghu cast a lingering glance at Yi Xiao, clutching the elixir, and turned to leave. As he walked away, Yiquan furrowed his brow and asked, Your Highness, do you truly believe he will return to the Qingxian sect as you suggested? There is an 80% chance. Yi Xiao replied coolly. He is a person of deep emotions, both in love and familial ties. His visit today on behalf of an Linglong confirms my judgment of him. Generally, matters pale in comparison to his love. However, if it were a matter of blood relations facing annihilation, do you think he would hesitate to return? He simply cannot make a decision at this moment. But he has been expelled from the Qingxian sect. Yiquan protested. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes. Expulsion means nothing. His ability to escape the Qingxian sect unscathed proves that even though his father is angry, he does not intend to truly punish him. Expulsion is merely a facade to avoid gossip in the martial world. Now, having realized his errors and vanquishing a couple of demonic foes, it is indeed a fated return to the righteous path. Ha ha ha, Your Highness speaks wisely. The night deepened, and within the realm of consciousness, Yi Xiao sat cross-legged. Before him floated the magnificent human emperor cauldron. As various tidings spread, Yi Xiao's reputation among the common folk soared. This influx of admiration further energized the human emperor cauldron, converting it into imperial essence. In an instant, countless golden rays surged into Yi Xiao's being. The imperial essence within him surged tumultuously, leading to a rapid increase in his cultivation. As the golden light intensified, so too did Yi Xiao's strength. Ultimately, he broke through another barrier, ascending to the 5th rank of the Tianyuan realm. A faint smile graced Yi Xiao's lips. It seemed there were indeed benefits to facing in Linglong. However, he had not anticipated the speed at which the news spread, catching him by surprise. Meanwhile, Yanzai's 8,000 cavalry had also been fully recruited. With these warriors now under his command, Yi Xiao's overall cultivation speed experienced yet another elevation. Feeling the human emperor cauldron continuously gathering energy, Yi Xiao was immensely satisfied. The only thing left to await was the formation of combat capability within these cavalrymen. While he cultivated leisurely, others found themselves unable to sleep. In a shadowy corner of Tangan City, Qinghu clutched a wine jar, leaning against the wall. For him, the moment of decision had finally arrived. Continuing to pursue the so-called love with Nangong Wanwan, or returning to the sect to influence its decisions. Some choices can only be made independently. With each sip of wine, he gazed at the elixir in his hand, feeling a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Heh, Mu Bu, Yi Xiao, you scoundrel. You know I will certainly return to the sect. You know I cannot stand idly by while they march towards enmity with you. You know everything, including when I will unleash my techniques. Damn, how can you be so formidable? He lifted the wine jar, swaying unsteadily as he stood. But do you know? I will inform Wanwan of your whereabouts. You won't let me speak? I must. If I return to the Qingxian sect, how can I have any further entanglements with Wanwan? Therefore, she must know that the one she loves is still alive. Did you not just marry some woman, too? Then let us see how Wanwan reacts. I'll watch her to see if she perishes. If you want to let me be well, then I shall not let you be well either. May neither of us find peace. And Qinghu staggered along the dark path, murmuring to himself. He took a few steps, sipped from the jar, took a few more steps, and drank again. Yi Xiao would never have anticipated that Qinghu would make such a decision. After their encounter, he had temporarily cast this matter aside. At this moment, Yi Xiao was attending court, facing an elderly man clad in a simple long robe. The elder, full of vigor, spoke fervently before the 4 princes. Since ancient times, there has been a hierarchy of age. The abolition of the elder for the younger is a path to calamity. His Majesty has allowed you to participate in governance to assist the first prince in ruling the nation and establishing a prosperous era. How can you harbor ambitions to usurp the throne? Certain princes audaciously declare their intentions to seize the crown in public. Is that not absurd and laughable? The elder halted before Xiao, speaking coldly. Third prince, do you not agree? As the autumn examination approached, scholars from all regions were entering Tangin, marking a grand occasion for the Great Qian Dynasty. Simultaneously, many literary luminaries and highly esteemed scholars gathered to enter the palace and seek an audience with the emperor. Even Yizun, who would not dare to neglect them, welcomed them in. Unexpectedly, after the audience, someone advised Yizun to establish the first prince as the crown prince. Directly targeting Xiao, Xiao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the elder before him. Wang Chang, the great sage from Han Prefecture, was a renowned scholar of the age. Xiao had assumed that these literati would support the fourth prince, given his greater literary reputation. Yet, Wang Chang boldly proposed that Yizun designate the first prince as the crown prince, speaking with a tone that dripped with condescension before Xiao. At that moment, Wang Chang stood before Xiao, eyes filled with disdain, casting sidelong glances that conveyed utter disregard for Xiao. In the court, all eyes were fixed upon Wang Chang. Wang Chang, undeterred, boldly confronted Xiao, declaring, Third prince, since your return to Tangin, you have behaved recklessly, growing increasingly arrogant. Not only did you break Yixing Yuan's legs, but you also assaulted second Prince Yuan. Your violent and arrogant disposition is utterly shocking, and yet you audaciously proclaim your intent to usurp the throne. Do you not possess any sense of shame? It was Xiao's first encounter with the audacity of an erudite individual. At the very least, Wang Chang was indeed valiant. Throughout the court, no one dared to confront Xiao in such a brazen manner. All eyes were now fixated on him, filled with anticipation. Would this haughty and impulsive third prince retaliate against the old man? Even Yizun observed Xiao with keen interest, eager to witness his response. As expected, Xiao extended his hand, firmly grasping Wang Chang's head. In that instant, the tension in the room escalated. Was he about to strike? Xiao exerted a slight force, lifting Wang Chang's face and entire body, twisting him toward Yizun. Then, in a tone reminiscent of a mischievous child, he remarked, Stop fussing, go speak to him. What use is it for you to talk to me? You must inform him that the authority lies in his hands. Wang Chang was taken aback. All the scholars and officials present were equally bewildered, including Yizun, who was rendered speechless. You insult him, and you expect me to act on your behalf? Wang Chang's face flushed crimson as he attempted to turn his head forcefully, but he could not resist Yu Zhao's strength. In exasperation, he shouted, This is outrageous. How can you treat me with such disrespect? Alas, Wang Chang was not a tall man, and Yu Zhao towered over him. Holding him aloft was akin to an adult lifting a child. Despite his frantic struggles to break free from Yu Zhao's grasp, he was firmly held in place, rendering the scene absurdly comical. Enough. Let him go, Xiao. Yi Zhuan commanded, and Yi Xiao released his grip. At that moment, Wang Chang turned furiously. His face still flushed as he glared at Yi Xiao. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Zhuan interjected coolly, Mr. Wang. The throne of the Qian has always been claimed by the capable. Though I was the eldest son of the late emperor, my ascension was due to my own exceptional abilities, not a matter of seniority. Thus, the question of who inherits the throne ultimately depends on which of the princes and princesses possesses the capability to lead the Qian to greater heights. These words stirred a hornet's nest. Wang Chang, who had been ready to berate Yi Xiao, now turned to Yi Zhuan, shouting, How can this be? As His Majesty articulates, does this not disrupt the natural order? No wonder the third prince acts without restraint. It appears His Majesty supports him. Have you not heard the wise man's words? What followed was a lengthy discourse. Wang Chang, true to form as a contemporary sage, cited classics with fervor, launching a vehement tirade against Yi Zhuan. However, attacking Yi Zhuan differed significantly from targeting Yi Xiao. Without Yi Zhuan needing to defend himself, others naturally emerged to champion his perspective in the debate. Thus, the court erupted into a cacophony of voices, heatedly discussing the matter, while Yi Xiao and his companions found themselves at leisure. Turning to the second prince, Yi Xiao chuckled. You were the one who orchestrated this, weren't you? Yuan let out a cold laugh, choosing to ignore the situation. He then turned to the first prince. Is it you? The first prince remained silent. Finally, Yi Xiao shifted his gaze to the fourth prince. Fourth brother? The fourth prince hurriedly replied, Third brother, do not jest. Mr. Wang, with his esteemed reputation and virtue, would never serve our interests. Yi Xiao smiled with keen interest, no longer pressing the matter. After witnessing a captivating exchange among the scholars throughout the morning, Yu Xuan announced the court's adjournment. Once the court was dismissed, Yi Xiao prepared to leave, but was halted by Zhou Tong. Your Highness, His Majesty requests your presence for lunch in the palace. Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Very well. He followed Zhou Tong out. The other three princes also noticed the commotion, maintaining a calm demeanor, though their inner thoughts remained inscrutable. Soon, everyone exited the palace, parting ways. In the fourth prince's carriage, Wang Chong, who had just spoken on behalf of the first prince, wore a look of regret. Your Highness, it is a pity that we could not provoke the third prince into action against me. The fourth prince remained composed, gazing out at the bustling market. He replied lightly, it matters not. Success is determined by fate. It appears that my third brother, though seemingly impetuous, is not devoid of wisdom. If Mr. Wang has the time, I suggest visiting my elder brother more often and speaking well of him. That alone would suffice. Wang Chong promptly nodded, then produced a note, whispering, as for my Wang family's disciples, 2 may enter the list. I will select them carefully. The fourth prince accepted the list. The carriage halted at a street corner, letting Wang Chong alight. In the palace, at a grand table, Yi Xuan and Yi Xiao sat on opposite sides, the table laden with dishes. In contrast to Yu Xuan's elegance, Yu Zhao's dining manner appeared rather boisterous. Zhou Tong, bring me that elbow. What? Your Majesty? At such an age, you cannot serve him such greasy food. And that Buddha jumps over the wall. My father does not enjoy it. Serve him more vegetables. They are good for his health. Seeing his demeanor, Yu Xuan shook his head, still the same as in childhood, only eating meat. My son practices martial arts. He requires more nourishment to support his vigor. Yi Xiao grinned widely. As Yi Xuan served himself, he regarded Yi Xiao with an appreciative gaze, chuckling, I thought you might take action against Wang Chong today. Yi Xiao sighed, I wish to strike him, but it is unwise. Why not? You dare to confront the second brother. Why not him? What would be the outcome? A few slaps with a cane, and that would be that. Yi Xiao shook his head. Firstly, I do not know whether Wang Chong is truly acting on behalf of my brothers, or if he genuinely serves the nation and the people. If I aspire to be a wise ruler, I must possess the capacity for tolerance. If I resort to violence every time someone utters something displeasing, I will surround myself only with sycophants. Secondly, Wang Chong holds a significant reputation. Without sufficient cause, should I strike him, how would I be perceived in the eyes of the scholarly world? Thirdly, if there are indeed traps laid for me, I cannot simply leap into every pit I encounter. Too many missteps, and I may find myself ensnared. Yi Xuan smiled and said, Indeed, indeed. If you rely solely on martial prowess without cunning, even if you possess divine talent, you shall never sit upon the throne of the Qian. At this point, his expression turned serious, and he spoke in a deep voice. A ruler must possess a heart as profound as the sea, harboring countless thoughts without revealing them outwardly. One must not be easily discerned by others. Only then can one govern effectively. Yi Xiao, with his mouth full of food, impatiently replied, I understand, I understand. Let us eat quickly. If you wish to teach me how to be an emperor, it can wait until after the meal. Yi Xuan thought to himself that no one but Yi Xiao would dare speak to him in such a manner. Yet, seeing Yi Xiao indulge in his meal, he felt an unexpected joy. Chapter 77. Yi Xuan's examination at the entrance of the inn, and Qinghu lay sprawled on the ground, clutching yesterday's wine jar. Nangong Wanwan stood before him, her brows furrowed. Hey, 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 wake up. Come on, wake up. She disdainfully poked his face with a small stick. Finally, he opened his eyes, bloodshot and filled with anger at being disturbed. However, upon recognizing Nangong Wanwan, his gaze cleared instantly. Sitting up from the ground, he scratched his head and said, Wanwan. Nangong Wanwan frowned and asked, Didn't you go to find that third prince? Why do you return in this state? And Qinghu paused for a moment. There were too many guards. I didn't challenge him. Surprised by his response, Nangong Wanwan chose not to press further. No challenge means no challenge. Hurry back to change and take a bath. You smell terrible. As Qinghu gazed at her pretty face, he suddenly mustered the courage to ask, Wanwan, may I inquire if you hold even a slight affection for me? Not at all. Nangong Wanwan replied without hesitation, shaking her head. I like Muhan. And Qinghu forced a smile, his heart heavy. After 3 years by your side, you truly have never felt even a flicker of emotion? Not once. Taking a deep breath, and Qinghu declared, Then I shall take my leave. I intend to return to Qingxian sect. Nangong Wanwan was momentarily taken aback by his words, but quickly responded with a smile. Congratulations on overcoming your emotional barriers. When we meet next, do not hold back. And Qinghu quietly replied, all right. Though he verbally acquiesced, he knew deep down that he could never bring himself to harm Nangong Wanwan. Looking up at the sky, Nangong Wanwan murmured, congratulations on your liberation. But I am still bound. I must find him. No matter how far or near, I will locate him. I refuse to believe he is dead. Well then, farewell. With that, Nangong Wanwan turned to leave, exuding a carefree demeanor, reminiscent of how she had readily accepted in Qinghu's companionship when he first proposed it. Watching her retreat, and Qinghu suddenly shouted, I saw Muhan yesterday. He is in Tangan. Upon hearing this, Nangong Wanwan moved with the swiftness of a specter. Darting towards him with urgency etched on her face. Where is he? I do not know. Despite his earlier drunken outburst, and Qinghu ultimately chose to withhold the complete truth. As I made my way to the residence of the third prince, I caught a fleeting glimpse of him, my heart racing with urgency. Yet I failed to call out to him. Nangong Wanwan, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation, yet felt utterly helpless. You foolish tiger, why didn't you stop him? The third prince of Qian is not going to run away, so what is the rush? Nangong Wanwan wore a distressed expression. To be carefree requires the right kind of person. If one's heart is unmoved, then one can naturally appear nonchalant. But how can one maintain such poise when concern weighs heavily on the heart? And Qinghu's silence cast a pall over the atmosphere. Despite her helplessness, Nangong Wanwan remained undaunted, her eyes sparkling with hope. Regardless, knowing he is still alive brings me peace. Little tiger, thank you. I will surely find him. Nangong Wanwan beamed, her smile radiating genuine joy, and Qinghu felt a pang in his heart. Ever since the star ranking updated, he had not witnessed such an unguarded smile from Nangong Wanwan. Her thoughts, it seemed, were always occupied by Xiao. The separation had come unexpectedly. After learning the direction to the third prince's residence, Nangong Wanwan left without looking back. Leaving in Qinghu alone, he withdrew a vial from his pocket, peering into it as he murmured, if only Xiao were not the one Wanwan cherished. How splendid it would be. We ought to be friends. The world of martial arts encompasses more than just love. It also includes the camaraderie shared among men over drinks. He vividly recalled that day when he battled Xiao. After being defeated, they shared a hearty drink, with Xiao candidly pointing out the flaws in his cultivation. That day marked the first time Qinghu was truly impressed by a peer. Alas, fate is capricious. Many developments in life do not unfold as one wishes. In the palace, Xiao reclined in his chair, having dined to his fill, indeed, to the brim. The servants and eunuchs had long departed, leaving only Xiao and Yi Zhuan in the room. No, Lu Tong, the elderly eunuch, lingered in the corner. Xiao sensed that the main topic was about to arise. I heard that Qinghu challenged you at your residence yesterday? Yi Zhuan inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao raised an eyebrow and replied, indeed, that is true. Did you win or lose? There was no fight. Why was there no fight? Because I could not win. Xiao spoke without reservation, adding with a chuckle, at my current level of cultivation, I cannot defeat Qinghu. Hearing this, Yi Zhuan chuckled. If you can't win, will he heed your words? Xiao raised an eyebrow. Do you know why I seek him? It is simply to persuade him to return to Qing Xian sect, thereby preventing the sect from completely siding with the eldest. Yi Zhuan laughed. What complex thoughts could you children possibly have? Xiao replied. It seems there are not many who consider those few uncomplicated. Since I am seeking him, I naturally possess confidence. Xiao exuded self-assurance. Yi Zhuan lifted his teacup, took a delicate sip, and then turned to Xiao, asking earnestly, I am not omniscient. While I know much about the affairs of the martial world, I have never truly immersed myself in it. There are many matters I do not fully comprehend. Even within the court, the understanding of the so-called martial world is rather shallow. You have traversed the martial world for 10 years. I summoned you today for a specific matter that requires your judgment. His tone was grave. Xiao straightened his posture, aware that the main event was about to unfold. He listened as Yi Zhuan slowly inquired, tell me, in this realm of martial arts, should I take charge? This was not merely a question, but also a test. He sought to gauge Xiao's response. Xiao fell into contemplation, and the room enveloped in silence. After a moment, he lifted his gaze and replied with a smile. Indeed, governance is essential. Throughout the vast expanse of our empire, all lands belong to the sovereign, and all subjects are under the crown. These martial sects are also citizens of Qian. However, the manner and extent of governance, as well as the outcome you desire, Father, merit further discussion. What is it that you wish to achieve? Should all sects be disbanded, or is there another course of action? This is the crux of the matter. Yi Zhuan furrowed his brow and remarked, the chivalrous often violate the law. Many of these martial sects nurture individuals of formidable strength. Yet they are frequently impulsive and may heed a single narrative, leading to the slaughter of others. Moreover, these individuals do not engage in productive labor. While some sects sustain themselves through legitimate enterprises, many resort to thievery and robbery, even advocating for the redistribution of wealth through unlawful means. Should the law-abiding wealthy be condemned for their diligence? It is unfortunate that these skilled individuals render innocent citizens utterly defenseless. They wander freely, making them difficult to apprehend. Such incidents are reported annually in considerable numbers. I have no intention of exterminating them entirely, yet we must devise a strategy to address this situation. The recent visit from the Qin sect presents an opportunity for me to ponder whether we can leverage their influence to impose certain restrictions on these behaviors. What are your thoughts? In the imperial kitchen, Xiao pondered for a moment before softly responding, as a son who has traversed the martial world for many years. I must concede that what you speak of, Father, indeed exists. However, the challenge lies in the sheer number of individuals in the martial realm and the multitude of incidents that arise daily. Should the court decide to maintain a sufficient number of constables to manage these affairs, an exorbitant sum of silver would be required, which may lead to issues of corruption and dereliction of duty, making it a laborious endeavor fraught with dissatisfaction. Yi Zhuan nodded in agreement. I share your sentiments. Thus, when the Qin sect proposed establishing a bureau of martial governance, registering all sects under its jurisdiction and subjecting them to its oversight, I did not refuse. However, I pondered whether such a system would gain the trust of the martial sections. If they refuse to comply yet remain within the bounds of the law, we cannot simply eradicate them. Such actions would likely provoke severe backlash. Xiao shook his head, asserting, I believe the Bureau of Martial Governance can indeed be established. However, its authority should be limited to apprehending criminals and pursuing justice, serving merely as a deterrent against the nefarious elements of the martial world. Yi Zhuan frowned. To rely solely on the Qin sect, even with their skilled members, may prove inadequate. Father, there are countless masters in this world. Even if the malevolent constitute but a fraction, they are still numerous. To eradicate them entirely is a fanciful notion, yet I do have another strategy. What strategy might that be? Yi Zhuan inquired. Xiao smiled and asked, what do you believe is of utmost importance to those within the martial realm? Yi Zhuan contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. I must admit, I am not well acquainted with the priorities of these martial individuals. If one were to observe the visitors from the Qin sect, they would find them akin to the court officials, their aspirations primarily revolving around power and influence. Xiao shook his head and remarked that the Qin sect has, in essence, transcended the realm of the martial world. From the moment they pledged allegiance to the court, they became fundamentally distinct from the typical practitioners of the Jianghu. Yi Zhuan chuckled and replied, if not, what else could it be? Ultimately, it is but a quest for fame and fortune. Who in this world can truly escape such desires? My father is indeed correct. Xiao continued earnestly. The individuals within the Jianghu can be categorized into several types. The first type consists of those who are passionately devoted to martial arts, living freely and unrestrained. Such individuals, devoid of desires, are steadfast and difficult to recruit, let alone govern. The second category encompasses those who seek profit and power. Some of these individuals might align with the court, while others may resort to nefarious deeds, generally splitting into two factions. The third type consists of those who pursue renown. I believe, should my father wish to intervene in the Jianghu, the most effective approach would be to focus on this last group. Yi Zhuan narrowed his eyes and urged, please, continue. After sipping his tea, Xiao elaborated, as the emperor, my father commands the realm. The Great Qian has flourished for a millennium, and the court's prestige is deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people, which serves as our advantage. Consider the Tianji Pavilion, a mere institution that, by issuing the so-called star ranking and full moon ranking, can incite countless Jianghu individuals to fight fiercely for a mere position, wagering their lives in the process. This underscores the intensity of their pursuit for fame. The title of number one in the world has undoubtedly spurred countless heroes and gallants to risk everything. I propose that our court could also establish two rankings. The first would be a wanted list. Anyone found guilty and evading capture would be placed on this list. But this time, it would differ from previous ones by determining bounty amounts and chivalric values based on their cultivation level and the severity of their crimes. The second would be a list of gallant heroes, ranked according to their chivalric values. Thus, countless Jianghu individuals would strive with all their might to hunt down wrongdoers for the sake of this gallant list. This would allow the court to conserve resources while simultaneously intensifying the crackdown on malefactors. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Xiao's proposal was indeed imaginative and, more importantly, carried no risk with negligible costs. It was the kind of suggestion that, upon hearing, seemed extraordinarily feasible. Yi Xiao continued, "Furthermore, my father could commission the creation of special awards. For instance, for the greatest gallant hero, a sword crafted entirely of gold could be bestowed. The second reward could be a decree of gallantry, and the third, a jade ring of gallantry. These items would not be permanently theirs. Instead, they would be returned to the court every 3 years and redistributed based on chivalric values, solely to highlight their status. Additionally, we could erect a monument to gallantry, inscribing the achievements of these top gallants each year for public admiration. In this way, the Jianghu will undoubtedly witness the emergence of numerous chivalrous individuals." As he spoke, Yi Xiao became increasingly animated, stating, "My father could also instruct the compilation of various literary works and scripts to promote the spirit of chivalry, intertwining this ethos with loyalty to the emperor and patriotism. By extolling those who act for the greater good of the nation and its people, we would surely spark a fervor among the righteous to serve the court. Moreover, by meticulously selecting individuals of outstanding character, exceptional abilities, and remarkable achievements, and bestowing upon them the title of national hero, we would undoubtedly guide the Jianghu individuals to serve the nation." Yi Zhuan's gaze flickered as he listened to Yi Xiao's eloquent discourse, filled with admiration and gratification. Yi Xiao had always been renowned for his martial prowess and had also demonstrated capability in training soldiers. Yet, fundamentally, he had never exhibited any aptitude for governance, which left Yu Zhuan with a tinge of apprehension. After all, ruling a nation is not merely about violence and conflict. Thus, Yi Xiao's restraint in not attacking Wang Chong during the court assembly today pleased him immensely. It at least proved that Yi Xiao possessed depth and magnanimity, rather than being akin to a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Moreover, Yi Xiao's proposed strategies revealed his cunning in political affairs. Haha. Yu Zhuan laughed heartily, pacing back and forth. What a brilliant strategy! To win the hearts of the people is paramount. My son, what you seek is the allegiance of these martial figures. This way, our Qian court shall possess the means to manage these martial practitioners. However, in my humble opinion, it remains insufficient. Each province and county should erect monuments to commemorate the local heroes. Furthermore, I shall command the compilation of the Great Qian Chronicles of Heroes, granting these gallant figures an opportunity to be immortalized in history. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zhuan squinted his eyes, murmuring with excitement, "No, this is still not enough. I wish to compile a comprehensive history of heroes from all corners of the world, encompassing all chivalrous souls of the human race. When we unveil it, I shall surely attract martial artists from other nations to our Qian. For every talent we gain, our rivals in Xiao and Chu shall lose one. Even if we entice just one more individual, it is a worthy endeavor." Yu Zhuan's thoughts had transcended the martial practitioners of Qian alone. With Yu Xiao's counsel, his spirit soared. He turned to Yu Xiao and said, "Shower, your advice has been invaluable. What reward do you desire?" The question of reward was not a difficult one for Yu Xiao. What he yearned for most was more subordinates. "May Father Emperor grant me additional personnel?" he inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhuan shook his head, saying, "That may not be possible. You already have a considerable number of subordinates. While this strategy is commendable, it will ultimately require time to bear fruit. In the short term, the results may not be apparent, and it would be excessive to reward with soldiers." Yi Xiao pouted, "If you cannot grant it, why even inquire?" Yi Zhuan's anger flared. "You insolent wretch, I shall reward you with something immediately. A single drop of dragon blood. Do you desire it?" Indeed. Chapter 79. The Dragon Blood. The heritage of the Yi clan. Yi Xiao could hardly fathom that Yi Zhuan would bestow upon him a drop of dragon blood. The ancestors of the Yi family established their legacy through martial prowess, leading the people to vanquish demons and founding the Qian. They expelled malevolent entities and barbaric tribes, cultivating a rich heritage. The dragon blood is one of the most precious treasures of the Qian Yi clan. According to ancestral teachings, only those of exceptional martial talent within the Yi bloodline may utilize this substance, which can enhance cultivation, strengthen the body, and unlock latent potential. Truly a wondrous treasure. The Yi family's dragon blood is limited to merely 3 drops. 7 centuries ago, 1 drop was used, leaving only 2 remaining. This rare substance has been regarded as invaluable by successive emperors of Qian. Even those with exceptional talent would not be granted access unless in dire circumstances. For once it is used up, it is lost forever. Many emperors, considering the future of their lineage, would refrain from using it despite their desires. Xiao had indeed contemplated this matter. Yet, despite his extraordinary talents, Yuan had never consented to bestow such an item upon him. To his astonishment, this time, after offering advice, he was willing to grant Xiao the privilege of using the heavenly dragon blood. It would be strange if Xiao did not accept. However, he soon felt a twinge of surprise. "Father, you refuse to provide me with some manpower, yet allow me to use the heavenly dragon blood? Have you lost your senses? This is a considerable loss." Yuan, furious, retorted, "You ungrateful wretch, speak again in such a manner, and I shall sever your head." "Ha ha, no need for anger. I shall take my leave first. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure." With the significant benefit in hand, Xiao hurriedly departed, fearing that Yuan might change his mind. As he left, Lu Tong, who stood behind Yuan, could not help but inquire, "Your Majesty, is it truly appropriate to grant the 3rd prince the heavenly dragon blood?" Yuan's gaze turned icy. "Appropriate? Of course it is. Since Xiao has formidable martial talents and possesses both cunning and insight into governance, why should he not be rewarded? I see in him the hope for the unification of Qian. If not now, shall we wait until the nation faces ruin to utilize it? Moreover, if I use 1 drop, there remains another. Even in dire straits, there will still be an opportunity." Lu Tong replied, "That may be so. However, once he uses it, only 1 drop will remain, and future emperors will naturally be more cautious in its use. It seems the opportunity to utilize it may truly only arise in times of national crisis." He continued in a hushed tone, "But if he uses this item and achieves no merit, your Majesty may face the wrath of future emperors." "Huh, I care not for their grievances. Who told them to be born so late? They should have had the ability to be born before me." Seeing his obstinate demeanor, Lu Tong finally understood. In certain respects, Xiao is indeed very much like him. Upon exiting the palace, within the carriage, Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. "Xiao, are there any individuals keeping watch near our home?" The coachman, Quan, paused momentarily before shaking his head. "Your Highness, I cannot discern such matters. If they were skilled martial artists, I would naturally be able to detect them. However, if they are merely common folk living nearby, how could I know if they are spies?" He curiously asked, "Why do you suddenly inquire about this?" "It is nothing. Today my father mentioned the incident of Qinghu challenging in the mansion. If you know of this matter, I suspect my father may have placed individuals around me. But I am uncertain whether they are within the home or outside." Xiao replied. Quan was taken aback and then suggested, "Should we instruct Niu and Meng Yin to be more vigilant and maintain a lower profile in their communications?" "That is unnecessary. The one I wish to conceal matters from is not my father. My enemies have never been him." Meanwhile, in the 1st prince's residence, Linglong remained in a deep coma. Chu Ming, the 1st prince, and several physicians surrounded her bedside. "Your Highness, this young lady's injuries are severe. Fortunately, she possesses a robust constitution, and her life has been barely preserved, but her cultivation is unlikely to be saved." One of the doctors cautiously glanced at the 1st prince. His head bowed in trepidation. The 1st prince remained composed, but Chu Ming was already seething with anger. "You quack doctor, do not speak such nonsense." The doctor, unfazed, coldly remarked, "My family has practiced medicine for generations. Who in the capital does not know our name? If I were a quack, it is likely there would be few capable physicians left in this world." The crown prince, wearing a look of regret, grasped the hand of the eager to speak Chu Ming and said, "Senior Chu, I am to blame for my inadequacy. I failed to procure the universal vitality pill from my father. However, rest assured, regardless of the cost, I shall spare no effort to preserve Linglong's cultivation. I have already dispatched someone to the Wanbao Pavilion to convey the message. As soon as any healing elixirs are available, I will secure them at any price." One must admit, his attitude garnered Chu Ming's favor. He sighed, "Your Highness, this matter is not your fault. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the 3rd prince. I have already written to my sect, and I trust that the sect master and the others will arrive shortly. Once they are here, there will surely be an explanation." As soon as he finished speaking, several figures descended into the courtyard. Leading them was the sect master of the Qinxian sect, and Baisong. The distance from Qinxian sect to Tangan was not great, and upon receiving the news, they had traveled through the night. And Baisong, his face etched with urgency, burst into the room and exclaimed, "Ling Long! Where's Ling Long?" Upon seeing the pale-faced and Ling Long on the bed, he turned to Chu Ming with anger, saying, "What did I instruct you before my departure? Was it not to take good care of Ling Long? How could such a situation arise?" Chu Ming fell silent. The crown prince quickly stepped forward, addressing the elder. "You must be uncle, and Ling Long has acknowledged me as her foster brother, so I shall refer to you as uncle as well, if you don't mind. This matter is not Senior Chu's fault. It is entirely due to me. Had I not taken Ling Long to select war horses, this incident would not have occurred. If anyone should be punished, let it be me." His humility took in Baizong by surprise. After all, this was the emperor's son, addressing him as uncle. He immediately declined any blame. But his focus remained on Ling Long. Approaching her side, he reached out to examine her condition, his brow furrowing deeply. After a long pause, he sighed despondently. "Ling Long's meridians have all been severed. Only a miraculous elixir can heal her. At this juncture, our only hope is to seek the Tianyi sect and see if we can exchange for a Tianyi divine pill." An elder behind him spoke solemnly, "Sect master, our relationship with the Tianyi sect has never been amicable. Would they truly provide us with elixirs? We must at least attempt it." And Baizong replied, turning to Chu Ming, "You must set off for the Tianyi sect immediately. Be swift, and ensure that you arrive before word of Ling Long's injury reaches them. Once there, do not appear overly concerned. Simply state that a disciple from our sect has been accidentally injured, and inquire about their willingness to exchange. Whatever price they offer, agree to it without hesitation. Bring the elixir back first. We will address other matters later." Another elder concurred, saying, "Ling Long is the most outstanding disciple of this generation. We cannot afford any further mishaps. Otherwise, our Qingxian sect's reputation will be irrevocably tarnished." And Baizong then assisted in Ling Long, channeling his inner energy to aid in her recovery. This method of healing is tremendously taxing, and even within Baizong's formidable prowess, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead within a short span of time. Nonetheless, a hint of color returned to Ling Long's complexion. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. "Where am I?" And Ling Long's gaze wandered. And Baizong quickly reassured her, "Ling Long, do not worry. I will ensure your injuries are healed and your cultivation is preserved." Upon hearing this, Ling Long became acutely aware of her dire condition. Her complexion darkened as she struggled to sense her vital energy. In despair, she buried herself in Baizong's embrace. Weeping uncontrollably, "Father, you must avenge me." A palpable aura of vengeance emanated from Baizong. At that moment, the Crown Prince felt a surge of delight. Chapter 80. The Crown Prince's confusion and Ling Long's meridians were completely severed. Although her body brimming with vital energy, it remained stagnant. Her heart was engulfed in rage and despair. Over a decade of cultivation had been obliterated in an instant, and who wouldn't feel sorrow in such a plight? And Baizong, equally pained, gritted his teeth. "Rest assured, I will make that you shall pay dearly." Just then, a voice echoed from the doorway, "I advise you to abandon such thoughts." Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, wherein Qinghu leaned nonchalantly, arms crossed, coldly observing the scene within. "Who are you? What business do you have here?" The Crown Prince's countenance darkened, and Qinghu did not respond but strode into the room, locking eyes with Baizong. A heavy tension filled the air as the father and son faced each other. Suddenly, Qinghu knelt on one knee, declaring, "Father, I, Qinghu, was foolish and strayed from the sect. Now, having realized my mistakes, I wish to return and accept punishment. I implore you for a chance." Often, the relationship between fathers and sons can be fraught, as men are inherently proud and sometimes reluctant to bow their heads. Yet this time, Qinghu's humility provided Baizong with a moment of reprieve. Inside the room, Baizong's expression was one of complexity. This son was his pride and had long been viewed as the future heir of the Qingxian sect. Had Qinghu not departed, the anxiety within the sect would not have been so acute, nor would Baizong have felt compelled to seek allegiance with the court. He understood that relying solely on Ling Long would never suffice to uphold the reputation of the seven sects. The path of the martial world was fraught with peril, and the Qingxian sect had numerous enemies. The decline of the sect could potentially invite disaster. Yet now, the once headstrong son, who had defied him even under threats, had returned. While he hesitated, the other elders could no longer contain their sentiments. Chu Ming stepped forward to advocate. "Sect leader, Qinghu has recognized his mistakes. He is but a youth, prone to err. Please forgive him." "Indeed, sect leader, Qinghu has not committed any heinous acts against that witch. He was merely ensnared by youthful passions. Sect leader, we have all watched Qinghu grow, Please extend him your mercy." Even the injured and Linglong could not help but plead. "Father, my brother has returned. Grant him another chance." The crown prince, observing the scene, began to comprehend the unfolding dynamics. After much commotion, it turns out this is the son of Basong. Observing the fervent pleas from those around him, he quickly devised a plan. He stepped forward with a smile and said, "Uncle, every family has its own struggles. However, young men sometimes err, and such transgressions are worthy of forgiveness." He continued with heartfelt sincerity, "Take my third brother, for instance. He fled Tangan for 10 years, yet upon his return, did my father not forgive him and even allow him to participate in court matters? Indeed, he was favored immensely. Although today concerns your family, I dare to request, dear master, that you pardon this brother Qinghu." As the crown prince spoke, he cast a kind smile towards Qinghu. To him, fostering a friendship with Qinghu was an essential strategy for winning the favor of the Qingxian sect. However, Qinghu remained stoic, showing no reaction to the crown prince's overtures. And Basong, witnessing the attempts at persuasion, sighed deeply and proclaimed, "Qinghu, I warned you when you left. Should you depart, you would sever all ties with the Qingxian sect, and I would no longer acknowledge you as my son. Do you recall your words back then? I declared that from that moment forward, our bond would be irreparably broken. Now that you have returned, I ask you but one thing. Can you truly sever all ties with Nangong Wanwan?" And Bashong's voice resonated like thunder. Qinghu gently closed his eyes, gritting his teeth as he replied, "I can. From this day forth, I shall sever all ties with Nangong Wanwan." And Bahong fixed his gaze upon Qinghu and warned, "You speak these words today, yet should you ever again associate with that enchantress, I shall not hesitate to end you myself." "Very well." And Qinghu had returned with a firm resolve. In truth, Xiao had not anticipated that Qinghu's return to the Qingxian sect would place him in such a predicament. Xiao believed that Qinghu's re-entry was akin to his own return to court, just a matter of bowing his head and exchanging pleasantries, after which everything would be forgotten. As for Nangong Wanwan, he thought he could pursue her once the turmoil had subsided. He never considered how vehemently the so-called righteous individuals opposed those of demonic origins. It must be noted that despite Yu Zhao's 10 years of wandering the martial world, he had never truly immersed himself in a sect. His values remained fundamentally different from those of the martial wanderers. Upon hearing Qinghu's affirmative response, and Bashong's heart soared with joy, "Qinghu, your father forgives you." And Basong promptly helped Qinghu to his feet. Clap, clap, clap. The crown prince, standing nearby, applauded and exclaimed, "Today, witnessing the reconciliation between uncle and brother is a delightful tale indeed. I shall arrange a banquet in celebration." "No need." And Qinghu replied coldly, "Your Highness's goodwill is appreciated, but my sister lies gravely injured, and we must attend to her care." The crown prince's smile faltered, sensing a subtle animosity emanating from Qinghu. He could not fathom why Qinghu was so dismissive, believing he had done no wrong to provoke such a reaction. In truth, Qinghu felt a mix of heartache and liberation. He harbored feelings for Nangong Wanwan, yet she did not reciprocate. This unrequited love had been a source of torment. Over the span of 3 years, he had gained nothing. Many times, he had contemplated letting go, yet his heart remained unwilling. However, this incident had catalyzed his resolve. He would return to the sect. As he uttered the words severing ties with Nangong Wanwan, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, akin to being reborn. At that very moment, he even sensed a subtle enhancement in his cultivation. Thus, in this moment of clarity, Qinghu did not harbor resentment towards Xiao. Rather, he felt a flicker of gratitude. At the very least, he had returned to his true self, rather than remaining a mindless shadow chasing after Nangong Wanwan. His impression of the crown prince, however, was far from favorable. From his perspective, he had always suspected that the crown prince was deliberately exploiting them, and to him, every gesture of goodwill from the crown prince appeared insincere, merely a ruse to incite conflict between Qingxian sect and Xiao. And Baisong also sensed Qinghu's aversion towards the crown prince but chose to remain silent. Regardless of the favorable impression the crown prince had made on him, he was still his son. The crown prince, forcing a smile, remarked, "Brethren, you may not be aware, but I have summoned the most esteemed physician in Tangan City to treat Linglong. Even if you were to venture out, you would not find a better doctor. Then there is no need for your highness to concern yourself." And Qinghu replied, "Father, let us depart. I have a friend whose medical skills are exceptional." And Qinghu began fabricating connections. Observing his determination to leave, and Baizong, though puzzled as to why Qinghu was so insistent on departing, did not object. After all, He too was reluctant to stay in the crown prince's residence with the rest of the sect, with no other recourse. The crown prince accompanied them personally to see them off. Watching them taking Linglong away, he stroked his chin and murmured, "This Qinghu. I have no dealings with him. Why does he seem to harbor animosity towards me? It seems I must devise a means to win him over." Chapter 81. My aversion to eunuchs. Tianlong Garden, nestled within the north mountain of Tang'an City, is a vast expanse, sparsely populated. At this moment, Zhou Tong sat within Yu Xiao's carriage, en route to Tianlong Garden. The journey was not without its rough patches, the terrain uneven. However, regardless of the carriage's jolting, Yi Xiao remained as steadfast as a mountain, seemingly glued to his seat. Zhou Tong could not help but exclaim, "Your Highness, your control over your posture is truly remarkable." Yi Xiao looked up and offered a faint smile. "I have grown accustomed to it." Indeed, he had cultivated numerous habits. For instance, the habitual fine-tuning of his internal energy and the instinctual stabilization of his form. Yi Xiao had mastered the art of self-control, which had become a mode of training for him, constantly reinforcing himself through various techniques in every posture and movement. At last, the carriage came to a halt, and Yi Xiao and Zhou Tong disembarked. They gazed upon the towering 5-meter gates of Tianlong Garden, and a wave of nostalgia washed over Yi Xiao. "I have returned again. I wonder if the 9th master is still alive," he sighed. Beside him, Zhou Tong, who had initially appeared relaxed, was suddenly startled, hastily stepping forward to whisper, "Oh dear. My little ancestor, such words should not be spoken lightly. One must tread carefully." Observing Zhou Tong's cautious demeanor, Yi Xiao flashed a grin. Approaching the entrance, the guards immediately stepped forward upon seeing Yi Xiao. In order to enter the Great Qian Tianlong Garden, a decree from His Majesty is required. Zhou Tong rushed over, holding the imperial edict. Upon seeing him, the guards visibly relaxed. In truth, not everyone was familiar with Yi Xiao. Many had only heard his name without ever encountering him. The guards felt a sense of vigilance upon seeing an unfamiliar face approach. Yi Xiao and Zhou Tong entered the premises. He softly inquired, "You mentioned that at the entrance of Tianlong Garden, 2 imperial guards stand watch every day. Do you think they find it exhausting?" Zhou Tong chuckled. "Exhaustion is inevitable. But who among us does not face fatigue in life?" Yi Xiao glanced at him. "Do I appear weary?" "Your servant cannot say." Yi Xiao laughed. "One day, when I hold the reins of power, I shall provide them with a couple of chairs. Wouldn't that be more comfortable? Your Highness's benevolence is commendable." Zhou Tong genuinely admired this notion. As he observed Yi Xiao's retreating figure, Zhou Tong felt an indescribable sentiment stir within him. Before Yi Xiao, no one had pondered this question. Perhaps it was merely a casual remark, yet which prince ever considered the fatigue of a guard? The two continued their journey for some time. Tianlong Garden was vast, adorned with various structures. Yet, for Yi Xiao, this place was familiar, almost like a second home. Soon, they arrived at a particular building, Yinchao Pavilion. After a servant announced their arrival, Yi Xiao stepped inside. There, he beheld an elegant gentleman with hair and beard as white as snow, engrossed in his reading. "Grandfather Yin Xiao, it has been many years. How have you been?" Yi Xiao greeted him with a smile. Yin Xiao lifted his gaze, appraising Yi Xiao from head to toe. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Your cultivation has certainly improved." Yin Xiao is now the master of Tianlong Garden. The Shenwu Pavilion served as a training ground for talents within the Deqian army. In contrast, Tianlong Garden was the true gathering place for martial prodigies of the Deqian court. Each individual here possessed extraordinary martial aptitude. Once admitted to Tianlong Garden, they were destined to remain uninvolved in court politics, never to hold any official position, nor engage in state affairs, existing independently, solely responding to Yi Zun's commands. In essence, Tianlong Garden was the sharp blade wielded by every emperor. Of course, entry into Tianlong Garden was entirely voluntary, with no coercion involved. From a certain perspective, Tianlong Garden could be seen as Yi's own sect. As a prince endowed with exceptional martial talent, Yi Xiao had been granted permission by Yi Zun to enter Tianlong Garden for martial studies in his youth, hence many here were acquainted with him. Yi Yinchao, being a collateral descendant of the Yi family, was of the same generation as Yi Xiao's grandfather. Sensing the unique energy circulating within Yi Xiao, he swiftly approached and grasped his shoulder, beginning his examination. Yi Xiao made no resistance, allowing him to proceed. After a brief moment, Yi Yinchao released his hold, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Truly impressive. Young man, the quality of your aura is quite astonishing. You've even cultivated the blood-burning divine technique. How have you achieved this? With such aura and physical prowess, who could possibly stand against you?" Yi Yinchao's face radiated appreciation. Upon hearing his praises, Yi Xiao felt a hint of pride. Ha ha ha. I thought grandfather Yin Xiao would criticize me for my low cultivation level. Yin Xiao sneered. Do you truly believe I have grown senile? With such a solid foundation, your future is limitless. What does it matter if you lag behind a few realms in cultivation? At that moment, Yin Xiao glanced at the you dead eunuch, possess some discernment, knowing I do not wish to hear eunuchs speak, hence you have remained silent. Present the imperial decree to me. Zhou Tong, understanding the unspoken cue, dutifully handed over the decree. This place is starkly different from others when it comes to issuing commands. Yin Xiao unfolded the decree, examined it closely, and finally closed it with a faint smile gracing his lips. Excellent. With your prodigious talent. Who else is worthy of utilizing the blood of the heavenly dragon? After speaking, he turned to Zhou Tong and said, I accept the decree. You may return now. Oh. And upon your return, tell that old eunuch Lu Tong that I have recently made a breakthrough in my cultivation. He should visit the heavenly dragon courtyard. I intend to give that old fossil a sound thrashing. Zhou Tong nodded in agreement, but refrained from speaking, hastily departing instead. It appeared he had endured some hardships. Once Zhou Tong was far enough away, Yi Xiao chuckled, Third granduncle, didn't you just lose to eunuch Lu a few times? Why take out your frustration on all eunuchs? Yin Xiao erupted in anger. Nonsense. I would never lose to him. I merely let him win. Furthermore, I have an innate aversion to eunuchs. There isn't a decent one among them. Yi Xiao smiled, choosing not to dispute him. What followed was merely procedural. Although Yin Xiao was currently in charge of the heavenly dragon courtyard, the decision to utilize the precious blood of the heavenly dragon was not solely his to make. It required the consensus of the other elders within the courtyard. Moreover, if it were indeed a person of mediocre talent, even an imperial decree would not suffice to grant them access to the heavenly dragon's blood. The old-timers of the heavenly dragon courtyard would not care whether you were a prince or not. In this realm, royal status held little value. Before long, Yi Xiao found himself surrounded by a dozen or so elderly individuals, each brimming with vitality and possessing terrifying levels of cultivation. Yi Xiao, how have you grown so much in the blink of an eye? What kind of formidable aura is this? With such a foundation, utilizing the blood of the heavenly dragon is justifiable. I have been in seclusion for 7 years. Ugh, I feel so stale. I must take a bath. Use it. I too wish to enter seclusion. Yi Xiao, hurry and cultivate. I need your assistance to comprehend this ultimate technique of mine. Your current level is too low. I say, Yi Xiao, why do you aspire to be an emperor? You would be better off joining us in the heavenly dragon courtyard to train. Listening to the elderly men chattering away, Yi Xiao could only respond with a smile. Most of these old men shared the surname Yi, and they held a great fondness for Yi Xiao. They adored him since his childhood. In their eyes, martial talent outweighed everything else. No one opposed Yi Xiao's use of the heavenly dragon's blood. With their discerning eyes, they could clearly see Yi Xiao's formidable foundation and boundless future. Chapter 82. A slightly larger bottle in the underground passage of the heavenly dragon courtyard. Yi Xiao followed closely behind Yin Xiao, proceeding at a deliberate pace. This place, even for him, is a first visit. Yin Xiao softly remarked, my ancestor of the Yi family was originally a martial man of the human race. Here, in this wild land, he chanced upon the remnants of a celestial dragon, thus rising to prominence, leading the populace to exterminate demons and drive away the barbaric. And through countless battles, he secured this vast territory of Qian, dividing it with the two nations of Xiao and Chu. The blood of the celestial dragon is the legacy of my ancestor. It is not to be wielded by just any talent. Apart from the imperial decree of your father, it requires the consent of more than half of the elders of the Celestial Dragon Academy. Were it not for you, another would not have the privilege. Even with your father's command, Yi Xiao was taken aback. He was unaware of the celestial dragon's remnants. In truth, many secrets of the Yi family were never publicly disclosed. As he followed Yi Yunxiao deeper into the underground passage, he felt the operation of the human emperor cauldron within him accelerating. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared. Yi Xiao widened his eyes, witnessing a colossal dragon's head suspended in midair. Indeed, it was a dragon's head. However, it was merely a skeletal structure. This bone did not gleam pallidly but rather shimmered with a faint golden hue, although it was just the remnants of a celestial dragon. Its enormity rendered Yi Xiao as insignificant as an ant. The residual dragon's might emanating from it made Yi Xiao's breathing laborious, even stirring within him a faint urge to kneel. Yi Yunxiao stood quietly beside him, observing as Yi Xiao resisted the majesty of the celestial dragon's remnants. This experience was a trial for Yi Xiao. In a daze, he perceived the dragon's head gradually filling with flesh and blood, as if a vibrant, gigantic celestial dragon was gazing down at him. The insignificance of humanity was starkly illustrated at that moment. A voice seemed to arise in Yi Zhao's heart. Kneel, kneel, and you shall be liberated from such overwhelming pressure. This voice resonated like the profound sound of the cosmos, intertwining with the oppressive force of the heavens pressing down upon him. Yi Zhao's body began to tremble, not out of fear, but because the immense pressure was nearing the limit of his resistance. Yi Yunchao's eyes glimmered with admiration. In his view, Yi Xiao had already displayed considerable strength. Observing the dragon's head typically required a minimum cultivation of true martial realm. Disciples of the Celestial Dragon Academy would have the opportunity to observe the dragon's head during their true martial realm phase, and it was rare for anyone to withstand the pressure without kneeling for even 10 breaths. Yet, Yi Xiao had endured nearly 20 breaths. Moreover, though his body still trembled, he showed no intention of kneeling. Suddenly, Yi Xiao noticed a golden radiance emanating from Yi Xiao, who began to exude an inexplicable aura of authority. Within Yi Xiao, the human emperor cauldron spun rapidly, and his cultivation surged through his meridians with a thunderous roar. However, in this process, his true energy was depleting swiftly. Concurrently, a secret technique surfaced in Yi Zhao's mind. The might of the human emperor. This was a method to actively enhance one's own imposing presence. Yet, its consumption of cultivation was alarmingly intense. As the imperial true energy dwindled, the authority radiating from Yi Xiao grew ever stronger. The clash of the emperor's might against the dragon's power. As Yi Zhao's influence surged, the tremors within his body ceased. He raised his head, his gaze as cold as the forest, glimmering with a hint of golden light, as he fixed his eyes upon the dragon's skull. Is it merely a remnant of flesh that dares to demand my submission? With those words, Yi Xiao took a step forward. Boom. It was as if a silent collision transpired between the two forces. Yi Yunchao's eyes widened in disbelief. A mere celestial origin realm cultivator could actually perform such an act against the remnants of the dragon skull? He acknowledged Yi Zhao's profound foundation and limitless potential for the future. However, that did not imply he believed Yi Xiao could withstand the pressure of the dragon's might. At this moment, Yi Xiao boldly stepped forward to confront the dragon's pressure. This was an achievement that even the most talented true martial realm prodigies had never accomplished. Truly, he is the Qilin of the Yi family, possessing the innate aura of an emperor. Yi Yunchao exclaimed in genuine admiration. As the two forces clashed, the dragon skull trembled violently before returning to tranquility. The pressure that Yi Xiao experienced dissipated into nothingness. He let out a sigh of relief, for it was evident that he had garnered the dragon skull's acknowledgement. Beside him, Yi Yunchao's eyes were wide with astonishment. It should be known that the might of the dragon skull had never shown the slightest restraint towards anyone. Even he, at this very moment, was still enduring the pressure of the dragon skull. He merely appeared unaffected due to his own substantial cultivation. Yet Yi Xiao had managed to elicit a softening of the dragon's might. How was this possible? Little did he know. The Emperor's Cauldron was an artifact of the ancient human emperors, recognizing Yi Xiao as its master. The long-term nurturing of the imperial qi had already set Yi Xiao apart from the ordinary. Furthermore, the secret techniques of the emperor's might could stimulate the imperial qi, transforming it into the pure essence of the emperor's power. This kind of dignity, even when faced with the dragon, would not be diminished. It was an acknowledgement among equals. For others, no matter how formidable their cultivation, they could not match Yi Xiao in the dragon's perception. It is akin to how a person of Asian descent views a black individual, recognizing them as human. Yet, no matter how powerful a gorilla may be, in the eyes of humanity, it remains an animal, never regarded as an equal. The remnants of the dragon skull perceived things in a similar manner. Moved by Yi Zhao's ability to gain the dragon's recognition, Yi Yunchao approached him, patting his shoulder in commendation. Here lies the auspicious feng shui of the Great Qian's dragon vein. The dragon skull is enshrined here, absorbing dragon energy and exuding its majesty, capable of tempering the younger generation. You are the first person in the history of the Great Qian to make the dragon's authority retreat. Yi Xiao smiled and replied, So, what is our purpose here? Because the blood of the dragon is also stored here, arranged by the spirit masters to draw upon the dragon vein's spiritual energy, thus maintaining its vitality. As he spoke, Yi Yunchao pointed a finger. It was then that Yi Xiao noticed 2 jade vials placed directly beneath the dragon skull. Yet, before the immense dragon skull, these vials were utterly inconspicuous. Yi Yunchao reached out and grasped one of the jade vials, which soared into his hand. Even through the vial, Yi Xiao could clearly see a thumb-sized droplet of golden red liquid within, radiating waves of brilliance. Is this merely a drop? Yi Xiao was somewhat speechless. This single droplet occupied at least half of the vial. Yi Xiao chuckled, saying, "If the ancestor claims this is a drop, then indeed it is a drop. Do you know why I brought this vial?" Yi Xiao was taken aback and shook his head. "I do not know. Please enlighten me, Grandpa Yin Xiao. Because this vial contains a minuscule amount more of dragon's blood than that one. Although it is but a trifle, after 10 years of comparative observation, I am absolutely certain." Observing the old man's proud demeanor, Yi Xiao could only conclude that he was indeed quite bored. "Quickly eat, eat. This is truly a remarkable treasure." Yi Xiao expressed his excitement fervently. Seeing this display, Yi Xiao suddenly inquired, "Grandpa Yun Xiao, do you not ponder the idea of guarding against your own theft?" Yi Xiao's smile faltered slightly, yet Yi Xiao discerned that he had indeed hit the nail on the head. This old fellow must have contemplated the allure of this dragon's blood more than once. Sure enough, after a brief struggle, Yi Xiao lowered his voice, confessing, "Did I not lose to that wretched eunuch several times? Each time I am defeated, I contemplate consuming this elixir and then confronting that vile eunuch, but after much hesitation, I have yet to act. After all, it is a precious heirloom of the Yi family." Yi Xiao seized the dragon's blood from his grasp, uncorked the vial, and tilted it back to drink it down. He then laughed, saying, "Then you should abandon any thoughts of this vial, if you wish to steal. There is another vial over there." Chapter 83. A surge in power as the dragon's blood entered his mouth. It transformed into a warm current flowing into Yi Xiao's body. Yi Xiao, standing nearby, promptly advised, "Quickly sit beneath the dragon's bone. That is where the dragon's pulse and qi converge, and you may encounter unexpected fortune." In truth, he was uncertain of its efficacy. Originally, he intended to let Yi Xiao experience the might of the dragon's head before taking the dragon's blood outside for him to consume. However, since Yi Xiao could withstand the pressure of the dragon's head and directly ingested the dragon's blood, he had no choice but to cultivate and digest it here. Given that he was to cultivate here, he naturally sought a more favorable position. At that moment, he could never have imagined how deeply he would regret this decision. Upon hearing the advice, Yi Xiao promptly settled beneath the dragon's head. Suddenly, he was struck by an intense wave of pain. Yi Xiao roared in agony. In his life, he had never experienced such torment. Every part of his body ached, from within to without. The dragon's blood was an extraordinary substance. Upon entering Yi Xiao's body, its formidable energy began to transform him from the inside out. At that moment, every cell in Yi Xiao's body was being torn apart, only to be reassembled. Such pain was enough to drive any individual to the brink of madness. Simultaneously, the Da Yin human emperor art began to operate within him. The human emperor cauldron spun rapidly as an arcane dragon qi surged from beneath Yi Xiao's seated position, infusing him. It is worth noting that Yi Xiao is already of the Yi bloodline, and the Da Qian dragon pulse was inherently connected to the Yi family. The human emperor cauldron within Yi Xiao, paired with the qi of the dragon pulse, was indeed a boon for a sovereign. Thus, from the moment he descended underground, the human emperor cauldron within him began to rotate at an astonishing speed. At this moment, as he sat upon the nexus of the dragon vein, he began to absorb the dragon energy, transforming it into the essence of the emperor, circulating within Yi Xiao's body. However, the emperor's cauldron ceased its absorption after a brief period. The energy of the dragon vein is intricately tied to the causality of heaven and earth, steeped in profound mysteries. As Yi Xiao had yet to ascend to the throne, excessively drawing upon this power could trigger a cascade of reactions, potentially invoking natural disasters that would harm the foundation of the Great Qian Dynasty. Yet, due to his royal bloodline and a modicum of respect among the populace, a slight absorption was permissible. The Emperor's Cauldron, a divine artifact, possessed its own sentience and adeptly managed this situation. However, as the dragon energy stirred, the dragon head in the skies seemed to sense it. A force tentatively infused itself into Yi Xiao's body. It is noteworthy that the dragon head itself was a lifeless entity, having resided within the dragon vein for countless years, absorbing the dissipated dragon energy, which had granted it formidable might over time. The moment the dragon energy entered Yi Xiao's body, the golden radiance of the dragon head dimmed. Yet, upon sensing Yi Xiao's ability to endure the dragon energy, it seemingly went into a frenzy, continuously injecting more dragon energy into him, disregarding its own fading brilliance. At this juncture, Yi Xiao was entirely enveloped in a mystical state. In his vision, a true celestial dragon soared through the heavens. He could sense the aspirations embedded within the dragon energy coursing through him. Dragons are inherently proud creatures. Even in death, how could they resign themselves to the confines of the earth? They yearn to soar through the skies, to reach the pinnacle of existence. embracing ephemeral glory without a hint of regret. Indeed, upon recognizing Yi Zhao's capacity to absorb dragon energy, the dragon heads remains willingly transformed into nourishment for his growth, preferring this over languishing in the shadows of the underworld. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao was filled with regret. He could clearly see the golden light continuously infusing into Yi Xiao from the massive dragon head, while the radiance of the dragon head grew increasingly dim. What to do? What can be done? He muttered to himself. In this moment, he was uncertain whether the situation was favorable or dire, and he was at a loss for how to respond. Even with his high cultivation, he could not confront Yi Xiao directly, nor could he shatter the dragon head. As torrents of dragon energy surged forth, Yi Zhao's cultivation began to ascend rapidly, from the 6th stage of the heavenly origin realm to the 7th, and then to the 8th. The dragon symbolizes the emperor, a manifestation of sovereign power. The dragon energy served as the finest tonic for Yi Xiao. Furthermore, the blood of the celestial dragon enriched his vitality immensely. The blood barbarian royal art, which refines blood and cultivates the divine technique, began to operate frantically, assimilating the energy. Yi Zhao's physical strength grew ever more formidable. Ultimately, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the heavenly origin realm, shattering his shackles in an instant, and entered the sacred body realm. Simultaneously, a dragon's roar resonated within him. His garments ignited spontaneously. Yi Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld 2 dragons, a crimson flame dragon and a violet lightning dragon, intertwining around Yi Xiao. Golden flames and purple lightning surged around him, as the dual dragons accompanied him, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon. Boom! Above the sky, the golden dragon bones shattered instantaneously, scattering in a furious display upon the ground. The last flickers of golden light from the broken bones surged into Yi Zhao's body. Yi Xiao was utterly stunned. It was over. It was truly over. He had caused a tremendous calamity. The ancestral dragon head had been shattered. And Uncle Xiao would surely execute him. He would undoubtedly do so. Yes, even as the current master of Tianlong Garden, he still had those he feared. As the twin dragons soared, Yi Zhao's cultivation continued to ascend, reaching the 1st rank of the sacred body realm, then the 2nd, and finally the 3rd rank. At last, when he reached the 4th rank, his cultivation began to gradually stabilize, while the strengthening of his physique persisted. A vast amount of dragon energy began to transform into a peculiar energy, infusing Yi Zhao's body. The sacred body realm, as the name implies, signifies the awakening of a special constitution, enhancing a warrior's combat capabilities, such as the Qing Xian lotus body of the Qing Xian sect, which is a defensive sacred body. Previously, Yi Xiao had cultivated the Great Sun Yuan Yang technique, awakening the Great Sun flame body. Flames engulfed him, molten fire coursed through his veins, and his energy surged uncontrollably in relentless battle. Upon awakening, he became entirely immune to fire damage, fully unleashing the might of the Great Sun Yuan Yang technique. While his energy surging and regeneration speed accelerated, rendering him immensely powerful. At this moment, Yi Zhao's technique underwent a mutation, and his sacred body manifested an extraordinary transformation. He discovered that not only had he reawakened the Great Sun Flame body, but he had also acquired another unique sacred body, the Purple Lightning Swift body, commanding electricity. With a protective purple scale armor, he raced swiftly, agile in both offense and retreat. Wielding the purple sky thunder, his might was unparalleled. Yi Xiao opened his eyes, feeling the formidable energy within him, and moved his body. In his heart, he rejoiced to possess both the Great Sun Flame body and the Purple Lightning Swift body simultaneously. This Great Qian Human Emperor technique is indeed one of the rare dual sacred body techniques in the world. Once I cultivate to the 9th rank of the sacred body realm, wouldn't I transform into an unparalleled triple sacred body? Indeed, the Great Qian Human Emperor technique is fundamentally a dual sacred body technique. In addition to being able to activate the Purple Lightning Swift body now, upon reaching the 9th rank of the sacred body realm, he could also awaken another sacred body. Now, after the mutation, Yi Xiao had regained mastery over the Great Sun Yuan Yang body. At this moment, Yi Xiao felt that his choice to recultivate was truly impeccable. Furthermore, his physical strength had received a tremendous enhancement. His power surged dramatically. Just then, Yi Xiao noticed that Yi Xiao had stuffed the remaining vial of heavenly dragon blood into his bosom, murmuring, "Since I must flee, and I too bear the surname Yi, I shall take this with me. I must make haste." Chapter 84. Just by his ability to incapacitate Yi Xiao paid no heed to Yi Xiao and turned to flee. However, just as he was about to move, he saw a silver-haired man standing at the entrance of the cave. The man appeared to be around 40 years old, dressed in a long robe. exuding an air of refinement. Uncle Xiao, look at this fellow. He insisted on swallowing the heavenly dragon blood right here, and now it has ended up like this. Yi Xiao pointed at Xiao, unhesitatingly shifting the blame onto him. He was well aware that the current Xiao would certainly be unharmed. He could withstand any amount of blame. The man's gaze was piercing, yet he did not spare a glance at Xiao. He strode purposefully towards Yi Xiao, appearing significantly younger despite being referred to as ninth uncle by Yi Xiao. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Yi Xiao retreated step by step. Suddenly, the man moved with astounding swiftness, materializing before Yi Xiao in an instant. Even Yi Xiao could not discern how he had traversed the distance so swiftly. The jade vial in Yi Xiao's hand was now in the man's possession. Immediately following, a simple yet forceful slap was delivered. I let you steal. How old are you, still engaging in such antics? Slap. What is the matter with the dragon bone? Slap. What have you been doing? Slap. What were you trying to do earlier? Planning to sneak away, were you? Slap. Who will take responsibility for what happened in the courtyard? Will it be you? Slap. With each utterance, a slap followed, causing Yi Xiao to retreat while cradling his head, pleading for mercy. Eventually, the man ceased his assault and coldly remarked, let this matter slide. You little rascal, do not covet the dragon's blood. It primarily enhances one's physical potential. Given that half of you is already in the ground, you might well perish before I do. Consuming this is nothing short of wasteful. Yes. Ninth uncle. I was wrong. Yi Xiao stood before the man, resembling a child in demeanor. At this moment, Yi Xiao stepped forward to defend Yi Xiao, stating, Ninth Master. This matter is not the fault of Grandpa Yi Xiao. It is I who brought this trouble upon us. Ninth Master cast a fleeting glance at Yi Xiao, uttering a light gasp. Your technique is rather formidable. How did you accomplish this? Have you cultivated a new method, while still retaining the great Sun Yuan Yang technique? Moreover, you possess a dual sacred body? Yi Xiao replied with a grin. It was merely a stroke of fortune. I am unaware of how I have come to be in this state. The Emperor's cauldron was Yi Xiao's greatest secret. He would not mention it unless absolutely necessary. Even in the presence of an ancestor from the Yi family. Ninth Master sighed and said, very well, let the dragon's head fragment be. It was bound to return to the earth eventually. After all, it is the fortune of the Yi family members, and the benefits shall not flow to outsiders. Let it be. Upon hearing Ninth Master's words, Yi Xiao nodded vigorously in agreement. Ninth uncle is right. Ninth Master shot him an icy glance, scoffing, humph. Yi Xiao's fortune is his own. Your mishandling of the matter is your concern. There is no need to flatter me. It is futile. Hee. Ninth uncle is indeed correct. Yi Xiao dared not dispute and could only echo the sentiment. Ninth Master regarded Yi Xiao with a complex expression. You little rascal. When I suggested that you remain at the dragon courtyard to pursue the ultimate martial arts, you refused. Yet, you excelled, leaving those who toiled daily in despair. Truly. One cannot help but feel vexed by such comparisons. Yi Xiao chuckled. What can I say, Ninth Master? I am a person driven by ambition and desire. Relishing in the spotlight. Being cooped up here in seclusion would be worse than death. Humph. Stop aggravating me. Quickly leave. Your presence irritates me. Unperturbed by his dismissal, Yi Xiao laughed heartily. Ha. Ninth Master, in a few days, I shall bring you some light reading to alleviate your boredom. As I watched Yi Xiao depart, Master Jill let out a sigh and remarked, such prodigious talent is indeed a source of envy. Were I endowed with similar gifts, perhaps I could have advanced further. Yi Xiao smiled wryly. After all, he is a scion of the Yi family. Once he matures, the next millennium for the Yi family will be secure. Alas, it is a pity that I will not witness it. The final sentence carried a tinge of melancholy. Master Jiao refrained from responding. For martial artists, breaking free from the shackles of life is an arduous endeavor. Throughout his life, he had witnessed the departure of many. He left in a daze, leaving behind a solitary statement. If you wish to gaze further and longer, you must rely solely upon yourself. You are not of his extraordinary caliber. Thus, you must acquiesce to fate. Within those words lay both resignation and a sense of injustice, yet ultimately, one cannot alter the course of events. Inside the inn, and Bushing and the others had settled in, and Linglong's complexion remained pallid, yet she had regained consciousness. Observing her condition, Chu Ming immediately exclaimed, Master, I shall now head to Tianyi Sect to see if I can procure the Tianyi divine pill to heal the young lady. And Bushing nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. As Chu Ming turned to leave, and Chenghu intercepted him, saying, Elder Chu, there is no need for that. The others were taken aback, casting puzzled glances at Chenghu. He then produced a vial from his robe and softly stated, "This is the universal nourishing pill, a treasure of the Qian royal family. It can restore Linglong to health." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Chu Ming could not contain his curiosity, asking, "How did you come by this medicine?" The crown prince sought it from the palace and was rebuffed by the emperor. Even the empress herself could not procure it. "How is it that you possess it?" And Xinghu regarded the bewildered assembly and sighed. This item was bestowed by the third prince, Xiao, specifically to heal his sister's injuries. His words left the onlookers in stunned silence. And Linglong, however, retorted sharply, "I do not want his medicine. That wretched man has insulted my mother, and I refuse to accept his aid." And Xinghu stood resolutely silent. He approached Linglong calmly and delivered a swift slap. The sound echoed as her cheek turned instantly red and swollen. Tears welled in her eyes as she protested, "Brother, you hit me." And Xinghu replied sternly, "What of it? Do you truly believe you are a princess? You speak of your mother so affectionately, yet he is merely manipulating you to control our Qian sect. You have been sold, and you remain oblivious to it." At this, Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief, yet she stubbornly retorted, "And Xinghu, you know nothing. My mother and the crown prince have treated me exceedingly well, better than you ever have." Meanwhile, blushing fell into contemplation. Unlike Linglong, he understood all too well that her allegiance to the crown prince was fundamentally a transaction of interests. The Qian sect sought special favor from the court, while the crown prince aimed to bind him to his chariot of war. However, it seemed that circumstances were shifting, for Xinghu evidently favored the third prince, Xiao, far more. He gazed at the obstinate Linglong and stated coldly, "I have returned with but one purpose. This necessitates that our Qian sect clearly delineates itself from the crown prince. We must not become adversaries of Xiao." Upon uttering these words, Linglong was filled with indignation, exclaiming, "On what grounds? Just because Xiao can surpass 2 major realms and incapacitate you. Is that so?" Chapter 85. Liang Qing's retribution and Xinghu's retort left Linglong speechless. After a brief silence, she gritted her teeth and declared, "What is so remarkable about his ability to incapacitate me? If he were truly formidable, how could he still be at the Tianyuan realm at such a young age? Moreover, even if he is powerful, could he possibly surpass you?" Although she was quite displeased with Xinghu for striking her, she had to concede that he was indeed the most gifted individual among the younger generation of the Qian sect. In her eyes, even if Xiao managed to defeat her, he would never be a match for Xinghu. Unexpectedly, as soon as her words fell, Xinghu burst into laughter, a sound that transformed Linglong's confusion into fury. "What are you laughing at? What I said is not erroneous. I laugh at your ignorance." Xinghu's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he continued, "You and I are akin to fireflies compared to the bright moon, yet when I gaze upon him, it is as if a mere speck of dust seized the vast sky. You have no inkling of how powerful he truly is. You consider yourself a genius, while I am a prodigy, but when compared to him, we are naught but mediocrities, lacking any fundamental distinction." Everyone in the room was left in stunned silence. They had watched Xinghu grow up, knowing full well how prideful he was. Within the sect, he had few friends, not due to others' reluctance to befriend him, but because of his arrogance and disdain for all. He had once boasted that among the thousands of disciples of the Qian sect, they were all mere talents. Yet, at this moment, such a person held Xiao in the highest regard, overflowing with admiration. This clearly illustrated Xiao's esteemed position in his heart. And Linglong, equally astonished, had never heard Xinghu speak so highly of anyone. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. And Xinghu turned to Baisong beside him, stating solemnly, "Father, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The reason for my return is that he sought me out and urged me to return to the sect. I understand that he does not wish to be our enemy, but that does not mean he fears the Qian sect. Father, I may not comprehend court matters, but I know that such a prodigious talent would undoubtedly be more cherished in any father's eyes than his other sons. Should our Qian sect truly ally with the crown prince and become his adversary?" And Baisong was rendered speechless. As a father, one who possessed a gifted son, how could he not understand the joy such a son would bring? At that moment, Xinghu placed a pill before him, saying, "Our Qian sect has always been at odds with the Tianyi sect. Elder Chu's visit this time, how much certainty is there in acquiring the Tianyi divine pill? This pill from Xiao already demonstrates great sincerity. If we do not provoke him, the previous matters can indeed be set aside. So why must we toil for the crown prince?" Seeing Baisong appear hesitant, Linglong hastily interjected, "Father, Both the crown prince and the empress have treated me exceptionally well. They are truly good people. My confrontation with Xiao was entirely voluntary. No one has coerced me. Observing his daughter's state, and Bo Song let out a long sigh. He was not in Linglong, and he was acutely aware that his daughter had likely been swayed by the sweet words of the crown prince and the empress. First, take the elixir. This matter shall be considered a favor owed to Yi Xiao by the Qin Qian sect. From this day forth, unless provoked, do not engage with him again. And Bo Song firmly established the tone of the situation. And Linglong wished to speak, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Bo Song. And you? I allowed you to regard the empress as a foster mother, but that does not mean you should treat her as your true mother. Your own mother is still waiting for you at the sect. After taking the elixir and recuperating, we shall return to the sect. And Sheng Hu's return to the Qin Qian sect instigated a change in Bo Song's mindset. His previous urgency to align with the court began to waver. As night deepened, several figures clad in dark attire lay in wait in the shadows. Among them was Liang Qing. At that moment, a cloaked figure hesitated and whispered, "Miss, when will that old man return? It is already late. Do you think he will not come back to the inn?" Silence. Remain quiet and wait. If he does not return, you need not work tomorrow. You may rest during the day. Liang Qing's words caused the cloaked figure to shrink back, refraining from further speech. Liang Qing fixed her gaze on the street corner, murmuring, "That old fool Wang Chong dared to speak ill of the third prince in the great hall. I care not whether he is a so-called sage. He must pay for his insolence." Indeed, Liang Qing was there to exact revenge on Wang Chong. On that day, Liang Chong returned from court, discussing how Yi Xiao had been publicly criticized by Wang Chong, without retaliation, words filled with praise and satisfaction. However, Liang Qing was displeased. She paid no heed to whether Wang Chang acted for the nation or its people. Since he targeted Yi Xiao, he deserved to be dealt with. Suddenly, a carriage approached slowly from around the corner. Liang Qing turned and commanded sharply, "Prepare the silver needles. When it arrives, I will incapacitate the driver. Zhou San, you will silence that old fool, and the rest of you, stab him vigorously. Remember, do not strike any vital organs, aim for the limbs. And even pierce his fingers and the spaces beneath his nails. That old wretch shall suffer today." A chill ran through the hearts of her companions at her ruthless intent. At that moment, Wang Chong, feeling quite satisfied after leaving a pleasure house, was in high spirits. This trip to Tang was merely in accordance with the fourth prince's orders, setting a trap for Yi Xiao in the court, which resolved the matter of his own family's scholars in the imperial examinations. Everything seemed splendid. Alas, had Yi Xiao struck back, perhaps more of the Wang family's offspring could have succeeded in their examinations. The old man still felt a twinge of regret at the thought. "Lu Sen Air, your daughter is 16 now, isn't she?" Wang Chong suddenly inquired of the driver. The driver hurriedly replied, "Yes, my lord. I am in need of a young maid to fill the position in my household. When we return, I shall take her into my home. I will give you 20 taels of silver as a bride price." The driver trembled and urgently protested, "My lord, my daughter, silence. Do as I say. You will not suffer any loss." Wang Chang's tone turned cold. The coachman, suddenly hesitant to speak, discreetly wiped away his tears. Wang Chong, now over 60, had a daughter of tender years. Moreover, this old man had only offered a paltry 20 taels of silver. Many hypocrites, behind closed doors, were no strangers to deceit. Wang Chong closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. This coachman, after all, had long been a laborer for his family, and he had been eyeing his daughter for quite some time. He was certain the man would not dare to refuse him. At that moment, a sudden neighing from the horse was followed by an astonished cry from outside, and then silence ensued. Immediately thereafter, a figure clad in black and masked burst into the carriage, seizing him with a forceful grip. Just as he was about to scream for help, a foul-smelling rag was stuffed into his mouth. He widened his eyes in terror, still not comprehending the situation, only to find himself restrained, pinned to the ground. A wave of excruciating pain surged from his hands. Turning his head, he beheld several black-clad assailants wielding needles about 3 inches long. A chill ran down Wang Chang's spine as he struggled in vain. The needles fell upon him like a torrential storm. Chapter 86. Why Can't I Strike You? The elderly man, in his 60s, was ruthlessly assaulted by multiple strong men in the street. Is this a reflection of moral decay or a distortion of human nature? Wang Chong had no answers. He only knew that he was in agony. The steel needles incessantly pierced his arms and thighs. He felt immense pain, but could not utter a sound. At that moment, he heard a woman's dissatisfied voice. "What about the fingers? Did you forget to pierce the fingers?" His eyes widened in terror. He writhed desperately. Yet, lacking any martial prowess, how could he possibly escape the grip of these strong men? His fingers were seized. A muffled scream escaped his throat. Tears and snot flowed freely. The intense pain overwhelmed Wang Chong, and finally, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Observing his plight, Liang Qing felt a considerable lift in her spirits, her anger dissipating. "Let us go." With a command, the group swiftly vanished into the moonlight, leaving Wang Chong and the coachman Lu Sanner unconscious on the ground. After a while, Lu Sanner was the first to regain consciousness. He looked around in confusion and discovered Wang Chong still lying on the ground, rushing over to assist him. However, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly halted. Wang Chang's words echoed in his mind. "Your daughter is 16, right? I could use a young maid. 20 taels of silver is not a loss for you." A glimmer of malice flickered in Lu Sanner's eyes as he glanced at Wang Chong, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. Soon, a piercing cry for help shattered the night. "Help! My master has been murdered by villains." Xiao dreamt, something he seldom did. But this time, he truly found himself in a dream. The scene felt familiar, still that magnificent celestial dragon sword through the heavens, freely traversing the vastness of the universe. As Xiao watched, he became entranced. The colossal figure exuded immense power, a symbol of supreme authority and imperial sovereignty. In his slumber, the twin dragons upon Xiao's body began to emerge, their movements mirroring those of the celestial dragon in his dream perfectly. As dawn broke, Xiao opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. He shook his head and descended from the bed. Luer brought in warm water for washing, assisting him in dressing as he prepared to attend court. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, there is trouble. A multitude of scholars has surrounded the prince's residence." Xiao, taken aback, questioned, "Scholars? Surrounding the prince's residence?" The servant hurriedly confirmed, "Indeed, a great number of scholars have encircled our estate, shouting that your highness has slain Wang Chang and demanding that you confess at the magistrate's office." Xiao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Wang Chang is dead? What splendid news." Luer interjected, unable to contain herself, "Your highness, it may not be such joyous news. They have clearly stated their intention to pin this crime upon you." Just then, another servant burst in, "Your highness, there is more distress. The Wang brothers have arrived, carrying a coffin and lamenting at the entrance." By this time, Xiao had donned his dragon robe and coldly remarked, "I shall go out and see what these ruffians are up to. Do they truly intend to place the blame on me?" Luer, fearing his impulsiveness, immediately advised, "Your highness, perhaps it would be prudent to use the back entrance. The situation remains unclear, and there is no need to engage with them." "Haha, why should I retreat through the back when it is my own doorstep?" Xiao declared, striding resolutely toward the front door. He had committed no wrongdoing and felt no guilt. At the entrance of the princess residence, the day had barely begun, and Wang Chang's body lay before them, a vivid pool of crimson staining his chest. Several young men, donned in mourning attire, knelt before the coffin, weeping profusely. Others burned paper offerings nearby. Surrounding them were throngs of scholars, their faces alight with righteous indignation. As the gates swung open, Xiao stepped out, his demeanor calm. The wails of the young men grew louder. "Ah, my uncle, you lived a life of integrity yet fell victim to treachery. Your death is a tragedy. Father, you served the nation selflessly, only to be repaid with malice by the narrow-minded. Your death is unjust. Uncle, you have never held enmity against anyone. How could a single statement in court lead to your demise? Our family relies on you." Their cries echoed, laced with suspicion toward Xiao. The scholars, incensed, shouted in unison, "Third prince, as a member of the royal bloodline, you must take responsibility for your actions." Wang Chong merely expressed his opinion in court. "Why resort to such murderous intent? This is sheer lawlessness, cruelty incarnate. Hurry and confess." In the distance, from within a horse-drawn carriage, a figure cloaked in black lifted the curtain to observe the unfolding scene. "What skill the fourth prince possesses. He has successfully incited these individuals," he mused. "Before long, this will become common knowledge." Inside the carriage, seated opposite him was a scholar clad in green, who smiled and replied, "We have already arranged personnel at the magistrate's office, who will endeavor to steer the coachman's words according to our design. We shall direct suspicion toward this individual, ensuring that all scholars will undoubtedly scorn him. Soon, we must also make our timely exit, delaying his attendance at court as much as possible. It would be ideal if he were to act in fury against us. Indeed, that would be most advantageous." Xiao paid no heed to the murmurs of the others and quietly approached the coffin. What followed was an act that left everyone utterly astounded. He raised his leg and struck. Bang! The coffin shattered into splinters, debris flying, leaving only the corpse behind. It was evident that Yi Zhao's control over his strength was exquisite. Unfortunately, the scholars present were indifferent to this display upon witnessing Yi Zhao's actions. They were instantly incited with fervor and clamored to advance. Yet, Yi Xiao remained motionless, a fierce and scorching aura radiating outward. In an instant, flames surged around him, causing all to halt in their tracks. Yi Xiao crouched down, picking up a fragmented piece of the coffin, prodding at Wang Cheng's lifeless body, his face revealing unmistakable disdain that was apparent to all. Concurrently, Wang Cheng's son, Wang Yu, was consumed with fury, yelling at Yi Xiao, "Third prince, why do you so disgrace my father's remains?" Yi Xiao had nearly concluded his examination, for the cause of death was simple, a knife wound to the chest. He rose, casually tossing the wooden shard aside, stepped over the corpse, and confronted Wang Yu, delivering a resounding slap. The sound echoed, inciting further outrage among the scholars. This was utterly audacious. After receiving the slap, Wang Yu bellowed in retaliation, "Yi Xiao, by what right do you strike me? You dare bring a corpse to my doorstep. Why should I not retaliate? Tell me, if you brought it to someone else's home, would they not strike you?" As Yi Xiao spoke, he delivered another kick, sending Wang Yu sprawling to the ground, and followed up with a flurry of punches. "I warned you not to block my path with a corpse. I warned you against disgusting me. I warned you not to lament here. The dead should be fed to dogs. What business do you have here? I ask you, what is your intent?" In the distance, two elderly men in a carriage were equally astounded, having expected it would take considerable effort to provoke Yi Xiao into action. They never anticipated that he would be so direct, taking matters into his own hands before they could intervene. Witnessing Yi Zhao's ferocity, they exchanged glances, both perceiving a hint of trepidation in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, as Yi Xiao continued to pummel Wang Yu, his cousin's anger flared. "Yi Xiao, you have taken my uncle's life. How dare you still strike?" The laughter that erupted from Yi Xiao was menacing. He then fixed a fierce gaze on Wang Yu's cousin and retorted, "What? Are you the magistrate of Tangyan? You claim that I am the murderer? Is slander not better substantiated than this?" The ferocity in Yi Zhao's gaze diminished the Wang family's bravado by a third. However, they quickly regained their composure, responding sharply, "My uncle in Tangyan has never offended anyone. The only person he has crossed is you, and if not you, then who?" Yi Xiao scoffed, "You assert he has wronged no one? I could just as easily claim he was visiting a brothel last night without paying, incurred debts from gambling, and was stabbed in a fit of jealousy. Do not slander me." "Ah, now you understand the weight of your words. It seems you have read a bit. Very well. First prove that he did not visit a brothel or engage in a quarrel that led to his demise, and then we may discuss further." Yi Zhao's words rendered the Wang brothers speechless. How could this be proven? Soon after, Yi Xiao began to channel his internal energy, emanating a formidable presence. His gaze swept over the crowd as he coldly declared, "I care not who you are. I only know that the case of the Great Qian is for the officials to resolve, and has nothing to do with you. By blocking my door, you are intentionally provoking trouble, and I shall not be polite. Disperse immediately. If any of you remain after a quarter of an hour, I shall deliver you to the authorities." The technique Yi Xiao employed was the Emperor's might, which, while not directly aiding him in combat, significantly heightened his imposing aura. At that moment, Yi Xiao felt no guilt. Combined with his formidable presence, his words appeared exceedingly righteous and just, causing the scholars to waver in their resolve. At that juncture, Lu Er emerged from within, exclaiming, "As a mere woman, I am aware that the case of the Great Qian is for the officials to adjudicate. Without a conclusion from the authorities, how can the unsubstantiated claims of these Wang family members hold any weight? Your assembly here constitutes a slander against the imperial family. Were it not for the benevolence of His Highness, you would undoubtedly face punishment. The imperial examination is just around the corner. Consider the consequences should you be detained for any length of time." One by one, the scholars began to retreat as the weight of her words sank in. "Indeed, the third prince speaks wisely. We need not rush. If the officials truly determine the third prince's involvement, we can address it then. Yes, we were impulsive. I must return to my studies. Farewell, everyone." Gradually, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Wang Yu to bellow, "Many of you have benefited from my father's guidance. Why do you falter now?" Yet, the crowd had already dispersed, ignoring his words. Yi Xiao cast a cold glance at him, disdain evident in his voice. "I know not who incited you, but your act of blocking my door and framing me has been duly noted. You had better pray that your benefactor can protect you." With that, Xiao disregarded them and strode directly to his carriage, departing swiftly. In the distance, two individuals who had intended to intervene ultimately remained in their seats. Xiao's imposing presence was sufficient to deter any ill intentions. Inside the carriage, Xiao closed his eyes in contemplation. The situation he faced today was perilous. He could not afford to explain himself. Once he began to clarify, he would be compelled to prove his innocence, which would render him increasingly vulnerable. Instead, he had turned the questioning back upon the Wang brothers, demanding they prove his guilt and that Wang Chong had wronged no one. This tactic only served to bolster Xiao's righteous stance. However, Xiao could not fathom who had killed Wang Chong. Was it necessary to eliminate him to frame himself? That made no sense. Wang Chang was a person of some repute, if the true culprit were indeed behind the scenes. Committing such an act would only serve to instill fear in his subordinates. Furthermore, how could he manipulate the Wang brothers to his advantage? Even if Xiao drove those scholars away, the news would inevitably spread quickly, fueled by those with ulterior motives. Within the Liang residence, Liang Qing received the news and was left utterly astounded. Gazing at her maid, she exclaimed in shock, "You say Wang Chong is dead? Was it the third prince who did it?" Indeed, whispers abound in the streets and alleys. Liang Qing sat dazedly upon her chair, her mind racing with thoughts. This makes no sense. Could it be that I was overly forceful last night? Yet, when I departed, he was clearly not gravely injured. Before leaving yesterday, Liang Qing had meticulously examined Wang Chang's wounds and, upon discovering only superficial injuries, had felt reassured. Could it be that this fellow, due to his advanced years, harbored some hidden ailment? After the commotion, did he perish? Liang Qing's gaze grew vacant. She actually believed her actions had inadvertently led to Wang Chang's demise. This unforeseen turn of events was entirely beyond her expectations. At that moment, the maid beside her continued to chatter. "I heard that this morning, His Highness even shattered Wang Chang's coffin. And now many scholars are denouncing the third prince in the streets." Liang Qing snapped back to reality, suddenly rising with a serious expression. "I must enter the palace. If I do not return, do not grieve for me. Simply offer some comfort to my mother." With that, Liang Qing soared out of the residence, heading straight for the imperial palace. At this moment, she harbored but one thought. She could not allow Xiao to bear the blame for her actions. In the depths of the dungeon, Lu Sanner was confined in the most secluded cell. Before him stood a man clad in a blue robe, his face adorned with a smile. "Lu Sanner, I shall not waste words on you. I have no interest in your excuses. Remember this. Last night, before a woman rendered you unconscious, you heard someone calling out your highness. Keep that in mind. It is sufficient, as long as you adhere to my instructions. I assure you, you will remain safe and reunited with your wife, daughter, and parents. Should you fail to comply, it is quite possible that your loved ones may suffer a tragic fate." At this moment, Lu Sanner's heart raced with dread. Initially, he had planned to murder Wang Chong and blame it on the bandits. Thus, he had not lied throughout the process, except for the final act of killing Wang Chong himself, which he had shifted onto those unknown bandits. However, ever since being imprisoned, after a round of questioning, it seemed no one cared for him. The only one who had returned was this blue-robed scholar. For Lu Sanner, he had no other choice at this juncture. 1. To evade punishment. 2. To protect his beloved wife, daughter, and parents. In the grand hall of the imperial palace, the atmosphere was solemn. At this moment, Tang Yin, the governor, bowed as he presented a memorial. "Your Majesty, a heinous crime occurred yesterday. Our esteemed scholar Wang Chong was attacked and met his demise. This is the interrogation record from last night. Please examine it, Your Majesty." Yi Zhuan furrowed his brow. "Is this matter of murder worthy of your attention in court?" Generally, such trivialities do not require Yi Zhuan's intervention, and he felt a touch of displeasure. Nevertheless, the governor persisted, bowing further. "I implore Your Majesty to review it personally." Yi Zhuan detected the underlying motives in his words, gesturing for Zhou Tong to bring the memorial before him. Yi Zhuan lowered his gaze to read, his expression devoid of any emotion. After a brief moment, he raised his head, scanning the assembly of princes. Then, with a smile, he declared, "I am aware of this matter. Is there anything else? If there are no further issues, let us conclude the court session." The fourth prince subtly shifted his brow, having discerned Yu Zhuan's intent to suppress this affair. Chapter 88. Self-resolution. As Yu Zhuan's words fell, the governor of Tang'an did not continue to speak, merely retreating back into the ranks. A profound silence enveloped the court. Since there was nothing further to discuss, it was time to adjourn. "Yi Xiao, follow me." With this command, the assembly of officials departed, while Yi Xiao hastily accompanied the imperial entourage. The fourth prince observed Yu Zhao's departing figure, his gaze flickering. At that moment, the second prince, Yu Yin, approached him with a subtle smile, saying, "Brother 4. Do you realize that our father's favoritism towards Brother 3 is beyond what you and I can compare? I have heard about the events of this morning. What significance does it hold? The death of Emir Wang Chong cannot be pinned on him without solid evidence." The fourth prince looked at him and shook his head, saying, "What are you implying, second brother? I don't quite grasp it." "Humph, whether you understand or not. You know it in your heart." Yin departed. The fourth prince, however, remained unfazed and murmured, "Whether it is useful or not, one must act to find out. I never truly believed I could place this matter upon his shoulders. Yet sometimes, framing someone requires no punishment. Merely tarnishing their reputation is sufficient to create confusion." In the imperial study, Yi Xiao stood before Yu Zhuan, flanked by the chief of the pacification department, Ying Zhao. Yi Zhuan casually cast aside the memorial presented by the governor of Tangyan and inquired of Ying Zhao, "Have you conducted an investigation?" Ying Zhao promptly bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, I have looked into it. My preliminary suspicion is that it was the coachman's doing." "What leads you to this conclusion?" Yu Zhuan pressed. "Firstly, it is indisputable that an attack occurred that night. However, the wounds indicate that steel needles were used to pierce the limbs and nails, clearly showing no intent to kill. Secondly, the knife wounds entered the body slowly, not resembling the work of a skilled assailant. Considering that there were no other individuals present at the scene, I believe the primary suspect must indeed be that coachman." Yu Zhuan cast a meaningful glance at Yi Xiao and continued, "Perhaps he harbored resentment, intending to torment him before finally killing him?" To which Ying Zhao responded, "If that were the case, I believe that under the circumstances, abducting the individual to slowly inflict suffering before silencing him and destroying the evidence would be the most logical course of action, rather than hastily executing him after some superficial torment." Upon hearing Ying Zhao's analysis, Yi Xiao felt a sense of relief. Initially, he feared he would have to argue extensively. However, the truth appeared to be rather straightforward. At that moment, Yi Zhuan turned to Yi Xiao, smiling. "Well, how does it feel to be the target of public scorn?" "Not too bad," Yi Xiao replied, wearing a relaxed expression. "Though the case is not yours, the matter is far from resolved." Yi Zhuan remarked softly, "I now command you to investigate this case alongside Ying Zhao." At this pronouncement, Yi Zhao's brows furrowed slightly as he responded, "Father, many suspect that I am the perpetrator of this case. How can I gain the public's trust if I am the one to investigate? Does not your absence from the investigation guarantee public trust?" Yi Zhuan retorted, picking up a nearby note and tossing it aside with a chuckle. "Did you see? News from outside the palace indicates that throughout Tangyan City, people are claiming you acted out of personal vendetta, murdering the esteemed scholar." Yi Xiao was left speechless. Yi Zhuan continued, "Do you know why even an emperor must show deference to scholars? Because they are the chroniclers of history. They possess the power to freely judge the merits of our ancestors. Regardless of right or wrong, how can we discern the truth after countless years? Ultimately, we shall seek understanding through the writings of learned scholars. The veracity of events is determined by them. Even if the common folk proclaim your virtues, should you offend them, you might be branded a historical villain centuries later." Yi Zhuan gazed at Yi Xiao and remarked, "Currently, your affairs are being narrated and disseminated by these scholars. Even if I were to uncover the truth and issue a royal edict, there would still be those who claim that I am intentionally shielding you, implicating the coachman instead. This matter pertains to your reputation. I shall refrain from interference. The resolution is in your hands. The outcome rests upon you." Yi Xiao furrowed his brow and replied, "Does this not create a deadlock? Regardless of whether the truth is revealed or not, the mud has already been splattered upon me. Aha, then I shall not concern myself." Just as he spoke, a eunuch entered and reported, "Your Majesty, Liang Qing requests an audience outside the hall. Let her enter." Upon Yi Zhuan's command, Liang Qing swiftly stepped inside. She glanced at Yi Xiao and immediately knelt upon the ground. With a solemn expression, she declared, "Your Majesty, I am guilty. It was I who led a group last night to assault Wang Chong. All matters are unrelated to the third prince. I beseech your Majesty to punish me. I am willing to bear all blame and implore you not to implicate the third prince. I also request that your Majesty clarify this matter for the third prince, restoring his innocence." Although Liang Qing held no military power, her rank still allowed her to receive a salary, and thus, referring to herself as a subject was not unwarranted. Initially, she sought merely to vent her frustrations. In her view, retaliating against Wang Chong and causing him some distress was trivial and would not stir significant turmoil. However, to her astonishment, Wang Chong was dead. and the entire city was gossiping that Xiao was responsible. She believed that Wang Chong had perished by her hand and was resolutely determined to prevent any repercussions from falling upon Xiao. As for herself, she had already resigned herself to the possibility of punishment. Yu Jun's expression grew increasingly grave as he admonished, Liang Qing, how dare you assault a learned scholar of our dynasty? This is sheer audacity, a blatant disregard for the law. Enough of this pretense, Xiao interjected. Stepping forward and grasping Liang Qing's arm, pulling her up, he turned and said, Lording has already stated that the primary suspect is that coachman. Why are you still intimidating her? Yu Jun retorted angrily. Even if she did not commit the murder, is it acceptable to sneak out at night to stab someone? She went to stab him to avenge me. That old scoundrel Wang Chong has long been a thorn in my side. If there are repercussions, let them fall upon me. Liang Qing, bewildered, began to realize that Wang Cheng's death might not be linked to her at all. She turned to look at Xiao, who stood protectively in front of her, and felt a warmth in her heart. At that moment, Yu Jun scoffed. You two seemed quite affectionate. One seeking revenge for the other, and the other willingly offering protection. For this incident, I shall deduct half a month's allowance from you both. Now, you may leave. Your incessant troubles are a constant source of annoyance. Xiao took Liang Qing's hand and, along with Ying Zhao, exited the imperial study. Once they were gone, Yi Zhuan's expression relaxed, and he leaned back in his chair, murmuring, It appears the situation is becoming clearer. Someone is merely riding the current. However, this maneuver is rather clever, as it bears little risk while leaving the third prince without a defense. Outside the hall, Liang Qing trailed behind Xiao like a remorseful young bride. Ying Zhao cast a peculiar glance in her direction. Was Liang Qing beautiful? Indeed, she was. However, no one had ever truly regarded her as a woman, particularly those officials who had interacted with her. For instance, Ying Zhao, as the commander of the pacification office, had significant responsibilities and had crossed paths with Liang Qing. He had never witnessed a trace of shyness in her demeanor. He had even seen her argue fiercely with other generals and engage in duels, unyielding and ferocious. Yet, at this moment, she was entirely different. A sense of girlish timidity radiated from Liang Qing, her exquisite features appearing remarkably vibrant and enchanting, a sight to behold. Ying Zhao inwardly mused, Indeed, women exhibit a different side when in the presence of those they cherish. As the trio walked, Liang Qing spoke first, tugging at Yi Zhao's sleeve and whispering, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Yi Zhao dismissed her concern with a gentle pat on her hand, replying, Trouble? It's inevitable. If you don't provoke it, others will find ways to wrong me. It's not your fault. With a grin, Yi Zhao halted his steps and turned to the onlooking Ying Zhao, asking, Don't you agree, Mastering? Chapter 89. Uncle Ying treats me like an outsider. Ying Zhao also came to a stop. As he observed Yi Zhao turn to him, an instinctive sense of unease washed over him. He had fled from Yi Zhao's residence in haste last time. He felt a vague trepidation towards this candid prince, for he realized that, apart from Yi Zhao, no other princes could evoke such disquiet in him. Only this one seemed adept at discerning and manipulating his vulnerabilities. Mastering, what do you believe we should do regarding this case? Yi Zhao inquired. Your Highness, I shall follow your lead. Whatever you decide, I shall comply. Ying Zhao replied with a smile. Though it appeared to be a perfect response, in truth, Ying Zhao wished to avoid getting too entangled with Yi Zhao. While Yi Jun had indeed ordered him to collaborate with Yi Zhao on the case, the extent of his involvement was ultimately at his own discretion. Yi Zhao shook his head, exclaiming, Uncle Ying, you were treating me like an outsider. At those words, Ying Zhao's nerves instantly tensed. Your Highness, please refrain from such informal addresses. I am unworthy of that title. Yi Zhao chuckled. Uncle Ying, if you do not exert yourself, I shall turn back and report that you evaded my inquiries and failed to cooperate, defying my father's orders. Ying Zhao replied, and at that moment, Liang Qing chimed in with a laugh. Master Ying, I am a witness. With a sigh, Ying Zhao stated, in truth, the case itself is not particularly difficult. He began to analyze patiently. If Miss Liang had not arrived today, I might have had some trust in the coachman's account. However, with her presence, it indicates that there must be significant issues with the coachman's testimony. First, if the coachman were the murderer, he would have planned from the outset to shift the blame onto Miss Liang and her companions. He is merely a laborer. How could he dare to fabricate such lies and implicate His Highness? Therefore, someone must have guided him. Regardless of whether the coachman is guilty, since his testimony is flawed, the paramount task at hand should be to extract the truth from him. Yi Zhao nodded in agreement, stating, Master Ying makes a valid point. Ying Zhao's gaze flickered as he spoke in a grave tone. Thus, we have two methods at our disposal. The first is to employ severe torture to extract the truth from the coachman. He is merely an ordinary citizen and may not endure the torment. The second approach, in my opinion, is to bring his family to Tangan. Xiao immediately grasped the implication. You believe someone may threaten him using his family? Ying Zhao affirmed, precisely. The person guiding the coachman, having the audacity to act, surely possesses some assurance. Their leverage over him could stem from enticing rewards, threats to his life, or, most critically, the safety of his loved ones. The first two options may be bearable, but if his family is truly in someone else's hands, he might well choose death over revealing the truth. On the other hand, if he is indeed fearful of death and wishes to evade responsibility, seizing his family would significantly heighten the pressure on him, making it easier to compel him to divulge the truth. Xiao smiled. Then let us have mastering send someone forth, perhaps skilled individuals. Certainly. Ying Zhao, having anticipated Zhao's acceptance of his proposal, clasped his hands, adding, timeliness is of the essence. We must act before his family is hidden away. I suggest that His Highness first attempts to extract a confession through coercive measures to divert attention while I return to the town's administration to dispatch carrier pigeons, summoning spies from the nearby administrative offices to extract them. Indeed, for Ying Zhao, uttering a single word could potentially alter the outcome of events dramatically. Yet, while he harbored some trepidation towards Xiao, he did not feel aversion. Otherwise, Zhao's jesting threats would have failed to intimidate him. Some individuals possess an innate charm that easily captivates others, and Xiao epitomizes such charisma. In the span of 7 fleeting days, discussions surrounding Zhao's fatal confrontation with the esteemed Wang Chong reverberated throughout Tangan City. Although Xiao had repelled Wang Chong and warded off the scholars, the fervor of gossip often breeds belief. The third prince is truly tyrannical. Wang Chong was merely criticized in the court and subsequently murdered in secret. An appalling revelation. I heard the emperor has even appointed him to oversee this case. I fear it will merely culminate in exoneration. Yet, I cannot comprehend why the emperor dotes on him so. Who can say? Perhaps it is indeed due to his extraordinary martial prowess. In a tea house, a group of scholars engaged in fervent discussion about the matter. Nangong Wanwan sat at the corner, feeling increasingly agitated. In recent days, she had been vigilantly patrolling the route to the princess residence, yet she had not glimpsed the person she longed to see. Suddenly, upon hearing the last remark, an incredulous thought emerged in her mind. However, she swiftly dismissed it. It cannot be him. How could he possess merely the cultivation of the heavenly origin realm? The news of Xiao defeating in Linglong at the heavenly origin realm was well known throughout the city. Where on earth are you? Nangong Wanwan bit her lip, drained her cup of tea, and made her way towards a nearby shop. The shopkeeper, pardon my intrusion, have you heard of the esteemed Mu Han, the young master? Recently returned to the Qingxian sect from the sect's headquarters, and Bo Song received a decree from Yizhuan. The court intends to establish the Zhenwu division, appointing in Bo Song, the sect leader of Qingxian, as the vice chief of the Zhenwu division, a position of the 3rd rank, responsible for investigating all manner of court criminals. He is to proceed to Tangan City to commence his duties and is required to summon 300 disciples from the Qingxian sect to serve in the Zhenwu division. And Bo Song was taken aback. This was far from his expectations. He had envisioned a position of authority within the court to oversee the various sects of the martial world. However, what Yizhuan had bestowed upon him was a role in apprehending court criminals. Most importantly, it necessitated the involvement of 300 disciples from the Qingxian sect. This decree left in Bo Song with a pallid complexion, yet he had no choice but to accept it. With a grim expression, he was met with the smiling face of the eunuch delivering the decree, who cheerfully relayed 3 messages from the emperor. First, since the Qingxian sect had expressed a desire to join the court, the emperor had graciously agreed. Second, to oversee the sects of the realm, one must take gradual steps. The Zhenwu division was merely the beginning, apprehending heinous criminals to gain merit and fame. Only then could they claim rightful authority. Otherwise, to assert dominance over the sects from the outset would be met with resistance. The third message conveyed that ample training resources had been prepared for the Qingxian sect, ensuring that their disciples would not be disappointed upon entering Tangan. The first message essentially warned the Qingxian sect that retracting the request to join the court would be akin to trifling with the emperor. The second message was a mere illusion, a tactic that Yizhuan adeptly employed, knowing that it was essential to provide the Qingxian sect with a glimmer of hope. As for the notion of rightful authority, whether it would materialize in 10 or even 100 years remained uncertain. Naturally, benefits were to be expected. One could not expect the horse to run without feeding it grass. The third message regarding training resources was a tangible boon offered by Yizhuan, who was not stingy with wealth and would reward appropriately. And Bo Song closed his eyes, feeling a tinge of regret for having sought contact with the court. He realized that, in the face of the exalted emperor of Deqian, even as one of the so-called 7 sects of the world, his voice bore little weight. However, there was no turning back. The decree had been issued. Thus, he had but one path ahead, to summon his disciples and journey to Tangan. Chapter 90. A shift in reputation in the residence of the fourth prince. He was gathered with a group of scholars, sipping tea and enjoying incense, while musicians played melodious tunes. Several enchanting dancers graced the center of the hall, captivating the hearts of all present. The fourth prince wore a smile, yet his heart was cold as he scrutinized the movements of each individual below. Suddenly, a servant rushed to his side and whispered a few words in his ear. His brow furrowed instantly. Someone had been forcibly taken by the Zhenwu division? Indeed, the Wang brothers' emissaries reported that they had been taken 3 days prior. By the time their people returned, they had already departed for quite some time. The fourth prince fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he rose and addressed his companions. Esteemed brothers, please enjoy your time here. I have urgent matters to attend to. With that, he hastily departed. Within the confines of the interrogation chamber at the local magistrate's prison, Xiao reclined in a chair, engrossed in a book, while sipping tea. Occasionally, he chuckled at amusing passages. Opposite him, Lusaner, the coachman, was bound to a rack, his skin marred and raw from torture. The punishment had commenced. Xiao exhibited no mercy. Aware of Lu's deceit, he deemed it necessary to apply pressure through torment to extract the truth. However, his efforts proved futile. Despite Lu's abject terror, his cries echoing like a slaughtered pig, he remained resolute in his silence, repeatedly murmuring, "I don't know who it was. It wasn't me. I heard someone calling your highness." After a day of this, Xiao commanded an end to the torture, choosing instead to await developments in silence. Suddenly, a spy from the magistrate's office rushed in and whispered urgently into Xiao's ear. Setting aside his book, Xiao stretched and approached Lu Sanner with a smile. "Lu Sanner, there are a few people here to see you." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the door swung open. Lu Sanner's eyes widened in shock. It was his own family. Tears streamed down his face. Xiao gestured for them to be taken away and returned to his seat, his voice cold. "Lu Sanner, I do not know why you remain silent, but I assure you,